1611. A precious apology. 1. At this moment, when he looked at Tang Zhen again, he still had an indifferent expression. At first glance, he seemed to be unremarkable, and his cultivation seemed to be very shallow. How did he look like a battle region legend? Now that he thought about it, the other party was just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, but second brother Da took the bait. This damned fool. The red-robed cultivator could not help but curse at this thought. But then again, even if second Master Da was in the right in this matter, he would still have to put the blame on him in the end. After all, his opponent was a lord of a fief, a member of the 5th battle area. In the 5th battle area, every member had an extremely high status, especially in their own fiefs. They were almost like local tyrants. Holding the power of life and death, a word of disagreement could take a person's life. Although he was a wild cultivator in Hessian's territory, he was not a resident of Lu City. Strictly speaking, wild cultivators were unregistered residents and could not be recognized at all. The wild cultivators had caused trouble, and the one they had offended was the lord of a fief. Unless Lord Hessen was out of his mind, he would not plead for them. As members of the war zone, their relationship with each other was clear. It was impossible for them to turn against their neighbors because of a small organization. The members of the battle zone could still distinguish which was more important. As for the Lusheng cultivators behind his organization, they would probably run away if they encountered such a situation, let alone count on them. Sure enough, the general at the border was talking and laughing, as if he didn't know the boss of the Blood Blade who was wagging his tail and begging for mercy. This bastard, he always gets half of the profits, but now he's acting like nothing happened. Damn it, the red-robed cultivator was like a drowning man, constantly looking for a way to get himself out of the situation. His heart was filled with resentment. Lord Great Mayfly, I really didn't know about this. Just as the red-robed cultivator's thoughts were running wild, the leader of the Blood Blades finally arrived in front of the cold-faced border guard who had just finished talking to Tang Zhen. The other party was the only savior in the heart of the boss of Bloody Blade. As for the bastards from Fire Owl, it was already good enough that they didn't hit him when he was down. Seeing the boss of the Bloody Blade approaching, the border guard's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. This group of blind idiots had simply lost his face. If it wasn't for the fact that this matter could be a big or small matter, and that Bloodshed Blade had given him a lot of gifts, he would have killed this group of idiots. In fact, the matter was not as serious as imagined. From the beginning to the end, Tang Zhen did not suffer any losses. It was impossible for him to suffer any losses. The reason why Second Master Da dared to provoke Tang Zhen was because he did not wear any armor to reveal his identity. Otherwise, it was impossible for the series of events to happen. If one really wanted to look into it, even Tang Zhen was responsible for it. Who asked him to not wear the armor according to the requirements? Moreover, Tang Zhen wasn't his overlord and was unable to interfere with his decision. He similarly didn't want to lose a source of income. So, even if the boss of the Blood Blades didn't say anything, he would try his best to minimize the matter, but he couldn't embarrass the Hessian territory. Otherwise, if this news were to spread to his lord, it would definitely affect him. This matter is your fault. How do you plan to solve it? Can you give me an idea? The general at the border said this on purpose to knock some sense into the boss of Blood Blade and see if he knew how to do things. The general at the border would not miss this opportunity to extort a sum of money from the other party and make them do things obediently in the future. It was killing two birds with one stone. Hearing the words of the border guard, how could the boss of Bloody Blade not know what was going on? Although his heart was bleeding, as long as he could get through the current crisis, it was worth it even if he had to empty out his entire family. Money was meant to be spent. As long as the organization was still there was no need to worry about a chance for Dongshan to rise again. Sir, don't worry. As long as Sir Tang Zhen doesn't pursue this matter, I'm willing to take out all my assets as an apology. Of course, you'll also have a share in this. The leader of the Bloodshed Blade said with a pained expression. As for whether it was all his wealth, only he knew. The general at the border glanced at him and snorted, "You'd better not play any tricks. Why don't you take a look at that person's background? Would he be interested in ordinary things? If he is not satisfied with your apology, not only will I not be able to help you, even Lord Hessen might not be able to help you." When the leader of the Blood Blades heard this, his body trembled uncontrollably, but he was crying bitterly in his heart. He naturally knew that even if the general at the border protected them and saved them from death, it was still not the result he wanted. Unless Tang Zhen let bygones be bygones, otherwise, under the circumstances of offending the owner of the scarred plains, unless the blood-edged blade never set foot in the scarred plains for the rest of their lives, the day they entered would be the day they would be annihilated. Gritting his teeth, the leader of Blood Blade said to the general at the border, "Sir, please tell Sir Tang Zhen that I accidentally obtained 10 gold coins of fate a few years ago. I'm willing to take them out as an apology." When the general at the border heard this, he looked at the boss of Blood Blade with a surprised look and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect you to have such a good thing. You've hidden it well." The leader of Bloodshed's Blades was on the verge of tears. If not for the fact that he had no other choice, he would never have taken out the 10 gold coins of destiny, which he valued as much as his life. "My lord, I really only have these 10 gold coins of destiny. One more and I'll die a terrible death. Don't worry, after this matter is over, I will definitely go to your door to thank you. I will definitely not let you waste your efforts." After hearing the promise of the boss of the Bloodshed Blade, the general at the border nodded in satisfaction and turned to walk towards Tang Zhen. The more he thought about it, the angrier he felt. The leader of the Blades of Bloody Blade rushed to the front of the cowering second master De and kicked him hard. "You bastard, you've killed me." Because he was angry, the kick was so powerful that it sent a rank 6 cultivator flying a dozen meters. Second Master De somersaulted a few times on the ground. He was covered in dust and spat out a mouthful of blood. Even so, Second Master De did not dare to resist. He could only sit on the ground and look at the boss of the Bloody Blade peek with a pleading look. The cultivation of the leader of Bloody Blade was far higher than his, and his methods were also extremely ruthless. If he dared to resist, he would probably be killed in one move. "Boss, I was wrong. Please spare me." Second Master De's heart was filled with regret. He kept cursing himself. If he had known this would happen, he would not have coveted the old man's harvest and tried to buy the old man's items at a low price by force in order to earn a high profit. The old man did not agree the last time, and he had harbored a grudge against him. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. This time around, he had finally found an opportunity to ruthlessly beat up the old man and the others. Who would have thought that he would provoke Tang Zhen, this fiend, and cause the matter to reach a stage where it was impossible to clean up? He had a faint premonition that he would not be able to escape death this time. 1612 Second Master De in despair. 1. At this moment, Second Master De's heart was filled with mixed feelings, as if a bottle of seasoning had been knocked over. The sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy feelings were mixed together. His swollen face was full of struggle and pain. He was just an insignificant wild cultivator. Although he used the name of Bloody Edge to act arrogantly, he could only show off his ability in front of wild cultivators. But now, he was so pleased with himself that he had offended a warzone leader. His actions could no longer be described as death. If this had happened to anyone else, he would definitely give them a thumbs up and say, "You have guts." However, when it was on her, she realized how uncomfortable it was. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. At the same time, endless fear rose in his heart. Second Master De had just heard Tang Zhen say that he was going to use his torture methods on himself. When torturing others, it seemed to be very satisfying, and it could satisfy his perverted mentality. However, once it fell on him, the mere thought of the cruel scene made Second Master De shudder. "No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. I have to think of a way as soon as possible." Second Master De roared in his heart. If he could not ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For forgiveness, he would rather commit suicide than suffer that kind of torture. Second Master De's ashen eyes lit up when he saw Tang Zhen conversing with the border guard. The person who tied the bell must untie the bell. If he wanted to solve his crisis, he must start from Tang Zhen. As long as he could forgive her, then this matter would disappear, and she wouldn't have to die. A warzone leader would definitely not stoop to his level. As long as he begged, he would definitely not punish him for the sake of his reputation. When Second Master De thought of this, he did not hesitate at all. He rushed madly in front of Tang Zhen and the cultivators did not have the time to stop him. Without any hesitation, Second Master De knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Tang Zhen. He begged, "Sir Tang Zhen, I was blind. Please be magnanimous and let me go." At this point, Second Master De kowtowed like he was pounding garlic. He looked extremely pitiful. If one did not know better, they would not have guessed that he was a butcher whose hands were covered in blood. If he had known that this day would come, Why did he do that? Tang Zhen did not even look at Second Master De, who was kneeling on the ground. If he wanted to kill the other party, he would have already done so earlier. Why would he wait until now? It was like an elephant stomping an ant to death. Although it was easy, the scene always made people feel a little awkward. Especially when his identity was known, he couldn't act rashly to avoid losing his status. Since his identity was already known, he did not need to do anything. This Second Master De was destined to not live to see tomorrow. The Fire Owl's boss stood at the side and looked coldly at Second Master De, who was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Then, he turned to the boss of Blood Blade and said in a tone full of disgust and ridicule, "Hurry up and get rid of this disgraceful fellow. If you don't care, I'll do it for you." The boss of Bloody Blade was also furious, but he could not lose his temper at this time. Instead, he rushed over with a smile and pulled out his blade to kill Second Master De. Did I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You to kill him, Tang Zhen's voice rang out, causing the leader of the Bloodshed Blade to tremble slightly. He turned around with an unsightly expression, bowed to Tang Zhen, and asked, "Sir Tang Zhen, I'll listen to you as you decide how to deal with him." Tang Zhen shut his mouth and did not speak. It was as though he did not hear anything. The two-headed snake walked over and sneered at the leader of the Blades. "Your subordinate just said to pour the insect into Sir Tang Zhen's mouth and then pull it out from his skin one by one. I would like to see his methods. If you don't mind, why don't you ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." Second Master De to demonstrate to everyone how he does it. It had to be said that the two-headed snake knew how to seize the opportunity. It appeared at the right time and helped Tang Zhen say something that he couldn't. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Blood Blades did not hesitate at all. He waved his hand at the wild cultivators standing on his left and right and pressed down on Second Master De, who was kneeling on the ground and screaming like a pig being slaughtered. He reached out and fumbled around. Finally, he found a small can that looked like a porcelain bottle in his pocket. It was filled with wriggling powder. "Boss is using this thing. De usually uses it to deal with his enemies." The subordinate who was holding the small ceramic jar looked at it and said to the boss of Blood Edge. He looked at Second Master De with a complicated expression. This member of the Blood Blades knew that his boss had no choice but to do this. He also hated Second Master De to the core. If today's matter was not handled properly, it was estimated that Blood Blade and Blades would become history. Everyone would push a wall when it fell, and everyone would be buried with this bastard. "Feed him." The leader of the Bloodshed Blade Guild waved his hand and shouted through gritted teeth. "Boss, you can't do this. You know how loyal I am to the organization. All these years, we've been doing this." Second Master De was still trying to struggle. Who knew that the moment he mentioned the past, the cultivator controlling him became even angrier. He subconsciously increased his strength, causing Second Master De to wail in pain. The leader of the Blood Blade rushed forward and slapped Second Master De's face, stopping him from saying anything else. "You damn bastard, the thing I regret the most now is not killing you earlier." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The leader of the Bloodshed Blade grabbed the small porcelain jar, reached out to pinch Second Brother De's chin, and poured all the powder into his mouth as he continued to wail. As if this was not enough to vent his anger, he stuffed the ceramic jar into Second Master De's mouth and smashed it into pieces with a punch. Second Brother De spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes were deathly gray. He knew better than anyone else the power of the powder. Since he had already poured it into his mouth, there was no possibility of him being alive. At this moment, he was in complete despair. He was no longer wailing and begging for mercy, nor was he in the mood to curse. He just lay on the ground like mud, waiting for the last moment to arrive. In less than a minute, Second Brother De started to wail again. He rolled around on the ground and tore off his armor. At this moment, his body was covered with strange red bumps. There seemed to be something squirming inside, which made people's scalps go numb. Kill me, I beg you." De Lauer scratched his body in pain, tearing the red packets apart. Then, many worm-like worms poked their heads out, wriggling their bodies in the air. Second Brother De reached out his hand and pulled the bugs out of his body. He placed them on the ground and stomped on them. His face was filled with a crazy smile. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in blood. His appearance was terrifying and hideous. "Kill him, he's an eyesore." Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, the boss of the Bloody Blade Peak seemed to secretly heave a sigh of relief and gave a look to his subordinates. The subordinate nodded his head and pulled out a large axe that glowed with a cold light from his back. He approached Second Master De and swung the axe down viciously. The wild laughter stopped abruptly. Second Master De's head flew into the sky with a face full of fear and despair. The headless body did not bleed at all. It fell straight into the dust and twitched a few times before it stopped breathing. None of the onlookers felt sorry or cruel, because such scenes happened often in the cracked plains. Moreover, Second Master De deserved to die. 1613 Entering the plains 1. Second Master De, the culprit who had caused the trouble, was dead. Blood Blade had also promised to compensate. There was no need for Tang Zhen to stay any longer. Tang Zhen turned his head to look at the two-headed snake. He muttered to himself for a moment before counting, "I need some people. If you're willing, you can follow me for a while." The two-headed snake was overjoyed when it heard this, but it first looked at the fire owl boss, as if it was reluctant to part with him. However, after seeing the affirmation in the other party's eyes, the two-headed snake immediately walked in front of Tang Zhen and saluted him as a subordinate. The moment he stood up, he felt as if he had let out a breath of turbid air from his heart. It was as if the entire world had become more alive and wonderful. From today onwards, I, the two-headed snake, will walk on the path to the peak. The two-headed snake told itself in its heart. However, there was no joy or sorrow on its face as it carefully stood behind Tang Zhen. The double-headed snake would never be so pleased with himself. If he believed in his expression and lies, he might die a terrible death. Of course, the double-headed snake's treachery also depended on the target. At least, he could pat his chest and guarantee that he had never done anything against his will in the years he had followed Fire Owl Boss. Now that he was following Tang Zhen, he had to be even more careful and do his job well, as if he was walking on thin ice. One should not bully those in power, or they would be playing with their lives. After the two-headed snake was settled, Tang Zhen looked at the old man behind him. He met the other party's evasive eyes and said, "Since you know a lot about the scarred plain, I'll give you a chance. After a while, you will lead my men to mark every crack in the earth. If you do it well, I don't mind giving you a fortune." The white-haired old man's face was filled with shock. Then, he suddenly came back to his senses and knelt on the ground, kowtowing continuously. A legendary warzone had personally recruited him and even gave him a chance to stand out. If he couldn't grasp it, he might have lived his life in vain. "All right, I can't wait to see how wonderful this fief of mine is," Tang Zhen shouted. He turned his head to look at the surrounding wild cultivators and gently waved his hand. "Do you have the guts to come with me? I'd like to see how arrogant those foreign cultivators are." Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, those unaffiliated cultivators suddenly let out a deafening roar. They waved the swords in their hands and gathered behind him. This was the first time that such a high-spirited fighting spirit appeared in these wild cultivators, which was even better than the cultivators in Lu City. With Tang Zhen in the middle of the army, the wild cultivators felt that they had nothing to fear. When the border guard saw this, he sighed in his heart. From today on, his benefits would be greatly reduced. If it was someone else, the general at the border would definitely try to get rid of them to prevent them from affecting his plan to make a fortune. However, when the person who did this was Tang Zhen, he would not dare to be presumptuous. 2,000 to 3,000 people marched forward in a grandiose manner. They could be seen from a long distance away. As they got further and further away from the border, the surroundings began to become restless. The grass by the road was full of corpses, and broken clothes and armors were thrown everywhere, most of which were already rotten. From time to time, he could also see incomplete skeletons the size of houses, half covered by yellow soil and wild grass, and strange-looking animals. Although the energy of heaven and earth here was very dense, it was also very heterogeneous. Perhaps it was related to the cracks all over the place. When the other world plundered the energy of heaven and earth in the fifth battle area, they would also exchange the aura of their own world. It was like a pool of clear water. After receiving a lot of muddy water, it would become filthy one day. "Sir Tang Zhen, the first battlefield is just a little further ahead. The foreign cultivators are always there." The two-headed snake's voice was transmitted from the side. Tang Zhen did not understand the environment here. He naturally had to give a timely reminder. "There's a fixed battlefield. Then why didn't you take a detour? Why did you have to fight to the death in one place?" Tang Zhen was a little puzzled as he casually asked the two-headed snake. The two-headed snake immediately explained, "I'm afraid you don't know this. These foreign cultivators are famous for being difficult to deal with. They will keep an eye on the situation at the border at all times. They treat the wild cultivators as fat sheep. Even if the wild cultivators split up, they will split up and chase them. Wild cultivators are not as united as the otherworldly cultivators. If they were to split up, I reckon that not even a small fish would be left after the pursuit. However, if they are gathered together, the combat power of the wild cultivators will be multiplied. This way, even if there are losses, it will be within an acceptable range. As time passed, the wild cultivators made a habit of gathering together every time. After leaving the most dangerous section, they would then split up and act on their own. At this point, the two-headed snake sighed. The wild cultivators are so fierce because they are forced to do so. If they don't act ruthlessly, they probably won't be able to survive even a single adventure. Hearing the two-headed snake's sigh, the old man beside him added, in fact, the cultivators from the other world were forced to do so. Although there are a lot of resources in the cracked plains, they are slightly insufficient after the distribution. After all, this is just a plain, and there aren't many heavenly treasures here. Most of the time, we'll have to rely on the harvest during the tide season. However, the tide season only happened once a year. If the cultivators from the other world wanted cultivation resources during their dormancy, they could only search for them in the shattered space or from the wild cultivators. The two-headed snake snorted coldly and sneered at the old man. You old man, why are you speaking up for the foreign cultivator? Don't you know that His Excellency Tang Zhen is going to deal with them? The old man's face revealed a trace of fear. He turned his head and looked at Tang Zhen. After seeing that Tang Zhen was not angry, he softly explained, in fact, not all foreign cultivators are bad people. Some of them are easy to get along with, and they have never participated in any conflicts. If we were to clean them up as well, I'm afraid it would really cause chaos. The two-headed snake did not seem to have a good impression of the cultivators from the other world. It argued, so what if it's chaotic? They can still fight the cultivators of Lusheng. If we really want to clean them up, the cultivators of Lusheng at the border can kill them all. The old man wasn't afraid. He braced himself and argued, fighting and killing won't solve the problem at all. To maintain the stability of the cracked plains, we have to either completely seal all the cracks in the earth and cut off the way for the cultivators from the other world to come here, or live in peace with the cultivators from the other world and recruit them for our own use. The two of them continued to argue. Tang Zhen did not interrupt. He merely quietly looked ahead. At the end of the horizon, a group of sesame-sized figures were suspended in the air. They looked at the wild cultivators from a distance. Even though they were extremely far away, Tang Zhen was still able to sense the killing intent from the other party's eyes. 1614 New owner. New rules. The wild cultivators also noticed the figures of these foreign world cultivators. They drew their weapons silently and were ready to fight at any time. The movement speed of the camps was very fast, and it did not take long for the distance between the two sides to be less than a few miles. At such a distance, the cultivators could drive long-range weapons and kill the enemy. It was also at this moment that both sides launched an attack at the same time. The sky was filled with flying stones, javelins, and strange things. After flying in the air for a distance, they fell into their respective camps. A burst of chicken flying and dog jumping sounds came over. Some cultivators were unlucky and were directly injured by the enemy's attack, while some had their skin scraped, but they didn't care at all. Leaving behind the scattered corpses, the wild cultivators shouted and continued to move forward. The two groups of people were like rolling tides, and in an instant, they collided with each other. Boom! There seemed to be an explosion in the air, and even the earth trembled. Ear-piercing shouts soared into the sky. On the ground and in the air, there were figures fighting everywhere. Corpses kept falling from the sky, and then they were ruthlessly trampled into mud. Tang Zhen coldly looked at the foreign cultivators. He discovered that their equipment was not as good as the wild cultivators, but their ruthlessness was better. They were like a group of lone wolves in a desperate situation, never leaving a way out when facing an enemy, and would only come back after death. Such a fierce cultivator could be a sharp blade if used well, but if not used well, he would hurt himself instead. Perhaps it was because of Tang Zhen's existence, but these wild cultivators were unusually brave. They actually suppressed the cultivators from the other world and forced them to retreat. Many of the cultivators from the other world did not even have the time to retreat before they were swept by the surging stream of people. The situation is not right. Let's retreat temporarily. Among the cultivators from the other world, an old man riding a feathered snake and wearing a white bone crown on his head roared. He was the first to control the huge feathered snake to escape the battlefield. Earlier, he had been continuously observing. In the end, he locked onto the indifferent-looking Tang Zhen. By relying on the sharp perception that he had honed through many years of life and death, he immediately realized that Tang Zhen's identity was definitely not simple. The old man with the white bone crown didn't hesitate at all and immediately called out to the others, intending to retreat. Who knew that Tang Zhen had been staring at him since long ago? When he saw the other party turning around to escape, how could Tang Zhen allow him to succeed? All of you, kneel down. A furious roar was emitted from Tang Zhen's mouth as a translucent wave rippled through the heavens and earth, spreading in all directions. The foreign cultivators on the battlefield felt a shock in their minds, and then blood gushed out of their mouths. An indescribable pain came from their bones and spread to their limbs. His body was as soft as a pool of mud, and he couldn't lift a trace of strength at all. He could only watch sadly as the weapon in his hand fell to the ground, and then he knelt in front of his opponent. This sudden change also frightened the wild cultivators, but when they realized that those who fell were all enemies, and the angry shout just now was so familiar, they immediately understood the whole situation. It was likely that His Excellency Tang Zhen couldn't bear to see them suffer casualties, so he attacked in anger and knocked down all the cultivators from the other world with just a roar. As expected of a legendary master, his roar had such terrifying power. Long live His Excellency Tang Zhen! It was unknown which wild cultivator raised his arms and shouted, but this sentence was like throwing a match into an explosive barrel, immediately resonating with the other wild cultivators. They stepped on the foreign cultivators and shouted at the same time. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. This was the first time that the wild cultivators had defeated the foreign cultivators so thoroughly. He believed that after this battle, the foreign cultivators were bound to be a little weaker. Especially when the news that this land had an owner spread, the cultivators from the other world would be like ants on a hot pan, living in constant fear. When Lu Cheng's army arrived, they seemed to have no choice but to return to the other world to escape. Compared to the jubilant wild cultivators, the other world cultivators' faces were ashen. They were like fish on a chopping block. They had fallen into the hands of the enemy who had to fight to the death, and they no longer had any hope of living. If you want to kill me, then be quick. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. A cultivator from another world not far from Tang Zhen roared. His face was filled with unwillingness and anger as he looked at Tang Zhen with an unruly gaze. Even though Tang Zhen had single-handedly defeated all the other world cultivators, he was still unconvinced. This kind of reliance that far exceeded the cultivation level of the other world cultivators and a victory that was obtained by relying on brute force was not glorious in his opinion. The two-headed snake walked over, tilted its head, and sized up the cultivator. Then, it reached out its hand and started to slap his face. What? You're still not convinced? If you're not convinced that someone stronger than you defeated you, then why the hell did you kill a wild cultivator? Weaker than you? I've seen a lot of rotten people like you. If you want to die, don't drag others down with you. I'll give you a choice now. As long as you're willing to die, I'll let the others go. Do you want to do it? The foreign cultivator's mouth opened wide as he heard this. He didn't understand what the two-headed snake was trying to do. Just tell me, do you dare or not? The two-headed snake drew out a dagger from his boot and placed it on the alien cultivator's neck. He said in a ferocious tone, "Come on, as long as you blink your eyes, I will use this knife to cut off your neck." The foreign cultivator's breathing immediately quickened. His eyes were wide open, but he refused to blink. Bah, coward! The two-headed snake looked back at Tang Zhen and cut the foreign cultivator's throat with a knife. It then used the other party's clothes to clean the dagger. The two-headed snake stood up and looked around, then said loudly, "All of you bastards, listen up. Our Lord Tang Zhen is the new master of this scarred plain, a member of the 5th battle area, a legend of the battle area. Although you have committed many evil deeds in the past, our Lord does not want to kill as soon as he comes, so he has decided to give you a chance. From today on, all the cultivators from the other world must go to the nearest crack to register and obtain your identity certificate. With this certificate and following the rules of the new territory, you can continue to live here. As for the cultivators from the other world who don't have any proof of identity, unless you go back to your hometown, when the Lusheng army starts to clean up, you will be killed without mercy." After passing on Tang Zhen's order, the two-headed snake ignored the dumbfounded cultivators from the other world and roared at the surrounding wild cultivators, His Excellency Tang Zhen has ordered that we can't fight for nothing, so the spoils of war from these foreign world cultivators belong to you. You can decide how to distribute them. Next, His Excellency Tang Zhen will still need your help. If you are willing to follow, then quickly clean up the battlefield. If you are not willing to follow, then quickly take the spoils of war and scram as far away as you can. 1615 Arriving at the destination after hearing the two-headed snake's words, the wild cultivators were stunned for a moment before bursting out in earth-shaking cheers. Nothing could compare to the benefits of benefits. Even if following Tang Zhen in battle made the wild cultivators feel honored, it still couldn't compare to the attractive benefits of the spoils of war. They originally thought that Tang Zhen had dealt with these cultivators from the other world and the rest of the matter had nothing to do with them. Who would have thought that he didn't care about these spoils of war at all and gave them all to them with a wave of his hand? Such a generous lord immediately won the respect and gratitude of all the wild cultivators. They kicked over the foreign cultivators around them and began to search like bandits, putting all the valuable things into their pockets. Some wild cultivators were even more brutal. They even took off the clothes of the cultivators from the other world and wrapped them around themselves. They were so happy that they could only see their teeth but not their eyes. The fastest way to get rich was to rob cultivators. He would strip them from the inside out and not let anything go. As long as he met 2 fat sheep, he would be able to change his gun in the blink of an eye. After a round of hard work, the ground was covered with naked cultivators from the other world. At first glance, it was a sea of white, simply unsightly. After seeing this scene, the wild cultivators couldn't help but laugh, while the foreign world cultivators were so ashamed that they wanted to dig a hole and bury themselves. It was a pity that they still didn't have a trace of strength at this time. Wanting to dig a hole to bury themselves was undoubtedly wishful thinking. Alright, let's move on. I can't wait to fight. The two-headed snake waved its hand forward, causing another round of cheers. At the same time, none of the wild cultivators who had reaped a bountiful harvest left. After they experienced a harvest, all of them firmly believed that there would be meat to eat if they followed Tang Zhen. They would definitely not waste such a good opportunity that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. Compared to when they had just come out of seclusion, the wild cultivators who had already changed their weapons were all fighting bravely, afraid that they would not be able to grab the benefits because they were behind. He rushed all the way to the second battle site with a murderous aura, but when he arrived, he found that the place had long been empty. However, from the traces left on the ground, it was clear that the cultivators from the other world had left not long ago. The distance between the two battlefields wasn't very far, and there were usually people keeping watch and keeping watch. It was obvious that the other party had told the cultivators from the other world what had just happened. Even if the cultivators from the other world were usually fierce and brutal, it would be a lie if they said that they were not afraid when facing Tang Zhen, the new master of the cracked plains and a legend in the war zone. It would be foolish to hit a stone with an egg. The cultivators from the other world were not fools. Why would they stay here and wait for death? As soon as they received the news, they fled in all directions without hesitation. The wild cultivators who didn't encounter the enemy were so angry that they stomped their feet and cursed, and their obscenities emerged one after another, but they were helpless. In their opinion, there were no cultivators from the other world in the second battlefield, and they probably couldn't see a ghost in the third battlefield either. Their original dream of getting rich was probably going to be ruined. Just as the wild cultivators had expected, when they rushed to the third battlefield, they didn't even see a bird's feather. The high morale was slightly low. Seeing this, the two-headed snake stomped its feet and cursed, "All you good-for-nothings have done is to obtain fewer spoils of war. Will you have fewer opportunities to make a fortune by following His Excellency Tang Zhen? After a while, the Lusheng Kingdom army will clean up the whole scarred plain. By then, you can follow them and be rich even if you pick up garbage. You have no foresight. If you still put on that face, get lost immediately." Hearing the two-headed snake's roar, the wild cultivators who were still cursing in depression shrank their necks and quickly squeezed out a smile to make themselves look very happy. The two-headed snake passed through the crowd with a straight face. When it saw that someone was not laughing, it immediately slapped them. Those wild cultivators did not dare to resist. This scene caused Tang Zhen to laugh in his heart. This two-headed snake was very alert. At the same time, he was also particularly funny. Although he knew that more than half of it was for him to see, Tang Zhen did not care. This was also a way for the two-headed snake to express its loyalty. Moreover, He did not like to have a gloomy guy following him all the time, so it was better to be a little funny. After passing through the 3 battlefields, even if they officially entered the area of the scarred plain, the foreign cultivators would not continue to form teams to block the wild cultivators. Instead, they would split up and fight with each other. Less than 20 miles away from here, there was a crack in the ground, and beside it was a large market where wild cultivators and cultivators from other worlds mixed. This kind of market was a place where both parties stopped fighting. No one was allowed to fight here, or anyone could kill. In addition to the conventional rules, there were also powerful cultivators in control of this place. They were the real reason why the wild cultivators and foreign cultivators didn't dare to act presumptuously. Tang Zhen had chosen to stop there. When the group passed through the 3rd battlefield, the double-headed snake had already sent a messenger to report the news. Firstly, the owner of this market had some dealings with the 2-headed snake, and he did not want the other party to neglect his boss and get himself killed. Secondly, the double-headed snake was also telling those people that its identity was different from the past. Those who had grudges with it had better stay as far away as possible to avoid any embarrassment when they met. With the 2-headed snake's vengeful nature, if it saw its enemy after gaining power, it would definitely take revenge. However, it was inevitable that it would leave a bad impression in front of Tang Zhen in this way. Therefore, the 2-headed snake suppressed the vanity of returning home in glory and made his enemy get lost as soon as possible. Out of sight, out of mind. The group of people set off towards the market in a grandiose manner. Along the way, they had alarmed quite a number of cultivators. Perhaps the news of Tang Zhen's arrival had already spread rapidly, so it had attracted countless probing and scrutinizing gazes. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the market. At the entrance of the market, there was the skull of a giant beast. Its mouth was wide open and its fangs were ferocious. Huge white bone armors were placed on the ground and became the barrier of the camp. A cultivator stood on top of each giant bone, holding a huge crossbow in their hands and looking around vigilantly. At the front of the camp stood a group of cultivators with serious expressions. When they saw the team in the distance, their bodies tensed up and their breathing became slightly rapid. The days of no one governing the cracked plains were gone. God knew what the nature of the new lord was like, and what should they do. Tang Zhen and the others had already arrived in front of the market while his thoughts were running wild. The 2-headed snake was the first to step forward. He feigned a dignified look as he swept his gaze over those cultivators before turning around to look at Tang Zhen's position. "Welcome, Sir Tang Zhen." Following the lead of the 2-headed snake, the cultivators in front of the market bowed in unison. No one dared to be perfunctory. If they dared to show disrespect to a legend in the war zone, they might as well just slit their own throats. That way, they would die a quick death. 1616 The twin-headed snake that can hold its head high. One lightly nodding his head, Tang Zhen could be considered to have accepted the welcome ceremony of these wild cultivators. He only needed to quietly play the role of a feudal lord, while maintaining a certain dignity to deter those who had ill intentions. He was only in charge of making decisions. As for the trivial matters, he would leave them to the 2-headed snake and other helpers to complete. If he had to do everything personally, not only would he be exhausted to death, but it would also damage the prestige of a lord. Tang Zhen was clear about this point. The 2-headed snake was also clear about this. Therefore, from the moment he joined Tang Zhen, he had been perfectly playing his role. "I've already told you what to do next. I'm sure you won't disappoint me." Tang Zhen gave an order to the 2-headed snake and walked into the inner part of the market while being welcomed by the crowd. He was led into a tall building made of stone. This was the only house in the entire market that could be considered acceptable. In the past, the owner of the market lived here. Now that Tang Zhen had arrived, it was only natural that he had to give it up for him to rest. After sending Tang Zhen into the room, the 2-headed snake turned around and gathered the few people in charge of the market. "Brother twin-headed snake, may I know why the Lord has come here?" A wild cultivator with messy yellow hair and a big bump on his head asked. He still looked nervous. He was afraid that Tang Zhen had come here to settle the score with them and would give them a set meal to exterminate their entire family. If there were really such signs, then they had to make early preparations and escape as far as they could. "Yes, younger brother twin-headed snake. As we've dealt with each other before, I think you should be clear about this elder brother's character. As long as you give me some advice, this elder brother will definitely not mistreat you." The other heavily armored cultivator chimed in, at the same time indicating that there would definitely be benefits from the two-headed snake. The other two controllers didn't say anything, but they also smiled obsequiously and anxiously waited for the two-headed snake's reply. The two-headed snake was secretly pleased. If it was in the past, the people in charge of these markets would not even bother to pay attention to it. Every time he wanted to see them, they would use all kinds of reasons to avoid him, let alone now, when they surrounded him and tried to please him. This feeling made him feel a little smug, but he quickly woke up with a cold sweat on his forehead. Tang Zhen trusted him, which was why he had given him some miscellaneous matters to handle. If he were to get carried away and mess up the task that Tang Zhen had given him, he would definitely not have a good ending. If he wasted this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity, the two-headed snake would never forgive itself. Thinking of this, the two-headed snake cleared his throat and looked at the four market managers in front of him, saying, "Since Sir Tang Zhen has come to the fief, he naturally has to manage and build this place. This is an ironclad fact that will never change. The old and outdated conventions must be discarded and implemented according to the new rules. Anyone who dares to resist will be doomed to a bad end." Looking at the market's leader, who was deep in thought, the two-headed snake deliberately whispered, "Actually, you don't have to worry too much. His Excellency Tang Zhen is very tolerant of his own people. As long as you work for him diligently, I believe he won't make things difficult for you. I know that you are worried about your own businesses, but have you ever thought about what kind of person Lord Tang Zhen is? Why would he care about your small profits? He only wants your attitude. If you cooperate with his lordship, there will be a lot of benefits. Do you all understand?" The two-headed snake stopped talking. It sized up the four leaders of the market, trying to see their attitudes. "Brother twin-headed snake, don't worry. As long as his lordship gives the word, even if it's a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, I'll still dare to charge in." As one of the leaders of the market patted his chest and expressed his stance, the other three leaders agreed one after another, their expressions and tone all very firm. What they were worried about earlier was nothing more than Tang Zhen's purge. Who could guarantee that they would be able to retreat in one piece when faced with the terrifying army of cultivators in Lu City? Although he had to be ordered around by the other party, at the very least, he could save his life. This was better than anything else. Since the four of you have such determination, I'll congratulate you first. Perhaps it won't be long before we work together. The two-headed snake was overjoyed when it saw that the four leaders of the market had made their stance clear. Previously, he was really afraid that these four fellows would be stubborn and would dare to oppose him or act obediently in front of him. Even if he could ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen to send people to clear them up, it would definitely be a waste of time. At the same time, it would also lower Tang Zhen's impression of him. Now that the other party was willing to cooperate, the next thing would be easy. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two-headed snake said, "Since we're all working for his lordship, you must clean up this place in the following time. Who knows, his lordship might build a teleportation array here." Hearing the words, teleportation formation, the market managers all held their breaths. They asked with a hint of excitement, "Brother twin-headed snake, is what you said true?" It was no wonder that the market masters were so excited. In the fifth battle area, the area near every teleportation formation was definitely a developed place, and the profits were much more than other places. If the first teleportation formation of the cracked plains was built here, they could continue to hold their original positions, and they were destined to be rich. Even if the overlord was not allowed to embezzle money, as long as one held a certain position here, their status would be greatly improved. It was not something that the owner of a small market could compare with. I can't guarantee anything either. In fact, how his lordship will decide will depend on your performance. Do you understand? The two-headed snake didn't give a definite answer, so there was still room for negotiation. At the same time, he also wanted to see the performance of the market leaders before deciding whether to give them new missions. On this point, Tang Zhen had given him a lot of authority. He didn't need to know how the two-headed snake would do it. He only needed to see the results. Just as the two-headed snake and a few of the market masters were talking to each other, Tang Zhen also began to communicate with the cornerstone platform of the fifth battle area. If he wanted to establish a link with the Sacred Dragon Warzone, a long-distance teleportation formation was essential. It was the first step of construction, so he had to set it up as soon as possible. Although the method of opening a plane channel was more direct, opening a plane channel to the inner region was a very serious matter for any battle zone, especially between other battle zones. The last time Tang Zhen asked the cornerstone platform of the 5th battle area to open the plane channel, it was because the world where the giant worm's corpse was located did not belong to the 5th battle area. It was only one of the planes under its control. Otherwise, Tang Zhen could forget about getting the giant worm's corpse back. This time, it was impossible to open a plane channel in the 5th battle area, so his only choice was to build a transmission array. 1617 The choice of the teleportation array and the honing of the cornerstone. After communicating with the cornerstone platform, Tang Zhen logged in and quickly found the option to build a teleportation array. This kind of teleportation array wasn't built with the help of the cornerstone platform. Instead, it was built by some members of the war zone. What Tang Zhen had to do was to provide the materials and pay the corresponding labor fees. If you don't have the materials, you can pay in full, and the contractor responsible for building the teleportation array will bring the materials. Looking at the price of the labor and materials, Tang Zhen felt that he was a poor man. The lowest level teleportation formation for a single person could teleport the entire Lusheng world, and it cost 10 destiny gold coins to build. To use this kind of teleportation array, one needed the permission of the cornerstone platform of the teleportation zone. Otherwise, even if it had the function of teleporting the entire tower world, it would only be used as a decoration. If Tang Zhen were to build it, he naturally did not need to worry about the permit to use the 5th battle area. Moreover, the Sacred Dragon battle area was his own territory, so it was not a problem. However, it could only teleport one person at a time. This number was really unacceptable to Tang Zhen. If he relied on such a teleportation array, God knows how much time it would take to mobilize the residents of his tower city. The 2nd grade teleportation channel could teleport 5 people at a time, and it cost 30 destiny gold coins to construct. It was 20 destiny gold coins more expensive than the lowest grade teleportation channel. A teleportation circle for 10 people would cost 70 destiny gold coins, while a teleportation circle for 20 people would cost 100 destiny gold coins. Tang Zhen did some calculations. With his current financial resources, it would be most cost-effective to build a 20-person teleportation array. It was basically enough. As for the 100-man and 1,000-man teleportation arrays, the cost was simply too high. He simply couldn't afford it. He currently had more than 60 coins of destiny on hand. He was still quite far from the price of 100 coins. However, as long as he thought of a way, this gap could be solved. If it really didn't work, he could use the origin of the world to make up for it. Compared to the coin of destiny, the origin of the world was the real strong currency in the world of Lusheng. Now, the Myriad World Mall had begun to make a profit. Although most of the profits had to be used for the construction of the mall, there was still a surplus. It would be a considerable amount of wealth in the long run. The towers in the Sacred Dragon Warzone had also allowed the cornerstone platform to have a lot of origin energy reserves through the war. As the Lord of the Warzone, it was not difficult for Tang Zhen to use some. The only thing that made Tang Zhen feel a little depressed was that once these gold coins of destiny were used up, he didn't know if he would be able to gather 100 gold coins to unseal the phone. Fortunately, this phone had always been with him and had accompanied him for so many years, so Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to solve its secret. It was better to let nature take its course and wait for the right time to reveal the truth. Tang Zhen contacted the members who were building the teleportation array on the cornerstone platform. He told them his request and hoped that the other party would come and build it as soon as possible. The other party quickly gave Tang Zhen a reply. As long as both parties reached an agreement, his city's residents would immediately come over through the teleportation array and would arrive in half a day at most. The two of them discussed the specific details. Tang Zhen paid half of the cost and the other party also said that they would send people over soon. After exiting the cornerstone platform, Tang Zhen began to sort out his inventory. Ever since he had completed the task given to him by the fantasy world overlord and became a member of the 5th battle area, he had not had the time to collect his spoils of war. Now was the perfect time. Tang Zhen didn't care about the other things. He just collected them in passing. After returning to Holy Dragon City, he would also throw them into the warehouse to eat dust. Or he could throw it to the cornerstone platform and let it be placed in the trading list to be sold to Lu Chang. The only thing he was interested in was the foundation stone of the tower he had obtained in the desert ruins. He had a feeling that this thing was not simple. His original body had already refined the Holy Dragon City and would probably be able to advance to the Realm Lord in no time. This clone had also reached the peak of the Spirit Emperor realm and could choose any building or foundation stone to refine at any time. The benefit of refining Lusheng was that after refining it, one could use the strength of the cultivators in the city for the use of the Sector Lord. And the benefit of tempering the foundation stone was the advantage of the speed when advancing to the World Overlord realm. With Tang Zhen's current cultivation, he could complete the breakthrough in an extremely short time. However, there would be a very long cultivation period after that. The more resources were invested, the higher the quality of the buildings and residents in the future. It was different from tempering a real building. The buildings and residents obtained from tempering the foundation stone would always exist in the spiritual world of the Sector Lord. They were all energy bodies. Although their strength was lower at the beginning, they could be summoned at any time. And if the Sector Lord who was refining the city wanted to call for a cultivator avatar to fight, he would need the residents of the city to control the avatar, and the avatar would have to stay in the city at all times. Although it was also starting from scratch, those powerful cultivators could complete the enhancement of the avatar's strength in a very short time. Both had their advantages and disadvantages. However, most Sector Lords in the 5th battle area would choose to temper their foundation as it was more suitable for cross-realm battles and could avoid a lot of trouble. Tang Zhen's main body had chosen to temper the Holy Dragon City, and his clone had become a member of the 5th battle area. Tempering the foundation stone had also become the best choice. Tang Zhen took out a metal box from his storage space. With a wave of his hand, the metal box was opened, revealing a foundation stone with a unique shape. Compared to the other foundation stones of the tower, this one had a few rune halos on its surface, which were slowly rotating around it. Even with Tang Zhen's knowledge, he was unable to determine the specific attributes of this foundation stone. He still needed to refine it before he could know what abilities it possessed. Holding the foundation stone in his palm, Tang Zhen held his breath and concentrated. His entire body instantly turned transparent. This was his true form. Just as his body turned into an energy state, the tower's foundation stone also began to flash with light and began to establish a connection with Tang Zhen. After about 5 minutes, the tower foundation stone slowly floated up and flew toward Tang Zhen's head. When it approached the area between his eyebrows, the cornerstone of the tower drilled into his body and finally stopped at the location of his pineal gland. When this step was completed, the energy circuit in his brain began to connect with the foundation stone of the tower, and strange scenes kept appearing in front of his eyes. Looking at the scene that appeared in front of him, Tang Zhen finally figured out the true origin of this cornerstone. It turned out to be a special summoning altar that could search for heroic spirits from various planes and record their soul information. Then, they could be reborn or possessed on the altar for a short period of time to help the summoner fight. Before it was destroyed, it belonged to an extremely powerful plane. It was the weapon of a powerful country in that plane. However, no matter how strong a country was, it could not withstand the erosion of time. The altar that had existed for thousands of years was eventually destroyed because of war. The world of buildings captured its remaining information and guided it into the world of buildings, eventually turning it into a wild building. The building that was buried in the desert of the other world had accidentally discovered its existence. After a series of battles, it had finally obtained the cornerstone of the building. The city lord of that tower city had regarded it as a treasure and had been keeping it properly. Who would have thought that it would eventually become Tang Zhen's spoils of war? 1618 Becoming a sector lord and setting up the transfer array. 1 Tang Zhen's suspended heart relaxed after knowing the specific attribute of the tower's cornerstone. Although the tempered foundation stone could be replaced if he wasn't satisfied, Tang Zhen didn't have many top-quality foundation stones. If this foundation stone couldn't satisfy him, then he would have to search for a suitable foundation stone, which would greatly delay his advancement to the World Overlord realm. However, he only had a year to recuperate, and then he would have to accept the mission of the 5th battle area. If there was a delay because of the foundation stone, it would definitely not be worth it. The official missions of the 5th battle area were not as simple as trial missions. They had invaded high-resource planes, which were definitely dangerous. If he didn't have the cultivation of a sector lord or above, Tang Zhen would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage in battle. Fortunately, the attributes of this cornerstone were still acceptable. As long as he was willing to invest resources in nurturing it, he would definitely be able to successfully summon an elite army when needed. Since there was no problem with the foundation stone, then forming it would mean that he had completely refined it, allowing himself to become a sector lord. After completely sealing the surrounding space, Tang Zhen began to immerse himself in cultivation. Once his cultivation was over, he would officially become a sector lord. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. 5 cultivators from Lusheng City walked out of the teleportation array at the Hessian border. The 5 cultivators of Lusheng were not tall, at most 1.5 meters. They were round and strong, wearing armor full of gears and runes, which looked very unusual. Although their appearances were unremarkable, their strength could not be underestimated. They were all cultivators of laws. When the cultivators at the side saw the 5 of them, they were stunned for a moment before they bowed respectfully. The 5 cultivators of the building were not arrogant. Whenever someone saluted them, they would return the salute without any perfunctory intention. Welcome to the Hessian territory. Are the 5 of you cultivators who have come to the mysterious iron territory? The cultivators near the teleportation array stepped forward and saluted. Then, they asked in a warm tone and appeared very polite. The recondite steel territory was very famous in the 5th battle area. The cultivators there were good at forging mechanisms and building all kinds of special facilities. Their combat power was very strong, and the territory was extremely prosperous. Moreover, the 5 of them were all law cultivators. In the 5th battle area, they were considered mid-level combat power and could not be neglected. In the 5th battle area, many lords of territories had a good relationship with the mysterious iron territory. First, they needed the mysterious iron territory to repair and build the teleportation formation. Second, the mysterious iron territory produced many divine weapons. When ordering special weapons, they needed a lot of favors. Befriending the cultivators of the dark iron territory might come in handy at some point. We are indeed from the mysterious iron territory. We are preparing to head to the cracked plains to build the teleportation formation for Lord Tang Zhen. The leader of the cultivators from the mysterious iron territory explained and asked for the way. Then, the 5 of them soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace. The difference between them and the cultivators of other buildings was that they relied on the driving force generated by the armor to move forward, so they seemed to be faster. After flying all the way to Hessian territory, the 5 cultivators of the mysterious iron territory crossed the border and went straight to Tang Zhen's location. Not long after, they saw the place where they had agreed to meet Tang Zhen. Just as they were about to descend from the sky, a shocking aura erupted from the bazaar. He's trying to advance to Sector Lord. The 5 cultivators of the Dark Iron territory immediately stopped flying and slowly landed on the ground. They stood together with the wild cultivators and looked at a building in the market. It should be that Mr. Tang Zhen. I heard that he just joined the 5th battle area. I didn't expect him to complete his Sector Lord promotion so quickly. You might not know this, but His Excellency Tang Zhen has broken the promotion record of the 5th battle area. He is also a newly established battle area lord. He's now being watched by many lords and can be considered a celebrity. Oh, since this person has an extraordinary background, does our lord have any indication? Don't worry, his lordship will not miss such an opportunity to make friends. He has already given us instructions before we came here. I will make the arrangements when the time comes. Just as the 5 cultivators of the mysterious iron territory were talking to each other, the terrifying Qi had disappeared as if it had never appeared. Sir Tang Zhen has already completed his promotion. Let's go over now. They waved to their companions and the 5 cultivators headed towards the market. However, they had only taken a few steps when they saw a young man walking out of the market with a group of wild cultivators behind him. Around his body, there were faint energy phantoms. It seemed that he was still not familiar with the control of his own cultivation. Are you the cultivators of the mysterious iron territory who are responsible for building the teleportation formation? I'm Tang Zhen, the new owner of the cracked plains. Knowing that the young man in front of them was Tang Zhen, the 5 cultivators of the mysterious iron territory didn't dare to neglect him. They quickly reported their identities and saluted Tang Zhen at the same time. Although they weren't in a superior-subordinate relationship, it was a rule that every cultivator of the 5th battle area had to respect the members of the battle zone. Even if Tang Zhen was just a new lord, he couldn't afford to be negligent. After exchanging a few more words, Tang Zhen invited the 5 of them to head to the location where the teleportation array was being built. Just like what the 2-headed snake had said, Tang Zhen had indeed planned to build the teleportation array here. Then, He would use this place as the starting point and gradually advance toward the inner part of the cracked plains. When he had enough money in the future, Tang Zhen would build a new teleportation formation to connect the entire territory. This was a huge project that required a lot of manpower and resources, but Tang Zhen was not in a hurry. Looking at the history of the Fifth Battle Area, any large-scale fief had a history of construction that started from 100 years. It was absolutely delusional to want to complete the construction overnight. The leaders of the markets were all excited. Now that the construction of the teleportation formation was set in stone, it wouldn't be long before this place became prosperous. They had lived on the land under their feet for most of their lives, and they felt proud to see it become prosperous and rich. After choosing the location, Tang Zhen didn't need to worry about the rest of the things. The 5 cultivators of the mysterious iron territory could handle it. They spread out and took out all kinds of items from their storage equipment. In addition to a large number of construction materials, the most eye-catching things were the construction robots. These construction robots were sealed in metal balls, and after landing, they quickly bounced and expanded. They had all kinds of strange shapes and functions. Then, under the control of the 5 cultivators of the mysterious iron territory, these construction robots immediately got busy. They leveled the ground, laid the special foundation stone ground, cut the lines of the runic magic circle on the ground, and embedded various energy guiding materials. During the whole process, the cultivator of the black iron territory did not even extend his hand. It was completely automatic. After the construction of the ground, which covered an area of more than 1,000 square meters, was completed, the cultivators of the mysterious iron territory began to control the construction robots to build the official framework of the teleportation formation. This process was a little slow, and the cultivators of the black iron territory were also fully focused, afraid of making any mistakes. After half a day of hard work, the teleportation formation's frame, which was dozens of meters high, was completed. Then, 5 cultivators of the mysterious iron territory personally went into the field and started to set up the core device of the teleportation formation. This process had to be kept a secret. While they were working, a water curtain-like barrier appeared, completely blocking their figures, making it impossible for people to see what they were doing. Only the ding ding dang dang sounds could be heard from time to time, making one's imagination run wild. This process lasted for almost a day. When the water curtain barrier was removed, the 5 cultivators of the mysterious iron territory walked out with tired faces. Behind them, the teleportation array was already flashing with light. It had been activated. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Fortunately, I did not fail my mission. This teleportation array can teleport 50 people at a time. It can be used officially now. Sir Tang Zhen, please inspect and accept it. Hearing the words of the cultivator from the mysterious iron territory, Tang Zhen was slightly stunned and seemed somewhat inexplicable. 1619 Favor and selection. If I didn't remember wrongly, the teleportation array that I ordered earlier was for 20 people and not 50 people. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, the cultivator in the lead explained, you've indeed ordered a teleportation portal. For 20 people, but after thinking about it, our feudal lord felt that your fief had just been built, and you would definitely need to mobilize a large number of people from the war zone, so he decided to help you build a teleportation portal for 50 people. As for the construction cost, you only need to pay according to the order of 20 people. Tang Zhen came to a sudden realization. He nodded his head and thanked the 5 cultivators. He really didn't expect to receive such a surprise. The truth was, as the cultivator of the mysterious iron territory had said, the teleportation formation for 20 people didn't look bad, but it was a bit difficult to use in reality, especially when the fief was first built. However, Tang Zhen was short of money. Although he wanted to build a higher-grade teleportation array, he was seriously lacking in funds. He had no choice but to settle for second best. Now that the Lord of the Mysterious Iron Territory had offered him help in the nick of time, it was absolutely impossible for Tang Zhen to not be grateful. This favor was not small. Tang Zhen had saved at least 100 gold coins of destiny and had also greatly accelerated the teleportation efficiency of the city's residents. This was of great importance to the construction of the entire fief. If there was a chance, Tang Zhen would naturally repay this favor. Please pass this message to your lord. Tell him that I, Tang Zhen, will remember this favor. If there is a chance, this Tang will definitely thank him in person. This was exactly what the mysterious Iron Territory's cultivators were waiting for. One must know that 100 gold coins of destiny was not a small amount. For the Lord to use it to befriend Tang Zhen, it was obvious that he attached great importance to him. Sir, Tang Zhen is too polite. I will definitely pass on your words. Tang Zhen nodded, turned around and ordered the two-headed snake. Then, he looked at the 5 cultivators of the mysterious Iron Territory and said, if the 5 of you aren't in a hurry to leave, I have some good wine and dishes from other planes. I hope you'll do me the honor of attending the banquet. When they heard that Tang Zhen had brought good wine from another plane, the 5 cultivators of the mysterious Iron Territory looked at each other and quickly agreed with a smile. The cultivators of the Black Iron Territory loved wine the most. This was something that the entire 5th battle area knew. If they had enough good wine, they could even put everything aside and just want to get drunk. There's no rush to drink. Sir, Tang Zhen should first test this transportation array. The leader of the cultivators from the Dark Iron Territory knew his limits. He once again asked Tang Zhen to check and inspect the teleportation formation. After confirming that everything was correct, they could drink with peace of mind. I'll do as you say. This Tang will try it out. Tang Zhen slowly walked to the teleportation circle and connected to the cornerstone platform of the 5th battle area. After obtaining the permission to teleport, he connected to the platform of the Holy Dragon battle area through the platform of the 5th battle area. The transmission channel between the 2 battle zones was completed. Tang Zhen's avatar's consciousness connected to his main body and sent the information that he had become a member of the 5th battle zone and had arrived at his fief over. In a secret cultivation room in Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen's main body slowly opened his eyes as a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. My clone has already reached the Sector Lord level, my main body can't fall behind too much. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous sound rang out in the void. Then, the entire Holy Dragon City flickered slightly, followed by a burst of light. The residents of the building were all shocked by this sudden abnormality. However, they soon discovered that there was an energy body beside them, and it looked exactly like them. At the same time, an indescribably huge shadow appeared in the sky. It had an incomparably majestic aura. From its appearance, it was Tang Zhen himself. Just as everyone was in shock, they suddenly saw a vortex-like thing slowly appear between the brows of the huge phantom. Then, a dazzling light flew out of Holy Dragon City and headed straight for the vortex. Some powerful cultivators had already recognized that the light was the Holy Dragon City's building foundation. Just as the foundation stone flew into the vortex, the energy bodies around the residents of the city also soared into the sky. The dense number almost covered the entire sky, and they poured into the vortex in groups. The moment the energy body rushed into the vortex, many residents of the city suddenly realized that their consciousness seemed to have entered a special space. The scenery was wonderful and mysterious. The energy of heaven and earth in this world was extremely dense. Familiar residents of the city were everywhere, sitting cross-legged on the ground and cultivating. A hint of understanding welled up in their hearts, and the Holy Dragon City's residents immediately realized what had happened. The city lord has become a sector lord. As the first cheer rang out, the entire Holy Dragon City was in an uproar. The sound soared into the sky and did not dissipate for a long time. Compared to the silent ascension of the clone, after the main body became a sector lord, the entire Holy Dragon City was jubilant, especially the Law Kings, whose eyes were shining. With the help of a realm lord like Tang Zhen, they would become spiritual emperors in no time. After completing his promotion, Tang Zhen's main body, which had been in seclusion for a long time, finally appeared. He received the congratulations of the residents of the Tower City while arranging the candidates to go to the 5th battle area. According to his plan, the Holy Dragon City would send 200,000 cultivators to maintain the normal operation of the fief. Then, they would transfer 500,000 cultivators from other Lusheng to assist. With these 700,000 cultivators, the entire fief would have enough manpower for the time being. If it really didn't work out, they could recruit a group of wild cultivators to make up 1 million. Compared to the other fiefs, the cracked plains was undoubtedly much more chaotic, so the security forces had to be strengthened, and war was inevitable. Therefore, the Lusheng cultivators to be sent to the 5th battle area must be the elite troops who could handle any cruel situation. The Holy Dragon City did not lack such cultivators. As long as Tang Zhen gave the order, the conscription could be completed at any time. The only thing they needed to consider was the other buildings in the war zone. Most of these towers had just been built, and the strength of the cultivators in these towers was not very high. If they were to transfer a group of elites directly, it would be a serious matter for them. However, everything had its advantages and disadvantages. It was a great thing for cultivators to go to the fifth battle area in itself. In an environment with rich world energy, it was estimated that in less than a year or so, their cultivation would improve at a rapid pace. Once the cultivators knew that there would be such a good thing, they would definitely try their best to sign up for it. At that time, a competition would be inevitable. However, it was hard on those city lords. Even a fool knew that once these cultivators entered the fifth battle area, they would be meat buns used to beat dogs, and would definitely not come back. With a paradise, who would return to a remote village? However, in the face of Tang Zhen's orders, even if they were 100 times unwilling, they could only obediently listen to the orders. 1620 Congratulations from all sides. After Tang Zhen's order was given, the entire Holy Dragon battle zone immediately boiled over. In the entire Holy Dragon war zone, only the Holy Dragon city's tower was of the highest level. This was a well-known fact. As the level of the building was the highest, the Holy Dragon city contained the densest heaven and earth energy. In such an environment, perhaps a young boy who was still in primary school would have the strength of a cultivator in a level 3 or 4 building. This was the advantage of an advanced tower. The stronger the player, the more powerful they would be. As long as they focused on upgrading the tower, they would definitely get a generous return. To the cultivators in the war zone, becoming a Holy Dragon city resident was undoubtedly something to be envied. Many cultivators also regarded it as a goal to strive for. Due to some special reasons, the Holy Dragon city often selected elite cultivators from various buildings. Some of them were lucky enough to obtain the qualifications to live in the Holy Dragon city's buildings. Just as the outsiders had expected, after these cultivators joined the Holy Dragon city, their cultivation improved at a frightening speed. However, the Holy Dragon city had a limited number of resident slots, and it was impossible to take care of everyone. If the cultivators in the other towers wanted a better cultivation environment, they could only slowly wait for opportunities. However, after Tang Zhen became a member of the fifth battle area and obtained a large piece of land, the original restrictions immediately disappeared. Not many cultivators knew where the fifth battle zone was, and not many people knew its ranking in the 3000 battle zones. It was not until they heard the explanation of those who knew the inside story that the cultivators of the Holy Dragon battle zone realized that the fifth battle zone was not as simple as they thought. It was ranked in the top 10 of the entire war zone and had a long history. It was not easy to become a member, and now, their warzone lord had become one of them. Tang Zhen was the lord of a warzone, yet he was willing to join the warzone. This point alone was enough to explain the problem. While they were shocked and impressed, they were also pleasantly surprised by the news that the heaven and earth energy density in the fifth battle area was not any lower than that of the Holy Dragon city. It could be said that there were blessed lands everywhere. If he could also pass the selection and enter the fifth battle area through the cornerstone platform's transmission, wouldn't that be equivalent to winning the grand prize? Putting everything else aside, just the time saved during cultivation was enough for them to have the opportunity to fight for a higher realm. In an instant, the entire battle zone was in a state of chaos. All the cultivators who wanted to go to the fifth battle zone signed up on the cornerstone platform and then accepted the test of the virtual illusion realm. The so-called virtual illusionary realm was actually an environment similar to a trial arena. After Lu Cheng's cultivator was connected to it, he would undergo a test in a specific environment, and the cornerstone platform would finally determine his score. A cultivator's temperament and strength could be tested through the virtual world, and it was absolutely fair. As long as the cultivators of Lusheng passed the selection, they could teleport to the teleportation array in the cracked plane through the cornerstone platform of Lusheng at any time. It could be said that the cornerstone platform was a simplified version of the teleportation array, but its functions were not as complete as the real teleportation array, and there were many restrictions. Therefore, when the conditions allowed, Tang Zhen would definitely build a teleportation array in the Holy Dragon City to make it convenient for himself and the residents of the tower. Just as the selection in the other towers in the war zone was in full swing, the 4 full legions of cultivators in the Holy Dragon City were already ready. The cultivators in the towers lined up in front of the cornerstone platform and were teleported one after another. Once a team of cultivators finished teleporting, the other team would immediately follow. The rhythm was very appropriate, and they didn't want to waste a second. But even so, according to the cornerstone platform's slow transmission speed, it would still take a long time to complete all the transmission work. The teleportation circle at the Hessian border had suddenly become unusually lively today. The cultivators in charge of guarding the teleportation array suddenly realized that there were a lot of cultivators in Lusheng who had arrived today. Moreover, each of them had an amazing aura, making people not dare to look at them directly. When these cultivators arrived at Hessern, they all asked the same question: how to get to the cracked plains. After getting the answer, the cultivators of Lusheng City rushed to the sky and went straight to the exit. "Buddy, how many waves has this been?" one of the cultivators from Lucheng asked in a puzzled tone as he looked at the cultivator from Lucheng. "This is the 25th wave, and they are all heading to the cracked plain." Hearing his companion's answer, the Lucheng cultivator clicked his tongue in wonder and muttered, "It's strange. Usually, only wild cultivators go to the cracked plain. What happened today? Why are so many masters there?" His companion glanced at him and pouted. "You really don't pay attention to the outside world when you're cultivating. You don't even know about such a big thing. What exactly happened? Tell me." The scarred plain is now owned by a member of the battle zone named Tang Zhen. It is said that he has just completed his promotion and has broken some record of the 5th battle zone. The Lucheng cultivator suddenly realized and said, "No wonder." So, the cultivators who left just now were going to the cracked plains to give gifts and congratulate. His companion nodded. That was indeed the case. Just as the two of them were conversing, the teleportation array flashed again and another group of cultivators walked out. They sized up the surrounding environment and then looked at the two guards beside them. "May I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." "Yingluo, you're going to the cracked plain, right? Just go in that direction and continue after you've come out of your seclusion." The teleportation formation guard didn't wait for the other party to finish his question and directly replied. The cultivator who asked the question nodded and looked at his companion. He then asked the guard, "Then may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." Again, "How many people went before us? Including you guys, there are a total of 26 waves. I guess there's still Ching behind." Just as he said that, the teleportation array flashed again and a group of cultivators from Lusheng City with fierce auras walked out. "Look, there's another group. This is the 27th wave." After hearing the words of the teleportation array guards, the cultivators who had just arrived looked over and walked over, saluting each other. "Are you all cultivators from the Silver Spirit territory?" "That's right." "Are you all friends of the Iron Bone territory?" "That's right, nice to meet you." Both of them exchanged pleasantries for a while. After knowing that they had the same goal, they left together and went straight to the cracked plains. In the following period of time, more cultivators from Lusheng City were teleported over. Their destination was also the cracked plains, and they congratulated Tang Zhen on behalf of their lord. The guards of the teleportation array who witnessed this scene sighed repeatedly. If they could obtain such an honor one day, they would have no regrets in their lives. 1621 Lefay's request. 1 Under the command of the two-headed snake, the entire market had changed greatly in a short time. The originally dirty and messy environment had long become a thing of the past. The hard ground that had been modified by holy masters was clean and wide, and the roadside was decorated with a soft green lawn that was like a carpet. From time to time, exquisite flower beds and sculptures came into view. Hundreds of towering trees were dug out by the wild cultivators and transplanted around the market, making the scenery even more beautiful, like a paradise. The dilapidated buildings were also beautifully renovated. After being decorated by skilled craftsmen, they were all full of exotic styles, making the market look like a fairy tale town. The wild cultivators who hadn't been here for a few days thought that they had come to the wrong place. It wasn't until they asked that they realized that a big shot was living here. The current market was no longer suitable for trading, so the two-headed snake chose another location and instructed the holy masters to transform the terrain, solidifying the soil and building a new trading square. As for the cultivators who had arrived at the Holy Dragon Warzone through the teleportation portal, after a brief rest, they were slowly advancing toward the depths of the cracked plains under the guidance of the guide. Their main task was to clean up the monsters, figure out the specific location and situation of the cracks in the ground, and control them. The other task was to count the number of cultivators in the other world and force them to register their identity. If the cultivators from the other world followed the rules set by the territory and registered their identity, the cultivators in Lusheng would be lenient and let them continue to live here. If the foreign world cultivators dared to resist or escape, the tiger and wolf cultivators in the sacred dragon battle zone would not be polite. What awaited them was only a raised butcher's knife. In order to completely control the cracked plains, Tang Zhen was already prepared to wash the entire plains with blood. At this moment, the lords who had heard that Tang Zhen had arrived in their fief sent their men to congratulate him. Many of them were war zone lords who had never come into contact with him before. At most, they had only met him once at the promotion ceremony. The purpose of most lords was to let Tang Zhen have an impression of them. When they had the opportunity to meet and cooperate in the future, their relationship would be closer. Although Tang Zhen was only a newly promoted member of the war zone, his potential could not be ignored. Since they wanted to be on good terms with him, they naturally had to take advantage of the fact that he had yet to rise up. Tang Zhen didn't expect that he would attract the attention of so many overlords. From the first gift he received from recondite steel overlord to the endless stream of cultivators that came to visit, Tang Zhen had been busy welcoming and sending people. The cultivators who came to congratulate him did not waste Tang Zhen's time. After delivering the gifts and the good intentions of their lord, they hurriedly returned to their respective territories. There were a lot of things to do in the cracked plains. Even if they wanted to stay, they had to have a place to stop. The wild cultivators nearby had an eye-opening experience. From time to time, they could see cultivators with powerful auras rushing over to chat with the Lord for a while before leaving again. Cultivators came and went in an endless stream, and the wild cultivators were already numb to it. After sending off a wave of visiting cultivators, Tang Zhen moved his numb face and took a cup of tea from the table under the shade of the tree. However, just as he put the teacup to his mouth, the two-headed snake ran in, sweating profusely. He didn't need to guess to know that someone must have come to congratulate him. Seeing this, Tang Zhen could only put down his teacup and stand up from his chair. Just as he was about to open his mouth and ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Which territory the cultivator was from, a beautiful figure had already arrived. Grand Lord Tang is so carefree. He even has time to drink tea. Tang Zhen bitterly laughed when he heard this. He shook his head and sighed, I also didn't realize until today that welcoming and sending off people is so tiring. Luo Fei smiled when she heard this. She walked in front of Tang Zhen and said with a smile, why do I feel like you're bragging? I guess the gifts you've received in the past 2 days have piled up into a mountain. Tang Zhen nodded. He now knew how rich these lords were. Before this, he was still worried about a few dozen gold coins of destiny. However, among the congratulatory gifts he had received, just the gold coins of destiny alone had exceeded 1,000. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Although he had to find an opportunity to return these congratulatory gifts, it had resolved Tang Zhen's urgent need at this moment. With these destiny's gold coins, the construction speed of Tang Zhen's territory could be accelerated a lot. At least, the framework could be laid out, and then the details could be slowly improved. When Luo Fei saw Tang Zhen nod, she also gave a gurgur smile. She appeared bright and beautiful, just like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. Only then did Tang Zhen realize that Luo Fei's battle armor was very special. It was somewhat similar to a white dress, but it perfectly combined with the battle armor, making the already beautiful Luo Fei even more outstanding. Luo Fei seemed to have noticed the change in Tang Zhen's eyes. She smiled gently and walked to the side of the table with light footsteps and sat down. Tang Zhen also sat back in his original seat. He looked at Luo Fei, who was using her fair fingers to hold up the teacup, and asked softly, I'm afraid that you've come this time to find me for something. Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from Sir Tang Zhen. This little girl has come this time to first congratulate you on your new territory, and second, there's a very important matter that I hope you can help me with. Tang Zhen revealed a puzzled expression and asked Luo Fei, if I remember correctly, your father's territory is filled with experts. What do you need help from a lord who doesn't even have a place to live? After Tang Zhen's inquiry, he already knew Luo Fei's identity. Just as he had expected, she was a cultivator of a territory called Shanling. At the same time, she was also the lord's daughter, the kind that was doted on. Normally, with her status, there was no need for her to risk her life to participate in the 5th Battle Area's trial. However, this young lady had a strong nature and outstanding aptitude. She wanted to become a lord with her own strength, so she participated in the trial without telling her family. When Tang Zhen heard this information back then, he only said in his heart, as expected. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, Luo Fei smiled and shook her head. Her pair of clear eyes looked at Tang Zhen as if she wanted to see through him. Just as Tang Zhen was frowning slightly, Luo Fei curled her mouth and muttered, "It seems like you're not much stronger than me. Why can you complete the trial so quickly while I have to continue to suffer?" After saying this, Lu Fei continued, "Tang Zhen, you don't need to be humble. I know your strength better than anyone else. Therefore, I really need your help in this matter." Tang Zhen nodded. Since Luo Fei had spoken, he had no reason to delay. After all, he still owed her a favor. "Tell me, what do you need my help with?" When Luo Fei saw that Tang Zhen had agreed, she slowly opened her mouth and said, "I have an elder brother who took part in the Destiny's Child's mission. Everything was going smoothly, but just as he was about to succeed, he was ambushed by his opponent. Because Destiny's Child needed to seal all his memories when he was carrying out a mission, my brother couldn't remember his identity at all. He was always muddled. His opponent was also very vicious and sealed off all the channels through which my brother received his fate. As a result, my brother was no different from an ordinary native, or even worse. Now, he has been drifting from place to place and has tasted all kinds of bitterness." When Tang Zhen heard this, he casually asked, "If that's the case, why don't you think of a way to help with the rescue?" Luo Fei laughed bitterly. Her eyes seemed to be a little red as she explained to Tang Zhen, "Once the Destiny's Child mission begins, you can't back out halfway. If you don't succeed in one life, you'll have to continue to reincarnate in the next. During the mission, anyone related to Destiny's Child who tried to help would be detected by the original will of the mission world, and they would be punished and rejected by the power of destiny at all times. We've tried more than a dozen times, but all of them ended in failure. Each time, we were crushed and expelled by the power of fate before we could find my brother. It wasn't until you appeared and gained some understanding of you that I saw hope." Luo Fei looked at Tang Zhen without blinking and said with a pleading tone, "You and my brother have no fate connected, and you're also a realm lord cultivator. I know you very well, and you definitely wouldn't forget your sense of justice and harm my brother. So, after thinking about it, only you are the most suitable. Please, Tang Zhen, you must help me." When Luo Fei said this, her eyes were already filled with tears, which made Tang Zhen feel a little embarrassed. 1622 The giant tower to the heavens. Tang Zhen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Luo Fei would ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him to do such a thing. In his impression, the fifth battle area was filled with outstanding people and had never lacked true experts. Even with his own strength, he still had to be careful. After all, above the sector lord level, there were even higher levels of existence. In particular, Luo Fei's mission was related to the Wheel of Destiny. Tang Zhen was even more confused. It was indeed a bit difficult for him to participate in a mission that he was completely unfamiliar with without even knowing the situation of the fifth battle area. However, since Luo Fei had spoken and her attitude was so sincere, it was unreasonable for Tang Zhen to refuse. The other party definitely did not find him without a reason. It was obvious that they had determined that he had such strength. After thinking for a while, Tang Zhen looked at Luo Fei and said in a careful tone, "You should know that the construction of my fief has just begun, and I will be carrying out the mission of the fifth battle area in a year. The timing may not be wrong at all." Luo Fei's eyes lit up when she heard this. She immediately explained to Tang Zhen, "If you agree to help, we can help you with the construction of your fief, whether it's money or manpower, as long as you ask. As for the war zone mission, we can help you with the operations and combine my work with the war zone mission. This way, it'll be the best of both worlds." After hearing Luo Fei's words, Tang Zhen really couldn't find a reason to refuse. "In that case, I'll agree to it. I just wonder if there's a time limit for this mission." Hearing Tang Zhen's agreement, Luo Fei's face was filled with gratitude. She quickly replied, "Don't worry. We still need to do some preparation work. It will take at least a month. A month's time. That's enough." In the following time, Luo Fei told the specific details of the mission to Tang Zhen. Then, she left in a hurry and prepared to arrange other things. With an executor of the mission, the following matters were much easier to handle. With the strength of the immortal spirit territory in the fifth battle area, it wasn't difficult to adjust the cornerstone platform's mission. These territories that had been operating in the fifth battle area for many years all had very high authority on the cornerstone platform. One member might not be able to influence the missions issued by the cornerstone platform, but if many members worked together, they would definitely be able to do this. Of course, the cornerstone platform would not be at the mercy of others. It would review the mission and ensure fairness as much as possible. Before she left, Luo Fei also told Tang Zhen that the cultivators from the Immortal Spirit War Zone would arrive at the Cracked Plains in 2 days. If Tang Zhen had any needs, he could ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The Cultivator Commander at any time. This was also an advance payment for the mission. Tang Zhen wanted to refuse, but Luo Fei's attitude was very firm. Tang Zhen could only agree. After Luo Fei left, Tang Zhen called the double-headed snake and asked how many cultivators from the other world had come to register. Not long after, the two-headed snake and a holy dragon city cultivator walked in. After the two of them saw Tang Zhen, they brought the news he wanted. Ever since Tang Zhen's order was issued, there were only slightly more than 300 cultivators from the other world who had come to the market to register their identity. Compared to the total number of cultivators from the other world in this area, it was probably not even a fraction. After hearing the results of the registration, Tang Zhen's brows slightly furrowed. Seeing Tang Zhen's expression, the two-headed snake hurriedly said, "These foreign world cultivators really don't know how to appreciate kindness. I think we should kill them all. Only by killing a group of them will they be obedient." A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the double-headed snake. Compared to Tang Zhen's identity registration order, the double-headed snake was more inclined to use blood and slaughter to intimidate his enemies. In his past life, this method had been tried and tested time and time again. Tang Zhen nodded his head. He originally didn't want to kill anyone, but these foreign race cultivators were courting death, so he couldn't be blamed. "Pass down my order. From now on, if the patrol team encounters any cultivators from the other world without any identification, kill them all without mercy. Twin-headed snake, order your men to go to Heis territory. At the same time, issue an order to the other markets. Any wild cultivators who hunt down cultivators from another world without identification can claim a reward with their heads. The reward will be honored on the spot." Hearing Tang Zhen's order, the two-headed snake hurriedly nodded and agreed. Then, it ran out to arrange this matter. After the two-headed snake left, Tang Zhen looked at the Holy Dragon City cultivator and asked with a smile, "How is it? Are you adapting to the environment here?" The cultivator nodded and replied, "The heaven and earth energy density here isn't much different from Holy Dragon City. It's just too desolate, not even 1/10,000th of Holy Dragon City." Tang Zhen nodded. "This can't be helped. After all, this place has just been taken over. It's a completely wild land. However, after construction, it will definitely not be much worse than Holy Dragon City." As Tang Zhen spoke up to this point, a trace of reminiscence appeared on his face. He then said to the Lu Cheng cultivator, "You haven't been in Holy Dragon City for a long time, so you haven't experienced the early days when the city was first built. Wasn't Holy Dragon City's environment like this when the city was first built? The only difference is that this place has never been lacking in world energy, while Holy Dragon City's birthplace has very little world energy, and has now become a completely wild land." The cultivator from Lu Cheng only nodded his head and did not say anything. Those who were not old residents of the Holy Dragon City had no idea what that period of history meant. It was precisely because they had experienced the suffering of being forced to leave their homes that the Holy Dragon City finally broke out of its cocoon and became a butterfly. After the gossip, Tang Zhen looked at Lu Cheng and asked, "How's the transportation of materials? Can they support the early stage of construction?" The teleportation of the cultivators in Lusheng is still ongoing. Of the materials they are carrying, half are weapons and supplies, while the rest are construction materials. At the same time, a construction team made up of holy masters will be teleported over soon. Tang Zhen muttered to himself for a moment before he turned to cultivator Lu Cheng and said, "You'll have to work with the two-headed snake to clean up the plains. The rewards must be supplied on time. There must be no mistakes." Cultivator Lu Cheng nodded and left. Tang Zhen sat quietly for a while before spreading out his spiritual force. After thinking for a while, he made a decision in his heart. Killing alone could not solve the problem. If he wanted to completely eliminate the hidden dangers of the cultivators from the other world, he might be able to find another way. Tang Zhen frowned and pondered for a while before he thought of a solution. Now that he had become a sector lord, his power had been greatly improved. Since there were no mountains in the scarred plain, he would build one so that everyone who entered the scarred plain could see it at a glance. Of course, this wasn't a pure mountain. It had other uses. After choosing a location, Tang Zhen activated the terrain transformation plugin. Soon after, he saw a circular stone pillar rising from the land near the market and extending into the sky. The ground was shaking, and the nearby wild cultivators looked in the direction of the sound in horror. At the same time, they also saw the huge stone pillar. It soared all the way to the sky without the slightest sign of stopping, as if it would only stop after breaking through the clouds. As the stone pillar rose higher and higher, the wild cultivators who were watching this scene suddenly realized that this was not a simple stone pillar, but more like a huge tower that reached the sky. There were also people who constantly estimated the height of the stone pillars, mumbling to themselves, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 5,000 meters, oh my god, it can't possibly rise to 10,000 meters, right? However, when it reached a height of 10,000 meters, the stone pillar continued to rise. It only stopped rising when it reached a height of more than 15,000 meters. Then, the surface of the stone pillar was shrouded in a hazy light. The rough stones became brighter and brighter, and some mysterious runes slowly appeared. After the light dissipated, this indescribable giant stone pillar had really become a giant tower that reached the sky, exuding a mysterious and majestic aura. A huge figure appeared at the edge of the giant tower, which was actually comparable to the giant tower. He glanced at the land around him and said slowly, "I'm the Lord of the Cracked Plains, Tang Zhen. From today on, anyone who enters the giant tower for the trial and obtains excellent results will be rewarded handsomely and have the opportunity to become a resident of the tower." The world was shocked. 1623 The reason why. Can't enter. When Tang Zhen's figure slowly disappeared, the wild cultivators finally regained their senses. However, at this time, their faces were filled with excitement and their minds were almost blank. The words that Tang Zhen had just said echoed in their minds. Those who are outstanding in the Sky Tower trial will receive generous rewards and have the chance to become a resident of the tower. Whether it was the reward of being a lord or the qualification to be a resident of the city, they were all things that the wild cultivators dreamed of. In the past, they had been begging for it, but there was no way. Unfortunately, the opportunity was in front of them now. If he could pass the trial, wouldn't he be able to become a resident of Lu City and get rid of his sorrowful and helpless identity as an unorganized cultivator? Even if they couldn't become a resident of the city, the rewards given by the Lord were bound to be extremely generous. The giant tower was indeed worthy of its name. It was the road to heaven for the wild cultivators. Let's go and challenge the heaven-reaching tower. With a loud roar, those wild cultivators who were trading in the market stood up and put down what they were doing. They formed groups and went straight to the giant tower. Other than the excited wild cultivators, the other world cultivators in the market were also excited. This was because Tang Zhen's words did not restrict the participation of other world cultivators. If they could also participate in the trial, would they also be able to receive rewards and even become cultivators that they admired and envied but could not reach? These cultivators from the other world came to the cracked plain for various reasons. In addition to being amazed by the dense heaven and earth energy here, they were also full of shock and yearning for the power of the cultivators in Lu City. Even though they were on the same land, no matter how hard the cultivators from the other world cultivated, they were still no match for the cultivators from Lu Cheng. Moreover, Lu Cheng's cultivators became stronger when they encountered stronger opponents. The image of their invincible strength had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the cultivators from the other world. The cultivators of the other world had also dreamed of becoming cultivators of Lusheng, but even the native wild cultivators rarely had the opportunity to become cultivators of Lusheng. How could the stowaways from the lower world like them get such a precious opportunity? However, with the appearance of the giant tower and Tang Zhen's order, the cultivators from the other world could no longer hold back their dreams. They were so excited that they even trembled. They had been fighting for survival in the cracked plains, and all they wanted was to be outstanding. Now that the opportunity was in front of them, they couldn't miss it. After exchanging glances, the otherworldly cultivators followed the crowd and rushed toward the indescribably huge tower. The moment the giant tower appeared, countless cultivators on the cracked plain had witnessed the scene. They were also rushing toward the giant tower from all directions. At this moment, even the enemies who were usually incompatible with each other stopped fighting at the same time. After all, there were more important things to do at present. They rushed all the way to the bottom of the giant tower and saw that the place was already surrounded by a dense crowd. There were more than 1,000 entrances around the giant tower, and wild cultivators kept pouring in. However, they only saw people enter, but no one came out. They were all in the trial. After watching for a while, the onlookers discovered that the giant tower had a floor display. Every time someone rushed up to a higher floor, the runes on the giant tower would extend up a section. At this moment, there were already people rushing up to the second layer, and the runes were still spreading upwards. It was estimated that it would not take long for them to reach the third layer. However, compared to the terrifying height of the giant tower, the result of reaching the third level didn't seem to be much, and there was still a distance from the reward. What's going on? Why can't I get in? A furious roar came from the distance. It was a cultivator from another world. His eyes were red and his face was full of grief and indignation. Why? We're clearly the same kind of people. Do we deserve to be discriminated just because we're from the lower realm? The otherworld cultivator roared in grief and indignation, which immediately attracted the support of the otherworld cultivators. Their eyes were full of sorrow, and they looked at the surrounding wild cultivators with hatred. Since this Tang Zhen has the strength to become a lord, he should have a broad mind. But now, he has done such a thing. It's really disappointing and disappointing. A white-haired old man sighed. He was one of the cultivators from the other world who had been stripped naked last time. More and more foreign cultivators gathered around. They had come with a glimmer of hope, but when they heard that the giant tower did not allow foreign cultivators to enter, they immediately looked desperate. Could it be that the heavens really did not give them a way out? Why were they so ill-treated to these poor people who had left their homes? Just as the wild cultivators were watching coldly and the foreign cultivators were feeling indignant, a young foreign cultivator couldn't hold back his curiosity and walked toward the entrance of the giant tower. The wild cultivators at the side sneered, and the otherworldly cultivators wanted to stop him, but they were too lazy to speak. Just now, thousands of cultivators from the other world had personally verified that the giant tower's rejection of cultivators from the other world was already set in stone, so why should he humiliate himself? Under everyone's gaze, the young cultivator walked to the door and then took another step forward. The dark entrance swallowed his figure, and the result was beyond everyone's expectations. This situation could only mean one thing: the cultivator from another world had successfully entered the giant tower. The cultivators from the other world were all stunned. They suspected that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Otherwise, how could a cultivator from another world enter the giant tower? Who can tell me what's going on? That doesn't make sense. Why can he enter but I can't? Is this kid pretending to be a cultivator from another world, but he's actually a rogue cultivator? Don't talk nonsense. That kid is my junior brother and came to the upper realm with me. How could he be a wild cultivator? Then tell me, why can he enter but I can't? The senior brother was stunned for a moment. After scratching his head, his eyes suddenly lit up and he took out a card from his pocket. That's right, that must be the reason. The senior brother shouted excitedly, turned around, and ran towards the entrance of the giant tower. As expected, he entered it easily. The cultivators from the other world were all dumbfounded. Who can tell me what's going on? Brother, why do you always say this? Can't you say something new? No problem. Then tell me what's going on. Hurry up. Don't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. I still want to know. Just as the foreign cultivators were scratching their heads in anxiety, a few more foreign cultivators rushed out of the crowd. They also held a similar small token and entered the giant tower smoothly. After seeing this detail, the foreign cultivators came to a realization. It was obvious that the small, unremarkable sign was the key. When they hurriedly asked around to find out what this token was, someone had already given them an answer. It was an identity card obtained by cultivators from the other world after registration. It was assumed that the giant tower would only allow them to pass after the registration. I see. I didn't expect the identity card to have such an effect. 99% of the surrounding cultivators didn't have an identity card. At the same time, they were extremely resistant to this kind of thing. But now, they were filled with regret. No, I want to register my identity. Don't stop me. PFF'd. Who's stopping you? I just want to register in front of you. Get lost. There was another wave of commotion. The cultivators from the other world were like flies that had smelled blood, and they swarmed toward the market like crazy. 1624 We're all here to register our marriage. In the square in front of the market, the two-headed snake was commanding a group of newly recruited wild cultivators, preparing to carry out a bloody cleanup operation in the vicinity. Although he only had less than 1,000 people at hand, each of them was an elite soldier. The Holy Dragon City cultivators would also quickly mobilize their manpower to assist him in the cleanup. At that time, with the help of the wild cultivators from Hessian's territory and the cooperation of other markets, he would see how arrogant the cultivators from the other world could be. The two-headed snake thought viciously. The two-headed snake had originally handled the tasks that Tang Zhen had given him very well. However, the matter of the identity registration had ruthlessly slapped his face. It even made him feel that he could not raise his head. This kind of hatred could only be washed away with blood. Just as the two-headed snake was about to take a deep breath and set off, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Then, he watched in horror as the giant tower rose. Soon after, Tang Zhen's energy clone appeared and announced the rules of the giant tower. His voice spread over 10,000 miles. When they heard that they had the chance to become Lu Cheng's cultivators, the underlings of the double-headed snake cheered one after another, unable to suppress the waves of excitement. The two-headed snake was also dumbfounded. At this moment, other than shock, he was also filled with an indescribable envy. If he had such an ability, where could he not go in this world? However, the two-headed snake felt that something was wrong. As for what was wrong, it couldn't figure it out. No matter, he had to complete the task that the Lord had given him first. The two-headed snake thought of this and immediately stood on a high ground and shouted, "You've all seen how powerful the Lord is and know what benefits you'll get by following him. So, what happens next will depend on your performance. The more you kill, the more rewards you will get. Whether you want to eat dry food or drink delicious food, it all depends on your performance. Do you all fucking understand?" Understood. The wild cultivators were so excited that they couldn't wait to wave their sabers and kill the cultivators from the other world. The two-headed snake smiled in satisfaction and waved his hand, "Then show me the fuck, what's going on?" The two-headed snake was so frightened that it almost fell to the ground when it saw the cultivators from the other world swarming toward the market. These damned cultivators from another world, are they going to rebel now? Cold sweat kept dripping down his forehead. However, when he thought of Tang Zhen standing behind him and the thousands of cultivators in charge of defense, the courage of the double-headed snake emerged again. Taking a deep breath, the two-headed snake roared, "Brothers, the opportunity is right in front of you. The wealth has already come to your door. Do you dare to fight with me? Kill, kill, kill." Perhaps because they also knew that Tang Zhen was behind them, these wild cultivators were all filled with fighting intent. They brandished their swords and rushed into the sky from where they were standing, charging straight at the cultivators from the other world. The two-headed snake brandished its black saber with bloodshot eyes. It took the lead and charged at a cultivator from another world, ready to sacrifice him to its saber. The cultivator from the other world looked at the two-headed snake and drew his weapon out of reflex. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong and threw his weapon on the ground. "Sir, please don't misunderstand. We're here to get an identity card." The two-headed snake, whose face was full of killing intent, was stunned for a moment. He raised his saber in the air and asked coldly, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure, I'm 10,000% sure. We're all here to get identity cards." PFF'd. The two-headed snake's face was filled with disbelief, and it almost spat out blood. However, it immediately roared, "All of you, stop. All of you, stop." The wild cultivators, whose eyes were bloodshot and were ready to fight, all stopped their charge and stood in place, not knowing what to do. The two-headed snake took a deep breath and looked at the dense crowd of cultivators in front of it. It was overjoyed. If these cultivators from the other world could register their identities, His Excellency Tang Zhen would definitely be very satisfied with his ability, and he would be able to avoid going to the battlefield to fight. The two-headed snake had always cherished its life. Its appearance just now was only to show off. Who knew if Tang Zhen would pay attention to this place? I'll ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Again, are you sure you're all here to register your identity? The cultivators from the other world nodded without hesitation. Alright then, line up. Don't disturb the order at the scene, or you'll be killed without mercy. The two-headed snake's hanging heart finally settled down, and a smile appeared on its face. However, as soon as the smile appeared, it immediately froze on its face. He turned around and grabbed a cultivator from another world. He asked in a serious tone, "Tell me, what's the reason for all of you to come here together to get an identity card?" When he saw the giant tower, the two-headed snake felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know the specific reason. However, when he saw the group of cultivators from the other world swarming over, he finally realized what the problem was. Lord Tang Zhen has built a heaven-reaching tower. If cultivators from another world want to enter, they must have an identity card. The two-headed snake let out a soft sigh after hearing the cultivator's explanation. As expected of his lordship, he always did things with great foresight. Just by building a giant tower to the sky, he was able to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. First, it was to let the cultivators from the other world take the initiative to come and apply for an identity card, so that they could obtain more detailed data about cultivators and change their original hostile attitude. Secondly, it promoted the cracked territory, gathering all the wild cultivators and foreign cultivators on the plains here to prosper the economy. Third, he could use this to choose cultivators from Lu Cheng and use this to gain the support of the wild cultivators and the cultivators from other worlds. Of course, Tang Zhen's own strength was also extremely important. At the very least, the two-headed snake had been in the pugilistic world for so many years, but it had never heard of any lord who had such a magnificent feat. Looking at the nearby territories, the giant tower built by Tang Zhen was definitely one of the biggest. He believed that when the news about the giant tower spread, more and more wild cultivators would enter the cracked territory. They would work hard to become cultivators in the tower, and at the same time, make this land more prosperous. The two-headed snake thought for a long time before a smile appeared on its face. It roared at the cultivators from the other world who had completed their registration and were eager to leave. All of you go back and tell your companions to come as soon as possible to register your identities. This will only have benefits and no disadvantages. I believe that you have also witnessed the process of Lord Tang Zhen building the giant tower to the sky. This is your good fortune and also a warning to you. As long as you follow the rules, the cracked territory will be your home. However, if you act recklessly, the overlord can turn you into ashes with just a finger. To tell you the truth, his lordship has already gathered millions of cultivators in Lusheng, and you know better than me what this means. So don't try to be smart and end up losing your lives. At this point, the two-headed snake waved its hand, signaling for the foreign cultivators to leave. The cultivators from the other world who were in a hurry to leave could not help but remain calm. They looked at each other and whispered a few words before leaving the market together. But this time, not everyone went to the Sky Tower. Many cultivators from the other world were worried and went straight to the secret residences in the Scarred Plains. 1625 The dispute between cultivators from another world. 1. The name of the Scarred Plain was naturally related to the huge cracks on the ground. They were connected to the shattered space underground and, under special circumstances, connected to the other world. In addition to those huge and terrifying cracks, there were also countless small cracks on the plain. Some became lakes, some became swamps, and some became deep and secluded paradises. On the boundless plain, the vegetation was so dense that it obscured one's eyes. There were some hidden ravines that were impossible to discover unless they were in front of them. There were many kinds of plants on the cracked plains. The abundant heaven and earth energy had created many strange plants, and the most common one was a kind of multicolored vine that liked to grow on the ground. This kind of plant that grew close to the ground would bear a kind of fruit similar to bitter gourd. It was edible, but the taste was not very good. At the same time, this plant also had a special ability, which was to shield against spiritual power. The higher the density of the plants, the stronger the shield. Taking advantage of the special characteristics of the bitter gourd vines, the cultivators from the other world set up a large net on the crack, allowing the vines to grow freely on it. This way, even if a cultivator passed by from high above, he would not be able to discover the secret on the ground. If one entered the crack from a secret entrance, one would discover that there was another cave here. There were many holes on the stone walls, most of which were occupied by cultivators from the other world. However, the owners of these caves changed very quickly. Once the owners did not return for more than half a year, someone would take over the cave. The inside of the crack was a world of its own and was the base camp of the otherworldly cultivators. It was said that hundreds of thousands of otherworldly cultivators lived in the largest crack, and it was as lively as a city. In such places, there were also trading places for cultivators from other worlds. Only when they couldn't buy the items they needed internally would they trade with wild cultivators or simply rob them. Many wild cultivators knew of the existence of these chasm residences, but they turned a blind eye to it. No one would be so bored as to attack such a place, as that was no different from seeking death. After all, this was the nest of the cultivators from another world. Who knew how many enemies were hiding here before entering? At this moment, a dozen cultivators from the other world were wearing emerald green clothes near the entrance. They blended in with the surrounding environment and looked around vigilantly. Several figures hurried over from the distance, causing the cultivators at the entrance to immediately become alert. However, after careful inspection, they discovered that they were the residents of the crack. Fifth brother Shu, seeing how anxious you are, could it be that you're being chased by a wild cultivator? One of the cultivators asked with a smile. From his tone, one could tell that he was very familiar with the cultivator who had rushed over. What wild cultivators? I'm telling you, something big happened in the cracked plains. The alien cultivator named Shu Laowu took a deep breath and immediately told everyone about the giant tower. He didn't dare to delay for a moment. This was indeed a major event that concerned the lives of the cultivators from the other world, so they couldn't take it lightly. If it was before the order to register their identity, these cultivators from the other world could pretend not to hear it and delay as much as they could, but it was different. After witnessing Tang Zhen's power and the benefits of entering the giant tower, the cultivators from the other world could no longer ignore it. Otherwise, they would treat their lives and future as child's play. Not to mention the benefits of identity registration, just the threat of the million-strong army was enough to make them restless. Although there were more than a million foreign cultivators on the cracked plains, they were in a state of disunity. There were even some hostile situations between them, and the intensity of the fighting was no less than the disputes with the wild cultivators. In such a chaotic situation, it was impossible for the foreign world cultivator to be a match for the Lu Cheng cultivator. With the return of Shu Laowu, the news about the giant tower immediately spread in the residence. The cultivators from the other world were surprised and happy, and they were all thinking whether they should register their identities or not. In fact, there were many cultivators from the other world who wanted to register their identity. For them, it was just an identity registration and they would not suffer any losses. They could even move around the cracked plains openly, so why not? The only drawback was that the cultivators of Lu Cheng would know of his existence. However, if they refused to obey, what awaited him would be a pursuit that was like an inescapable net. The cultivators from the other world knew what was more important. You can't go. This must be the scheme of the cultivators in Lusheng. I guess you'll fall into their trap after you register your identity. Similarly, there were many cultivators from the other world who doubted Tang Zhen's intentions. They always felt that the other party was up to no good by giving such benefits. If the cultivators of Lu Cheng wanted to find fault with him, no one would be able to stay out of it. Anyone who wanted to live a good life in the cracked plains would have their hands stained with blood. In the face of these stubborn cultivators who were firmly opposed to registering their identities and refusing to enter the giant sky tower for the trial, the foreign cultivators who wanted to register their identities subconsciously stayed away. Those with discerning eyes knew that since Tang Zhen had taken over the cracked plains, he would definitely control this place completely. He would never allow any forces that were out of his control to exist in his fief. Those who tried to resist to the end might only end up dead. Unknowingly, the residence was divided into two major forces. One was ready to accept identity registration, while the other was firmly against it. Both sides were waiting to see each other make a fool of themselves. Perhaps it would not take long for the answer to appear. Since it was a matter of great importance, it was better to do it earlier than later. It didn't take long for a large group of cultivators from the other world to leave the residence in the rift and rush toward the market. The opposing cultivators stood where they were and looked coldly at the retreating figures. Some of them even had killing intent in their eyes. Should we kill them? These damn traitors. To the cultivators from the other world who opposed the registration, those who agreed with him were traitors and could not be forgiven. Kill them? Are you kidding me? Let's not talk about the fact that they have the advantage in numbers. We might not be their match. Most importantly, the cultivators of Lusheng City are wandering nearby. If we alarm them, do we still want to stay here in peace? Some people scoffed at this and felt that the guy who came up with this idea was a brainless idiot. Then what do you think we should do? Are we just going to wait and do nothing? What if the cultivators from Lusheng really come? In the face of the powerful Lu Cheng cultivators, these foreign world cultivators would be lying to themselves if they said they were not afraid. Even if they had made the decision to fight back, they were still not confident. If no one made up their mind quickly and discussed how to deal with the cultivators in Lusheng, these oppositions would not last long. The loose organization could fall apart at any time. More than one opposer realized this, but no one could think of a suitable countermeasure for the time being. Why don't we all go to the residence with the largest rift and convey our ideas at the same time? Any like-minded cultivators can gather there. When we gather together, we'll be a force to be reckoned with. We don't have to be afraid even if we're facing the cultivators of Lusheng. One of the opposers suggested a solution and then looked at his companions, wanting to hear their opinions. The cultivators from the other world pondered for a moment, then nodded gently. This method is indeed feasible. Let's do it. I also agree. Then, let's split up and go to the nearby residences of the Rift. We'll gather our like-minded partners and fight against the cultivators in Lusheng together. Brother, take care, take care. The group of oppositions cupped their fists and bid each other farewell, then dispersed into the deeper parts of the cracked plain. The rest of the opposition did not hesitate. After simply packing up, they left the place in a hurry. However, they were still at a loss, not knowing what kind of ending was waiting for them. 1626 The Holy Dragon City cultivators from another world. 1. In the market near the teleportation array, the foreign cultivators who came to register their identity came in an endless stream. This scene stunned the nearby wild cultivators. They had never realized that there were so many cultivators from another world in the scarred plains. Only the heavens knew where they came from. Could it be that they used to live in the Crack's residence and only knew how to cultivate without going out? These wild cultivators were not wrong. There were indeed many cultivation fanatics among the cultivators from the other world. They stayed in their caves all day long and would not come out unless they were at the end of their rope. These foreign cultivators were also easy to distinguish. They all had numb eyes and old clothes, standing in the crowd without saying a word. Although these cultivators looked dull, no one dared to provoke them easily. This was because most of them had superb strength and were very decisive in their actions. Although they usually lived in seclusion and didn't seem to care about anything, when they heard about the giant tower, these cultivators were the most enthusiastic and rushed to the place without any hesitation. After applying for identity cards according to the rules, these ascetics flew towards the giant tower. In their numb eyes, there was a trace of impatience. Perhaps for the ascetics, only such things could attract their attention. At the edge of the market, the two-headed snake had a smug look on its face, but it still spoke to Lu Cheng in a respectful tone. So far, the number of foreign cultivators who have come to register has reached 30,000, more than 100 times the number when I reported to the Lord last time. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for the foreign cultivators on the nearby plains to complete their registration. At that time, if there are still cultivators from another world who refuse to register their identity, we can start to take action. The Lu Cheng cultivator nodded and smiled at the two-headed snake. Then I'll have to trouble you to take care of it. The city lord entrusted this matter to you and me out of trust. We must not let him down. Hearing this, the two-headed snake quickly said with a serious expression, "Don't worry, sir. I'll do my best and definitely won't disappoint the Lord." Just as the two of them were chatting, a wild cultivator walked over and reported the information he had just gathered in a low voice. The two-headed snake's face, which was originally full of smiles, immediately turned gloomy. He pondered for a while and said to the Lu Cheng cultivator beside him, "I've just received news that many cultivators from the other world are against the registration, thinking that it's our conspiracy. Now they've gathered together and are heading to the largest underground residence in the Cracked Plains." After hearing the two-headed snake's introduction, the Lu Cheng cultivator nodded and said in a calm tone, "Such a situation is actually expected. We've just arrived here and those foreign cultivators don't know your strength yet, so it's reasonable for them to be hopeful. Since they've chosen to gather in one place, it's a good thing. When it's time to attack, we only need to attack one place, which saves us the trouble of chasing them." The two-headed snake nodded. He actually had the same idea. He could not wait for all the oppositions to gather together and then capture them all in one go. Since the Lu Cheng cultivator beside him did not mind, the two-headed snake naturally did not say anything. Instead, it changed the topic and asked the Lu Cheng cultivator, "You seem to have the Lord's trust, and you have a close relationship with him. If I may be so bold as to ask, are you also an old resident of Holy Dragon City?" Hearing the two-headed snake talk about daily life, the Lu Cheng cultivator was not disgusted. He smiled and said, "I'm not an old resident of Holy Dragon City. I'm from a special world. It's full of ruins and moving metal cities. If it wasn't for the city lord, I would still be struggling to survive, or I would have become a skeleton, completely buried by the wind and sand. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay you in this life." Another world, a moving metal city. The two-headed snake was a little confused. It didn't know what it was, but it didn't ask. I've known you for a few days, but I still don't know how to address you. May I ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. If your name is Yingluo. Cultivator Lu Cheng looked at the two-headed snake and a smile appeared on his young face. You're welcome, just call me Morris. More and more cultivators gathered in front of the tower. There was a constant stream of people entering with high fighting spirit, and there was also a constant stream of people coming out. Their faces were full of excitement and regret, and they would sigh from time to time. The number of eliminated cultivators was uncountable, and the number of challengers was even more uncountable. If it wasn't for the fact that every person had to wait a month before they could challenge again after they failed a challenge, the giant tower would have been filled to the brim with cultivators. The mysterious runes on the heaven-reaching giant tower had now extended to more than 70 floors. However, no one had obtained the reward promised by Tang Zhen. The cultivators who participated in the trial felt that it was very normal. If the rewards were so easy to obtain, the value of the giant tower would be greatly reduced. It was definitely not an easy task to obtain the qualification to become a cultivator in Lu City. As for the content of the trial in the giant tower, the cultivators had also figured it out. As long as the trial takers entered the giant tower, they would find themselves in a special space. Every time a trial taker defeated a guardian of a level, they would be able to advance to the next level and face more and more powerful guardians. What was surprising was that even though there were at most thousands of cultivators participating in the trial at the same time, they were not affected by each other at all. It was unknown how big the space inside the giant tower was. However, more cultivators believed that the interior of the tower was a space of its own. Although it looked like there was only one giant tower, it was actually a small world inside. Not to mention a few thousand cultivators, even if there were 10 or 100 times more, it would definitely not be a problem. The topic that those cultivators who had participated in the trial and failed the most was how to deal with the guardians of each level and how strong was Tang Zhen. Unfortunately, most of the cultivators here weren't king level. Even if they were, they couldn't compare to the cultivators of Lu Cheng. They were far from the truth. But even so, it couldn't stop the enthusiasm of these cultivators. Many of them had already made up their minds that in the future, when the time for the trial came, they would come to challenge the giant tower. They would not waste a single opportunity. This way, not only would he be able to obtain a generous reward, but it would also be extremely helpful for the improvement of his own strength. After all, the guardians of the giant towers were all super-class experts. In the process of fighting them, the challengers had also gained a lot. 1627 The reincarnation mirror's destination. The top of the sky-reaching giant tower had long reached the clouds. Being in it was like being in the cloud-top heavenly palace. Tang Zhen stood with his hands behind his back on the platform at the highest level. His gaze swept across the ground under his feet and similarly saw the black mass of people below the giant tower. In addition to the cultivators on the ground, there were also cultivators flying around in the air from time to time, trying to find a shortcut to enter the giant tower. There was never a lack of people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. They thought that if they entered from the top of the giant tower, they would save a lot of time and even get the rewards more easily. However, how could there be so many good things in the world? When Tang Zhen was building the giant tower, he had already taken precautions against this. Other than entering from the entrance and climbing up level by level, it was impossible for the trial takers to enter halfway. That seemingly huge tower, other than the entrance, its true body was hidden in a special space that he had created. Without the strength of a sector lord, no one could even dream of entering. This was also a special ability he had just acquired after reaching the sector lord level. He could use his mental energy to open up a special space and maintain the stability of the space for thousands of years. Therefore, even if cultivators flew into the sky, they could only see a void, as if the giant tower had completely disappeared. When they returned to the ground or flew a certain distance in the air, the giant tower would reappear in their field of vision, but it was just a mirage. After many attempts, the cultivators who tried to use tricks finally gave up. They could only return to the ground obediently and continue the trial according to the rules. Tang Zhen merely laughed softly when he saw this scene. It was only human nature for cultivators to take shortcuts. He would not disqualify these cultivators because of this. As long as they rushed to the designated level, they would also receive the corresponding reward. The purpose of building the giant tower to the sky was to choose cultivators from the wild and foreign cultivators to build the reputation of the cracked territory. Therefore, even if he invested a lot, it was still worth it. Furthermore, when the cultivators from the Holy Dragon War Zone arrived, they could also enter the giant tower to train. It was also a good place to hone their strength. Together with the rich energy of the 5th battle area, the cultivators from the Holy Dragon battle area who were teleported here would be greatly improved. Other than these benefits, the heaven-reaching pagoda had another function, which was to train the spirit body cultivators in the reincarnation mirror. The guardians of each stage came from the reincarnation mirror. They were assigned to different levels according to their strength. While they fought against the trial takers, their strength was also constantly increasing. With the special abilities of the reincarnation mirror and the tower, these spirit body cultivators could be reborn infinitely. The longer they were reborn, the stronger their combat power would be. When he needed them, Tang Zhen could use the foundation stones of the altar he had refined to summon them from the giant tower to fight for him. It could be said that the construction of the giant tower would bring a series of benefits to Tang Zhen. However, this kind of thing could not be replicated. After all, there was only one reincarnation mirror. So far, he had not seen a divine artifact with the same effect. He turned around and looked at the guardian beside him. This guy was sitting on the chair leisurely, tasting fresh fruits and seemed very pleased. When the overseer noticed that Tang Zhen's gaze had landed on him, he immediately stood up from his chair and moved to Tang Zhen's side. "City Lord, do you have something to say?" Tang Zhen ignored the overseer's fawning appearance and softly said, "From now on, you'll be in charge of guarding this giant tower. I believe that with your strength of a spiritual emperor, no one can cause any trouble here." The overseer nodded and patted his chest. "City Lord, please rest assured. This is your territory. If anyone dares to court death, I will make him regret being born in this world." Tang Zhen laughed. Although the overseer seemed to be frivolous, he would definitely do his best to complete his promise. He had never made any mistakes. "You've been with me for more than 20 years, right?" The overseer scratched his head when he heard Tang Zhen's question. He used an embarrassed tone to reply, "Well, actually, I really don't remember. You know, I've always had a vague concept of time." A spirit body like the overseer had been in the reincarnation mirror for countless years. Time was indeed something that was not essential to him. Perhaps, these days by Tang Zhen's side were merely equivalent to a few days to the overseer. "No matter how long it has been, I know you very well. I know that the reincarnation mirror is your foundation. You can't leave it, and it can't leave you. I hope that you can promise me that no matter what happens, as long as the tower is still here, you can't leave this place. Can you do it?" The overseer was silent for a moment before he replied with a smile, "To me, it doesn't matter where I am. Since the city lord wishes for me to stay here, I naturally won't refuse." Tang Zhen nodded his head in satisfaction when he heard the overseer's reply. On the 3rd day after Luo Fei's departure, the cultivators from the Immortal War Zone arrived at the cracked plains through the teleportation array. There were a total of 300 cultivators in Lusheng, and they were all nomological cultivators. They attracted countless attention wherever they went. Even in the 5th battle area, they were a force that could not be underestimated. While assisting in the battle, the cultivators of the Immortal Spirit territory also brought a large number of resources, most of which were what the scarred territory urgently needed. After Tang Zhen saw the list of supplies, other than sighing at the number of tycoons in the 5th battle area, he could only accept these gifts with a smile. Since he had already agreed to Lori's request, he would just treat these materials as a reward, which saved him the trouble of gathering them all around. After distributing these resources and letting the cultivators in the Holy Dragon City build the city according to the design plan as soon as possible, Tang Zhen also participated in the welcoming banquet for the cultivators in the Immortal War Zone. The banquet was very sumptuous. Although the cultivators of the Immortal Spirit territory were very knowledgeable, they were still impressed by the craftsmanship of the chefs from their original world and were full of praise. Tang Zhen regarded this batch of reinforcements very highly and had also treated them with great care. Although a lot of cultivators had been teleported over from the Sacred Dragon Battle Zone, there were still some gaps in the high-end combat forces. The arrival of these 300 law cultivators could indeed speed up the progress of Tang Zhen's plan. According to Tang Zhen's plan, these cultivators from the Immortal Spirit War Zone would follow the Holy Dragon City army and carry out a thorough cleaning of the cracked plains. In the face of such a powerful army of cultivators, the cultivators from the other world who were putting up a last-ditch resistance were definitely no match. The cultivators in the immortal spirit battle zone didn't have any objections to Tang Zhen's arrangement. They expressed that they would fully cooperate with Tang Zhen's actions, but they would follow all orders. Before these cultivators arrived, they had already received instructions from their lord and Luo Fei to complete their mission perfectly so that Tang Zhen wouldn't be able to find any faults. Knowing that this aid was related to the life and death of the Lord's son, the cultivators in the immortal spirit battle zone didn't dare to be slow. If it was because of him that Tang Zhen, this mission executor that they had found with great difficulty, quit, then they would really be unable to absolve themselves of the blame even if they died 100 times. 1628 The Hot Giant Tower. After the banquet, both the host and the guests had a great time. For law cultivators, although the desire for food could be controlled, and they could persist for a long time even if they didn't eat or drink, there was really no need to control their diet unless necessary. Food was the most important thing to the people, and delicious food could make people happy physically and mentally, so how could it be abandoned so easily? Cultivation was to become stronger and to obtain a longer life. However, if one's 7 emotions and 6 desires were completely cut off and one became like a rock, neither sad nor happy, what was the point of cultivation? Therefore, very few cultivators in Lu City would kill their desires because of cultivation, unlike those from other worlds who had to cut off their sexual desires from time to time due to their incomplete cultivation techniques. If they were not careful, they would fall into the devil path. As for the weak energy in food and wine, to a law cultivator, it was better to cultivate for a few minutes. No cultivator expected to maintain their life through food, but that was just the needs of mortals. After the welcome banquet ended, Tang Zhen did not need to worry about the rest of the things. He only needed to sit in the market with peace of mind. He continued to consolidate his cultivation base that had just advanced while quietly waiting for Luo Fei's news. Apart from that, Tang Zhen, who had enough gold coins of destiny, also had to see what the first seal of the phone was. As time passed, more and more cultivators gathered around the giant tower. Its reputation had not only spread throughout the scarred plains, but even cultivators from the nearby territories had begun to come. In addition to wanting to see the sky-reaching tower, these wild cultivators also had a trace of expectation, hoping that they could stand out and become a real cultivator. Someone had made a rough count and found that there were more than 100,000 cultivators around the giant tower. There were people everywhere. This was a rare sight in the scarred plain. Because of the appearance of the giant tower, the nearby market also became very lively. Cultivators came from all directions and took out the items they had brought, making the market extremely rich in variety of goods. Many cultivators from the other world had accidentally bought the items they needed while they were wandering around. They were all extremely excited and exclaimed about the benefits of registering their identities. Now that they had their own identity card, the cultivators from the other world could walk under the sun without any scruples. They no longer had to hide in the cracks all day long and be on tenterhooks every time they went out. For example, the cultivation resources they needed were actually very common in the hands of the market's wild cultivators. However, due to the lack of trading channels, they had no place to buy them. From this, it seemed that it was a good thing for the scarred plain to have an owner. At least there would be order in the future, and they would not have to worry about being intercepted and killed when they went out. With no more worries in their hearts, many cultivators from the other world simply didn't return home. They found a place near the giant tower and began to cultivate as if there was no one else around. As soon as they started cultivating, they discovered that the world energy around the sky-reaching tower was much richer. The efficiency of cultivating here was much higher than in the cave. The only drawback was that it was too noisy here. Even if the cultivators closed the space around them, they still couldn't cultivate in peace. But even so, there were still some determined cultivators who sat in their original places for a long time, unwilling to get up, making the people passing by click their tongues in wonder. In the Sky Tower, the competition for rewards and spots had become intense. After several days of competition, someone finally won the first prize and rushed up to the 100th floor of the heaven-reaching pagoda, successfully obtaining the first reward. At this moment, the 100th floor of the heaven-reaching pagoda shone brightly. It was as if a bell-like sound was ringing in the world, which made people feel refreshed. Not long after, a cultivator floated out from the 100th level and slowly landed on the ground under countless gazes. He was wearing a set of dark black armor that looked smooth and exquisite. One look and one could tell that it was expensive. Who's this guy? He actually got the first reward from the tower. He looks familiar. He seems to be a cultivator from the Hessaran territory. I think so. I've seen this man before, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful that he could reach the 100th floor of the tower. Under the envious and jealous gazes, the cultivator landed on the ground, but he was quickly surrounded by a group of people. Brother, have you obtained the qualification to become a cultivator in Lusheng? Also, can you tell me more about the situation within the 100 levels? Is your armor a reward? It looks extraordinary. Are there any other rewards besides the armor? Brother, please help me. I want to become a cultivator of Lucheng. Once I succeed, I will definitely treat you well. Seeing the eager expressions of the cultivators around him, the rogue cultivator from Hessian was somewhat flattered. He had never been treated like this before. Under the admiring and envious gazes of thousands of people, it was inevitable that he would feel a little smug, and at the same time a little nervous. Everyone, don't be anxious. I'll try my best to answer whatever you want to know. Although this cultivator was a little smug, he knew that there were many hidden talents around the giant tower, and one of them might be far stronger than him. Keeping a low profile and being kind to others would only be beneficial to him. At this thought, he cleared his throat and said to the cultivators, in fact, before the 100th floor, the internal trials of the giant tower are the same. As the level increases, the strength of the guardian will also become stronger, but it will not exceed the number of challengers by too much. At most, there will be a change in the number of challengers. At this point, the cultivator's face turned solemn. He looked at the cultivators around him and said, however, after the 100th level, a guardian that looks exactly like the challenger will appear. It's no different from the main body. This guardian's understanding of you is even greater than your own. Furthermore, he's in a state of absolute calmness. Every move he makes is aimed at your vital points, and it's impossible to guard against. When the surrounding cultivators heard this, they all gasped. Only he knew himself best, and also knew his own weaknesses and advantages. When facing such an opponent, his chances of winning would instantly drop to the lowest, and if he was even a little careless, he would be killed by the guard. The greatest enemy was himself, and he had gotten the best explanation in the giant tower. The cultivators who heard the news were all thinking about how they would deal with it if they encountered the same thing. Then, brother, how did you win? Someone couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, the cultivator smiled bitterly and said, I don't even know how I won. At that time, I only thought that since I was going to lose, I might as well die together. Who knew that I would win in the end? Everyone laughed when they heard this. Although the other party had won by luck, luck was also very important. In a life and death battle, this trace of luck might make one the winner. Then may I ask, what is it like after the 100th level? Are the guardians even more powerful? Hearing this question, the cultivator revealed a trace of fear on his face. As if he had recalled something, he nodded gently. Someone wanted him to explain in detail, but that cultivator refused to speak no matter what. This made the surrounding cultivators even more curious. 1629 If I say you can do it, you can do it. Directly break through the 100th floor. The cultivator who had received the reward did not mention what had happened after the 100th level. It was likely that he had some concerns or something private, so he kept his mouth shut. This scene made the surrounding cultivators secretly anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Since the other party didn't want to say anything, the cultivators didn't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Too much. Instead, they asked other questions of concern. The armor you're wearing is exquisitely made. It's obvious that it was designed and made by a famous master. Even the armor of the cultivators of Lusheng City is just so. Is this the reward for clearing the 100th floor? Upon hearing this question, the Hessian cultivator smiled and straightened his back proudly, making himself look more powerful. Speaking of the reward for advancing to the 100th floor, I have to say that Lord Tang Zhen is really rich. Just the reward for advancing to the 100th floor has made me gasp in admiration. Do you know, the moment I cleared the stage, a total of 100 items were placed in front of me, each of which was a rare good item. At that time, I was a little dazzled and really wanted to think about it before making a decision. However, due to the time limit, I could only choose the battle armor that I had wanted for a long time. He pointed at the black armor on his body and said proudly, the armor I'm wearing is the equipment used by a law cultivator in Holy Dragon City. Although it's just an ordinary standard armor, it was refined by this law cultivator's spiritual power, and its defense and enhancement effects are far better than the same model. As long as I continue to challenge, I'll have the chance to get the other auxiliary parts of the armor and improve this set of armor to its perfect form, and my combat power will also be multiplied. Seeing the Hessian cultivator's exulted expression, everyone was envious, jealous, and hateful. Their greedy eyes kept glancing at the black armor, and they wanted to take it for themselves. I've been talking for a long time, but you still haven't said whether you've become a cultivator of Lusheng. Someone suddenly thought of something and asked the cultivator who had received the reward. Hearing the question, Hessian let out a bitter smile and sighed. Brother, I don't want to criticize you, but you want to become a cultivator of Lusheng just by passing the 100th floor. Don't you think that cultivators of Lusheng are too worthless? I'll say something that you guys don't want to hear. The starting point of us wild cultivators is lower than the residents of Lusheng, and our comprehensive quality is far worse. If we want to get a place to become cultivators in the tower, we can only rely on our powerful combat strength to make up for our shortcomings in other aspects. As for what the criteria are, I don't know. You guys can guess for yourself. After saying that, the Hessian cultivator turned around and walked away. Although he had obtained the first reward, he also understood how difficult it was to obtain the qualifications to become a cultivator of the Lusheng realm. He still had a long way to go before he could become a cultivator of the Lusheng realm. However, he wouldn't give up. As long as he had the chance, he would continue to break through the giant tower until he successfully realized his wish. Seeing that the cultivator who had received the reward was meditating, the other cultivators didn't want to disturb him anymore. Instead, they ran to the side and continued to study the strategy for the giant tower. During this period of time, the challengers continued to appear in an endless stream. They went in and out of the tower, and even if they failed, they would not leave. Quickly come and see, quickly come and see. The divine weapon fragments, precious ores, and cultivation techniques found in the ruins are all worth the money. A crisp voice rang out from the crowd, attracting the attention of many cultivators. When they looked in the direction of the voice, they saw a young man with a broken net on his body and scattered items hanging on it walking over. He was holding a few items in his hand and asking people if they wanted to buy them. They were clearly peddlers who wanted to take the opportunity to peddle their goods after seeing the large number of people here. Their strength seemed to be only at grade 1 or 2, which was definitely the bottom of the existence around the giant tower. Kid, you can sell things at the market, why are you wandering around here? Some cultivators felt that this young man was too noisy and tried to drive him away, hoping to get some peace and quiet. The young man smiled and said in a helpless tone, I also want to go to the market to sell things, but the problem is that there's a fee there. My things aren't worth much, and if I count the fee for drawing, I'm afraid I won't have much left. I have a young sister at home who's sick, and they rely on me to earn money for food and treatment. Naturally, I'll save as much as I can. As he said these words, a trace of desolation flashed in the young man's eyes. If he had not been through many hardships, he would never have such a look. The surrounding cultivators saw that the young man was sincere and pitiful. A few of them felt sympathy and waved at the young man, bring out your things to take a look. If they look good, then it's no big deal even if you buy them. The young man was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly moved over and took out all the things on his body for the cultivators to see. Some people also came over curiously, but after a few glances, they lost interest and left, shaking their heads. These items were severely damaged, and it was obvious that they came from the shattered space beneath the scarred plain. Moreover, they were common items at the edge of the area, far inferior to the items in the depths. Although it was worth a bit of money, it wasn't of much use to the cultivators around the giant tower. However, seeing that this young man's cultivation level was so low, it was already not easy for him to enter the shattered space. If he really went deeper, he would probably lose his life at any time. Fine, it's not easy for you, young man. We're both in the same boat. I'll help you today. The alien cultivator who first greeted the young man sighed and picked up a few of his items. Then, he threw out a small piece of broken origin stone. Seeing this, the young man quickly thanked him, saying that the cultivator who sold the goods would definitely turn misfortune into fortune. In short, he said a lot of auspicious words. The cultivator from another world laughed and said casually, it's hard to bear hearing your flashy blessings. You might as well wish me success in breaking through the giant tower and obtain Sir Tang Zhen's reward. The young man was quick-witted and immediately followed up, "A good person like you will naturally get what you want. Didn't someone just rush to the 100th floor? If you go up, you have to at least rush to the 110th floor." The foreign cultivator laughed and said, "I'll take your advice." Then, he walked toward the giant tower. The young man chuckled and bowed to the alien cultivator. Then, he went back into the crowd and started to sell his junk that was not easy to sell. Not many people noticed this scene. Even the cultivators who were standing at the side just now had forgotten about it. However, it didn't take long for the 100 floors of the heaven-connecting tower to once again shine brightly. This meant that someone had once again passed through 100 floors and obtained the reward that Tang Zhen had reserved. Although this wasn't his first time winning an award, he was still ranked second, which was definitely worthy of the attention of cultivators. Not to mention that the reward for the 100th level was an unlimited supply, and the cultivators still didn't know whether they would get one less item or not. If they didn't solve the doubts in their hearts, they would always feel uncomfortable. He would be able to make a basic judgment after this cultivator came down. But just as they were thinking this, they saw the 101st level of the tower suddenly light up, then the 102nd, 103rd, and all the way to the 110th level before the light finally stopped extending. The cultivators around the heaven-reaching pagoda became more and more excited. They kept talking to each other as if they were the ones who were going through the levels. Under everyone's anticipation, the cultivator who had successfully passed the trial finally descended slowly from the sky. He was greeted with many envious and admiring eyes. However, the cultivator who was the focus of everyone's attention was puzzled. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly asked a yellow-robed cultivator in front of him, "This brother, where is the young man who was selling things just now?" 1630 The White Road of the Youth 1. The yellow-robed cultivator was taken aback by the sudden question and asked, "What young man selling things?" The cultivator from the other world who was being watched by the crowd was a little anxious and added, "It's the young man who was selling his junk everywhere." The yellow-robed cultivator who was asked suddenly realized and pointed in a direction, "You mean that kid? I think he's heading in that direction." After saying that, he was about to ask, "Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." The other party how he rushed up to the 110th floor of the giant tower and learned from it, but he saw the other party suddenly rise into the air and chase after the youth. Hey, why are you in such a hurry to find that young man?" Seeing the foreign cultivator leave in a hurry, the surrounding cultivators who were about to ask, "Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." Questions were all disappointed. At the same time, they wondered why he was chasing after an ordinary young cultivator. The cultivator in yellow was also confused. Frowning, he recalled the scene with the young man and his expression changed. "I remember now, that young man just wished him to reach level 110, and then he really did." The yellow-robed cultivator's heart thumped wildly. Some thoughts appeared in his mind, but he felt that it was unbelievable. It should be a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. The yellow-robed cultivator muttered to himself. However, he shook his head and muttered, "Something's wrong. If it's really a coincidence, the cultivator who just passed the test shouldn't have such a reaction. He must have realized something. That's why he's acting like this. There's something wrong with that young man." At the thought of this, the yellow-robed cultivator pushed through the crowd and chased after the young man. However, not long after, he returned with a face full of disappointment. It was obvious that he did not find the young man who was selling the goods. Squeezing through the dense crowd, he walked the white road to a stall in the market and carefully selected the medicinal herbs sold by an unaffiliated cultivator. Seeing him picking and choosing, the wild cultivator said impatiently, "What's wrong with you? These herbs are all the same, what's there to pick?" Bai Lu shook his head, picked up a medicinal herb and said to the stall owner, "The same herbs, but because of the soil and growing environment, the medicinal effects are different. For example, this kind of red heart dragon bone grass, some of them had an abnormally spicy taste, while others were only spicy but not pungent. The taste was different, so the medicinal effect was naturally different. Since I'm spending money, I naturally have to buy authentic medicinal herbs, don't you think so?" When the stall owner heard this, he revealed a helpless and disdainful expression and waved his hand to let the young man continue. The other cultivators were not so particular. Even if the young man chose it, it would not affect his sales, and the stall owner naturally did not care. Peace was the most important thing in doing business, even if the one doing business was a cultivator. After Bai Lu picked and picked for a while, he finally gathered all the herbs he needed. Then, he placed the 2 shattered origin stones in the stall owner's hands and left the market in a hurry, heading straight for the plains in the distance. Along the way, he could see cultivators rushing over from afar. Their goal was the giant tower that reached into the clouds behind him, while the young man's goal was the little nest he was in. After walking for a few dozen kilometers, the white road came to an area with dense weeds. After looking around, he came to a bush and reached out to lift it. There was a hole in the grass, and Bai Lu quickly entered it. He then walked for a while in the short passage and finally came to a hidden crack. This crack had been modified by someone. A gray, translucent jade was embedded in it, so it was not dark, and it was impossible to find the secret underground from the surface. There was a hole in the crack. It wasn't very deep, and a long-haired girl was sitting on the bed, sewing a piece of clothing with needle and thread. She looked very serious. "Little sister, you don't have to make any more clothes. I don't lack clothes." Bai Lu put down the things in his hands and looked at his sister's sickly face. His heart ached as he reprimanded her. His sister smiled but did not say anything. Instead, she used sign language to say, "I have nothing to do. I'll just make you clothes to kill time." Bai Lu nodded, but his eyes were a little sad. Back then, his sister followed him to avoid the enemies, but they accidentally entered the cracked plains. Although they escaped death, his sister encountered an accident. Not only was her cultivation destroyed, but she could not even speak. Bai Lu blamed himself for this. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have suffered such a disaster. Not only did he cause his sister to become like this, but his cultivation also stagnated. In order to cure his sister's illness, Bai Lu would risk entering the shattered space from time to time in order to find real treasures and sell them for a sum of money. However, the edge of the shattered space had already been searched countless times, and he was heading to the edge of the shattered space. How could he have found anything valuable? He wanted to go deeper, but his own strength did not allow it. Otherwise, if he did not return, his sister would really have no one to rely on. Sighing in his heart, Bai Lu began to process the herbs he had bought. He was very careful throughout the whole process, afraid that there would be a waste. His alchemy technique was very professional, and it was obvious that he had studied it systematically in the past. He could also confirm this from his conversation with the medicine stall owner. But even so, his cultivation was stagnant, and he could not use any more advanced methods to refine medicine. He could only use the crudest methods. The lack of money made it impossible for him to buy better medicinal herbs. Who knew how long it would take for him to cure himself and his sister's injuries? Without saying a word, Bai Lu processed the medicinal herbs and refined the medicinal powder, making it into the lowest grade pill. "Sister, take this medicine first. I'll go out and walk around to see if I can find an opportunity to move to the market. The environment here is really not suitable for your body to recover." When his sister heard this, she looked worried. "Don't be afraid. The cracked plains is different from the past. There's a new lord and new rules. As long as we cultivators from the lower realm have an identity card, we can live our lives in the open and we don't have to be on tenterhooks like before." After hearing Bai Lu's explanation, the younger sister finally felt relieved and reminded Bai Lu to pay attention to his safety. After saying goodbye to his sister, White Road took out a pile of items that he had painstakingly collected from the shattered space and hung them on the broken net he was wearing. He then headed towards the market once again. Today's business was quite good. Bai Lu was planning to sell all his stock when there were many people, and then find an opportunity to go to the shattered space again. This was the only source of income for him and his sister. Even if he had to risk his life every time, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Bai Lu followed the crowd and arrived near the giant tower. He looked around and found a place where people would stand out. Then, he shouted again, "Quickly come and see, quickly come and see." The divine weapon fragments, precious ores, and cultivation techniques found in the ruins are guaranteed to be cheap and of good quality. However, just as he shouted, Bai Lu saw a figure flash in front of him. Then, a yellow-clothed cultivator appeared in front of him. He seemed a little familiar. However, why was this cultivator so excited and his eyes so bright when he looked at him? 1631. "Beg you to give me your blessing, little brother, you've finally come." The yellow-robed cultivator's words made Bai Lu subconsciously nervous. What was this guy trying to do? The two of them didn't seem to be close. "Your Excellency, May I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. What you need? Bai Lu was apprehensive. Could it be that there was a problem with the item he sold, so the other party deliberately blocked this place and waited to find him to settle the score? That shouldn't be the case. Although the value of those things wasn't high, they were all genuine. He definitely hadn't done anything to deceive or fake them. However, nothing was absolute. If there was really a mistake and the victim came to beat him up, what should he do? The yellow-robed cultivator was not weak. Based on his current cultivation level, he could probably flatten him with a single punch. Thinking of this, Bai Lu's mood became even more nervous. He smiled and asked again, "Is there a misunderstanding? I don't know you at all." Seeing Bai Lu's nervous expression, the yellow-robed cultivator seemed to realize that his behavior was a little inappropriate. Then, he carefully looked around and whispered to Bai Lu, "I'll buy all of your things, how about it?" Bai Lu was overjoyed when he heard this. He didn't expect to meet a big customer as soon as he came. It seemed that he didn't come in vain. That's good. Look at these treasures of mine. I guarantee that they all came from the shattered space, and I personally dug them out. If you're lucky, you might be able to find some rare treasures here. Bai Lu kept on praising his treasures, wanting nothing more than to buy 2 more origin stones. The yellow-robed cultivator was a little impatient. He took out a handful of impure origin stones from his pocket and stuffed them into Bai Lu's hands without a care. "Here, this is all for you, stop talking nonsense." Bai Lu hurriedly took the origin stone. After checking its authenticity, he was about to take down the scattered items from the broken net and hand them to the yellow-robed cultivator. "Hey, don't waste your energy. I don't want your junk. I just need you to do one thing." Bai Lu, who was picking things, was stunned for a moment. Then, he asked carefully, "Your Excellency, what do you want me to do?" "I'll tell you first, but I might not agree to it. It depends on what it is. Don't worry, look at how scared you are." Looking at Bai Lu's vigilant expression, the yellow-robed cultivator didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After a moment of silence, he said, "Just give me your blessing and tell me that I can pass the giant tower and become a cultivator of Lusheng." Bai Lu was curious, wondering what was wrong with this person. Could it be that he liked to hear people say good things before doing something? What a weird habit, but it had nothing to do with him. It was just a matter of moving his mouth, so it was extremely simple. Bai Lu naturally had no reason to refuse. "This is simple. Listen up, I wish you a smooth journey through the giant tower and become the Lusheng Pixiu." With a smile in his eyes, Bai Lu casually said some auspicious words to the yellow-robed cultivator. However, halfway through, he felt that something was wrong. His nose felt warm, as if some liquid had flowed into his mouth, and it tasted a little salty. To the yellow-robed cultivator's surprise, Bai Lu wiped his face with his hand and saw that his entire palm was stained with blood. "Strange, why am I bleeding?" Bai Lu furrowed his brows and wiped it off with his sleeve. He smiled at the yellow-robed cultivator and continued, "You will definitely become Lusheng's darling." Before he could finish his words, his nose started bleeding again. This time, it seemed that there was more blood. His body started to show signs of abnormality one after another, and Bai Lu began to feel suspicious. He glanced at the yellow-robed cultivator opposite him, only to find that his eyes were slightly flickering. "Something's wrong, there must be a problem," Bai Lu muttered in his heart. He looked at the yellow-robed cultivator and said, "Why don't I return the money to you and not say this?" The yellow-robed cultivator shook his head and demanded that Bai Lu finish. "What do you mean by this? What we're trading is those treasures, not this sentence. It's fine if I don't say it, right? Since you're so unreasonable, there's no need for us to do this business." Bai Lu pretended to hand over the origin stone to the yellow-robed cultivator, but the other party hurriedly waved his hands to dissuade him, as if afraid that Bai Lu would go back on his words. Seeing the yellow-robed cultivator's performance, Bai Lu's suspicions grew even heavier. Just now, he was only putting on an act, but this time, he really took out the origin stone and wanted to hand it over to the other party. Seeing Bai Lu's firm attitude, the yellow-robed cultivator wanted to make things difficult for him. However, when he thought about the cultivators around him, he could only suppress this dangerous thought. He moved closer to Bai Lu and said in a low voice, "Little brother, don't be noisy. I'll give you my origin stone and I don't want the item, but you must finish what you just said." Bai Lu shook his head and replied with a determined look, "You saw the situation just now. I had a nosebleed when I said that. I'm afraid I'll be punished by the heavens. I can't say it, I can't say it. The yellow-robed cultivator was anxious. He took out a handful of origin stones from his pocket and said to Bai Lu, I'll give you all my origin stones. Just help me this once, okay? Bai Lu's heart was beating wildly as he looked at the large pile of resplendent origin stones. However, when he thought of the strange scene just now, his heart was still filled with hesitation. If there really was a divine retribution, then the yellow-robed cultivator would benefit from it while he would be the one to suffer. The losses he would suffer would definitely not be something that a handful of origin stones could make up for. After thinking up to this point, Bai Lu also made up his mind. Even if he didn't want these origin stones, he would never take this risk. I'm sorry, I really can't help you. How about this, we'll give you a discount and I'll also wish you the best in reaching the 110th floor of the tower. Seeing Bai Lu's determination, the yellow-robed cultivator thought for a moment and nodded helplessly. In fact, the yellow-robed cultivator was not sure whether Bai Lu's blessing would be effective or not. However, after seeing Bai Lu's abnormal behavior just now, he was a little more convinced. In the world of cultivators, anything strange could happen. Perhaps this young man really had that kind of magical ability that could make the blessing come true. Seeing that the yellow-robed cultivator had agreed, Bai Lu heaved a sigh of relief. He wished the yellow-robed cultivator success in reaching the 110th floor of the tower. This time, he didn't have a nosebleed, which made his suspended heart relax a little. However, he was also very curious. The yellow-robed cultivator was so obsessed with his blessing. Could he really succeed because of one sentence? If that was the case, it would be interesting. Should he also wish himself a fortune, wish his little sister a full recovery, and wish his enemy's entire family to die? It was said that the gods in the legends were like this. They had golden mouths and jade teeth, and whatever they said was true. Could it be that he was a god? At the same time that this thought came to his mind, Bai Lu laughed at himself. Could he not make a scene? Could there be a god in this world who was so miserable? 1632 The seal is lifted. And the scales of fate are released after receiving Bai Lu's blessing. The yellow-robed cultivator turned around and walked towards the giant tower. He wanted to see how many levels he could reach. In fact, the yellow-robed cultivator was not weak. The reason why he did not enter the tower was because he was not confident in himself and was afraid of wasting the once-a-month opportunity. He wanted to collect more information and make full preparations in order to succeed in one try. Perhaps Bai Lu's blessing was really effective, or perhaps he was so concerned that he was confused, which was why he was so persistent with Bai Lu's words. This matter seemed a little ridiculous, but to some cultivators, they just believed in this. Regardless of whether the White Road's blessing was effective or not, it could at least have a certain psychological effect. At this moment, the yellow-robed cultivator was full of confidence. He must go all out and strive to become famous. Seeing the yellow-robed cultivator enter the tower, Bai Lu's heart was filled with curiosity, and his eyes flickered. If it wasn't for the two abnormal behaviors of his body just now, he would have even thought that the other party was a madman who had cultivated to the point of having brain problems. Who would do such a thing under normal circumstances? Gods were just more powerful cultivators, so why would they bless an irrelevant person for no reason? But then again, if his own blessing really came true, then it wouldn't be too much for the yellow-robed cultivator to do anything out of line. Next, he would have to see if the other party's performance was as he had wished and if he had successfully broken through to the 110th level. Time passed slowly. There were still cultivators going in and out of the tower, but the runes on the surface of the tower remained at around the 90th level. It did not go up at all. The onlookers sighed continuously. Looking at the current situation, it was likely that no one would be able to successfully charge into the reward stage of the 100th level today. However, at this moment, the runes on the surface of the giant tower suddenly extended upwards, crossing a level every few minutes, and finally reaching the height of 100 levels. The familiar bell rang again, and the ground was in a hubbub. Cultivators gathered from afar, wanting to see who had won this honor and whether the other party could break through to a higher level. After waiting for half a day, the runes on the giant tower no longer moved. It was clear that the other party had failed to break through. The cultivators sighed in their hearts. However, it was still a happy thing to be able to obtain the reward for the 100th level. After waiting for a while, a light flashed on the 100th level. Then, a cultivator slowly descended from the sky. However, this person's appearance was very unfamiliar. Most of the wild cultivators had not seen him before. On the other hand, a group of ascetics from the other world cheered loudly, their faces full of pride and excitement. It was obvious that the person who had made it to the 100th floor was their companion. When the wild cultivators saw this, they looked disdainful, as if they couldn't stand the excitement of the cultivators from the other world. Some of them even cursed in low voices and muttered something. Bai Lu had also been paying attention to the situation in the tower. When he saw that someone had successfully broken through the 100th level, his heart tightened slightly. He subconsciously thought that the person who had succeeded was the yellow-robed cultivator. However, after waiting for half a day, he still didn't see the other party try to break through to a higher level. This made Bai Lu feel a trace of doubt in his heart, and he felt that he might be overthinking it. When the ascetic who had successfully broken through came out of the giant tower and everyone saw his appearance, Bai Lu's heart was filled with disappointment. It wasn't the yellow-robed cultivator. It seemed like he had been overthinking. The other party might have failed the challenge long ago and left through one of the thousands of entrances of the heaven-reaching giant tower. He was the only one who was still waiting here. With a self-deprecating smile, Bai Lu waited for a while more before slowly leaving with a disappointed expression. He began to make preparations to enter the shattered space. Not long after Bai Lu left, another light appeared on the 100th floor of the tower. Then, the light extended all the way to the 110th floor. Under the admiring and envious gazes of the cultivators, a yellow-robed cultivator slowly descended from the sky. Tang Zhen slowly opened his eyes in a quiet room. After these 2 days of cultivation, his world overlord cultivation had gradually stabilized and he had gained many new insights. The path of cultivation could be said to be never-ending. There was a mountain higher than the other. Tang Zhen had just reached the realm of a realm lord, so he naturally had to double his efforts. He had been in the world of Lusheng for more than 20 years. To cultivators of Lusheng, this time might be a short moment, but Tang Zhen had experienced countless battles. His desire for powerful strength had become more and more persistent. At the same time, he was also clear that he could not slack off in doing anything. Otherwise, he would be sailing against the current. Once he relaxed and wanted to move forward again, he would have to put in several times or even 10 times more effort before he could return to the starting point. After calming down, Zhen Tang took out his phone. Pay 100 destiny gold coins to unseal the first layer of the seal on this phone. As the command was given, the mobile phone floating in front of him changed slightly. The originally rectangular body gradually turned into a balance-like shape, flashing with a mysterious brilliance. Tang Zhen's eyes were fixed on this scene. He wanted to know what the change in the phone meant. After waiting for a few minutes, the phone had completely turned into an exquisite scale, and then it slowly moved toward his eyebrows. Tang Zhen didn't resist. He knew that he and the phone were no longer separate entities and it was impossible for it to cause any harm to him. Thus, he allowed it to enter the space between his eyebrows. Hiss! The moment the phone entered the space between his eyebrows, Tang Zhen felt his body tremble. He seemed to have heard a voice in his ear. Just as he was secretly puzzled, a menu suddenly popped up in front of him. Absorbed the power of destiny. Obtained an equivalent reward. The first seal has been successfully unlocked. You can use the coin of destiny or the seed of destiny owned by the child of destiny to exchange for any item you need through the scale of destiny. Tang Zhen looked at the explanation on the menu and was shocked. If the scales of fate could really do this, it would definitely have a magical ability that exceeded one's imagination. Creating something out of nothing, creating something with one's will. As long as one wanted it, the scales of fate could provide it. The premise was that they could provide an item of equivalent value for exchange. He didn't expect that the phone would have such a powerful ability after being unsealed. This was really beyond Tang Zhen's expectations. Although he was already a sector lord, there were still many things he couldn't get. However, now that he had the scales of fate, things became much simpler. He just needed to exchange for them. He didn't know where the scales of destiny came from, but why could they only be exchanged with the seed of destiny and the coin of destiny? Could it be that they had a grudge against the wheel of destiny? He thought back to the process of using his mobile phone. From the beginning when he used his brain beads to exchange for points, to the later origin stones to the current coin of destiny and the seed of destiny. Although the form had changed, it seemed to be the same pattern. The phone also seemed to be taking care of his strength. When he was weak, he could use his brain to exchange for applications. When he was strong enough, he could use the origin stone to activate the power of the laws. And now that he had become a sector lord, he was able to come into contact with items like the coin of destiny that he couldn't have before, and his phone had also changed. In the process, he had always been the beneficiary. It could be said that without his mobile phone, he would not be where he was today. However, compared to the previous two exchange methods, the current exchange method that relied on the scales of fate was undoubtedly more powerful and practical. 1633 The child of destiny is right beside me. Tang Zhen felt a little emotional in his heart. Although the origin of the phone was still shrouded in mystery after the first seal was removed, it was indeed more and more helpful to him. There was no need for him to delve into the secrets hidden behind it. He just needed to let nature take its course. When the right time came, the truth would naturally appear. The scales of fate, I want to know what the seed of fate is, and how do I get it? As Tang Zhen raised his question, the scale of fate in his mind once again appeared in front of his eyes. However, one end of the scale had already sunk while the other end was raised high. This was a kind of transaction. The answer was at the end of the sink. Tang Zhen needed to pay an item of equivalent value. When Tang Zhen saw this scene, he muttered in his heart for a moment. He then casually took out a destiny gold coin and placed it on the tilted end. The balance began to change. The sinking end slowly rose, but the two ends were still not flat. After another destiny gold coin was placed, the two ends of the scale finally balanced. A menu popped up in front of Tang Zhen's eyes, which was the explanation of the seed of destiny. The seed of destiny is something that every child of destiny possesses. There are children of destiny in every plane, and their numbers are limitless. Sometimes there will be one, and sometimes there will be more. There are many ways to form a seed of destiny. One is inborn, and the other is acquired. Both have the same value, but their exchange rates are different. A seed of destiny can be exchanged for tens of thousands of destiny gold coins, while another can only be exchanged for 100 destiny gold coins. The more powerful a plane is, the more valuable the seed of fate produced by destiny's child is, and vice versa. The sector lord cultivator only needs to confirm the identity of the child of destiny and then cut off the fate threads of the child of destiny to extract the seed of destiny. After reading the explanation on the subtitles, Tang Zhen also had a certain understanding of the seed of fate. It seemed that he really needed to pay attention to this matter in the future. A seed of destiny was worth at least 100 destiny gold coins. The temptation to Tang Zhen was really not small. Tang Zhen suddenly realized another problem as he was thinking. The wheel of destiny of the fifth battle area was to send cultivators to the other world that they wanted to invade. At the same time, the cultivators in Lu Cheng would pretend to be the children of destiny and finally complete control of the entire world. This was a gentle invasion, killing without blood, but constantly drawing blood, and the benefits obtained were also longer. In that case, did these cultivators of the wheel of destiny also have seeds of destiny? While they were impersonating the children of destiny, what would happen to the real children of destiny? If he were to attack the cultivators of the wheel of fortune, would he be able to gain more? This question seemed to be inexplicable. However, Tang Zhen had a feeling that those wheel of destiny's cultivators were all fat sheep. Of course, with his current strength, he could not easily provoke the wheel of fortune. It should be known that the other party's strength was not inferior to the fifth battle area. It was definitely a powerful and indescribable terrifying existence. If he really angered the wheel of destiny, Tang Zhen would not be able to have a moment of peace even if he fled to the ends of the earth. After thinking for a moment, Tang Zhen raised another question. I need a detection item that can determine the position of destiny's child. As long as he appears within 100 miles of me, I'll immediately receive a notification. Just as Tang Zhen's request was raised, one end of the balance of fate sank again. At the same time, a ball of light slowly appeared. Since he already knew how to use the scales of destiny, Tang Zhen naturally took out a destiny gold coin and placed it on the upturned end. The scale didn't react, as if it had been welded together. Tang Zhen's expression didn't change as he continued to throw in destiny's gold coins. He knew that this kind of special item that was customized according to his requirements was definitely not something that could be bought with a few destiny gold coins. 10, 20, 100 pixiu. Tang Zhen was able to remain calm at the beginning, but when he invested more than 500 gold coins of destiny, his expression finally changed. These destiny's gold coins already accounted for 1/3 of his current wealth, but the scales of destiny had only lifted half of it. Clearly, he still needed more destiny's gold coins to exchange for this item. These gold coins of destiny were hard to come by, and there would be greater uses for them in the future. Now that he was exchanging them for an item, he wondered if it was worth it. Tang Zhen hesitated for a moment before making a decision in his heart. To do a good job, one had to have sharp tools. If he wanted to obtain more Destiny's gold coins, he could not hesitate to invest now. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the scales of fate, he wouldn't have had the chance to obtain such a divine artifact. In that case, what was there to hesitate about? Once again, he took out a large number of Destiny's gold coins and threw them into the balance of destiny one by one. The end that had sunk slowly rose. Although Tang Zhen had made up his mind, he still felt some heartache as he watched the coin of destiny continue to be lost. When the balance of fate finally became balanced, Tang Zhen let out a sigh of relief and reached out to take the ball of light. After the light dissipated, a ring appeared in front of him. It was ancient and simple, with 7 small and exquisite gems embedded in it. These gemstones were used to determine the distance between the child of destiny. The more gemstones lit up, the closer the child of destiny was to him. This kind of intuitive judgment method allowed Tang Zhen to easily determine the location of the son of destiny, making it more convenient to find him. Tang Zhen pinched the ring and played with it for a moment before wearing it on his finger. However, the moment he put on the ring, the 3 gems began to flash, indicating that the son of destiny was nearby. I didn't expect this detection ring to bring me such a pleasant surprise. It seems like I didn't lose out on this deal. Tang Zhen stood up and slowly walked out of the room. He wanted to see who exactly was this son of destiny that was wandering around the market. After circling around in the air, Tang Zhen chose a direction and his figure instantly disappeared. By the time Tang Zhen reappeared, he was already in the middle of an emerald green grassland. The 7th gem on his ring had also started to flicker continuously. Tang Zhen sized up the empty surroundings before finally throwing his gaze onto the ground. Tang Zhen slowly descended from the sky. After taking over 10 steps, he waved his hand toward the grass beside him and an underground entrance appeared in front of him. The people who were hiding underground seemed to have been alarmed. Not long after, a young man timidly stuck his head out and looked at Tang Zhen with a nervous expression. There was a girl following behind the young man. Tang Zhen could confirm with a glance that the girl had a very serious injury and ordinary medicinal stones could not cure it. "Your Excellency, may I know what business you have here?" The young man looked at Tang Zhen in front of him. His heart was in his throat. He did not know what the other party was planning to do. "What's your name?" Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, the young man hesitated for a moment before he replied, "I'm called Bai Lu." Tang Zhen laughed as he looked at the young man who had a cautious expression. "Bai Lu, I want to make a deal with you. Are you willing?" Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, Bai Lu's face revealed a trace of a strange expression. He secretly thought, why did I encounter another strange fellow? The last yellow-robed cultivator had blocked him at the heaven-reaching pagoda. This one, on the other hand, had come straight to his lair. 1634 The deal. 1 Bai Lu used a strange expression to look at Tang Zhen before crawling out of the cave and asking Tang Zhen, "What do you want to make a deal with me? Do you want me to bless you so that you can successfully break through the 100th floor of the tower?" Tang Zhen revealed a pensive expression when he heard this. He smiled at Bai Lu and said, "Did you give your blessings to someone before, and the other party really succeeded in achieving their goal as you wished?" "Actually, I can't be sure, but I have a feeling in my heart that my blessing has really come true." Bai Lu shook his head and said doubtfully. What Bai Lu did not know was that right after he left, someone had successfully broken through to the 110th step. That person was the yellow-robed cultivator that he had given his blessings to. If he had waited a little longer, he would have been able to see this scene and confirm his special ability at the same time. However, when Tang Zhen discovered Bai Lu's identity first, it was useless even if he knew. This was because Tang Zhen would never miss this seed of fate. "You do have a special ability. This is both a good and a bad thing," Tang Zhen explained as he looked at the young man in front of him, who seemed to have been through a lot. Bai Lu's fortune could only affect the world he was born in. Now that he was in the world of Lusheng, his fate was greatly suppressed by this world. It was not strange to say that he was running into walls everywhere. Perhaps its only use was to give blessings to others, and it couldn't be to those who were blood-related, or it wouldn't be effective. However, due to his limited cultivation and the suppression of this world's rules, the power of the White Road's blessing was also limited. Once it exceeded a certain range, it would suffer a backlash of varying strengths. When Bai Lu blessed the yellow-robed cultivator to obtain cultivator Lu Cheng, it was already beyond what he could bear, which was why his nose was bleeding. If he wished the yellow-robed cultivator to become a nomological cultivator, he would probably be struck by lightning immediately, and his life might not even be guaranteed. It could be said that in a world that didn't belong to them, Destiny's children were pushovers. The cheats they used in their lives actually limited them in every way. Bai Lu was somewhat baffled when he heard Tang Zhen's words. However, he felt that Tang Zhen was implying something. Tang Zhen did not explain further. He looked at the somewhat restrained brother and sister in front of him and directly stated his conditions. If you're willing to trade, I can fulfill one of your conditions. At the same time, I'll heal you and your sister's physical injuries. Are you satisfied with this condition? When Bai Lu heard this, he looked at Tang Zhen and asked in an anxious tone, you can really treat my sister's injuries? You're not lying to me. The injuries on his younger sister had always been the greatest pain in Bai Lu's heart. Now that he heard that Tang Zhen could be cured, it was inevitable that his emotions would fluctuate. I'm not lying, I swear. Bai Lu nodded and turned to look at his sister. He had already made up his mind. If he could cure his sister's injuries, even if Tang Zhen wanted to cut off dozens of pounds of flesh from his body, Bai Lu would definitely not hesitate. However, Bai Lu did not agree rashly. Instead, he asked Tang Zhen, you can agree to any condition. Are you lying to me? That's right, you can state your conditions. As long as it's within my means, I'll satisfy you. Seeing that Tang Zhen didn't seem to be lying to him, Bai Lu probed, you can make my sister and I residents of Lu City. From Bai Lu's point of view, being a resident of the world of Lusheng would guarantee his life, and it was his biggest dream since he came to the world of Lusheng. Just become a cultivator of Lusheng. That's easy. Tang Zhen opened his palm, revealing 2 plates that were neither gold nor jade. He threw them into the hands of the Bai siblings. This is the Holy Dragon City's resident identity card. As long as you complete the soul binding, you can become a resident of the Holy Dragon City. After that, you can choose to stay here or use the teleportation formation to head to the Holy Dragon Warzone. The choice is up to you. Bai Lu looked at the sign in his hand, and his breathing became a little rapid. He carefully looked at it for a long time before he asked in a trembling voice, this is really Lu City's resident identity card. Are you really not lying to me? Tang Zhen did not care about Bai Lu's doubts. He extended his hand and tapped on the 2 of them, completing the binding of their identities. Sensing the information that suddenly appeared in his mind, Bai Lu no longer had any doubts in his heart. Instead, he looked at Tang Zhen and asked, I agree to the trade, but before that, can you tell me your identity? Bai Lu wanted to know who he was dealing with. This request wasn't too much, and Tang Zhen didn't mind. My name is Tang Zhen. Bai Lu was stunned for a moment when he heard Tang Zhen say his name. He lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then, he suddenly raised his head and stared at the young man in front of him. Tang Zhen, so it's His Excellency Tang Zhen. Bai Lu suppressed the excitement in his heart and whispered to his younger sister. After which, the brother and sister bowed to Tang Zhen at the same time, thank you for your kindness. We will never forget it. Tang Zhen's appearance had helped Bai Lu and his sister escape from the sea of suffering. Their gratitude was also sincere. You're welcome, this is just a deal. At the same time, it won't cause you any harm. There are only benefits and no disadvantages, so you can rest assured. Tang Zhen explained, allowing the 2 residents to feel at ease. Don't worry, City Lord. Since I've agreed to the deal and you've fulfilled your promise, I'll have no complaints. Although Bai Lu was a slippery person, he knew that a promise was worth 1,000 gold. Moreover, the person in front of him was the master of the entire cracked plane and the city lord of the tower he belonged to. He could not go back on his words. Since that's the case, let's start. While Tang Zhen was speaking, he had already opened up an independent space and sent Bai Lu into it. The moment White Road entered the independent space, his entire consciousness was completely sealed, and he fell into a state of no perception. At the same time, a thin line of sight appeared above his head. It extended from the independent space and led to an unknown time and space. These were the threads of fate on the body of the Child of Destiny. They were connected to the world that the Child of Destiny lived in. Normally, they couldn't be seen at all, and only appeared after entering an independent space. After observing for a while, Tang Zhen's hand was like a knife as he gently chopped at the fate thread. His body was no longer inferior to a divine weapon. Even the toughest metal would find it difficult to resist this slash. Although that fate thread had a miraculous effect, it still couldn't block the Sector Lord's attack. After letting out a soft sound, it suddenly broke into two. 1635 Alien Cultivator Alliance. The moment the threads of fate were cut off, Bai Lu, who was in the independent space, frowned slightly, as if he had sensed something. At the same time, a spot of light slowly flew out from between his brows. It was the seed of fate that Tang Zhen needed. Now that it had lost the restraints of the threads of fate, the seed of fate began to lose control. It flew out of Bai Lu's body, as if it wanted to leave its original host. If the seed of fate had a spirit, perhaps it would also feel aggrieved. Other children of destiny had always turned misfortune into fortune, and their good luck was unending. They could even pick up a divine artifact when they tripped over a stone. It could be said that they were completely blessed by the heavens, and their lives were full of pride. However, when it came to Bai Lu, it was a completely different matter. Ever since Bai Lu had escaped from the hands of a powerful enemy thanks to his luck and accidentally entered the world of Lusheng with his sister, his entire life had changed completely. In the years he had spent in the scarred plain, he had suffered all the hardships of the world and had to work hard every day to make a living. Bai Lu was probably the only son of destiny to be in such a miserable state. The most important point was that both the White Road and the Seed of Destiny would constantly feel the repulsive force from the world of the Lusheng, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. This was also in the fifth battle area. Because of their own strength, the cornerstone platform here was very tolerant of outsiders and would not care about their existence. If they were placed in the wilderness that no longer existed, Bai Lu and the other cultivators would have long become monsters. However, after Tang Zhen became the owner of the cornerstone platform, he changed these rules and made the current Holy Dragon Warzone even more relaxed. Even if cultivators from other planes entered, they would not have to worry about becoming monsters. Tang Zhen had been observing the changes on Bai Lu's body from the beginning. The moment the Seed of Fate appeared, he directly controlled his spiritual force to grab it. After that, he threw it onto the balance of fate while shielding the surrounding space. He wasn't interested in the Seed of Destiny's increase in luck. He only wanted to know how many Destiny gold coins this thing could be exchanged for. One end of the scale that carried the Seed of Destiny sank, and Destiny coins began to appear on the upturned end. Like a shining stream of water, they slowly pressed down the upturned end. Tang Zhen's eyes were fixed on this scene. He was filled with anticipation in his heart. When the sky was even, the gold coins of Destiny no longer appeared, but they had already been piled up high. Tang Zhen's mental energy swept over it. A trace of surprise appeared on his face before he immediately beamed with joy. This Seed of Fate that he had obtained from Bai Lu had actually been exchanged for 1,300 Destiny gold coins. Not only had he recovered the cost of exchanging for the detection ring, but he had even more than double the amount. 100 Destiny gold coins could be used to set up a teleportation portal, as well as purchase the coordinates of a mid-tier resource plane. The value of this Seed of Destiny was truly enviable. Tang Zhen even had an impulse to enter other planes and hunt down the children of destiny in those planes. With his strength, even if he were to turn the entire plane upside down, no one would be able to stop him. He didn't need too many. As long as he collected 10 similar Seeds of Fate, Tang Zhen would be able to gather enough funds for the initial construction of the scarred planes, and it would be the kind with the highest starting point. However, he really couldn't leave now, and he had to help Le Fei save his brother. Perhaps he could only wait until the end of this mission before he could find an opportunity to start. After extracting the Seeds of Fate, Tang Zhen adjusted the bodies of Bai Lu and his sister. After completely healing their injuries, he released Bai Lu from the independent space. As soon as he left the independent space, Bai Lu woke up. Then, he was surprised to find that he was in such a good state. His whole body felt so comfortable, as if he had unloaded 1,000 pounds of burden. At the same time, he was also surprised to find that the hidden injuries on his body had long disappeared. His sister beside him had an excited expression on her face and called out the word, "Brother," in a hoarse voice. Bai Lu almost cried when he heard his sister's voice. However, he held back his tears and bowed to Tang Zhen again with his sister. "Our deal is over. I'm going back to the market now. Do you want to leave with me?" he asked. After seeing the Bai Lu siblings nod their heads, Tang Zhen casually waved his hand and brought the siblings to fly toward the market. The Spine Valley was recognized as the biggest residence in the cracked plain. There were at least 100,000 cultivators from other worlds living in the crack, and there were countless people moving around. As for the origin of its name, it was because the crack itself was formed by the decay of a giant Kun's corpse. The crack was about 100 miles long and 10,000 meters deep. Most of the cultivators from other worlds who lived here for a long time had extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive here. During this period of time, the Spine Valley had encountered a major event that caused everyone to be in a state of panic. First, there were cultivators from the other world who came to report that there was a lord in the scarred plains and asked to register his identity, which caused a lot of discussion among the cultivators. However, most of the cultivators from the other world were resistant to it, and some even ignored it. In the minds of these foreign world cultivators, registering their identity meant that their information was controlled by Lu Cheng's cultivators, which would inevitably make them feel like they were controlled by others. Naturally, they were not willing to cooperate. However, it didn't take long before news of the sky-reaching giant tower came. This time, it caused a collective shock among the cultivators of the other world. Not only could one get rich rewards from the trial in the tower, but they could also become famous and even have the chance to become a cultivator. These temptations had completely aroused the interest of the cultivators from the other world. Who would be willing to wander around and live in fear all day long when they had a powerful force to rely on? The appearance of the giant tower provided the cultivators from the other world with an excellent opportunity to turn things around, and they really didn't want to miss it. As such, the moment they received the news, a large number of cultivators from the other world began to leave the Spine Valley. Filled with hope, they headed straight for the location of the giant tower. However, there was always a group of people in the world who were always on guard and always observed their surroundings with conspiracy theories. When they first heard about the registration of identity, these cultivators from the other world jumped out and said that it was a conspiracy of the cultivators from Lu Cheng. They hoped that everyone would not be fooled. At that time, most of the cultivators from the other world were unwilling to register their identity, which gave them a lot of public support. However, when the news of the giant tower came, these oppositions continued to spread the rumor that the cultivators of Lusheng had ulterior motives, but no one paid them any attention, which made them inexplicably angry. However, the anger of the masses could not be provoked. These oppositions could only watch as the large number of cultivators left without any way to deal with them. Just as the opposers were flustered and exasperated, not knowing how to turn the tide, something that made them excited happened. Those who opposed the identity registration and firmly believed that the cultivators of Lusheng had evil intentions began to gather in the Spine Valley from all directions. They unanimously demanded the establishment of an organization to fight against the cultivators of Lusheng and defend the rights of the cultivators from the other world. Their attitude was in line with some people's thoughts. The two sides hit it off and a huge organization that opposed the cultivators of Lusheng was born. 1636 The Mysterious Enemy won. This organization was called the Alien Cultivator Alliance, and when it was announced, it had already had more than 50,000 alien cultivators joining it. In addition, there were hundreds of king-level cultivators as leaders, more than 20 law cultivators as elders, and the alliance master was a spiritual emperor. Such strength was enough to suppress an area in the scarred plain. Even the army of cultivators in Lu City had to be careful. With the organization to rely on, the opposition became even more aggressive and even became fearless. They appeared in groups on the plains, intercepting the cultivators who tried to go to the giant tower. At the same time, they forced the cultivators from the other world to join their organization. If there were any resistance, they would kill them directly. Relying on this bloody and forceful method, the Alien Cultivator Alliance gathered more than 30,000 cultivators in a short time, and the scale of the camp continued to expand. As for the Spine Valley, it had now become the base camp of the Alien Cultivator Alliance and had been transformed into a defensive base by the opposition, constantly on guard against the attacks of Lu Cheng's cultivators. Looking at the impregnable base and the increasingly powerful lineup, the oppositions were full of confidence. They said that even Tang Zhen, the owner of the Scarred Plains, had to give them a reasonable explanation. There were even cultivators from the other world who claimed that they would negotiate with Tang Zhen and ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Him to compensate the opponents in the Spine Bone Valley. From then on, it would become the base camp of the cultivators from the other world. Smug and arrogant were the thoughts of these oppositions. Of course, not all of the oppositions were so complacent. There were still many oppositions who were worried and afraid of the power of the cultivators in Lusheng. They were afraid that they would mobilize a large force to clear the city. Things were different now. They had already boarded the pirate ship. If he had resisted the registration of his identity, there would still be room for negotiation. But now, he was openly opposing the cultivators of Lu City. The nature of this matter had changed fundamentally. It could be said that they were now rebels, and thieves. No lord would allow such an enemy to exist and would definitely try to eradicate them. As for negotiations, unless Tang Zhen was at the end of his rope, he would definitely not agree. In this grim situation, it could be said that from the moment they joined the Alien Cultivator Alliance, the opposition had no way out. Most of the oppositions had a question in their hearts. Why did things develop to this extent, completely different from what they had expected? It was as if a pair of invisible hands were manipulating this scene in the dark, making them make a choice involuntarily. After realizing this, those who opposed him also began to become confused. Although they were still in the Alien Cultivator Alliance's camp, the uneasiness in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. In the center of the Spine Valley, there was a huge cave. More than 20 law cultivators were gathered here, waiting for the arrival of the Alliance Master. They discussed the information they had just received in low voices and expressed their opinions. The expressions on their faces were also different. Although everyone had joined the Alliance because they were against Lu Cheng's cultivators, they still had their own plans and just pretended not to know. Did you hear? A group of cultivators from Lu Cheng came to the Immortal Spirit territory. There are a total of 300 people, and it's said that they are all kings of laws. I just found out about it. Do you think they're here for us? I'm not sure, but the possibility is high. If their target is really the Alliance, then we have to make preparations in advance. That's true. I wonder how the Alliance Master will deal with this. At the mention of the reinforcements from the Immortal Spirit territory, the elders of the Alliance were all worried. Even though they were also Law Kings, the cultivators in Lu Cheng had the advantage in numbers, so they really didn't dare to fight them head-on. Just as the elders were discussing among themselves, a masked figure suddenly appeared in the seats in front of them. It was the Alliance Master of the Alien Cultivator Alliance. The Alliance Master's body was shrouded in a black mist, making him look indistinct. Only the bronze mask on his face was very clear, and 2 red dots flickered in his eye sockets. My fellow Taoists. The Alliance Master's voice sounded, but it was particularly hoarse and rough, like rusty iron pieces rubbing against each other. I've already successfully contacted the reinforcements, and they're quite powerful. Even if the cultivators of Lusheng City dare to come, they're destined to return in defeat. At this point, the Alliance Master's eyes flickered with a red light and he continued, don't worry. As long as we defeat cultivator Lu Cheng, we will have the right to negotiate with Tang Zhen. We might even have the chance to control the cracked plains. The Alliance elders were surprised to hear the president's words. They didn't expect the president to have such a plan. Not only was he not afraid of the attack of the cultivators in the tower, but he was also going to defeat them and take control of the entire cracked plains. Was the Alliance Master talking nonsense or was he really confident in defeating cultivator Lu Cheng? Looking at the Alliance elder's doubtful expression, the Alliance Master smiled and waved his hand. Behind him, a crack that looked like a plain channel slowly appeared. Then, a group of black-robed cultivators slowly walked out. Each of them had the strength of a law cultivator. There were a total of 50 black-robed cultivators. They walked out of the crack and stood in the middle of the cave. Their strong killing intent made the temperature drop a lot. When the elders of the Alliance saw this, they were all dumbfounded. They didn't know what had happened. And NBSP, the Alliance leader, stood up and laughed proudly when he saw the Alliance elders' shocked expressions. The red light in his eyes kept flashing. I think you must be very curious where I found the reinforcements, right? Hearing the Alliance Master's question, the Alliance elders glanced at the black-robed cultivator and asked in a hoarse voice, that's indeed the case, please enlighten me, Alliance Master. The Alliance elders cupped their fists and asked, I won't hide it from you. These experts are all under Lord Godfiend, and they are also Lord's vanguard. Not long ago, Lord Godfiend occupied the world I was in and discovered the entrance to the world of towers. Lord Godfiend was very satisfied with this world full of energy. Thus, Lord Godfiend contacted me and stabilized the passageway between the two worlds. This allowed the communication and teleportation between the two worlds to be completed without the need for the tidal season. At this time, the news that Tang Zhen had become the Lord came, and Lord God made up his mind to seize the Lord Seal from Tang Zhen and make the cracked plains his base camp. He told the Alliance elders about the situation. Seeing their expressions of sudden realization, the Alliance master continued, Lord Godfian's strength is extraordinary, and he is definitely not much weaker than Tang Zhen, who came from a low-level battle zone. As long as Lord God successfully obtains the Overlord seal and receives the recognition of the Cornerstone platform, you will all be heroes who have opened up new territories and receive unimaginable rewards. Upon hearing the Alliance Master's words, the Alliance elders who were initially hesitant immediately became eager to try. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. Originally, their strength was far inferior to the cultivators of Lusheng, so they were naturally on tenterhooks, afraid that the army of Lusheng would come. However, now that they had a strong external helper and had the chance to become an official cultivator of the tower, their chances of winning had greatly increased. It was completely worth it for them to give it a try. 1637 Vulnerable, one less than 1,000 miles away from the Spine Valley, more than 200,000 Lu Cheng cultivators were advancing toward the newly established Alien Cultivator Alliance. It was just that it was a little unreasonable for them to kill the cultivators from the other world because they refused to register their identities. Even if there was an order, it would at most be to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys and make the cultivators from the other world feel afraid. However, things were different now. The cultivators from another world were openly rebelling and even formed an Alien Cultivator Alliance to challenge Lu Cheng's cultivators. No lord would be able to tolerate this. In the end, this was still the world of Lusheng, the territory controlled by the cultivators of Lusheng. It was already very fortunate for a group of cultivators from another world to be able to enter this place. It was better to cultivate in a low profile than anything else. Who knew that not only did they not know how to be grateful, but they also did such a thing? It was indeed a little too arrogant. It could be said that if they didn't kill these foreign world cultivators, it wouldn't be enough to show the dignity of the Lu Cheng cultivators. The situation between the two sides was like fire and water. As the 200,000 Holy Dragon City cultivators continued to advance, more troops would arrive from time to time, increasing the size of the army. Tang Zhen's requirement for this operation was to be steady and steady. There was no need to rush to attack the Spine Valley. Instead, he wanted to give more time for the oppositions to gather together and completely eliminate them. Otherwise, with the speed of the Lu Cheng cultivators, why would they need to spend such a long time marching? The law cultivators who had come from the Immortal Spirit territory to reinforce them were also in the team, but they were very low-key. Many people didn't even know of their existence and wouldn't fight unless it was a critical moment. After Tang Zhen finished arranging the matters of the Bai Lu siblings, he caught up to the advancing group and took over the command of the army. After he joined, the group began to move faster. It didn't take long for them to reach the front of the Spine Valley. At this time, there were nearly 300,000 cultivators in Lu Cheng, and they filled the sky and the earth as they advanced. They were like a huge mountain that was impenetrable, slowly advancing toward the valley ahead. The Alien Cultivator Alliance, which had received the news, was also on high alert. The outside of the Spine Bone Valley was full of foreign cultivators. Although they were far less in number than the cultivators in Lu Cheng, they were still full of killing intent. However, most of the cultivators from the other world were unwilling to accept this. They simply didn't understand how their objection to the registration of their identity had developed to the point where they were about to fight with the cultivators from Lusheng. However, at this moment, it was too late for them to back out. In the Lu Cheng cultivators' camp, Tang Zhen looked at the cultivators from the other world who were waiting in formation and gently waved his hand. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, cultivator Lu Cheng was like a compact machine, launching waves of long-range attacks from the air and the ground. This attack was like a continuous wave, and the damage it caused was enough to destroy the world. When the Lu Cheng cultivators launched their attacks, the other world cultivators also activated their defensive means, taking the storm-like attacks while finding time to counterattack. However, compared to the attacks that Lu Cheng had practiced countless times, the defense of the foreign world cultivators was too scattered and fragile. Their attacks could not gather in one place, so the damage caused was minimal. On the other hand, the Lu Cheng cultivators' attack was like a powerful water gun washing away dirt, wiping out the cultivators from the other world. Seeing their companions fall one after another, the cultivators from the other world felt an uncontrollable fear in their hearts. The trace of luck in their hearts disappeared at this moment. Even Lu Cheng's cultivators had to be afraid of the cultivators from the other world, but now it seemed like they were just bullshitting. Looking at the situation in front of him, he knew that the two sides were not on the same level at all. The result of the battle was that the cultivator from the other world was completely crushed by the cultivator from Lu Cheng. Finally, there was a cultivator who couldn't stand the cruel scene and turned to escape from the battlefield. However, the moment he turned around, he was devoured by a new wave of attacks. More and more otherworldly cultivators collapsed, and their method of fleeing in all directions also led to the complete collapse of the entire camp. Crush them, don't leave a single one alive. As the new order was issued, the cultivators of Lusheng City who had gathered together suddenly split into countless teams and chased after the cultivators from the other world who were fleeing in all directions. Every time this happened, it meant that the war was coming to an end. The entire Spine Valley turned into a land of slaughter in an instant. The cultivators of Lusheng City, who had received the order to not leave anyone alive, did not hold back in their attacks. The whole world was filled with blood, mist and dazzling light, mixed with countless desperate screams. Corpses fell from the sky like hailstones. Just as the cultivators of Lusheng were killing each other, black smoke suddenly gushed out of the Spine Valley. Countless black-robed cultivators flew out and attacked the cultivators of Lusheng without a word. With the addition of the black-robed cultivators, the attacks of the Lu Cheng cultivators slowed down slightly. The fleeing cultivators from the other world also turned around and attacked them. Tang Zhen, who was watching the battle from behind, looked at the cultivators from the immortal spirit territory beside him. The other party also understood tacitly and rushed out from the spectating camp. The addition of these 300 law monarchs immediately reversed the situation on the battlefield. The originally aggressive black-robed cultivator was also suppressed to the point of suffocation. Just as the cultivators of Lu Cheng regained the upper hand, something strange happened. From the Spine Valley, a huge figure formed by black smoke appeared. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and its head and body were covered with bright red bone spikes. It raised its head and let out a furious roar. This is interesting. Finally, a decent fish. After seeing the huge figure formed by the black fog, Tang Zhen laughed out loud and rushed out of the camp. His body continued to grow in size as he flew. Terrifying world energy crazily flowed into his body. And NBSP, by the time he reached the Black Mist Giant, his energy-formed body was already 1,000 meters long. With just one punch, he had crushed the giant's head. Tisk, tisk, trash. Tang Zhen waved his fist. A disdainful expression flashed across his eyes. It seemed to be filled with contempt. Bastard, how dare you attack the great Lord Godfiend? You'll definitely die today. The Black Mist Giant seemed to be able to absorb the blood and energy of the dead cultivators. When its body was damaged, it quickly recovered to its original state. However, its aura had been weakened. Lord God, what big words. You're just a wild god from a lower plane, and you dare to be so impudent in the tower world. You really don't know what's good for you. As Tang Zhen spoke, he dodged the Black Fog Giant's attack. At the same time, he grabbed the long horn on the other party's head and pulled with all his might. The Black Mist Giant's head was forcefully torn off. Its huge body trembled twice and collapsed in an instant. Just you wait, I'll definitely get my revenge. And NBSP, as the Black Mist Giant crumbled, it spat out a vicious sentence at Tang Zhen and then fell silent. You want to run in front of me? You must be dreaming. Tang Zhen's eyes looked towards the depths of the Spine Valley. He extended his hand and smashed it down. Soon after, he saw that his arm had actually penetrated through the void and directly entered another world. 1638 The ridiculous enemy, one in a world connected to the scarred plane. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, as if the end of the world had come. As the dark clouds rolled, a figure fell from the sky and directly hit a huge mountain. Boom! The peak of the mountain trembled violently due to the rapid impact. Countless rocks flew in the air, swallowing and burying a large number of buildings at the foot of the mountain. It didn't take long before a sorry figure flew out from the rubble, looking at the sky with hatred. Tang Zhen, I will not rest until I have taken my revenge. This figure was the Black Mist Giant that had just fought with Tang Zhen. It was also the Lord God that the Alliance Master of the Alien Alliance had mentioned. He was originally a low-level cultivator in a certain world. Because of a coincidence, he cultivated some kind of secret technique and soared to the sky. This secret technique could increase one's cultivation level by absorbing blood qi. At the same time, it could also be used to control cultivators and use blood qi to increase the strength of the controlled cultivator. It could be said that the more people he killed, the faster his strength would increase and the more puppet cultivators he could control. In an extremely short period of time, this low-level cultivator rose rapidly. In order to improve his strength, he actually slaughtered all the cultivators in his world. He was full of himself and called himself Lord Godfiend. He controlled the puppet cultivators under him to invade and plunder everywhere, and his strength continued to grow. When he invaded this world and found out about the cultivators in Lusheng, he was overjoyed and determined that the world of Lusheng was the most suitable place for him. By relying on the transmission of the cornerstone platform, he could more conveniently invade other worlds and obtain more powerful strength through the means of complete destruction. However, he wasn't a native of the world of Lusheng. If he wanted to borrow the power of the cornerstone platform, he had to first become a cultivator of the Lusheng or even the master of the Lusheng. Unfortunately, the towers in the 5th battle area never accepted foreign cultivators. It was impossible to become a city lord because in the 5th battle area, a city lord was equivalent to a lord. Each territory only had one tower. If this self-proclaimed Lord God had entered another battle area, he might have been able to build his own city. However, in the 5th battle area, he was destined to have no possibility of realizing his plan. Just as he was feeling anxious, he suddenly received news that there was a lord in the scarred plains. After ordering his subordinates to carefully inquire about Tang Zhen, Lord God immediately had a new plan. He wanted to kill Tang Zhen and replace him. From his point of view, Tang Zhen had only just advanced to the Sector Lord realm. Although the strength of the people under him was strong, they definitely couldn't be compared to those old war zones. Wasn't this an opportunity given to him by the heavens? As long as he could kill Tang Zhen and obtain the Lord's seal, it would mean that he would obtain the control of the cracked plains. Although he had killed an overlord, it had also proved that his strength was far superior to Tang Zhen's. He believed that after the cornerstone platform discovered this, it would show him mercy. The world of Lusheng was all-inclusive, and the strong were respected. It was only natural for the strong to replace the weak and control the scarred plains. However, after he fought with Tang Zhen, Lord Godfiend realized that he had underestimated the lord of a warzone. The puppet cultivator that he was so proud of couldn't even withstand a single blow from the law cultivators in the immortal spirit territory. In the process of his battle with Tang Zhen, he was completely crushed. Thinking back to the battle, Lord Godfiend still had lingering fear. At the same time, he made up his mind that he had to leave this place as soon as possible. When Dong Mountain rose again, he would definitely take revenge for today. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, the demon god saw the dark clouds in the sky roiling. Then, a giant hand descended from the sky, heading straight for his position. "Damn you, Tang Zhen! You are taking advantage of me!" Lord Godfiend roared in anger and wanted to turn around and escape. Who would have thought that this giant hand seemed to have locked onto his aura and sealed off all possible escape routes? As if ignoring the distance between space and time, the giant hand landed on Lord Godfiend's body. On the scarred plain, the energy giant that Tang Zhen had transformed into sneered and retracted his arm that had reached into the other world. That insufferably arrogant Lord God was caught in Tang Zhen's hand. At this moment, it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. He was casually imprisoned by Tang Zhen. Even if he was still alive, he was destined to suffer a fate worse than death after falling into Tang Zhen's hands. Tang Zhen turned around to look at the battlefield and discovered that the battle had already ended. The figures of the cultivators from the other world could hardly be seen, and there were countless skeletons on the ground. The otherworldly cultivators who were insufferably arrogant a few days ago and claimed to negotiate with Tang Zhen had all become a pile of corpses. The cultivators in Lusheng had completely carried out Tang Zhen's orders and did not let any enemy of the alien cultivator alliance go. He believed that after this battle, the cultivators from the other world would know the severity of the situation and understand the consequences of going against the cultivators from Lucheng. Clean up the battlefield, completely clean up the Spine Valley. As for the corpses of these otherworldly cultivators, bury them on the spot. The only major threat on the cracked plains had disappeared, and the rest of the matters did not need Tang Zhen's intervention. The residents of his tower could easily settle them. Tang Zhen returned to the market with Lord God whose life and death was unknown and waited for Luo Fei's mission to begin. After Bai Lu and his sister arrived at the market, they felt that their lives had changed. Yesterday, he was still a cultivator from another world who was wandering on the plains. Today, he had become a cultivator of Lu City. From then on, he would no longer be afraid. This kind of life was simply too comfortable. His heart was also filled with pride. At this moment, His greatest wish was to let those people who had once looked down on him know what his current status was. After a good night's sleep, Bai Lu got up from his bed and prepared to go to the giant tower to watch the show. When he saw the dense crowd again, the white road felt completely different from before. It was as if they were the common people who were running around for a living, and he was the one standing at the top. This feeling made Bai Lu feel light as a feather, and he walked with his head held high and chest out. The cultivators at the side saw the arrogant Bai Lu and were somewhat baffled. They couldn't understand why this young man had such a proud expression. White Road didn't care about this at all. He continued to move forward proudly, as if the whole world was his stage. However, he was stopped by someone after walking for a short while. "Brat, I've been looking for you." The one who spoke was a yellow-robed cultivator, his face full of emotion. He was the guy who had received the blessing of the White Road last time. Bai Lu glanced at the other party, nodded, and asked in a faint voice, "Your Excellency, is there something you need?" The yellow-robed cultivator looked around and whispered to Bai Lu, "I have something good to tell you. Why don't we find a quiet place to talk about it?" Looking at the yellow-robed cultivator in front of him, Bai Lu felt a trace of vigilance. After spending so many years in the cracked plains, Bai Lu had developed a pair of discerning eyes. He could tell at a glance whether a person had any ill intentions. The yellow-robed cultivator in front of him was clearly up to no good. 1639 kicked an iron plate. 1. A trace of vigilance rose in his heart, but Bai Lu's expression did not change in the slightest. "If you have anything to say, just say it here. Why do you have to go to another place?" When the yellow-robed cultivator heard Bai Lu's question, he looked anxious. However, he still lowered his voice and said, "I'm sure it's a good thing. Aren't you short of money? As long as you follow me, I guarantee you'll earn enough to cover your expenses for a lifetime." This sentence was full of temptation. If it was the White Road in the past who heard it, he would definitely be tempted. Then, no matter whether it was dangerous or not, he would definitely try. At that time, he was really in need of money, and he would never miss an opportunity to make a fortune. However, that was yesterday. Now, not only had he recovered from his injuries, but he had also become an admirable cultivator of Lusheng and no longer had to worry about money. The benefits provided by the residents of Lusheng alone were enough for the siblings' daily expenses. If they wanted more income, they could find another way. Of course, this was not the main problem. The main problem was that the yellow-robed cultivator might not have good intentions. Now that he had become a cultivator of Lucheng, he and the yellow-robed cultivator were from two different worlds. Since the other party had evil intentions, he could just ignore him. Thinking of this, Bai Lu waved his hand and turned to leave. Seeing this, the yellow-robed cultivator revealed a fierce look and reached out to grab Bai Lu's shoulder. "Brat, don't even think of leaving today." Bai Lu's expression changed slightly when he was suddenly grabbed by the shoulder. In his opinion, the yellow-robed cultivator was ready to fall out with him. "Let go of your hand, or you'll bear the consequences." Hearing Bai Lu's stern warning, the yellow-robed cultivator was stunned for a moment, then a mocking smile appeared on his face. "Brat, don't think that I don't know your background. You're just a little cultivator with no one to rely on, and you have a sickly sister. I'll tell you the truth, if you cooperate with me today, I won't make things difficult for you, but if you don't, I'll make you wish you were dead, and your sister won't have an easy time either." At this point, the yellow-robed cultivator smiled proudly and looked at Bai Lu with a threatening look. Hearing the other party mention his sister, a cold glint flashed in Bai Lu's eyes. His younger sister was his reverse scale, yet the yellow-robed cultivator dared to use her to threaten him. He was simply courting death. Even when he was still weak, Bai Lu would risk his life when he encountered such a situation, not to mention now that his identity had changed. "I'm warning you again, let me go now, and I might let you live. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." While Bai Lu was warning the yellow-robed cultivator, he had secretly activated the emergency function of the Lu city's resident identity card. Then, he continued to confront the yellow-robed cultivator with a calm face. The Holy Dragon City cultivators were nearby. After receiving the distress signal, they could reach here in a very short time with their speed. This was the Holy Dragon City's territory. The yellow-robed cultivator could not do anything, so Bai Lu was not afraid. The yellow-robed cultivator looked at Bai Lu's calm expression and felt a little flustered for some reason. He didn't know why this trash-selling kid was acting like this, but this was definitely not normal. I can't hesitate any longer. I have to take this kid away. Otherwise, if there are any changes, it'll be too late for me to regret it. At the thought of this, the yellow-robed cultivator no longer hesitated. He grabbed Bai Lu's shoulder and was about to rush out. Seeing that he was about to be taken away, but Lu Cheng's cultivators still hadn't come to rescue him, Bai Lu couldn't help but feel anxious. In order to prevent himself from falling into danger, Bai Lu could only shout, "Everyone, help me. This guy wants to harm me." When the cultivators beside them heard this, they looked at the two of them in unison with a trace of doubt in their eyes. The yellow-robed cultivator was secretly anxious. He blocked Bai Lu's voice and then cursed angrily, "This little bastard used fake goods to deceive people, and now that I've discovered it, he's making bogus accusations. I'll take him to the market now and find the person in charge of the market to judge. We can't let such a person go easily." After hearing the yellow-robed cultivator's explanation, the cultivators came to a realization and looked at Bai Lu with a hint of disgust. No matter if it was mortals or cultivators, they were extremely disgusted with unscrupulous merchants. Since Bai Lu was such a person, he naturally did not deserve sympathy. Besides, this matter had nothing to do with him. Even if there were some hidden circumstances, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Bai Lu's heart sank when he saw the look in the cultivator's eyes, and he groaned inwardly. If he was really taken away by the yellow-robed cultivator, it would be equivalent to his life falling into the hands of others. Even if the Lu Cheng cultivator found him, he might not be able to guarantee his safety. He secretly regretted it in his heart. He had suppressed himself for too long. Now that he had turned over a new leaf, it was inevitable that his mentality would be inflated. Otherwise, why didn't he bury himself in cultivation like his sister? Instead, he ran out to satisfy his own vanity. If he had not come out, he would not have had such an encounter. "Where are you taking him?" Just as Bai Lu was about to feel despair, a faint voice entered his ears, making him almost jump up in excitement. He quickly looked in the direction of the voice. The young man who had saved him and his sister from the sea of suffering was standing in front of the yellow-robed cultivator. Although he did not look imposing, he was like a mountain blocking the other party's way. The yellow-robed cultivator's expression was somewhat unsightly. He sized up Tang Zhen and coldly snorted, "It's none of your business, get out of my way." Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly rushed out from beside him and slapped him hard on the face. The yellow-robed cultivator was stunned for a moment. Before he could get angry, he saw the man kick his body. A huge force hit him, making him roll twice on the ground. Then, the yellow-robed cultivator saw two aggressive cultivators pounce on him and hold him up. Then, the people who attacked him just now rushed over and slapped him. As he slapped the man, he cursed, "You're really blind, how dare you speak to my lord like that?" The yellow-robed cultivator was stunned. He wanted to fight back, but the two cultivators holding him down were extremely powerful. He couldn't break free at all. "What are you wild cultivators doing? Are you trying to bully the cultivators from the other world?" The yellow-robed cultivator shouted at his surroundings in a panic, trying to provoke the anger of the otherworldly cultivators and help him escape from danger. Sure enough, the surrounding cultivators' expressions changed slightly when they heard this, and they all looked at the two-headed snake that was attacking. "Stop bullshitting. I'm beating you up, you black sheep," among the cultivators from the other world. The two-headed snake slapped the yellow-robed cultivator a few more times. Then, it looked around fiercely, put its hands on its waist, and roared, "This guy tried to kidnap cultivator Lu Cheng, so I slapped his mouth. You guys are not convinced. Are you his accomplices?" Upon hearing the two-headed snake's words, the otherworldly cultivators immediately retreated as if they had been bitten by a snake, afraid that they would be implicated in this matter. At the same time, they looked at the yellow-robed cultivator with admiration. This guy had eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall to kidnap a cultivator from Lusheng. 1640 The greedy yellow-robed cultivator, hearing the two-headed snake's words, not only were the surrounding cultivators shocked, but the yellow-robed cultivator also felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His first reaction was that the two-headed snake was trying to frame him and casually put a name on him. "Although I don't know how I offended you, even if you want to fucking harm me, you should at least find a reliable explanation, right? Kidnapping cultivator Lu Cheng, even if he had more courage, he wouldn't do such a thing unless he had lost his mind." The yellow-robed cultivator was about to defend himself and expose the shameless double-headed snake, but he saw Bai Lu standing beside him. This kid was staring at him with a gloomy gaze, as if he still bore a grudge against him for what he had done just now. Could it be Yingluo? The yellow-robed cultivator had a thought but immediately rejected it. He felt that it was extremely laughable. Even an expert like him who had passed the 100th floor of the tower was still a long way from becoming a cultivator of Lushan. Bai Lu was just a kid who sold junk. How could he be a resident of Lushan? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Although the yellow-robed cultivator had already guessed the correct answer, he refused to believe it. He shouted at the double-headed snake again, "You're taking this opportunity to take revenge on the alien cultivators, and then you made this kid cooperate with you. There's definitely a conspiracy." The two-headed snake sneered and glanced at the yellow-robed cultivator. It said coldly, "Is that so? Since you said that he is cooperating with us, then what are you doing? Are you also cooperating with our scheme?" When the yellow-robed cultivator heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he continued to explain, "I didn't know that you were plotting something, that's why I fell into your trap." Seeing the yellow-robed cultivator's expression, the surrounding cultivators also frowned and sneered. They had originally thought that Lu Cheng was using this as an excuse to give the otherworldly cultivators a good beating, but it seemed that this was not the case. If the yellow-robed cultivator was upright, why would he be so guilty? This guy had obviously done something wrong, and now he still wanted to drag others to take the blame. What a vicious intention. Damn it, I was almost tricked by this bastard. The yellow-robed cultivator also noticed the gazes of the surrounding cultivators. He became more and more flustered. Just as he was racking his brain to think of an excuse, the two-headed snake slapped him again and pointed at Bai Lu. "You're still thinking of excuses? Let me ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You again, why did you kidnap him? If you don't tell me the truth today, do you believe that I won't let you have a taste of my soul-searching technique?" Upon hearing the words, soul-searching technique, the yellow-robed cultivator broke out in cold sweat and his body began to tremble. When interrogating a stubborn fellow, soul-searching was the most effective method. However, the person being cast would most likely become an idiot, and that kind of situation was worse than death. Although this soul-searching technique was classified as a forbidden technique and not many people knew how to use it, the cultivators of Lusheng City could definitely exchange for this skill from the cornerstone platform. And with Lu Cheng as their backing, no one would pursue the matter even if they used the soul-searching forbidden technique. Judging from the two-headed snake's tone, if he still did not tell the truth, he was afraid that he would really use the soul-searching technique in front of everyone. The yellow-robed cultivator did not dare to imagine such a terrifying scene. Once he became an idiot, what kind of miserable fate would he encounter? How would his past enemies deal with him? I'll tell you everything. Don't use the soul-searching technique." The yellow-robed cultivator was already scared out of his wits and quickly begged for mercy. His initial hopes of getting lucky had completely disappeared. Seeing that the yellow-robed cultivator was about to cry, the two-headed snake revealed a look of disdain. After secretly cursing, "Coward," it said with its hands behind its back, "Then tell me, why did you kidnap Bai Lu?" The yellow-robed cultivator's face was ashen as he said in a dejected tone, "I want him to bless me again and let me become a cultivator of Lu Cheng." The two-headed snake was stunned for a moment. It looked at the yellow-robed cultivator and then at the white road, feeling that the other party was treating it as a fool. "Fuck you, have you never experienced the power of your double-headed snake? Alright, I'll let you experience it today." The two-headed snake rubbed his hands a few times as if he was about to attack. The yellow-robed cultivator almost burst into tears as he hurriedly explained, "It's true. I'm not lying to you. Last time, it was this kid who blessed me and helped me reach the 110th floor of the tower. Also, before me, there was a cultivator from another world who also rushed up. He had also received this kid's blessing. If you don't believe me, you can find him and confront him. Please believe me, I'm really not lying to you." Seeing the yellow-robed cultivator's expression of, "I'll be struck by lightning if I lie," the two-headed snake was stunned for a moment before looking at Tang Zhen who was standing at the side. The reason for the crime was so bizarre that even the double-headed snake had never heard of it after so many years of being in the martial world. However, he understood that these cultivators from the other world had a variety of mysterious means, and they might be able to use this kind of secret technique similar to curses to do things that would harm others and benefit themselves. Tang Zhen nodded. He looked at the yellow-robed cultivator and asked, "Since you've gained some benefits from Bai Lu, you must have some understanding of his abilities. Why did you kidnap him even though you know that he's weak and can't help you? This Yingluo, the yellow-robed cultivator, hesitated for a moment, as if he didn't want to answer. However, after being slapped by the two-headed snake again, he still answered honestly, actually, I found a secret technique that can allow a cultivator's strength to increase by several times in a short period of time. However, the increase in strength only lasts for 1 minute, and then the cultivator will become a cripple after that. I'm going to cripple his 4 limbs and then threaten him with his sister to force him to cast the blessing technique and help me become a cultivator of Lu Cheng. Hearing the yellow-robed cultivator's explanation, the two-headed snake was amazed, but Bai Lu was so angry that he gritted his teeth and wanted to rush up and tear the yellow-robed cultivator apart. Seeing the hatred in Bai Lu's eyes, the yellow-robed cultivator quickly explained, "Little brother, please don't misunderstand. I was thinking that once I succeeded, I would treat you and your sister well and make sure you don't have to worry about food and clothing." Bai Lu sneered and looked at the yellow-robed cultivator. He said in a cold voice, "Hee, treating us well, isn't it to ensure that the secret won't be leaked and to silence my sister and me?" The yellow-robed cultivator's eyes flickered. He did not dare to look at Bai Lu. Perhaps this was his real plan. All right, the matter has been cleared up. Let's deal with it according to the rules. Tang Zhen ordered the Lu Cheng cultivators behind him. He no longer paid attention to the yellow-robed cultivator who was begging for mercy. He turned to Bai Lu and said, "From today on, you'll cultivate hard. You'll only be allowed to come out when you become a king-class cultivator. Do you understand?" As the son of fate, Bai Lu's cultivation talent was naturally far beyond ordinary people. Unfortunately, after this kid became a cultivator of Lusheng, his mentality became a little unbalanced. He had to be beaten. In comparison, his younger sister was worthy of praise. She was far more hardworking than this kid. Seeing the yellow-robed cultivator being punished, Bai Lu was still secretly happy. However, after hearing Tang Zhen's order, his entire face immediately collapsed. From today onwards, he would not be able to leave the house for at least 10 years. 1641 Building, Giant City by One Man. The White Road incident was only a small interlude. However, since Tang Zhen had encountered him, he naturally had to stand up for his own Lu City's residents. As for the yellow-robed cultivator who tried to make use of Bai Lu's Destiny's Child's ability to bring him greater benefits, he was finally punished. Although his plot didn't succeed, the nature of it was very bad. Now was the time to establish Lu Cheng's prestige. How could Tang Zhen's men miss this opportunity? As for what punishment he had received, only a few people from the two-headed snake knew. No one else knew. After all, no one had seen the yellow-robed cultivator ever since this incident. He had probably been secretly executed. It didn't take long for the news of the alien cultivator alliance to spread throughout the entire plane. The death of nearly 100,000 alien cultivators completely shocked those who harbored evil intentions. The work of identity registration became smoother and smoother. Without the need for the cultivators of Lu Cheng to call them, the cultivators from other worlds who had received the news took the initiative to go to the nearest market and obtain their own identity cards. A rough count showed that there were more than 2 million cultivators in the cracked territory. If their offspring and ordinary people were included, the number would be several times more. As for the wild cultivators, they would be registered soon, or they would not be able to move around in the cracked territory. If these foreign world cultivators and wild cultivators were used well, they would also be a great help. At the same time as the registration work began, Tang Zhen once again issued a recruitment order to recruit a large number of cultivators with legal identities from the other world and began the construction of the territory. The construction team teleported from Holy Dragon City was already in place. They were sent to various parts of the cracked plains, ready to carry out a large-scale construction work according to the city planning drawings that were carefully designed. These designs were all selected from the qualifiers. The city in the drawings was not only large in scale, but also beautiful in appearance and had quite a complete set of functions. The two construction styles of a technological civilization and a cultivation civilization were perfectly combined together. It was filled with a strong visual impact. Even Tang Zhen clicked his tongue in wonder after seeing the video. The city where the giant tower was located was one of the key areas for construction. Because of Tang Zhen's presence, the construction speed was especially fast. Although his phone had turned into the form of the scales of fate, those exchanged applications had long become Tang Zhen's exclusive abilities. Even without his phone, he could still use them. The powerful abilities of the terrain modification plugin were once again useful. With the terrifying mental control of a sector lord, these buildings were all very exquisite and could be used after some slight repairs. In just one night, a large number of giant buildings appeared on the plains near the giant tower. These buildings had unique shapes and incorporated the architectural essence of many plains. Their surfaces were full of mysterious and magnificent runes, which contrasted with the giant tower and attracted the attention of countless cultivators. They were pointing around the buildings, talking about their views on these buildings, looking forward to the day when they could live in this city. However, just a day later, another large area of buildings appeared. The roads crisscrossed, forming a city that was just beginning to take shape. After yesterday's inquiry, the onlookers all knew that these buildings were the handiwork of Tang Zhen. While they clicked their tongues in wonder, they also revealed an expression that it was only natural. It was rumored that back then, Tang Zhen had built a giant tower that reached the heavens with a single thought. There was no need to make a fuss about building another city. However, as time passed, the reputation of the giant tower had become more and more famous. He wondered if this city, which was built by Tang Zhen, would also be famous. The cultivators were full of anticipation. Even some cultivators who were about to leave stayed to watch. They wanted to know to what extent the city would be built. In the following time, the cultivators saw skyscraping buildings, exquisitely sculpted sculptures, vast and magnificent squares, and an even more magical scene. When the area of the entire city had already reached over 100 kilometers, Tang Zhen's figure appeared in the sky above the city. He began to add color to the gray city that was completely made of rocks. The precious seeds from the dream city were scattered by Tang Zhen to every corner of the city and blended into the fertile soil. After the seeds were sown, Tang Zhen took out a portion of the world's origin, diluted it, and covered the sky above the city, nourishing the strange flowers and mutants that Dream City Master had carefully collected and cultivated. The energy of the world in the fifth battle zone was already extremely abundant, and now that origin energy had appeared, the city seemed to be enshrouded in a seven-colored mist. Even the air seemed to have become thick. The delicate and difficult to cultivate plant seeds quickly took root and sprouted in this environment, covering the entire city in an instant. After the thick fog dispersed, the city that appeared in front of the onlookers had become like a fairyland. It was so beautiful that words could not describe it. Oh my God, this is simply too beautiful. It's so beautiful. If I had to live in this city, I'd be willing to pay any price. I've wandered in the fifth battle area for more than 300 years and have been to countless places, but this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful city. Have you all noticed that the flowers and plants in this city are all rare and good things? Each one of them is worth a lot. I'm convinced. As expected of Sir Tang Zhen. This is really generous. As the onlookers marveled, the construction command team from Holy Dragon City entered the city and prepared to start the next step of the construction work. Although the current city looked good enough, Tang Zhen had only built a framework. The interior filling and the handling of the details still required a professional team to complete. At the same time, the hired cultivators from the other world also entered the city and became special construction workers, cooperating with the command team to carry out construction and transformation. This process might still take some time. At least, before Tang Zhen participated in Luo Fei's mission, it was impossible to see the official completion of the city. This was his family's city. Tang Zhen could visit it at any time and was not in a hurry. With the completion of the city's construction, the immigration plan would also begin. Tang Zhen was prepared to transfer a portion of the residents from Holy Dragon City and a portion of the residents from the buildings in the entire war zone to become the residents of this new city. For the residents of the Holy Dragon Battle Zone, this was undoubtedly a good thing that would make people fight for it. It was estimated that when the news spread back, there would be another round of competition. The area of the new city was huge, more than enough to accommodate millions of people. Other cities were under construction and could accommodate more people. Therefore, Tang Zhen was also prepared to recruit a group of residents in the territory to make up for the lack of residents and prevent the city from looking empty. Passing the trials in the tower was a way of recruitment, and the selection of the best was also a way. In short, to become a resident of the tower, one must be an elite. He believed that after this step was completed, the scarred plane would be completely under Tang Zhen's control. Its development potential would also be higher than the Holy Dragon Battle Zone. However, with the addition of the cracked planes, the Holy Dragon Battle Zone's development speed would also be greatly enhanced, and their future achievements would be limitless. 1642 set off to the true immortal realm after solving the hidden danger in the cracked plains and completing the construction of the giant tower in the nearby cities. Tang Zhen invited the cultivators of the mysterious Iron Territory to build 10 internal teleportation arrays in the cracked territory. The teleportation circle in the territory had to be built, and he didn't lack destiny gold coins, so it was better to build it as soon as possible. Perhaps God didn't allow him to stay idle. Just as he was about to go to the shattered space to check it out, Luo Fei came through the teleportation array. When the two of them met, Tang Zhen was flipping through the information regarding shattered space. He was thinking about how to seal the cracks in the ground and how to develop the shattered space. This was a treasured land with resources. It was impossible for Tang Zhen to sit idly by. However, he still needed to study how to develop it. I didn't expect that such a big change would happen in your territory after not seeing you for a while. As expected of Sir Tang Zhen, your methods are extraordinary. Tang Zhen did not care about Luo Fei's compliments. He smiled and said, "That's an overstatement. Compared to your immortal spirit territory, the scarred plain is just a barren land. It can't be compared." Sophie shook her head and sighed. "I'm not complimenting you for no reason. You may not know this, but the news of the Sky Tower has spread throughout the 5th battle area. Many wild cultivators wanted to come to the cracked plain to see if they had the chance to become residents of the Luxiang. With just this matter, you've won the support of those wild cultivators. This is a very powerful force, and you don't need to invest too many resources and you can have countless elite citizens of Luxiang. Isn't that a good thing?" Having said that, Lu Fei sighed. It's a pity that this model is not easy to replicate. After all, 99% of the territories have no precedent of absorbing wild cultivators. You've opened a new one. Tang Zhen shook his head and asked Luo Yong, "What does the celestial spirit overlord think of my actions?" His actions did give the wild cultivators a chance to advance, but it also made him seem like a lone wolf. He didn't know what the other lords would say. "My father once said that you are different from the other lords, and that you had no choice but to do this. Although there are advantages and disadvantages, this is your own business, and no one else can interfere. As long as you build up the fractured territory and have enough power, even if others have any ideas about your residents, they will definitely not dare to speak nonsense." Tang Zhen nodded his head. He himself did not really care about the thoughts of the other feudal lords. He only asked this question because he was curious. Although he had already become a member of the 5th battle area, there were still some close and distant relationships between the lords. He and most of the lords only returned the courtesy and did not have any further in-depth communication. However, because of Luffy's existence, he had many contacts with the Immortal War Zone, and they could be considered allies. Last time, it was thanks to the help of the cultivators in your territory that the residents of Luxiang were able to avoid unexpected losses. If there is a chance, please take me to thank your father. You're welcome. This is only natural. I just don't know if you're ready." Tang Zhen nodded. He knew that Luo Fei was talking about the mission. Luo Fei handed over a jade tablet and said in a serious tone, "This is all the information required for the mission. You can take a look. As long as you communicate with the cornerstone platform, you can carry out the mission at any time." Tang Zhen received the jade token and sent his spiritual energy into it. After reading the information within, he placed the jade token into his storage space. "I already know the details, and I'll do my best. Please don't worry, father." Luo Fei stood up when she heard this. She bowed to Tang Zhen but did not say any words of thanks. There were no words to thank him for his kindness. She left the cracked territory with 300 law cultivators. Just after they left, hundreds of law cultivators from the Holy Dragon City arrived at the cracked plains and guarded one side each. Now that the territory was stable, with the residents of these towers in charge, Tang Zhen could leave without worry. He didn't need to worry about any changes. When he arrived at the secret training room, Tang Zhen contacted the cornerstone platform of the 5th battle area and requested to carry out the battle area mission. The cornerstone platform quickly responded to Tang Zhen. Because of the Immortal Spirit Territory's arrangements, Tang Zhen's battle zone mission had already been arranged and could be activated at any time. Head to the true immortal plane and rescue the trapped cultivators in Luxiang. The mission introduction was very simple and didn't leave much information. It was probably for the sake of confidentiality, in case the enemies in the Immortal Spirit Territory found any clues and destroyed it. Moreover, the specific information had already been handed over to Tang Zhen, so there was really no need to do anything unnecessary. "Lord Tang Zhen, do you wish to activate the war zone mission? Upon hearing the question of the cornerstone platform, Tang Zhen expressed his confirmation. Immediately after, he was wrapped by a terrifying force. Then, like riding a roller coaster, he rapidly traveled through the void. This was Tang Zhen's first time experiencing such a method of teleportation. Compared to the stable methods of teleportation in the past, this method of teleportation was extremely barbaric. Only the body of a sector lord could withstand it. Even a spirit emperor cultivator couldn't bear such a terrifying teleportation environment. Even if they managed to reach the destination, they were doomed to be in a sorry state, and a slight carelessness would result in serious injuries. However, there was an advantage to this method of teleportation. It could instantly break through the plane barrier of the destination, like a grain of sand thrown into the sea, without causing a single ripple. In terms of concealment, this was undoubtedly more advantageous. He did not know how long the teleportation process would take. Even Tang Zhen was unable to be certain. This was because during the teleportation process, they would experience a special situation where time would be distorted. Fortunately, there was the cornerstone platform's teleportation, which prevented the situation where he had only stayed at the mission location for a few days but returned to his hometown decades later. In a daze, he felt that his body had broken through a barrier. Then, the huge pressure disappeared in an instant, making him feel extremely relaxed. Tang Zhen suppressed his cultivation base in time to prevent himself from being discovered by the cultivators of this plane. He then silently landed in a forest. He sensed the heaven and earth energy concentration of this plane. It was above average, and the strength of the native cultivators should be decent. After confirming the strength level of the true immortal plane, Tang Zhen began to ponder how to find Luo Fei's brother, the son of fate named Luo Qi. This cultivator that belonged to the Wheel of Destiny had entered this world through a method similar to reincarnation, attempting to replace the real Son of Destiny to control this world. However, the process of carrying out the mission was not smooth. It could be said to be full of twists and turns. First, he was ambushed by the enemies in the world of Lusheng and was unable to obtain enough fate energy. Then, he was suppressed by the local forces and experienced countless hardships. Although the immortal spirit overlord had tried to rescue them after receiving the news, they had failed each time and lost many experts. Helplessly, he asked Tang Zhen for help. Although those cultivators from the immortal spirit territory had failed in their mission, they had left behind enough information. After gathering them together, it would make it easier for Tang Zhen to find Loki. There were still many things that he did not understand about the true immortal plane, so he had to learn from the locals. Tang Zhen spread out his mental force to scan the surroundings. He quickly discovered a group of native cultivators who seemed to be resting by the river. Tang Zhen slightly altered his attire according to the appearance of the native cultivators before he headed straight to their location. 1643 An ant shaking a tree. 1. Beside the clear stream, a group of men and women in short robes were sitting and resting by the river. All of them were wearing crowns made of different materials, covered in runes and inlaid with priceless gems, exuding faint energy fluctuations. He was wearing battle armor and holding a long sword in his hand. He was obviously dressed like a cultivator. It seemed that they had gone through a long journey. These cultivators looked tired, but even so, they were still alert to their surroundings when they rested. Therefore, when Tang Zhen deliberately made a sound, he was immediately discovered by these cultivators. "Who is it? Where are you hiding?" With a young cultivator's shout, his companions all jumped up from the ground and unsheathed their long swords, staring at the forest not far away. A few of the cultivators had balls of light in their hands, which seemed to be ready to attack at any time. "Don't misunderstand, I'm just a traveler." A faint voice was transmitted over as Tang Zhen walked out from the forest. He swept his gaze across the cultivators who were waiting in a tight formation and explained in a soft voice. After seeing that Tang Zhen was alone and didn't have any cultivation, the nervous cultivators all heaved a sigh of relief. However, there were still some people who were worried. One of the young cultivators questioned Tang Zhen, "This is a barren mountain. You're just an ordinary person without any cultivation. How dare you run around here? Aren't you afraid of being swallowed by the demon beasts? Or do you have evil intentions and are trying to harm us?" When the cultivator who was questioning Tang Zhen said this, he actually directly thrust the long sword in his hand. From the looks of it, he seemed to want to kill Tang Zhen with one strike. Regardless of whether it was a threat or not, the killing intent in his eyes truly existed. It was as if in his eyes, Tang Zhen, who did not have any cultivation, was just an ant that could be casually crushed to death. Impudent. When he saw that the cultivator's longsword was less than an inch away from his body, and that he did not have the slightest intention of withdrawing his hand, Tang Zhen's expression slightly sank. He raised his hand and pointed at the longsword. With a light, kai, sound, the exquisitely forged long sword let out a sorrowful cry and suddenly shattered into countless small pieces, which flew back towards the attacker's body. Be careful. A white-haired old man in the team saw this and warned loudly with a frightened expression. At the same time, he waved his hand and threw out an item that looked like a jade card, which suddenly exploded in front of the attacker. An energy shield instantly appeared, protecting the young cultivator who attacked Tang Zhen. Who would have thought that the fine metal pieces were like an indestructible divine weapon, and the shield that had just been propped up was riddled with thousands of holes. The cultivator who had attacked Tang Zhen let out a blood-curdling screech. His entire body was spurting out blood as he fell limply to the ground. The white-haired old man's eyes revealed an anxious and shocked expression when he saw this. He shouted to the cultivators beside him, "Set up a formation and be on guard." Then, he took out a pair of golden rings and threw them at Tang Zhen. This golden bangle's flying speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it landed in front of Tang Zhen. Soon after, the light intensified, dazzling people to the point that they could not open their eyes. At the same time, the golden ring's diameter was also continuously expanding. It wrapped around Tang Zhen's body as if it wanted to trap him. "You dare to show off such a small trick in front of me?" Tang Zhen coldly snorted. He waved his hand at the golden bangle. Soon after, a ball of flame appeared and landed on the golden bangle. The seemingly incomparably tough golden ring paused for a moment. When it encountered the flames released by Tang Zhen, it immediately seemed to be made of ice as it rapidly melted into the flames. It hurts. As the golden rings disappeared in the blink of an eye, the old man's face turned as white as a sheet. After letting out a wild cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Uncle Master, how are you?" Seeing this, the cultivators beside him quickly looked at him with worried eyes, as if they were going to help him. However, the white-haired old man forced his shaking body and shouted at the cultivators beside him, "The enemy is too powerful. You can't be his match. I'll cover you. Run." When the white-haired old man said this, he took out a pile of exquisitely carved jade balls from his body. He raised his hands and knocked them with all his might. Soon after, a lightning bolt as thick as a thumb appeared out of thin air and headed straight for Tang Zhen. "You guys run." When the old man attacked Tang Zhen, he didn't forget to remind the other cultivators to escape. However, what happened next caused his heart to sink to the bottom. Tang Zhen in front of him extended his hand and beckoned. That thunderbolt was like a docile little snake as it landed in Tang Zhen's hand. At the same time, it was continuously wriggling, as though it was filled with admiration for Tang Zhen. "Damn it, what's going on?" The white-haired old man's eyes almost popped out. He never dreamed that the chain lightning he released with his magic treasure would have no effect on the enemy. It was simply delusional to think of escaping in front of such a strong person. Although he understood this, the white-haired old man still didn't want to give up. He just wanted to give it a try and maybe one or two of them could escape. "If you don't make things clear today, don't even think about leaving." Tang Zhen's voice had just sounded when the small lightning snake in his hand suddenly flew out. After which, it was like a living creature that had its own intelligence as it continuously circled around those cultivators. With each revolution, the lightning snake grew in size. In just a few dozen breaths, the lightning snake had become a giant lightning python, its appearance ferocious and terrifying. After seeing this scene, the white-haired old man felt despair in his heart. He indicated to the cultivators not to put up any unnecessary resistance in case Tang Zhen really wanted to kill them. They had no choice but to surrender. Tang Zhen's strength far surpassed them. It seemed like he was toying with them. Otherwise, with his methods, they would have long become corpses. "Your Excellency, please stop. We can talk about this slowly." The white-haired old man cupped his hands towards Tang Zhen. There was a trace of begging on his face. He could only lower his face and beg for mercy in the face of such an expert of unknown origin. However, the strong were respected in the cultivation world. Tang Zhen had such strength, so there was nothing wrong with him being a little humble. "Now that you think it's easy to talk things over, why did you attack just now?" Tang Zhen coldly snorted as he spoke to the old man. "If I were an ordinary person, I would have been killed by you guys with one strike, right? The old man bitterly laughed and explained to Tang Zhen, "You may not know this, but we've encountered all sorts of ambushes along the way. We've been on edge for a long time. It's true that there are very few people in this barren mountain range, and monster beasts run rampant. You don't have the aura of a cultivator on you, so it's inevitable that people will be suspicious. My martial nephew was afraid of making a mistake, so he killed you." The old man's explanation seemed perfect, but Tang Zhen only believed half of it. This group of cultivators probably treated mortals like grass, which was why they didn't hesitate to attack. Of course, he wasn't going to pursue the matter. Instead, he looked at the old man and asked, "Now, tell me, who are you and what are you planning to do?" "Sir, we're from the Spirit Sword sect, and we're planning to head to Qiyang City to recruit new disciples for our sect." After the old man answered, he looked at him with a nervous expression and a very respectful attitude. Qiyang City. After Tang Zhen heard this name, he secretly thought that it was such a coincidence. The place he planned to go to was precisely Qiyang City. Perhaps this wasn't a coincidence, but the power of fate. As the son of fate, even though Loki had encountered an unforeseen event, there was still a mysterious power that was helping him, guiding the savior to his side. 1644 Your things are too trashy. Now tell me, what kind of sect is your Spirit Sword sect, and how strong is it? The old man hesitated for a moment after hearing Tang Zhen's question. Soon after, he honestly replied, "The Spirit Sword sect can only be regarded as above average among all the sects in the world, and it has not been established for a long time. However, because we're proficient in sword scriptures, our combat power is very strong, and we have some fame in the cultivation world." When the old man said this, his face could not help but reveal a trace of pride. However, when he thought of Tang Zhen's terrifying means, the pride in his heart immediately disappeared. The strength of the young man in front of him was unpredictable. He was probably an expert like the sect leader and sword master, who could compete with him. Fortunately, this person was not an enemy. Otherwise, how could they still be alive? Spirit Sword sect. Very good. Do you need more people? Tang Zhen nodded his head and asked the old man. Are you joking, Sir Junjun? The old man was shocked when he heard this, thinking that there was something wrong with his ears. What was going on? His martial nephew had attacked this unknown master, and now his life and death were unknown. They were also being controlled by him, so it could be said that his life and death were completely in his hands. Under such circumstances, the other party actually said that he wanted to join his own sect. This was simply somewhat inconceivable. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Tang Zhen's face sank when he saw the white-haired old man stammering. He coldly said, "Will it work or not? Just tell me." "Sure, why not? We'll do whatever you say." The old man quickly replied with a smile, forcing himself to show a very happy expression. He knew very well that if he didn't agree, he and his sect's disciples would lose their lives. Therefore, the wisest thing to do was to agree to whatever the other party said, and then slowly think of a way. All right then. From now on, I'll follow you. Don't bother me if there's anything. Just treat it as if I don't exist. Tang Zhen said as he made the decision for the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man grumbled in his heart, but on the surface, he agreed, as if he was very honored. The two sides had been hostile to each other a second ago, but in the next second, they had become one of their own. This huge change in identity made everyone somewhat unable to adapt. Even if he felt uncomfortable in his heart, he still had to be careful in his actions to avoid angering this powerful master. Fortunately, although the companion who attacked Tang Zhen had turned into a bloody gourd, he did not die immediately. It was obvious that Tang Zhen had shown mercy. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the metal fragments to avoid the vital parts at the same time and ensure that they would injure but not kill. After hearing this news, the Spirit Sword sect's cultivators looked at Tang Zhen with a much warmer expression. At least they now knew that this powerful cultivator was not a fiendish person. Moreover, he repaid evil with good and kept his companion's life. His tolerance was not ordinary. If other powerful cultivators were to encounter this, their own sect members would definitely not be able to escape death. In the following time, everyone traveled together. During this time, the native cultivators were all trembling with fear and avoided Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen didn't have the mood to pay attention to those Spirit Sword sect cultivators. Instead, he took a few books from the old man named Mujani and began to read them with great interest. When he encountered something he didn't understand, Tang Zhen would call Mujani over and ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The question in his heart. Mujani was confused. Although he didn't understand why an expert like Tang Zhen didn't know the basic knowledge, he still carefully explained it in detail, not perfunctory in the slightest. So that's how it is, I understand now. After listening to Mujani's answer, Tang Zhen put down the book in his hand and asked Mujani, your name is very interesting. Do you have any explanation? This was the first time the two of them had a casual chat. Mujani didn't dare to hide anything, and quickly explained, the spirit sword sect is divided into 5 branches, according to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each branch has a sword master and 10 sword servants. According to their branches, these sword servants are arranged in the order of 10 heavenly stems, starting from and extending all the way. I'm the second sword servant of the wood branch of the spirit sword sect, so I'm called Mujani. Hearing Mujani's detailed explanation, Tang Zhen nodded his head. So that's how it is. Then, what's the use of those metal rings on your heads? Although Tang Zhen had some guesses, he still inquired, you mean this spirit-gathering crown? Its function is to condense and enhance the spiritual power, so that it can control the spiritual power more easily and ensure a stronger attack power. The spiritual power that Mujani had mentioned was actually the energy of heaven and earth. It was just called differently, but there was not much difference in essence. I see. Do you mind if I take a look at your spirit-gathering crown? How could Mujani dare to refuse? He hurriedly took off the spirit-gathering crown on his head and respectfully handed it over to Tang Zhen. These runes only look like the spirit, and the carving technique is not up to standard. The level of embedding is also very rough, simply unsightly. Tang Zhen looked at it for a moment before he casually commented. His face was filled with disdain. Hearing this, Mujani shook his head inwardly, thinking whether this person was ignorant or had too high of a standard. After all, his spirit-gathering crown was not an ordinary item. Back then, in order to make this spirit-gathering crown, Mujani had paid a huge price before he entrusted it to a famous master. Why was it that it was so unbearable in Tang Zhen's words? I can't take it anymore. I'll help you modify it. As soon as Tang Zhen's voice fell, he threw the spirit-gathering crown into the air and then threw a flame over. Ayo! Seeing this, Mujani's heart ached, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He had experienced the power of the flames released by Tang Zhen. His magic weapon was vaporized in an instant, and the spirit-gathering crown would definitely not be able to escape this calamity. However, he still did not dare to stop Tang Zhen, who asked the other party to be so powerful that he could not afford to offend him. In the blink of an eye, the spirit-gathering crown had turned into a pile of molten metal, and the gemstones embedded in it also flew to one side and suspended in the air. Condense. Following Tang Zhen's soft cry, the cluster of suspended and squirming metal liquid appeared to have been refined. It became even more transparent and pure. Soon after, it agglomerated into an even more beautiful crown. Mujani, who was still feeling sorry for the crown, was stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, the spirit-gathering crown is so beautiful. However, what was the use of being beautiful? The value of the spirit-gathering crown was not in its appearance, but the proportion of amplification. The amplification of his spirit-gathering crown was 20%, which was also one of the top in the spirit sword sect. Only the heavens knew if it could still be used after Tang Zhen had fiddled with it. Tang Zhen didn't pay attention to Mujani at the side, and continued to seriously make the crown. After the spirit-gathering crown's embryo was formed, he immediately used his mental energy as a carving knife, and quickly carved out complicated symbols. Mujani and the disciples of the spirit sword sect were dumbfounded. Mujani, who originally thought that Tang Zhen was just fooling around, began to have some expectations in his heart. The rune's drawing speed was very fast. It was completed almost in the blink of an eye. Then, Tang Zhen embedded those gemstones onto the nodes and activated them with his spiritual power. Swish! The completed spirit-gathering crown let out a soft cry, as if it had a spirit of its own, and trembled in the air. My God, this is a spiritual weapon, a real spiritual weapon. Mujani was stunned. He stared at the spirit-gathering crown in the air, his eyes full of desire. A spiritual weapon. Tang Zhen casually waved his hand and the spirit-gathering crown flew into his hand. After casually looking at it, he threw it to Mujani. The materials are too poor, and the quality is too trashy. It's yours. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, Mujani, who was holding the spirit-gathering crown in his hands and trembling with excitement, immediately revealed an expression that didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 1645 Welcome, Immortal Master. 1. The surroundings were completely silent when they heard Tang Zhen's evaluation. Big brother, can I admit that you're a big brother? Previously, they were suppressed by Tang Zhen to the point where they had no way to fight back. Now that they had personally witnessed the scene of him casually refining the spirit-gathering crown, in the hearts of the Spirit Sword sect disciples, Tang Zhen was already comparable to a god. However, the problem was that this big shot's standards were too high, and he didn't even take a fancy to the spirit-gathering crown, which was a spirit tool. You may not know this, but in the entire Spirit Sword sect, there are no more than 10 spirit-gathering crowns that have reached the level of a spiritual weapon. Some of them are even worse than this. Trash. She asked meekly, how much of this trash do you have? I want all of it. Although they were ridiculing him in their hearts, the attitude of the cultivators toward Tang Zhen became even more respectful. Mu Jianyi was so happy that he couldn't even close his mouth. From time to time, he reached out to touch his head, as if he was afraid that the spirit-gathering crown would fly away. It must be known that the value of a spirit tool-level spirit-gathering crown was extremely high. Even if Mu Jianyi took out half of his life's savings, he probably wouldn't be able to gather enough materials to make it, let alone ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. An expert to make it. This was also the point where everyone was amazed. It was merely a material used to refine an ordinary spirit-gathering crown, but it was actually forcefully refined into a spirit tool by Tang Zhen. This was definitely a super powerful method that could turn something rotten into something magical. He just didn't know the true identity of this big shot. Why was he unknown before and he had no impression of him at all? Mu Jianyi, on the other hand, was feeling apprehensive. Originally, he was forced to agree to Tang Zhen joining the Spirit Sword sect, and he was worried that he would be punished by the Sword Master and the sect leader. But from the looks of it now, this person was a treasure. The sect couldn't even invite him, let alone him taking the initiative to join. If the sect leader knew about this, he would probably be so happy that he would wake up from his sleep. Why would he punish him? Right now, the thing that Mu Jianyi had to consider was no longer how to get rid of Tang Zhen, but how to serve this ancestor until he was happy, and then smoothly bring him to the Spirit Sword sect. He believed that with the existence of this big shot, the rise of the Spirit Sword sect was just around the corner. Having made up his mind, Mu Jianyi secretly sent a message to the sect leader with his flying sword, and described the whole thing in detail, without adding any details. After releasing the flying sword, Mu Jianyi let out a sigh of relief. He knew that what was going to happen next had nothing to do with him, and he believed that the sect leader and the others would make their own decision. Hopefully, they won't be stupid enough to miss this opportunity to make the Spirit Sword sect rise again. In the following days, everyone continued to hurry on their journey, heading straight for Qiyang City. Tang Zhen was bored. Not only did he reforge the spirit-gathering crown of the Spirit Sword sect disciples, but he also collected some natural treasures on the way and made two for himself. Mu Jianyi and the others were already numb to such a scene. In the beginning, when they saw Tang Zhen casually obtain a heavenly treasure, each and every one of them was extremely shocked and envious. However, as time developed, the number of heavenly treasures that Tang Zhen collected increased. They began to get used to it and their hearts did not fluctuate at all. While they were shocked and numb, the Spirit Sword sect's cultivators were also very happy. Along the way, they treated Tang Zhen like an ancestor. Such a situation had occurred not only because Tang Zhen's cultivation was unfathomable, but also because he had helped everyone to refine the spirit-gathering crown. At the same time, he had also rewarded everyone with treasures that he had looked down on. Following Tang Zhen for a day, their gains were equivalent to 20 years of hard work. What made people feel funny was that after the young cultivator who attacked Tang Zhen recovered, he served Tang Zhen the most and also received the most rewards, making everyone envious. Unknowingly, they had already arrived at Qiyang City. At this time, a large number of rich and powerful people had already gathered at the city gate. They had brought their children and were waiting for Mu Jianyi and the others with faces full of anticipation. They're here, immortal masters and lords are here. It was unknown who shouted, but the crowd immediately became restless. Everyone stretched their necks and looked at the rammed earth road that connected to Qiyang City. They saw a group of people flying over from the sky. Their bodies seemed to be untainted by the mortal world, and they waved their hands, bringing with them auspicious winds. They had the demeanor of immortals. "Welcome, immortal master." As someone shouted, those welcoming guests bowed at the same time, their faces full of respect. "Everyone is very thoughtful." Mu Jianyi, who was currently dressed like an otherworldly expert, replied coldly. Then, he led the cultivators to land slowly. "Immortal master, you've had a long journey. Why don't you come to my mansion to wash up and rest? I've already prepared some wine and vegetarian dishes. Please come." A fat man with a big belly walked up. He first bowed to Mu Jianyi, then extended an invitation with a humble face. This person was the city lord of Qiyang City. Under normal circumstances, the Spirit Sword sect would choose to rest in the other's house and would rarely change their location. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, he heard a voice behind him. "Which one of you is called Yun Luo?" Hearing this voice, Mu Jianyi's body trembled. He then looked at the city lord, signaling him to hurry up and find the person. The city lord didn't dare to hesitate and quickly shouted, "Where is Luo Yun?" "Immortal master, please come in." Following the city lord's shout, a man walked out from behind the crowd. His sideburns were weathered, and there was a boy and a girl beside him. "I, Luo Yun, pay my respects to immortal master." The man named Luo Yun looked terrified. He quickly pulled his children to kneel down and saluted, not understanding why the immortal master had summoned him. The others also looked over, trying to guess the immortal master's intentions. The Yun Luo family had fallen from grace and was usually very low-key. If he wasn't the brother-in-law of the city lord, he probably wouldn't even be qualified to come here. The city lord was also puzzled. What had his brother-in-law done to make the immortal master call him out directly? While everyone was waiting, the voice sounded again, "Are these all your children?" Luo Yun's body trembled and he quickly replied, "Immortal master, I actually have another son. He's the son of my ex-wife, but he's suffering from a chronic illness. He can only be locked up at home and not dared to bring him out." "I see, then I'll go to your house to rest for a while." Upon hearing this, not only Luo Yun, but the mayor and the other nobles were also stunned. They all looked at the young cultivator who spoke. It was a supreme honor for an immortal master to visit the city. In the past, they would go to the city lord's mansion, but why did it change this time? What kind of dog shit luck did Luo Yun have to be so favored by the immortal master? The city lord was anxious and didn't want to miss out on this honor. He quickly coughed to remind his brother-in-law. Luo Yun also came back to his senses and quickly explained, "Immortal master, please forgive me. My house is dirty and messy. I'm afraid I've neglected immortal master's noble body. Why don't we move to the city lord's mansion for a walk?" "Don't talk nonsense. I said I'll go to your house, so I'll go to your house. Hurry up and lead the way." Without waiting for Tang Zhen to speak, Mu Jianyi made a decision and urged Luo Yun to move quickly. Seeing this, Luo Yun could only stand up and lead the way, leading Mu Jianyi and the others back to their home. The nobles of Qiyang City behind him were filled with shock and jealousy. They thought to themselves that after today, this Luo Yun would probably have a new lease on life. 1646 Entering the Luo residence, feeding the ghost as Luo Yun had said, his house had not been repaired for a long time, and many places were damaged. It was indeed disgraceful. There were only 3 to 5 servants, and they were all old and slow. When they saw so many distinguished guests, even their hands and feet were trembling. The lord of Qiyang City couldn't stand it any longer, so he hurriedly sent over 100 strong servants to clean up the place and bring over fine household utensils. The other nobles of Qiyang City were also made servants and servants of the various sects, so that it would be convenient for the immortal master to dispatch them. The high status of cultivators in the true immortal realm could be seen from this. After entering the guest room, Mu Jianyi sat at the side and invited Tang Zhen to sit on the main seat. He then discussed with the city lord and the others about the matter of recruiting disciples. However, during the process of discussion, the city lord and the others would always carefully size up Tang Zhen. They did not know the background of this young man, to actually make Mu Jianyi so respectful. Mu Jianyi didn't explain. Tang Zhen's status was noble. He had already been appointed as a guest great elder by the sect. Leader's flying sword messenger. His status was much higher than his. This was also because there was no more seal, otherwise, his status would have been even higher. Putting aside this identity, just Tang Zhen's strength was enough to make Mu Jianyi not dare to show any disrespect. Tang Zhen was very bored sitting in the main seat. After staying for a while, he stood up. Under the respectful escort of Mu Jianyi and the others, he slowly walked around the courtyard of the Luo mansion. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although Luo Yun's mansion had been in disrepair for a long time, one could still see its original elegance. Tang Zhen naturally had another purpose for coming here. According to the information gathered by the cultivators of the immortal spirit territory, it was confirmed that after Luo Qi reincarnated, he had become Luo Yun's son. In order to confirm this news, they had made an extremely great sacrifice. However, it had saved Tang Zhen from trouble. With the blessing of fate, Loki's life should have been full of excitement, belonging to the existence of endless wealth and glory, and even picking up a divine weapon when he fell. However, because of the enemy's plot and the suppression of the local forces, Luo Qi's true body fell into a deep sleep and couldn't receive the power of fate. His life became miserable. Not only would he suffer, but he would also implicate the people around him. The situation of the Luo residents was related to him. Tang Zhen only had one thing to do now, and that was to help Loki awaken his true body. If he was willing, he could even take him away from this world. The Wheel of Fortune's missions must be completed after they were accepted. Otherwise, they would keep reincarnating until the mission was completed. However, if they left the mission world, they could still regain their freedom, and at most, they would be punished. If Loki was unwilling to leave, Tang Zhen would not force him. At the same time, he would protect him until he truly grew up and finally controlled the true immortal dimension. Before this goal was achieved, he would have to deal with the enemies that Loki could not resist. After seemingly aimlessly walking around the courtyard once, Tang Zhen came to a house with a tightly locked door. Following Tang Zhen's gaze, the lock turned into powder as the metal chain gently fell. The courtyard door automatically opened and Tang Zhen slowly walked in. He saw that the courtyard was covered with wild grass and looked like a mess. In the room next to it, the figure of a young man could be faintly seen. He was sitting in the dark and laughing foolishly. Just as Tang Zhen entered the courtyard, a white figure suddenly appeared within the house. From the looks of it, it seemed to be a woman. After the woman appeared, she squatted down beside the boy and placed the exquisite food in the basket in front of him. Then, she hummed a lullaby song and coaxed the boy to eat the food. The young man had a silly look on his face as he looked at the woman in white in front of him. At the same time, he reached out to pick up the food and was about to put it into his mouth. "If you continue to eat, you will really become an idiot." Tang Zhen's voice suddenly sounded, startling the white-clothed lady in the room. She suddenly turned her head around, revealing a wrinkled face without any facial features. At the same time, there seemed to be two dark and cold eyes that were staring intently at Tang Zhen. A low-level spirit body dares to be so impudent. "You really don't know what's good for you." With a cold snort, flames suddenly rose around the woman in white, and there seemed to be a scream in the air. The woman in white struggled a few times before she was burned into a pile of white powder, leaving no trace behind. The darkness in the room was swept away, and the sun shone through the window and onto the young man's body. The young man was still looking ahead in a daze. As for the exquisite food in his hands, it had already become a filthy thing like dead cats and rotten dogs. Tang Zhen shook his head. He walked into the room and casually swept away the corpses. Tang Zhen softly said as he looked at the young man who was still in a daze, "It seems that the worries of Luo Fei and the others were not without reason. Your enemy actually used such a despicable method. Not only did he plot against the real body, but he also used the spirit body to tempt you to eat these things. If this situation continues, you'll probably die in less than 2 years. You should know that even a natural extraordinary body can't withstand this kind of destruction." Tang Zhen muttered a few words to himself before sealing the surrounding space. After which, he gently tapped the spot between the young man's brows. The young man softly fell to the ground. A small person slowly flew out from between his brows and floated in front of Tang Zhen. This tiny person was currently in a deep sleep and seemed to be completely unaware of the outside world. The strange thing was that there was a chain of runes wrapped around his body, which was constantly flashing with a strange light. The main culprit was the runic chains. It sealed Loki's true body, making it impossible for him to wake up from his coma. Naturally, he could not receive the power of fate. Tang Zhen did not understand the specific origin of this rune chain, but he knew that Loki had probably been ambushed before he was born. After using his mental energy to protect Loki's true body, Tang Zhen extended his hand and gently pulled. He immediately felt a resistance appearing. At the same time, the chain actually continued to tighten, as if it wanted to strangle Loki to death. If you still want to resist, come down. Tang Zhen coldly snorted. His finger once again exerted force and directly pulled off the symbol chain. The moment the chains were pulled off, Locke's body trembled and he slowly opened his eyes. Loki was stunned for a moment when he saw Tang Zhen standing in front of him. He then stood up and bowed to Tang Zhen to thank him. "Thank you for your help, Your Excellency. I'll definitely repay you in the future." Tang Zhen shook his head and said to Luo Qi, "You're welcome. I'm doing this at your sister's request. I'm going to treat this as a war zone mission." Loki's eyes revealed a look of realization, but he still insisted, "These are two different things. You can't mix them up." Seeing that Loki was insistent, Tang Zhen did not argue and continued to ask, "Since your real body has already awakened, you can make a decision now. Do you want me to take you out of the true immortal plane now, or do you want to continue to complete the task?" Loki already had an idea in mind, so he replied without hesitation, "I've never done something that I'd give up halfway, and it's the same this time. Since I've woken up, I naturally have to continue with the mission." Tang Zhen nodded his head to express his understanding. The other party's choice was also within his expectations. "Since you've already made your choice, I'll fulfill my promise and provide you with protection before you grow up to prevent your enemies from plotting against you again." Loki heard this and thanked him again. "This is the rune chain that has trapped your true body. See if you can confirm the identity of the enemy." Luo Qi took the chain that Tang Zhen threw over and glanced at it with a complicated expression. "This is an item I exchanged for the Wheel of Destiny. It's used to lock up the true child of the plane. I didn't expect it to be used against me." Seeing Luo Qi shake his head and sigh, Tang Zhen was certain that the mastermind behind Luo Qi's plot was probably Lu Cheng's cultivator, who also belonged to the Wheel of Destiny. 1647 Your son and I are fated. 1. The cultivators of Lusheng would fight from time to time, and the cultivators of the Wheel of Fortune were naturally not spared. After seeing the rune chains, Roche had probably guessed the identity of the enemy. As for how he would handle this matter, Tang Zhen couldn't care and wouldn't take the initiative to participate. However, if Loki took the initiative to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen to help him kill the other party, Tang Zhen would definitely not refuse. His true purpose was to see if he could obtain the other seed of destiny while hiding it from the Wheel of Destiny. Of course, this kind of thing could not be known to outsiders, not even Locke, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Just like the secret of the mobile phone, the secret of the scales of fate could not be known by anyone, but the two were very different. For Lu Cheng's cultivators, the original phone's functions were not very powerful. With the cornerstone platform, they didn't need a similar replacement. Of course, this was under the condition that they didn't know about the other abilities of the phone. Otherwise, it would similarly attract the coveting of people with ulterior motives. Moreover, Tang Zhen's true secret had never been exposed. At most, people would only know that he had many extraordinary abilities. However, the balance of fate was different, because it had a heaven-defying ability that was enough to alarm the true top existences. No matter what problems Tang Zhen had or what he wanted, as long as he had enough gold coin of destiny, he would definitely be able to achieve his wish. Even the cornerstone platform didn't have such a terrifying ability, which was enough to prove the value of the balance of fate. Now that he had entered the upper level of the Lu Cheng cultivators, he had seen the wider world and knew that the Realm Lord realm was not the end of the Lu Cheng cultivators. Under such circumstances, he had to protect the secret of the scales of fate and ensure that only he knew. Only then could he go further on the path of cultivation. Thus, he had to be careful when collecting the seed of destiny to avoid attracting the attention of people with ulterior motives, who would then speculate on the existence of the scales of fate. If there was a chance, he could inquire about the seed of fate. If there were many people collecting it, Tang Zhen would not need to be so careful. After the discussion with Loki, his real body returned to the young man's body. Although the consciousness of the real body had awakened, it still had to seal itself in the following process to avoid alerting the world. Although he did not know his true origin, Loki would still rise step by step with the help of the power of fate. As for whether he could control the true immortal plane in the end, it would depend on his own ability. It could be said that his real body would not wake up on its own before he completed the mission, so as not to expose his identity. The young man lying on the ground moved a little, then got up from the ground and looked around with a blank face. "Who are you? Why am I here?" Loki, who had sealed off his consciousness, asked. At this moment, He had completely forgotten who Tang Zhen was. Idiot, what are you waiting for? Swallow this pill. Tang Zhen's face turned serious as he casually threw out a medicinal pill that accurately flew into Luo Qi's mouth. While Roche was still in a daze, the pill had already rolled down his throat and instantly melted into a liquid. What is this? Are you trying to poison me to death? Loki shouted and quickly reached out to pinch his throat. In the end, he spat out a large mass of black and red filth. There were not only animal fur and bones inside, but also many squirming worms. Loki was shocked to see what he vomited. Just as he was about to shout, he vomited again. Tang Zhen merely watched this scene in silence. It was as though all of this had nothing to do with him. A group of people suddenly rushed in from the entrance of the courtyard. Mu Jianyi, Luo Yun, and the others were all there. When they saw Tang Zhen standing with his hands behind his back and Luo Qi madly vomiting some strange and disgusting things, they were all stunned on the spot. Immortal Master, what's going on? Seeing his foolish son in such a state, Luo Yun also became extremely anxious in his heart. He hurriedly rushed over and asked Tang Zhen. Upon seeing Luo Yun's genuine concerned expression, Tang Zhen, who originally did not want to bother with him, softly explained, "Your son is fed by ghosts every day, dead cats and rotten dogs. In the long run, he will definitely die of an evil illness. Don't you know that as a father? Ghostly food." Luo Yun was stunned for a moment. Then, he slapped his own mouth, his face full of regret. "My son always went crazy and beat people up. We searched for famous doctors but couldn't cure him, so we had no choice but to lock him in the backyard. If it wasn't for the Immortal Master, I wouldn't have known until now. It's really awkward." Luo Yun heaved a long sigh and reached out to help his son up. His face was full of self-blame. "Father, I'm fine. I feel much better after vomiting." Loki raised his head and said to his father to prevent him from being too worried. Luo Yun, whose face was filled with pain, was stunned. His eyes widened, and his lips trembled as he asked, "Son, you can recognize your father?" "Of course, you're my father. How could I not know you?" Loki had a strange look on his face, as if he didn't understand why his father would say that. "My son." Tears streamed down Luo Yun's old face as he hugged Luo Qi. He did not care about the strange smell and the filth on Luo Qi's body. He just kept saying, "Good, good, good Wanwan." When the people around saw this, they also shook their heads secretly. In the entire Qiyang city, who didn't know that Luo Yun had a foolish son? In order to cure his son's strange illness, Luo Yun had given up all of his precious wealth, but he still couldn't cure his son. On the contrary, he had become even crazier. He didn't expect to meet the Immortal Master today. With just a wave of his hand, all his worries were gone, and he became clear-headed and polite, which could be called a miracle. It was indeed the means of immortals, and ordinary people could only look up to it. Tang Zhen watched from the side for a while before he said to Luo Yun and his son, "Your son can be considered to be fated with me. Since I've met him, I'll temporarily keep him by my side and order him around. Are you willing to do so?" Luo Yun was stunned for a moment, then his face revealed a look of ecstasy. He hurriedly pulled Luo Qi and knelt down in front of Tang Zhen. Looking at Luo Qi's blank face, Tang Zhen laughed in his heart. The feeling of being worshipped by the son of fate was really different. Loki's strength was probably not weaker than his, but now that his true body was asleep, he could only be manipulated by others without any strength to resist. "Thank you, Immortal Master, for your favor. My son is naturally willing." Before Loki could speak, Luo Yun had already made up his mind for his son, and he looked impatient. It wasn't that he was in a hurry to chase his son away, but that this opportunity was truly hard to come by. After all, everyone could tell that Tang Zhen's identity was absolutely extraordinary. Even Mu Jianyi had to be respectful when facing him. It was definitely a good thing for his son to follow such an immortal master. Even if Luo Yun was reluctant to part with him, he would not delay his son's future. The nobles of Qiang City at the side were filled with envy and jealousy. This Luo Yun's son had followed an immortal master. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely rise above the rest in the future. If his children could have such a fortune, he would be willing to be crazy for more than 10 years. 1648 The reversal of fortune in the Luo residence because of Tang Zhen's words. Luo Qi, the eldest young master of the Luo family who had been crazy for more than 10 years, had become the immortal master's follower. Although it sounded like a servant's identity, a 7th-rank official of the Prime Minister's doorkeeper would undoubtedly attract more attention from the Immortal Master as compared to those disciples who had just entered the Immortal sect. It wasn't impossible for the Immortal Master to accept him as a disciple when he was in a good mood. The Luo residence is so lucky. When the news spread, the people of Qiang City were filled with envy and jealousy, wishing they could replace him. However, there were also people who were very nervous about this. The moment they received the news, they sneaked into the Luo mansion to check it out and then left worriedly. A messenger flying sword left Qiang City and headed straight into the distance. It seemed that no one knew about it. Tang Zhen discovered it, but he did not appear to stop it. He only wanted to catch a big fish. At this time, the Luo residence was in a state of celebration. The eldest young master had been favored by the Immortal Master and had been taken in as his personal attendant. He would leave his home and head to the Immortal Mountain in a few days. This was indeed something worth celebrating. Young Luo was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. It was as if he had become 20 years younger. He took out his family's savings and organized a banquet. Firstly, it was to welcome the Immortal Masters, and secondly, it was to thank the dignitaries of Qiang City who had come to offer their congratulations. Ever since the Immortal Master had come to stay, the Luo residence had been filled with guests, and it was a lively scene. Those who tried to send their children to the gate of heaven not only brought their children, but also brought generous gifts. The Immortal Master did not like these things, so they naturally gave them to the Luo residence. Anyone with eyes could see that the rise of the Luo residence was only right in front of them. If they did not make friends with them now, they might not even bother with them when they made a name for themselves in the future. Although Luo Yun was exhausted, he enjoyed it. His heart was filled with emotion. In the past, because of his son Loki's matter, he was really worried. He originally thought that this would be the end of his life, but he did not expect to have such an opportunity. Now that the father's position was elevated because of the son, Luo Yun could finally hold his head high. He turned to look at his son, only to see that he had already washed up and was wearing a moon-white robe. His face was as white as jade, and he was handsome and spirited. His every movement carried a trace of floating intent. He hadn't noticed it at first, but now he realized that his son was so extraordinary. At this moment, Luo Qi had already adapted to the change in his identity. At the same time, he knew what had happened in his life for the past 10 years. While he sighed, he was also filled with gratitude to Tang Zhen, who had taken him away from the sea of bitterness. Holding a cup of tea, Luo Qi knocked on the door of Tang Zhen's room and walked in. "Immortal Master, please have some tea." Tang Zhen opened his eyes and looked at Luo Qi, who had a respectful expression. However, he sighed slightly in his heart. The means of the Wheel of Fortune were indeed unusual. In order to control the plain world, they actually used such a magical means of deception. If one only looked at the nervous Loki, who would have guessed that he was a powerful cultivator? The cultivators of the Wheel of Fortune were also ruthless characters. In order to complete their mission, they did not hesitate to seal the memories of their true bodies and suffer the pain of reincarnation. Unless one was a strong-willed person, it was inevitable that one would be affected if they carried out such missions for a long time. One had to know that in the process of every mission, one had to go through the baptism of the mortal world, family, friendship, love, hate, and experience again and again. They had known each other for decades or even hundreds of years. How could they get rid of it so easily? Compared to the cultivators of Lusheng, the cultivators of the Wheel of Destiny were similar to the cultivators of the true immortal plane. They had to learn to cut off their lust. Tang Zhen admitted that he couldn't do it, but he also had a trace of respect and vigilance towards the cultivators of the Wheel of Destiny. "Locke, although you're an attendant in name, that's only what you say to outsiders. From now on, you and I will treat each other as master and disciple. When the time is right, I'll also take you in as my disciple." Since it was an act, he naturally had to do the full set. Tang Zhen quickly got into character. Loki was overjoyed when he heard this. He knelt on the ground without any hesitation and kowtowed to Tang Zhen. Now that he had regained his consciousness, Luo Qi naturally understood Tang Zhen's identity. After hearing the other party's promise, how could he not know that this was a great opportunity? Moreover, he was also full of anticipation for the ethereal immortal Tao. With Tang Zhen's promise, the path to longevity had already been paved in front of him. "These are the rewards I'm giving you for joining the sect. Your foundation is weak now, so you should start cultivating as soon as possible. It's best if you can complete the foundation building steps of a cultivator before you return to the sect. As Tang Zhen spoke, he casually threw a ring into Luo Qi's hand. Master, is this the legendary storage ring? Loki looked at the small item in his hand, but his heart was in turmoil, and his face was full of excitement. That's right. The things I'll give you are all inside. Remember to be diligent. My disciple must not be weaker than anyone. Tang Zhen knew Luo Qi's identity and naturally dared to say such words. If there were no accidents, from today onwards, Luo Qi would soar to the sky. Only he could see that the thick power of fate had already been poured into Loki's body. The purple color was shining, and it was simply indescribable. In fact, even if Luo Qi was not the son of fate, as long as Tang Zhen was willing, he could also train him to become a strong cultivator. What he did today was just adding flowers to a brocade. After thanking him again, Luo Qi stood up and served him some tea. Then, under Tang Zhen's request, he put on the spirit-gathering crown and the storage ring. The spirit-gathering crown was the identification of a cultivator in the true immortal dimension. The moment Loki put on the spirit-gathering crown, he had crossed the gate between immortal and mortal. A knock sounded on the door. Mujani entered with a respectful expression and greeted Tang Zhen. With Tang Zhen's status, Mujani did not dare to slight him. However, when he saw Luo Qi standing at the side, he was slightly stunned. Especially when Mujani discovered the spirit-gathering crown on Rock's head and the storage ring on his hand, his heart trembled slightly. He understood that the other party's identity was no longer the same as before. Martial nephew is so elegant, even this old man is envious. Seeing that Loki had already made the great leap, other than feeling envious and jealous, Mujani naturally had to express his goodwill. If it was as expected, it was only a matter of time before Luo Qi became Tang Zhen's disciple. Otherwise, why would he be given such a precious spirit-gathering crown? It was estimated that even the sect leader's spirit-gathering crown was only so-so. After taking out 10 long spirit stones from his storage ring, Mujani waved his hand heroically and said to Loki, "Take it to buy some snacks, this old man will give it to martial nephew as a meeting gift." Loki was flattered. He quickly glanced at Tang Zhen, and only after seeing him nod his head did he step forward to receive it. He then bowed to Wooden Sword Yi and expressed his gratitude. Mu Jianyi waved his hand, as if he didn't care. After exchanging a few words of courtesy, Mujani looked at Tang Zhen. He pondered for a moment before explaining his intentions, hoping that he could help to select a disciple. Tang Zhen's strength was there for all to see, so his judgment was naturally not too bad. The Spirit Sword sect had not recruited any outstanding disciples for a long time, and this had always been the sect leader's worry. The aptitude of the disciples was related to the development of the sect. If the good and bad were mixed, the sect would not be able to maintain its prosperity and would only decline. Therefore, when he went down the mountain this time, the sect leader repeatedly reminded Mujani and the others who were in charge of recruiting disciples that they must find a few outstanding disciples. Only then would they grow up and become the mainstays of the sect. Mujani had the intention to complete the sect leader's request, but his strength was limited. Other than face-to-face identification, he really had no way to choose outstanding disciples from the vast sea of people. After thinking about it, he placed his hope on Tang Zhen. 1649. One look and you'll know who has the talent. Hearing Mujani's request, Tang Zhen nodded his head. He had already regarded Spirit Sword sect as Loki's home. This was not a casual decision, but an arrangement of fate. To be able to meet the cultivators of Spirit Sword sect after descending to the true immortal plane, this was obviously destined. Tang Zhen's mission was to add fuel to the fire and help Loki fly higher. Naturally, he would not go against his fate. He and Loki were both going to join the Spirit Sword sect, and the time of their stay was still unknown. Since they had borrowed their territory, they naturally had to show their appreciation. To Tang Zhen, who had the strength of a world overlord, it was as easy as blowing off dust for him to select disciples with outstanding aptitudes. Now that Mujani had come knocking on his door, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Gather everyone and go choose now. After giving an order to Mujani, Tang Zhen stood up and walked out. When Luo Qi and Mujani saw this, they hurriedly followed behind him with an expectant look on their faces. At this time, in the courtyard of the Luo mansion, more than 100 young men and women were gathered together. They were waiting anxiously for the immortal master to test their qualifications. The child's father was also standing at the side. His child was like a dragon or a worm. It was all about today. At this moment, Tang Zhen's group walked out. Everyone's spirit was jolted at the same time as they looked at Tang Zhen, who was at the very front. At this moment, all the influential people in Qiang City already knew that the young man in front of them was an important figure. Even Mu Jianyi was respectful to him, so it was clear that his identity was unusual. As for the appearance, it was not a problem for the immortal master at all. If he wanted to, it was easy to maintain his youthful appearance. Under everyone's anticipation, Tang Zhen walked to the front of the group of young men and women and carefully swept his eyes over them. "Come out." Tang Zhen randomly pointed at the thin and weak young man standing at the edge and indicated for him to step forward. The thin and weak young man was stunned for a moment. Then, he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and hurriedly walked in front of Tang Zhen. "I'm testing your aptitude. Remember to be careful." Hearing Tang Zhen's warning, Mu Jianyi was stunned for a moment. He pulled over the arm of the young man who had an anticipating expression and began to test his root bone. "What's going on? It's a very ordinary root bone. Could it be that Sir Tang Zhen is mistaken?" Feeling the youth's ordinary and even somewhat ordinary root bone, Mu Jianyi muttered in his heart. He didn't think of Tang Zhen's previous warning, so Mu Jianyi carefully tested him again. Then, his expression changed slightly, and his body began to tremble slowly. He looked at the thin young man in front of him with a hint of disbelief. "Have you discovered it?" Tang Zhen's voice was transmitted over. Mu Jianyi's body trembled, and he hurriedly nodded in response. However, his heart was already blooming with joy. The thin and weak young man in front of him actually had a rare wood attribute spirit body. However, it was too obscure. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen's reminder, it was impossible for him to discover it. As expected of Lord Tang Zhen, if he were to preside over the test, he would probably miss out on such a talented jade. "You're next, come here." Tang Zhen pointed at a man beside him and spoke in a faint voice. Everyone was stunned and turned to look around, but the young man was nowhere to be seen. "Daddy, eat candy," a child's tender voice rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. Then, they looked at the 3-year-old child in the arms of a man in luxurious clothes. That man was also stunned for a moment. His face was filled with astonishment as he looked at his youngest son. He asked Tang Zhen, "Immortal Master, are you talking about the boy in my arms?" Tang Zhen nodded his head. He was talking about that little brat. The father didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had been holding his son and watching his brother participate in the selection. Who knew that his brother wouldn't succeed, and the little guy in his arms who hadn't been weaned yet was selected. "Ayo, what should I do?" Seeing the hesitation on the father's face, someone at the side couldn't stand it and scolded, "You're also stupid. It's a great fortune that your son has been taken fancy by the immortal master. If you hesitate and delay your child's future, aren't you afraid that he will hate you for life? The means of the immortals are not what you and I mortals can imagine. Your son will only live better if he goes, so what are you worried about?" Hearing the envious and hateful words around him, the father gritted his teeth, walked up, and stuffed his child into Mu Jianyi's arms. His face was filled with determination. Mu Jianyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought that Tang Zhen was, indeed, not an ordinary person. The things he did were so unexpected. However, when he curiously tested the child's aptitude, he immediately beamed with joy and teased him from time to time. Those who didn't know would think that the child was his grandson. Tang Zhen took another look and slightly shook his head. He extended his hand and pointed at a chubby little fellow. "You, come here." The chubby kid's father was overjoyed when he heard this. He was about to urge his son to step forward when Tang Zhen shook his head. He pointed at the chubby kid's father and said, "I'm talking about you, not your son." Everyone's jaws almost dropped to the ground when they heard this. The father's face was also filled with shock, but he still walked over obediently. He didn't dare to disobey the immortal master's orders. Mu Jianyi stepped forward to test it. He was shocked at first, then he showed a regretful expression and shouted to his father, "What's wrong with your parents? Why didn't they let you take the test when you were young?" The father was stunned for a moment and said with a regretful expression, "When I was young, I was stubborn and didn't want to suffer. Now it's too late to regret." Mu Jianyi shook his head and sighed. He then looked at Tang Zhen. He really had no other way. After all, Tang Zhen had already missed the best time for cultivation. He didn't know if he could make up for it later. Tang Zhen was unconcerned. The natives of the true immortal plane married at an earlier age. Although the father had a 5 to 6-year-old son, he was not older than 20 years old. He still had methods to make up for his flaws. Seeing Tang Zhen nod his head, Mujani's heart settled down. He was also unwilling to miss out on a good seedling with outstanding aptitude. Turning his head to look at his father, Mujani asked in a serious tone, "I'll give you another chance to choose. Are you willing to join my celestial sect?" The father was so excited that his entire body trembled. He knelt on the ground without hesitation, expressing that he would give it a try even if he had to be crushed into pieces. Seeing the other party's firm attitude, Mujani sighed in his heart and nodded in agreement. The father was so happy that he cried. He didn't expect that the opportunity he missed because of his unruliness would come back to him inadvertently. The excitement in his heart at this moment was really indescribable. When the chubby boy saw this, he immediately cried out, as if he knew that his father was leaving him. The father tried to persuade him with gentle words, but his eyes were unusually firm. Compared to pursuing Tao and longevity, the ties of the mortal world could no longer keep his heart. Mujani looked at the three inner disciples beside him. There were old and young, and the only normal one was so weak that he couldn't even stand a gust of wind. If he hadn't personally tested the three of their aptitudes, Mujani would probably have thought that Tang Zhen was messing around. He sighed in his heart. It was indeed Sir Tang Zhen. His style of doing things and vision were not something he could compare with. When the sect leader found out about the aptitudes of these three new disciples, he would probably laugh his head off. "Elder, do you see any other disciples that have caught your eye?" Although he had already found 3 rare talents, Mujani still wanted more. It would be best if there were 100 of them at once. After all, the Spirit Sword sect could afford to keep them. When they all grow up, who in the world would dare to disrespect the Spirit Sword sect? No. Tang Zhen shook his head and softly said, "The remaining people are all very ordinary. Since we're picking the elites, they're not qualified." Johnny felt a little awkward. According to the requirements before he left the mountain, he had to recruit at least 10 people. Right now, he was still far from the minimum requirement. 1650 Chapter 1648 An expert acts alone. "Sir, do you think you can think of a way to pick at least 2 more people? Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it when I return to the sect." Mujani said with a troubled expression, but in fact, he was playing a trick. Although he did not meet the minimum requirement of 10 disciples, he had gained something else this time. He had recruited 3 good seedlings with superior aptitudes. Their value far exceeded the 300 ordinary disciples. In the end, all of this was due to Tang Zhen's credit. As the saying goes, an able man should do more work. Since he had this opportunity, Mujani naturally hoped that Tang Zhen could help the Spirit Sword sect to select more talents. In all fairness, Mujani still regarded himself as a member of the Lingjian sect. When he encountered an opportunity to contribute to the sect, he naturally would firmly grasp it. Tang Zhen saw through Mujani's thoughts, but he did not find it strange. The other party was also sincere and did not have any selfish motives. How could Tang Zhen blame him? Moreover, he was personally taking action. If he only recruited 3 disciples, even if they had outstanding qualifications, it would be somewhat embarrassing. Since we can't do it here, let's go around Xiyang City and see if we can find a suitable disciple. After Tang Zhen said this, he walked out. Seeing this, the city lord of Qiang City quickly moved in front of Mujani and asked in a low voice, "Immortal Master Mu, isn't this a little inappropriate?" Mujani turned to look at the city lord of Qiang and said coldly, "What's wrong with it?" Originally, he had found the city lord of Qiang quite pleasing to the eye, and he had been quick-witted in doing things. He hadn't expected that he would actually jump out and sing a different tune at this critical moment. Don't you know how rare this opportunity is? The city lord of Qiang City also noticed that something was wrong with Mujani's expression, but he still braced himself and said, "Those people in the city are nothing but lowly wretches. If they join the immortal sect, I'm afraid it will affect the reputation of the Spirit Sword sect." At the end of the day, it was still the opinion of the clan. These powerful people spontaneously guarded their own circles, not allowing ordinary people to have the opportunity to enter. Mujani snorted coldly. Although he knew that this was an unspoken rule of the rich and powerful, he couldn't be bothered with the thoughts of these ordinary people since it concerned the future of the sect. The immortal Tao is tolerant of all living beings, and it has never been distinguished between noble and lowly. Don't use your secular ways to restrain me. If you're not comfortable with being the city lord, I can find someone to replace you at any time. Mu Jianyi coldly shouted. With the strength of the spirit sword sect, it could influence the change of a dynasty. Changing a city master was absolutely a piece of cake. When the city lord of Qiang City heard this, his fat body trembled and cold sweat rolled down his face. Please forgive me, immortal master. I didn't know my limits. Please forgive me. Looking at the fearful and reverent face of the city lord of Qiang, Mu Jianyi snorted and followed Tang Zhen out of the Luo mansion. When the group of people beside him saw this, they also hurriedly followed, afraid that they would fall behind. The group of people walked onto the street just like that and followed closely behind Tang Zhen. They wanted to see what exactly this immortal master was up to. After walking past 2 streets, Tang Zhen stopped. He extended his hand and pointed at a child who was playing by the roadside. Mu Jianyi understood tacitly. He immediately walked to the group of children in plain clothes and grabbed one of them, who was still snot. Good seedling. Mu Jianyi's face was filled with joy. Just as he was about to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Where the child's parents were, he saw a couple coming out of the nearby courtyard and rushing to the front of the crowd. What are you doing? Don't touch my child. When the woman saw her son being caught by an old man, she became extremely anxious. She rushed up and firmly protected her child in her arms. That man looked at Tang Zhen's group with a nervous expression. He seemed to have been frightened by the large formation in front of him. Just as Mu Jianyi was about to explain, the city lord of Qiang jumped out. He had just made the immortal master unhappy, so he naturally had to try his best to restore his image. Listen up, husband and wife. This is the immortal master of the spirit sword sect. He has seen that your child is quite talented, so he is ready to take him in. This is your fortune, the merit you've accumulated over 8 lifetimes, hurry up and thank me. After hearing the city lord's explanation and seeing the envy and jealousy on the faces of those well-known dignitaries, how could this couple not realize that a good thing was coming? They quickly knelt on the ground to thank him. Mu Jianyi nodded and asked the couple again if they were willing to send their child to the spirit sword sect. The husband and wife nodded like pounding garlic, quickly indicating that they would listen to the immortal master's arrangement, and would not refuse at all. At the same time, the couple also sighed in their hearts. Their child was born poor, but he actually had the opportunity to enter an immortal sect. This was the first time in Qiang City that he had ever encountered such an opportunity. When the city lord of Qiang saw this, he immediately ordered his attendant, pass on my order. All children of appropriate age in Qiang City are to wait on the streets so that it will be easier for the selection of immortal teachers. Since he couldn't resist it, he might as well go with the flow, as long as the immortal master was satisfied. The city lord of Qiang City was currently wholeheartedly trying to please Mu Jianyi. He was afraid that Mu Jianyi might strip him of his position if he was displeased. With this order, the entire city of Qiang was in a state of chaos. There were people searching for their children everywhere, as well as parents who were pulling on their children, waiting expectantly for the immortal master to pass by. To the children of ordinary families, this was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for a carp to leap over the dragon gate. No one was willing to miss it. Seeing this, Mu Jianyi nodded his head in satisfaction, and praised the city lord of Qiang. The city lord was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, but his words were still very humble and respectful. Tang Zhen didn't have the mood to pay attention to these trivial matters. Instead, he released his mental energy and began to search the entire Qiyang city. In such an environment, those with excellent aptitudes were like bright lights in the night, and they could be found without much effort. It was very simple for Tang Zhen, but it was an extremely difficult task for the cultivators of the true immortal plane. Compared to the world of Lusheng, which had accumulated the essence of cultivation from countless planes, the means of the true immortal plane were still quite good, but there was still a big gap. To the cultivators of Lusheng, aptitude was not particularly important. Under the care of the powerful cornerstone platform, every cultivator of Lusheng would receive very fair treatment during their cultivation process. Of course, for the talented cultivators of Lusheng, they would undoubtedly have more opportunities, but they would definitely not be like the true immortal plane, which could determine the rise and fall of a sect. In less than half an hour, Tang Zhen had picked out 5 good quality seedlings. After Mu Jianyi checked them one by one, he was overjoyed. With Tang Zhen's help, the surprise of this harvest had greatly exceeded his expectations. When the sect leader knew about it, who knew how happy he would be? Just as he was secretly rejoicing in his heart, Tang Zhen, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped his footsteps and looked at the corner of the road. 1651 turning into ashes with a raise of the hand. 1. In the corner of the street, two child beggars were curled up, looking at the crowd with cold eyes. Compared to the children brought by their parents, the two child beggars appeared extremely pitiful. Their clothes were in tatters, and their exposed skin was covered in wounds. One could even clearly see the outline of their bones. He was so thin and weak that he couldn't even walk steadily. His hands and feet were like fire sticks, as if they would break into two with a slight twist. Take these two children with you, and remember to let them have their fill first. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's order, the Spirit Sword sect disciples immediately stepped forward and brought two frightened child beggars over. Mu Jianyi shook his head. When he saw the miserable state of the two child beggars, he thought that Tang Zhen's kindness had been triggered, which was why he spoke out to take care of them. Turning to look at the city lord of Qiang, Mu Jianyi said in a soft voice, "Remember to find a good family for these two beggars. This should not be a problem for you, right?" The city lord of Qiang City hurriedly nodded. Since the immortal master had given the order, he naturally had to do it well. When he saw that the city lord of Qiang City had ordered his men to take the two child beggars away, Tang Zhen revealed a strange expression and said to Mu Jianyi, "Do you have enough inner disciples?" Mu Jianyi was stunned when he heard this. He didn't understand what Tang Zhen meant. The child beggars' aptitudes are not bad, they could even be ranked in the top 3 among these youths. Why did you send them away? Hearing Tang Zhen's words, Mu Jianyi suddenly understood. He quickly called out to the servants and took back the two child beggars. Since he was a good seedling with excellent aptitude, he had to personally take care of him and did not dare to let outsiders interfere. At the same time, he had also tested the aptitude of the two child beggars. As Tang Zhen had said, they were definitely 1 in a million good seedlings. Mu Jianyi also felt a little strange in his heart. This wasn't the first time they had come to Qiang City, so why were they unable to discover so many good seedlings, while Tang Zhen was able to discover one after another? Could it be that Tang Zhen was too strong, or was there a problem with their monitoring method? Mu Jianyi's heart was full of doubts, but he couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. However, he still kept his doubts in his heart and prepared to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for advice when he had time. If the Spirit Sword sect were to master this method of selecting talents, then from now on, they would not need to worry about the reserve of talents. The strength of the sect would also be stronger and stronger with each generation. What Mu Jianyi didn't know was that Tang Zhen's method couldn't be replicated. Not only could he not learn it, even the sect leader couldn't. After going around the city and bringing back nearly 30 children, Tang Zhen returned to the Luo residence and continued to guide Luo Qi's cultivation. As for Mu Jianyi, he immediately sent the news to the Spirit Sword sect, asking for help. He was afraid that something would happen to the many pieces of jade in his hands. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Tang Zhen's strength, but he realized that Tang Zhen only cared about Luo Qi and completely ignored the other outstanding seedlings. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable that Mu Jianyi would be curious about Loki's aptitude, but he was afraid that it would cause Tang Zhen's dissatisfaction, so he could only suppress his curiosity. In a flash, several days passed. Just as Mu Jianyi's mood became more and more anxious, the reinforcements from the Spirit Sword sect finally arrived. On this day, the sky above Qiang City was suddenly covered. A huge flying device appeared, attracting the surprise of the people in the city. Then, rows of cultivators from the Spirit Sword sect flew down from the sky. They were all wearing the same uniform and had long swords on their backs, exuding a powerful aura. They floated in front of the Luo mansion's entrance and looked around vigilantly, keeping a distance from strangers. Mu Jianyi saw the situation and quickly went forward to welcome him. He saluted a big man with a straight nose and a wide mouth and then led the other party to the room where Tang Zhen was. Tang Zhen also stood up to welcome him and had a few words with the elder. After seeing Tang Zhen in person, the elder, who originally had a judgmental look, immediately became enthusiastic and continuously praised Tang Zhen's achievements. When Tang Zhen saw that the other party was intimidated by the imposing manner that he had deliberately released, he knew that he had already achieved his goal and did not waste any more words. After that, under the respectful escort of the people of Qiang City, Tang Zhen and the others boarded the flying device and headed straight to the Spirit Sword sect's encampment. However, they were ambushed by the enemy not long after they flew out. Looking at the huge ship flying over from the distance and the murderous enemies, the elders of the Spirit Sword sect who came to pick them up had a serious expression and were ready for a fierce battle. Who would have thought that at this moment, Tang Zhen would walk up to the platform of the flying device and gently wave his hand at the enemy in front of him. A gust of wind blew past, and the enemies who rushed towards the Spirit Sword sect cultivators instantly turned into dust, and disappeared without a trace after a few breaths. This flying device is not bad. Remember to bring it back with you. I want to study it. After saying this, Tang Zhen returned to the cabin, leaving the dumbfounded Spirit Sword sect cultivators behind. For a moment, they looked at each other and didn't know what to do. The Spirit Sword sect elder who came to receive them bowed to send them off. Then, he secretly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and secretly rejoiced in his heart that he had not offended Tang Zhen. Just by looking at the way Tang Zhen had destroyed hundreds of enemy cultivators with a wave of his hand, he knew that his cultivation was already unfathomable. It was impossible for him to be a match for him. Fortunately, he had been respectful when they first met. Otherwise, if he had angered this big shot, he would have died without even knowing how. However, on second thought, the elder felt extremely excited. The current Spirit Sword sect was neither high nor low, and even had a trend of decline. The higher-ups of the sect saw this, but their hearts were full of anxiety. However, it was different now. With the addition of Tang Zhen, not only did the sect recruit a large number of good seedlings, but his own strength was also unusually strong. With such a powerful existence, the future of the Spirit Sword sect seemed to be bright all of a sudden. Quickly send someone to clean up the battlefield. Remember to bring back the enemy's flying spirit boat. That's what His Excellency Tang Zhen specifically asked for. With a smug look on his face, the elder began to command the disciples and at the same time ordered them to strengthen the defense. However, the elder did not know that on the way back, there were still many dangers waiting for them. These enemies were not targeting the Spirit Sword sect, but Loki. Just as Tang Zhen awakened Loki's true body, his enemy had also discovered the abnormality. While they were frightened and angry, they also began to plan how to kill Loki. Compared to Loki, who had a rough life, his enemies were doing well. As they were both children of fate, he was now in a high position and could mobilize a large number of subordinates to deal with Loki. As for why he didn't kill Loki directly earlier, it was because if he did, his enemies would suffer a backlash, and it was definitely not worth it. The best way to deal with Destiny's Child was to make sure he would never be able to make a fortune, and would be poor until he died. Luo Qi's enemies used this method and constantly intercepted the cultivators who tried to rescue him. However, man proposes but God disposes. In the end, Luo Qi removed the seal on his true body with Tang Zhen's help. From this moment on, the battle between the two Destiny's children had officially begun. 1652 Shocking the world with a single battle, one Tang Zhen could now confirm that the enemy who ambushed Loki was also Lu Cheng's cultivator. When the Wheel of Fortune tried to conquer a plane, it would only send one cultivator, and Loki was the real executor. The other party might have known Loki's mission world in advance, then found a way to sneak in, and plotted against Loki when he had just reincarnated. After confirming that Loki would not be able to make a comeback, the other party began the next step of the plan. They kept intercepting and killing the cultivators of Lu Sheng who tried to rescue him, preparing to make sure that Loki would never be able to make a comeback. Although the enemy was also a cultivator of the Wheel of Destiny and could be favored by the power of destiny, his luck was stolen from Roche, so it could be said that he was not justified. Now that Loki's true body had awakened and could receive the power of destiny again, it would be strange if he did not panic when the power of destiny stolen by the enemy was cut off. Therefore, this attack was just an appetizer. In the days to come, as long as Tang Zhen didn't interfere, the battle between Loki and the enemy would continue. Only when one side had completely fallen would this battle be considered over. Tang Zhen had no intention of getting involved in this matter. However, he would not stand idly by if they were to meet. If that Wheel of Destiny cultivator were to provoke him, he would not mind taking action and finishing him off. No matter how strong the other party was, as long as he used the power of his true body, he would be detected by the will of this world. At that time, the other party's painstaking efforts would be in vain. Tang Zhen might also be exposed. However, he had the freedom to come and go. At most, he would just leave this world. He would not suffer any losses. In addition to Locke's battle with the enemy, Tang Zhen was also paying attention to one thing, which was to search for traces of the native son of destiny. He was trying to find the other party and snatch the seed of fate. This matter was even more important than protecting Loki. He only needed some luck. The Son of Destiny was hidden in the vast sea of people and could not possibly appear in front of Tang Zhen on his own initiative. Therefore, Tang Zhen was prepared to start searching the plane after Loki had settled down. With the detection ring from the scales of fate, the search process would undoubtedly be much easier. After more than 10 days, the flying device of the Spirit Sword sect arrived at the sect. On the way back, Mu Jianyi and the others were besieged by 3 waves of enemies, especially in the last one. The enemy had deployed 10 super experts to trap them in a large formation. At that time, Mu Jianyi and the others were already in despair, thinking that they were doomed to fail. Because among the enemies, they could recognize 3 famous demonic cultivators. They couldn't even deal with one of them, let alone 10 of them. The enemy was overestimating them. At this moment, Mu Jianyi and the others still didn't realize that the enemy's true target was Luo Qi. The only one they were afraid of was Tang Zhen. They were only a foil. Now, the enemy had already realized how powerful Tang Zhen was. They had gathered 10 super experts at all costs and vowed to kill Tang Zhen completely. Tang Zhen was awe-inspiring and fearless. He fought 1 against 10 and killed until the sky turned dark. It was said that after that great battle, the area within hundreds of miles was turned into a wasteland. 7 out of 10 powerful enemies were killed, and the remaining 3 fled with serious injuries. Tang Zhen's entire body was covered in blood when he reappeared while carrying a string of heads. Blood waves churned around him as his killing intent stirred the clouds and winds. Mu Jianyi and the others were shocked. They knelt down in unison to express their thanks, and didn't get up for a long time. After this battle, the name of Tang Zhen of the Spirit Sword sect spread throughout the true immortal realm. The sects that were hostile to the Spirit Sword sect were also shocked and no longer dared to act rashly. Under such circumstances, Luo Qi's enemies also began to disappear. They could only do some small tricks in private. At least, when Tang Zhen was around Luo Qi, they did not dare to attack in the open. Tang Zhen had already solved Luo Qi's biggest crisis. How his life would develop in the future would depend on his own efforts. Perhaps it was due to Tang Zhen's illustrious achievements, but when he arrived at the Spirit Sword sect, the entire sect was dispatched to welcome him with the grandest ceremony. It was a grand ceremony that only happened once in 100 years. Under the respectful welcome of the sect leader, Tang Zhen entered the Spirit Sword sect and was officially appointed as the sect's Grand Elder. On the same day, Tang Zhen accepted Luo Qi as his disciple. He owned a mountain in the Spirit Sword sect and began to cultivate in seclusion. The disciples selected by Tang Zhen were also crazily fought over by the 5 great sword masters. In the end, they had their own masters and were fully cultivated by the sect. In comparison, the other new disciples were somewhat miserable. They could only follow the normal procedure and start their cultivation path step by step. After the grand ceremony, because of Tang Zhen's influence, the Spirit Sword sect status in the cultivation world rose again. Mu Jianyi also received a lot of rewards for his outstanding performance. As Tang Zhen's disciple, Loki also received countless gazes. Many people wanted to see what was so great about this young man who was accepted as a disciple by Tang Zhen in public. But soon, they were shocked, because after joining the Spirit Sword sect for only a few days, Luo Qi had completed the foundation building, which new disciples would need at least a few years to complete. He was the first person in the history of the Spirit Sword sect. After that, Loki's cultivation was like a rocket, constantly increasing at an unbelievable speed. In less than half a year's time, Luo Qi had already left all the other disciples in his batch far behind. After a year, even Mu Jianyi and the others would not be his match. While they marveled at Luo Qi's terrifying talent, the cultivators of the Spirit Sword sect had an inexplicable sense of respect for Elder Tang Zhen, who was cultivating in the mountains. It was just that other than Loki, even the sect leader could not see Tang Zhen. He did not know what this person was busy with. Tang Zhen had not been idle for the past year. Other than teaching Loki, he would spend most of his time wandering around the true immortal plane in search of the Son of Fate. This method was similar to searching for a needle in a haystack. It already represented that the efficiency was low. Even with Tang Zhen's methods, he was only able to obtain some clues. Currently, he had already locked onto a few locations. There was a possibility that the child of the plane was hidden in all of them. When the time was right, Tang Zhen would investigate. As for why he didn't directly enter the suspicious spots to investigate, it was because there were cultivators who were not weaker than him in these places. Rashly moving would only bring danger. The last time he fought 10 enemies, Tang Zhen had already been injured. Most of the time in the year, he was recovering from his injuries. The missions that the Sector Lord cultivators of the 5th battle area took part in all had a certain degree of risk. For example, the true immortal plane's overall strength was definitely not as strong as the Lusheng world. However, for Tang Zhen, who was acting alone, it was still a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. In this 1 year, Tang Zhen discovered that there were at least 100 native cultivators in the true immortal plane who had the same strength as him. Once these cultivators united to besiege Tang Zhen, he would definitely not be a match for them even if he had heaven-defying abilities. 1653 The down and out son of destiny, 1 Master, your disciple has something to see you about. Tang Zhen revealed a smile on his face when he heard the voice from outside the door. He opened his mouth and let her in. The tall Loki pushed the door open and entered. At this time, his face was full of confidence and he had an imposing appearance. He was a completely different person from the crazy young man they had first met. Master, I'm going to participate in the 100 sect competition tomorrow and head to an ancient mystic realm for training. That's why I'm here to bid you farewell. Luo Qi didn't find anything wrong with Tang Zhen's etiquette. His heart was always full of respect for this powerful cultivator who helped him cure his stubborn illness and led him into the immortal sect. 100 sect competition, Tang Zhen carefully inquired as he revealed a pondering expression. The location Loki mentioned was one of the areas he had always wanted to sneak into. It belonged to a powerful sect in the true immortal plane, which was also ranked in the top 5. With the Spirit Sword sect's current strength, they absolutely couldn't afford to offend them. Tang Zhen suspected that this plane's destiny's child was hiding in that sect. However, there were 7 cultivators with similar strength to him in that sect. If he were to rashly sneak in and be discovered, a great battle would be unavoidable. However, the 100 sect competition this time around was a suitable opportunity for him to enter it openly. Go back and find the sect leader. Tell him that if he needs someone to lead the team, I can go personally. When he heard Tang Zhen's words, Loki was stunned for a moment before he nodded to show that he understood. After thinking for a while, Tang Zhen reminded Luo Qi, I'm sure you already know that there's a group of enemies plotting against you in the dark, so you must be extra careful when you're here. In the 100 sect competition this time, they will most likely make their move in the secret realm, so you must be extra careful. After Tang Zhen said this, he handed a few items to Loki for him to use at a critical moment to deal with unknown dangers. These items looked ancient and simple. They were all items that he had casually made when he was learning the cultivation techniques of the true immortal plane. Although Tang Zhen didn't care about it, each of them was a rare treasure to ordinary cultivators. Loki reached out and took it. He had long been aware of the enemies mentioned by Tang Zhen and had secretly killed a few enemies who tried to harm him. He didn't tell Tang Zhen about these things. It wasn't because he didn't trust him. Instead, he felt that it was enough for him to know about such a small matter. There was no need to alarm his master. During this 1 year plus, if it wasn't for Tang Zhen's existence, why would those enemies choose to act sneakily? They would have long since come to kill their way over. It could be said that it was because of Tang Zhen's existence that he could safely cultivate in the Spirit Sword sect. Loki's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and it was related to his own talent, but it was also related to the sense of danger that existed at all times. He did not wish to always be protected under Tang Zhen's wings. He hoped that one day, he would be able to take charge. After thanking Tang Zhen, Luo Qi turned and left, passing on Tang Zhen's words to the sect leader. After everything was ready, Tang Zhen led the Spirit Sword sect's cultivators and left the sect, heading straight for the destination. This time, there were hundreds of Spirit Sword sect cultivators participating in the competition. Most of them were new talents who had just joined the sect, and Luo Qi was one of them. Because of Tang Zhen's noble status, he couldn't take the lead for everything, as it would damage the face of the Spirit Sword sect. Therefore, Mu Jianyi and the other 2 sword masters also followed at the same time. Tang Zhen was only in charge of keeping watch and intimidating the enemies who harbored evil intentions. The flying device they were on had been modified by Tang Zhen. Its speed was twice as fast as other similar objects, so it didn't take long for them to arrive at their destination. Taihao sect was one of the 5 major sects of the true immortal plane. It was also the venue of the 100 sect competition. This sect alone had an area spanning thousands of miles. There were many cultivators in the sect, and the building stretched for nearly 100 miles. After the Spirit Sword sect's flying device arrived, the cultivators of the Tai Hao sect were immediately responsible for guiding the flying device to the designated location. From time to time, flying machines could be seen in the sky. They were cultivators from other sects. Like the Spirit Sword sect, they were all picked up to the designated resting place after landing. Tang Zhen silently sized up his surroundings, paying attention to the detection ring in his hand. This place was already close to the core of the vast ocean sect. If there really was a child of fate, he should be able to discover it. Just as he was pondering this, his detection ring began to flash, proving that the child of destiny was within 100 miles. Tang Zhen's heart was slightly happy, but he didn't show any abnormality on the surface. He followed the cultivators of the Clear Sky sect to the resting place. After the cultivators of the Tai Hao sect left and the cultivators of the Spirit Sword sect went to rest, Tang Zhen quietly left the encampment and slowly searched according to the guidance of the detection ring. After searching for a distance of about 50 kilometers, Tang Zhen finally locked onto a building. At the same time, he discovered that the surrounding of the building was heavily guarded. It seemed to be the place where the Tai Hao sect used to imprison prisoners. Tang Zhen observed the surrounding environment for a moment. He sneaked in without anyone noticing and searched for traces of the Son of Fate. After circling the cell that was filled with a strange smell a few times, he found a man whose limbs had been chopped off and whose neck was chained. It seemed that the other party was the Son of Fate from the true immortal plane. He was slightly surprised in his heart. If the other party was really the child of fate, why was he in such a miserable state, reduced to the point where his limbs were cut off? Although he was suspicious in his heart, the guidance of the detection ring would not be wrong. Tang Zhen did not have the time to hesitate. He directly threw the man into the independent space and left the prison silently. He was extremely careful throughout the entire process, afraid that he would be discovered by the 7 cultivators of the same cultivation level as him. Otherwise, a huge battle would be inevitable. Fortunately, the other party's attention did not seem to be on this place. This allowed Tang Zhen to bring the man away without any danger. After which, they quickly headed to an area far away from the Tai Hao sect. After traveling for several thousand li, they finally left the territory of the Tai Hao sect. Tang Zhen once again observed the man in the independent space. He discovered that this person was indeed the Son of Fate. However, his fate threads had already been cut off. Moreover, his entire body was covered in bad luck. No wonder he had ended up in such a state. The other party's experience was somewhat familiar to Tang Zhen. It seemed that Loki had a similar experience before. Could it be that the culprit who plotted against Roche and the man in front of him was the same person? Tang Zhen released the man from the independent space when he thought of this. He was prepared to discuss the terms of the deal. Forcefully snatching the seed of fate or killing the child of fate would inevitably lead to a backlash. Loki's enemies would not dare to do so, and Tang Zhen would not take the risk either. Therefore, he had to obtain the seed of fate from the man with the man's consent. The man woke up from his unconsciousness after being stimulated by Tang Zhen's mental energy. He used an indifferent gaze to sweep his surroundings before looking at Tang Zhen, who was standing in front of him. "You shouldn't have saved me." The man's voice was hoarse, as if he had not spoken for a long time. "Why? Are you afraid that your enemies will take revenge on me?" The man nodded, then fell silent. "Since I've saved you, I'm not afraid of your enemy, even if he's the sect master of Tai Hao sect." Hearing Tang Zhen's reply, the man finally had a trace of a reaction. He frowned and asked, "What do you want?" Tang Zhen was waiting for this sentence. He pointed at the man and said, "I want an item from your body. At the same time, I can agree to a condition of yours." The man smiled, looked at his body and asked, "I want a complete body and the power to kill my enemies with my own hands. Can you do that?" Tang Zhen looked at the man who had a mocking expression on his face and gently nodded. The man was stunned for a moment. He carefully looked at Tang Zhen. After confirming that Tang Zhen was not joking, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. "If that's the case, I'll give it to you." 1654 Harvest, the second seed of destiny. The man's eyes were filled with hatred when he said this. This was also a reasonable matter. Anyone who was imprisoned in a dark cell with their hands and feet cut off would have an endless hatred in their heart. In the past few days, the man's mind had been filled with thoughts of being able to break out of his cage one day and kill his enemies with his own hands. Only by cutting its flesh, drinking its blood, and breaking its bones and sucking its marrow could the hatred in his heart be released. However, those who harbored such thoughts would probably not be able to take revenge until the moment of their death. Instead, they would die at the hands of their enemies. The man who was rescued by Tang Zhen was this kind of person. The hatred in his heart was difficult to let go. He also knew that he might not have any hope of taking revenge in this lifetime. Hence, he agreed in such a straightforward manner. It didn't matter if it was true or false. If Tang Zhen was really a trustworthy person and could fulfill his promise, the man could be considered to have come back from his misfortune. Tang Zhen waved his hand at the man and sent him into the independent space again. He then began to extract the seed of fate. With the previous experience, the process this time was unusually smooth, and the seed of fate was quickly obtained. After placing it on the balance of fate, Tang Zhen waited for the result with anticipation in his heart. A large number of destiny gold coins quickly appeared on one end of the balance of fate, slowly lifting the other end. When the two ends were equal, the final result was revealed. It was worth 2,300 destiny's gold coins, which was almost double the value of Bai Lu's seed of fate. This result was within Tang Zhen's expectations. Compared to the true immortal plane, the White Road world was still one level lower, so it was normal for the price to be lower. After obtaining what he wanted, the next thing that Tang Zhen had to do was to help the man repair his body and then give him the strength to take revenge. He took out a trace of the world's origin and injected it into the man's body. Then, the man's severed limbs slowly squirmed, and in less than a dozen breaths, new limbs grew out. Origin energy could create anything. It was extremely easy to recover one's limbs. In fact, it might even be a little overkill. However, since Tang Zhen had made a promise, he would definitely not break it. At the same time, the man's destroyed cultivation base was restored by his origin energy. At the same time, his cultivation aptitude also underwent a complete transformation. In the future, when he cultivated, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings, his speed far surpassing that of normal cultivators. Of course, Tang Zhen could only help him lay his foundation. If this cultivator didn't work hard, it would be a waste no matter how many resources he invested. After the transformation was completed, Tang Zhen released the man from the independent space. As soon as he arrived in the outside world, the man's eyes suddenly opened. Then, he looked at his hands and feet in surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. When he looked at Tang Zhen again, his eyes were filled with respect. Reviving the dead was no longer an ability that ordinary cultivators could possess. No matter how slow-witted the man was, he knew that Tang Zhen was definitely a top-tier almighty cultivator. The man knelt on the ground and kowtowed deeply to Tang Zhen. Even though they had a deal, this kindness was worth his respect. You don't need to be so polite. This is the cultivation technique I'm giving you. It's an improved version of a certain sect's cultivation technique, and its power is several times stronger than the original. You can use it for cultivation and hope that you can take your revenge one day. Tang Zhen threw a storage ring to the man as he spoke. He then waved his hand and turned around to leave. The man looked at the storage ring in his hand and sent his divine sense into it to check. He was surprised. It turned out that not only did this ring contain the cultivation method that Tang Zhen had given him, but it also contained a pile of valuable natural treasures. It was enough to help him get through the difficult situation of the initial stage of cultivation. Thank you, sir, for your great kindness. The man placed the ring on his finger and bowed deeply in the direction where Tang Zhen had disappeared. He only stood up after a long time and walked into the distance with a determined expression. Tang Zhen returned to the Spirit Sword sect's encampment, and no one noticed him along the way. If he didn't attack, he could avoid cultivators of the same cultivation level. The only thing he was afraid of was encountering Taihao sect cultivators in the void. Fortunately, he didn't know what the cultivators from the Taihao sect were busy with and didn't reveal any traces of them, which made Tang Zhen sigh in relief. The seed of fate was already in his hands, and he didn't need to search around. If the child of fate still existed in the true immortal plane, it would be luck if he encountered it, but it didn't matter if he didn't. The next thing he had to do was to protect Roche and ensure his steady growth until he had the power to protect himself and complete the control of the true immortal plane. This process might take a few years. However, Tang Zhen was cultivating wherever he went. It did not have much impact on the improvement of his strength. As for his own territory, with his main body taking care of it, there would definitely not be any problems. After returning to his resting room, Tang Zhen gathered his thoughts and immersed himself in his emotionless cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. The 100-sect competition hosted by the Tai Hao sect also began in a grand ceremony. Tang Zhen, as the leader of the Spirit Sword sect, also attended the ceremony. Although he kept a low profile, he was still secretly observed by many cultivators. The news of him fighting against 10 enemies the last time and killing 7 experts had long spread. Although the cultivators of the other sects didn't know Tang Zhen's exact cultivation, they knew that he was definitely in existence at the top of the pyramid. It was also because of Tang Zhen that the status of the Spirit Sword sect had greatly improved. In the ranking, they were only one step away from being a top sect. Looking at the envious and jealous gazes around them, knew Johnny and the others sighed in their hearts. They had never thought that they would have such a glorious moment. During this period, there were also some cultivators who took the initiative to express their goodwill to Tang Zhen. He also responded with a smile, and his performance was neither servile nor overbearing. After a round of social interaction, he also got to know many local experts. After agreeing to walk around, everyone returned to their positions and waited for the competition to begin. Luo Qi and the new disciples of Spirit Sword sect were already standing in the square. They were tall, and had an imposing appearance, which attracted the attention of many competitors. Loki ignored the judgmental gazes and voices of discussion, appearing proud and independent. After all the disciples had arrived, the 7 supreme cultivators of the Tai Hao sect appeared. Each of them occupied a direction in the sky, hanging like a scorching sun. The rings of light around their bodies were actually the external manifestation of energy materializing, possessing an unbelievable and terrifying ability. The actions of the Clear Sky sect were clearly to show off their strength to the participating sects. Their actions were arrogant and presumptuous, as if they were riding on the necks of the other sects. In the face of this, most of the sects could only choose to remain silent and let the Tai Hao sect flaunt its power. This was something that couldn't be helped. Whether it was their foundation or the strength of their top cultivators, these sects couldn't compare to the Tai Hao sect. Not to mention that this 100-sect competition was a ceremony for the Tai Hao sect to announce their leadership. The arrival of these sects was equivalent to acknowledging the status of Tai Hao sect. Since that was the case, why should they cause more trouble? Tang Zhen glanced at the 7 cultivators from the vast ocean sect in the air before closing his eyes with a calm expression. He wouldn't provoke the cultivators of the Tai Hao sect, so he hoped that they wouldn't provoke him either. Although he didn't have a chance of winning against the 7 of them, none of them were his match in a one-on-one fight. If he wanted to, he could even kill 3 of them. 1655 A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. 1. The so-called competition ceremony was actually just a formality. In less than 2 hours, all the new talents of the sects had entered the ancient mystic realm. It was said that the origin of the ancient mystery dimension was related to the rise of the Tai Hao sect. Even the name of their sect came from a huge building in the ancient mystery dimension. Tang Zhen and the rest were not idle either. After the new talents entered the ancient mystery dimension, hundreds of air masses slowly appeared in the sky above everyone's heads, gradually becoming as smooth as a mirror. The scenes within the ancient mystic realm were also projected before everyone's eyes through these mirrors. Tang Zhen only searched for a moment before he saw Luo Qi's figure. At this moment, he was alone and fighting a red-haired giant ape. At this moment, Loki's attack was as fast as lightning. His longsword flew up and down, killing the giant ape opposite him and causing it to howl in pain. The giant ape tried to fight back, but no matter how he waved his sharp claws, he could not hurt Loki's fur at all. Instead, he was cut all over by the long sword. After a dozen breaths, the giant red-haired ape wailed and fell to the ground, becoming a corpse. When the cultivators from the sects who were watching the battle saw this, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At the same time, they asked which sect this disciple was from and why he had such an outstanding performance. When they heard that Luo Qi was from the Spirit Sword sect and was Tang Zhen's disciple, these cultivators all had a look of realization. If the master was so powerful, the disciple would naturally not be too far off. No wonder Rock's performance was so outstanding. The mirror in the sky kept appearing and disappearing. Every time it appeared, it meant that a battle was happening. The more intense and exciting the battle was, the larger the mirror would be, and the more attention it attracted. This was also a stage for the new talents of the various sects to showcase themselves. They all knew this function of the ancient mystic realm, so they all did their best to showcase themselves. In the continuous appearance and disappearance of the mirror image in the sky, Loki's frequency of appearance had always been in the top 3, while the other 2 were disciples of the Taihao sect. Sir Tang Zhen, you are really good at teaching your disciples. You actually have such a disciple who doesn't know her limits. A strange voice suddenly sounded from the side while Tang Zhen was observing the battle, causing him to frown slightly. Turning his head to the side, he saw a man wearing the uniform of the Taihao sect looking at him with a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Tang Zhen didn't understand why the other party had such an attitude. Just as he was about to ask, he heard a cultivator's low voice from the side. This man's disciple was robbed of his limelight by the Spirit Sword sect, so he was dissatisfied and actually did such a thing. He's just using his power to bully others. So what if he's a bully? Do you dare to provoke him? Hearing the whispers of those cultivators, Tang Zhen understood the cause and effect, and his face revealed a disdainful expression. The other party's attitude was very unfriendly. Tang Zhen did not need to stick his warm face to the cold butt. He swept his gaze over the other party and coldly said, "Who the hell are you? How dare you talk to me like this? You're so silly." Hearing Tang Zhen's words, the cultivator's expression changed and his eyes became uncertain. He raised his hand and pointed at Tang Zhen. "The Spirit Sword sect is so powerful, do you really not put my Taihao sect in your eyes? I do care about the Taihao sect, but I don't care about you. Do you understand?" Tang Zhen coldly smiled. Hearing Tang Zhen's ridicule, the cultivator from the Taihao sect trembled with anger. From his appearance, it seemed that he really wanted to rush up and fight with Tang Zhen. Fortunately, he had yet to lose his rationality. He knew that it was impossible for him to be a match for Tang Zhen. Therefore, he merely stood at his original spot without moving even though his face and ears were red from anger. However, when the cultivators of the other sects saw this scene, they felt that it was extremely ironic and laughable. They thought that this guy was narrow-minded. His own disciple didn't have the opportunity to show her face, so he took it out on the master. In the end, he met an iron plate. This Sir Tang Zhen didn't give him face at all, making it difficult for him to stop like a monkey. Although it wasn't a big deal, Taihao sect's face would definitely be lost. Why bother? The cultivator from the Taihao sect also realized this. While he regretted it, he hated Tang Zhen for not giving him face. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He couldn't help but shout at Tang Zhen, "I'll ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Again, do you not put my Taihao sect in your eyes? Are you deaf? Fine, I'll say it again. I put the Taihao sect in my eyes, but what are you?" Hearing Tang Zhen's words, the cultivator from the Clear Sky sect was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at Tang Zhen and sneered, "Good, good, good, I was waiting for these words. I can tell you now, looking down on me is looking down on the Taihao sect, do you understand? If you don't give me an explanation and apologize to me, don't even think about leaving the vast sky sect." Upon hearing the other party's words, not only was Tang Zhen stunned, but the surrounding cultivators were also stunned. He didn't expect this guy to be so shameless. After losing face, he still wanted to get the vast sky sect to back him up. Tang Zhen slowly stood up and looked at the cultivators of the Clear Sky sect in front of him. He said in a faint voice, "I'll ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You again, are you sure you can represent the Taihao sect?" Seeing Tang Zhen stand up, the cultivator from the Clear Sky sect was a little timid. He had heard about Tang Zhen's strength. However, if he showed weakness now, he would really lose all face. He thought of the 7 supreme cultivators of the Taihao sect who were here, but they still didn't say anything. They were obviously biased towards him. Realizing this, he no longer hesitated and nodded. "That's right, my Taihao sect is united. If one person is humiliated, it's the same as the sect being humiliated. Not only me, but any disciple of the Taihao sect can represent the sect." His words were so powerful that even he was a little affected and felt a sense of pride. Tang Zhen burst into laughter as he pointed at the cultivator and scolded, "If the Taihao sect is filled with narrow-minded, vulgar and jealous people like you, then I'll just take it that I was blind before. You rudely provoked me first, and now you want me, Tang Zhen, to compensate for my soft dress. You're really dreaming." After Tang Zhen said this, he looked at the surrounding cultivators and said, "I'll say it here today. If you want me to submit, you'll have to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The sword in my hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Zhen unsheathed his sword and looked around, scaring the other cultivators from the Clear Sky sect into retreating several steps. The cultivators from the surrounding sects all looked over. As for the trials in the ancient mystic realm, no one paid any attention to them. Sir Tang Zhen, do you not put my Clear Sky sect in your eyes? An old voice came from the sky. It was one of the elders of the Taihao sect. His tone seemed to be filled with dissatisfaction and even a trace of killing intent. You're only thinking of standing up now. Why didn't you stop the cultivators from your sect when they insulted me? Tang Zhen's tone was calm, but everyone could hear the anger in his voice. With his status, he was actually humiliated by a low-level cultivator in another sect, and the same level cultivator from the other sect ignored it. If this wasn't an insult, then what was? 1656 A bloody battle. Dying with no regrets. Hearing Tang Zhen's question, the supreme cultivator of the Taihao sect was silent for a moment. Although he is at fault, he is still a member of my Taihao sect. If you insult him, you are insulting my Taihao sect. The cultivators from the surrounding sects sighed in unison when they heard the answer from the supreme cultivator. They all thought that this Taihao sect was really shameless, to actually protect their own disciples. But the problem was that the person you humiliated wasn't anyone else, but a supreme cultivator who had single-handedly killed 7 experts. Did the Taihao sect really think that the other party was made of mud? Since you also think so, then I have nothing to say. Today, I'd like to see how your Taihao sect will make me stay. Tang Zhen's words had just sounded when he waved his sword and slashed it at the culprit. With his speed, the other party would definitely not be able to dodge. With a flash of light, the head of the cultivator who had caused the trouble flew off, but his face was still filled with fear. Never in his dreams did he expect that Tang Zhen would actually act on his word. In the territory of the Taihao sect, in front of so many people, he actually directly killed him. However, no matter how regretful he was, it was of no use. Impudent. The moment Tang Zhen's sword slashed out, the supreme cultivators of the vast sky sect in the air also made their moves, sending violent attacks straight at Tang Zhen. I'd like to experience just how much your Taihao sect is worth. Tang Zhen coldly laughed. He suddenly turned into a stream of light and charged into the sky, colliding with one of the balls of light. There seemed to be a scream in the air, followed by a figure flying out of the light ball with a panicked expression. It seemed to be one of the strongest cultivators of the Taihao sect. However, this powerful cultivator's armor was shattered, and the wound on his chest and abdomen had almost cut his body in half. One of his arms was missing. He fled in a hurry, afraid that he would be hit again. On the other hand, Tang Zhen laughed wildly. He shook his longsword and charged out from the encirclement of the 2 strongest cultivators. The flames around his body churned, dyeing the entire sky scarlet red. The 2 sides had only exchanged blows for an instant, but one of the strongest cultivators of the Taihao sect was injured and forced to retreat. Tang Zhen's ferocity made the surrounding cultivators dumbfounded. However, they immediately became worried. After all, there were a total of 7 supreme cultivators in the Taihao sect. 1 had been repelled, but there were still 6 left. No matter how strong Tang Zhen was, how could he be a match for 6 supreme cultivators? The slightest bit of carelessness would result in death. Just as everyone was secretly guessing in their hearts, the fierce battle in the air had already reached the level of white heat. Tang Zhen was facing the attacks of 6 supreme cultivators by himself, yet he did not have the slightest fear. He killed until the entire sky was filled with cracks. The 6 cultivators of the Clear Sky sect were filled with anger. They were in the wrong in this matter. Now that the 7 of them had attacked at the same time, they were still unable to kill Tang Zhen in a short time. This was a great humiliation. I must kill him. The 6 cultivators had this thought in their minds at the same time. Their attack speed increased again as they vowed to kill Tang Zhen. Facing the attacks of the 6 supreme cultivators, Tang Zhen angrily shouted. The long sword in his hand suddenly flew out and shot towards a cultivator from the Taihao sect who was charging at him. At the same time as his opponent dodged, a dragon lance appeared in his hand and pierced through his opponent's chest from a strange angle. The omnipotent cultivator was shocked. Just as he wanted to retreat, a terrifying power burst out of the Dragon Knight spear and completely shattered his meridians. Right at this moment, a longsword suddenly pierced through Tang Zhen's heart. A wave of qi exploded within his body, as though it was about to burst his body apart. Break! Tang Zhen furiously roared. As his body twisted, he swept his dragon spear in all directions. While he repelled the enemy, he also twisted the longsword that had pierced his body. Another 2 golden lights flew over and pierced into Tang Zhen's ribs. He also took the opportunity to wave his Dragon Knight spear and smashed an ultimate cultivator down from the sky. The battle had only lasted for a dozen breaths, but Tang Zhen had relied on an injury-for-injury fighting style to seriously injure 3 of the strongest cultivators of Taihao sect. Although his battle results were impressive, his situation was not optimistic. If this continued, he would not be able to escape death in the end. Just as the surrounding spectators were looking down on Tang Zhen, he suddenly laughed wildly. His body suddenly expanded rapidly and reached a height of nearly 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. This was the secret technique of Lu Cheng's cultivators. After the body transformation, the combat power would be multiplied. In front of this huge figure, the 4 Taihao sect cultivators were like dust. At this moment, they seemed extremely small. This sudden scene completely stunned the surrounding onlookers. This was the first time they had seen such a magical technique. He actually turned into a giant of over 3,000 feet in an instant. The remaining 4 Taihao sect cultivators also revealed a trace of fear when they saw this. Tang Zhen looked like an ancient god and was simply unstoppable. For a time, they did not know what kind of method they had to use in order to injure Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen, who had already unleashed his energy incarnation, ignored the 4 strongest cultivators around him. Instead, he revealed a ferocious smile as he waved his hand and smashed at the injured strongest cultivator beside him. At this moment, those 3 fellows were hiding at the side recuperating and watching the battle. When they saw Tang Zhen suddenly launching an attack at them, each and every one of them was frightened until their faces turned ashen. They subconsciously wanted to teleport and escape. Who would have thought that Tang Zhen had already messed up the surrounding energy field? The 3 strongest cultivators' movements slightly paused when they were teleporting. It was this moment of hesitation that completely cut off their escape route. In the blink of an eye, a pair of mountain-like giant hands smashed over and covered the 3 supreme cultivators. Then, it clenched tightly. It was better to break 1 finger than to injure 10 fingers. This was Tang Zhen's idea. Since they had already started a war with the Taihao sect, the situation between the 2 sides would not rest until one of them died. There was no possibility of easing the tension. Since that was the case, why did Tang Zhen need to show mercy? He might as well kill a few of them first. When the other 4 cultivators of the Taihao sect saw this, their expressions changed drastically. They roared at Tang Zhen, "Tang Zhen, you dare to make a move." Tang Zhen coldly laughed. His voice was like muffled thunder, "Why wouldn't I dare?" One of the strongest cultivators from the Taihao sect pointed at the dumbfounded Spirit Sword sect cultivators and said, "If you dare to make a move, I swear I will annihilate the entire Spirit Sword sect." Tang Zhen's eyes revealed a disdainful expression as he indifferently said, "You killed 1 person from the Spirit Sword sect, so I'll exterminate the entire Vast Sky sect." As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fist, and the 3 injured cultivators were turned into meat paste. Even their souls were destroyed. After defeating the alien cultivator alliance and capturing that Lord God, Tang Zhen had also learned his secret technique. At this moment, he was operating it at full speed and absorbing the flesh, blood, and soul of the 3 strongest cultivators. His eyes suddenly turned blood red, and his mind seemed to be affected by the negative emotions. His mind was filled with the desire to kill. Turning his head to look at the 4 strongest cultivators from the Taihao sect, Tang Zhen laughed, "Come on, kill a cultivator of the Spirit Sword sect for me to see, kill him quickly." When they saw Tang Zhen's demonic appearance, regardless of whether it was the supreme cultivators of the vast ocean sect or the surrounding spectators, all of their expressions changed at the same time. 1657 Chapter 1655 Peace. At this moment, Tang Zhen was just like a demonic god that had descended. His enormous body caused one to feel fear at the sight of it. The killing intent around his body even shot straight into the clouds. The cultivators of the Taihao sect were as silent as cicadas in winter. The remaining 4 strongest cultivators were even more frightened. They couldn't understand what kind of secret technique Tang Zhen had used to become so powerful. Throughout the history of the true immortal plane, there had never been such a terrifying giant energy incarnation. It was simply an invincible existence in battle. The death of the 3 cultivators from the same sect also caused a huge sense of crisis to rise in their hearts. Originally, they wanted to kill Tang Zhen, but now they were thinking about how to get rid of the danger in front of them. He could only avoid the blade. Even if he could not kill Tang Zhen today, he could still choose a suitable opportunity to take revenge. After realizing this, the 4 strongest cultivators began to move around and attack, absolutely not letting Tang Zhen touch them. From their point of view, Tang Zhen's terrifying body size was destined to not last for long. As long as they persevered, they would definitely be the ones to obtain the final victory. However, these cultivators of the Tai Hao sect didn't realize that Tang Zhen's current state was extremely dangerous. After absorbing the soul essences of the 3 supreme cultivators in an instant, his mind was filled with violent killing intent. Even though these spirits were being rapidly converted and absorbed, continuously improving his cultivation strength, his gaze that passed through the blood-red pupils was still filled with a bloodthirsty desire. Tang Zhen had originally planned to go all out. Now, he had no more scruples as he directly charged towards one of the strongest cultivators from the vast sky sect. No matter what the enemy's tactics were, he would only target one enemy and chase them all the way. The vast sky sect cultivators who were targeted by Tang Zhen were scared out of their wits. As they frantically dodged, they constantly called for their companions to block them. They were afraid that they would be crushed to death by Tang Zhen like the previous 3 unlucky people. Damn it, hurry up and stop him. He continuously summoned his companions, but he saw that Tang Zhen was still in hot pursuit. The strongest cultivator who was being chased couldn't help but shout loudly. However, the other 3 ultimate cultivators didn't dare to get close to Tang Zhen. Once they got too close, they would be in danger of being caught by Tang Zhen. However, each time a long-range attack landed on Tang Zhen's body, it would disappear like a stone sinking into the ocean. It was completely unable to block the attack. Tang Zhen, who was originally an energy body, was no longer afraid of physical attacks. If it was a competition of mental energy, none of the cultivators present would be his opponent. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen had already caught up with the cultivator from the Tai Hao sect and held him in his hand with a grin. Please don't you dare, Sir Tang Zhen, please show mercy. One after another, shouts rang out. Among them were the 3 supreme cultivators of the Tai Hao sect, as well as a group of cultivators who had teleported. Their auras weren't any weaker than the cultivators of the Tai Hao sect. There were a total of 5 of them, and they were all cultivators from the sects participating in this 100-sect competition. Tang Zhen coldly looked at those cultivators and coldly snorted, "What, you guys want to be my enemy too?" Seeing Tang Zhen's seething killing intent, those powerful cultivators who had spoken out to dissuade him were all shocked in their hearts. However, there was still someone who braced himself and said, "Your Excellency has already killed 3 people in a row. It's really not appropriate for you to make a move, or else the Tai Hao sect will be crippled." That's right, Your Excellency Tang Zhen. Although the Tai Hao sect is overbearing and arrogant, it is also the backer of our sects. If the Tai Hao sect falls, it is inevitable that enemies from other regions will take the opportunity to invade. The Tai Hao sect has indeed made a contribution. At least they have maintained the stability of one side. I hope that Your Excellency Tang Zhen will think twice before acting. The 4 supreme cultivators of the Tai Hao sect were so touched that they almost cried when they heard their sect's help. They swore that they had never been so helpless and touched before. After the killing intent in his mind was controlled, Tang Zhen also calmed down a little. He looked at the cultivator from the Clear Sky sect who was struggling in his hand and coldly shouted, "Today's incident was caused by your sect's cultivators, but since the culprit is dead and you have learned your lesson, I can stop now. However, don't even think about doing this half-heartedly. You must compensate me to my satisfaction, or else I don't mind massacring the vast ocean sect." The surrounding cultivators heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Tang Zhen's words. They were really afraid that Tang Zhen would become so excited that he would kill without distinguishing between friend and foe. In that case, not only would the Tai Hao sect suffer, but the other sects would also be implicated. Thank the heavens, this killing god had finally stopped. Sir Tang Zhen is indeed profound and righteous. How could those cultivators still be stingy with their compliments at this time? They all opened their mouths to praise Tang Zhen, hoping to quickly end this chaotic situation. Even they couldn't stand this kind of psychological stimulation. Since Tang Zhen had promised to release the person, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. He threw the cultivator from the vast ocean sect in his hand and his body rapidly shrank to the size of a normal person. Although he no longer had the terrifying body, the cultivators still looked at him with respect. After coldly looking around, Tang Zhen's figure flashed back to the Spirit Sword sect's area. He closed his eyes to heal his body's injuries, as if nothing had happened just now. When the surrounding cultivators from the other sects saw this, they were secretly amazed in their hearts. They thought that this Tang Zhen was indeed extraordinary. Just a moment ago, he was killing in Taihao sect, and in the blink of an eye, he was openly recuperating in Taihao sect. He was truly too arrogant. When the vast sky sect cultivators saw that Tang Zhen was so arrogant and didn't put their own sect in his eyes, they were all burning with anger, but they couldn't do anything. The four supreme cultivators remained silent. They really couldn't afford to offend this man. If they really did, perhaps the entire Taihao sect would be annihilated. They had a big family and business, so they really couldn't afford to gamble. As Tang Zhen began to recover from his injuries, the surrounding immediately became so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Those cultivators from the sects were constantly recalling the scene of the battle earlier and were so excited that their bodies moved. To the Taihao sect, today was destined to be a painful memory. The death of 3 of their strongest cultivators was definitely a huge loss to the sect. However, for the cultivators who had witnessed the entire battle, this battle was enough to make them remember it for the rest of their lives. The scene of Tang Zhen single-handedly taking on 7 cultivators of the Taihao sect was simply extraordinary and heroic like a god. Tang Zhen, who was already famous in all directions, would also become famous in the world because of this battle. As time slowly passed, the quiet atmosphere finally eased. The cultivators of the various sects who had been silent like cicadas in winter finally dared to speak in low voices. The competition in the ancient mystic realm, which had been neglected, was slowly being noticed by people. Ever since Tang Zhen sat down, he had not moved an inch. The surrounding cultivators did not dare to rashly disturb him when they saw this. Time passed by slowly. After 3 days, the competition in the ancient mystic realm finally ended. Loki was indeed the child of destiny. He had defeated many opponents in the ancient mystic realm and had narrowly won first place in this competition. When he walked out of the ancient mystery land, Loki had a proud look on his face. He thought that his performance was outstanding and that he was bound to attract the praise and envy of other cultivators. In the end, all he saw was an extremely envious look. As for the praise, it seemed as if it was natural. Loki felt strange in his heart, but he still hid his doubts in his heart. He prepared to pay his respects to Tang Zhen, who was on his seat, to show that he did not disappoint his master. Who would have thought that Mu Jianyi would stop him, and at the same time, tell him in a low voice what Tang Zhen had done? Loki was dumbfounded. He finally realized why those cultivators were looking at him like that. It turned out that they wanted to take his place. Tang Zhen was already so strong. It would truly be strange if his only disciple's performance was too poor. 1658 The return crisis. With the 100-sect competition over, it also meant that the various great sects would have to leave. However, this time, no one left. Instead, they all looked at the Spirit Sword sect, waiting for them to leave first. Tang Zhen's massacre not only won him a great reputation, but also raised the status of the Spirit Sword sect, and they had the qualifications to lead. Therefore, out of respect for Tang Zhen, those sects chose to wait for them to leave before they left. As for the enmity between Tang Zhen and the Taihao sect, it was another matter. It didn't affect Tang Zhen's current status. To tell the truth, they were still full of admiration. Tang Zhen could be said to be the first person in history to suppress a sect like the Taihao sect by himself. No one could be better than him. When Mu Jianyi saw the gazes of the surrounding people, he was both worried and pleased. Before he came here, he had never dreamed that Tang Zhen would do such a heaven-piercing thing. Although this matter put the Spirit Sword sect in the eye of the storm, the harvest was also huge. The attitude of the other sects proved this point. However, from now on, the Spirit Sword sect's cultivators would inevitably be on guard against the Clear Sky sect's revenge. However, as long as Tang Zhen was still alive, the vast Heaven sect would not be able to overturn the heavens unless they wanted 2 more supreme cultivators to die. Seeing that Tang Zhen didn't move for a long time, Mu Jianyi was secretly anxious. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Sir Tang Zhen, are we leaving now?" Tang Zhen's tightly shut eyes slowly opened as he glanced at Mu Jianyi. A trace of exhaustion flashed across his eyes. "All right, let's return now." After he finished speaking, Tang Zhen stood up and coldly glanced at the cultivators from the vast sky sect in the distance. He took the lead and jumped onto the flying device of the Spirit Sword sect. "You'd better send me the compensation I want as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows when I'll be in a good mood and come to your Taihao sect to pay a visit." Hearing Tang Zhen's faint warning, the cultivators of the vast sky sect were filled with anger. In the end, they could only secretly sigh in their hearts. No one dared to jump out and argue. At this time, the Tai Hao sect really didn't dare to provoke Tang Zhen and could only let him leave. They even had to study the compensation plan and send it to the Spirit Sword sect as soon as possible. It was fine if they didn't want to compensate him, unless they found a way to restrain Tang Zhen and guarantee his death. Otherwise, who could guarantee that Tang Zhen would not kill his way to the door and kill the remaining 4 strongest cultivators? After much consideration, they would rather lose face and compensate than take the risk. Tang Zhen and the others took the flying spirit boat to the Spirit Sword sect. On the way, the disciples of the Spirit Sword sect were surprised and happy, looking at the room where Tang Zhen was in with respect. Even when they passed by Tang Zhen's room, they would be extremely careful for fear of disturbing Tang Zhen, who was recuperating. Other than Tang Zhen himself, no one knew how serious his injuries were. However, from his appearance, it seemed that he did not suffer much damage. In fact, Tang Zhen's injuries were very serious. Although he had won the battle at that time and killed 3 supreme cultivators of the Tai Hao sect, the cultivators of the Tai Hao sect were not weak either. Several attacks had seriously injured him. If it wasn't for the special cultivation method of Lu Cheng's cultivators, which greatly avoided the disadvantage of losing combat power after being injured, Tang Zhen might have really knelt on the spot. At that time, he was like a character in a game. Although he only had a trace of health left, he could always fight with vigor before his health bar was exhausted. It was the same for the other cultivators in the city. Unless they could kill their enemies in one strike, they could kill their enemies as long as they were still alive. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario had not occurred. Not only had he killed 3 enemies, but he had also forced the vast ocean sect to give in and promise compensation. Although he had won, the process of repairing his body was still a headache. At this moment, his body was in chaos. A ball of world origin was constantly dissipating and dissolving, nourishing and repairing the injuries in his body. The origin energy that could revive a dead person was unable to heal the injuries in his body within a short period of time. Tang Zhen could only wait slowly and quietly recuperate. In addition to the danger of his injuries, Tang Zhen also needed to worry about another problem. That was whether Loki's enemies would take the opportunity to launch an attack. Although he had killed 3 of the strongest cultivators in front of everyone and thoroughly intimidated the vast ocean sect, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he had been injured. The vast sky sect didn't dare to continue fighting because they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to take any more losses. However, there was no need to worry about Loki's enemies. If they could take the opportunity to kill Tang Zhen, they would definitely not miss the opportunity. The return journey was the best opportunity to make a move. However, his body was currently recovering, so he couldn't fight here for a short time. Otherwise, he would be seriously injured. Looking at the Spirit Sword sect cultivators around him, not a single one could help him block the enemy. Tang Zhen could only rely on himself. Fortunately, he had more than one person to rely on. Tang Zhen communicated with the tower's foundation stone in his mind and activated it. Then, he saw a huge altar appear in his consciousness. This was the first time he used the building foundation he had refined in his mind after he became a sector lord. On the huge altar that stretched as far as the eye could see, countless runes shone one after another, forming a sea of 7-colored light. With the activation of the building's foundation stone, an indescribable vast power spread out, searching for the heroic spirits of the true immortal plane and the summoners who could go on the battle in Tang Zhen's place. One after another, illusionary figures appeared on the altar. They stopped for a few breaths before disappearing in an instant. It was as if a huge wave was washing away the sand, leaving behind the elites of the elites. A full 10 minutes passed, and only 100 or so figures remained on the huge altar. Although they all had different appearances, their auras were astonishing. It was clear that they were all outstanding figures when they were alive. Although they had fallen due to various reasons, they had reappeared in this world through Tang Zhen's building foundation. After confirming the qualifications of the summoned spirits, Tang Zhen controlled the altar and poured energy into the bodies of these summoners to ensure that they had enough strength. These summoning cultivators were disposable items and did not need to waste too much origin energy. Even so, it was still a huge consumption. The enemy who was able to intercept and attack Tang Zhen had to be at least on par with him in strength. Otherwise, it would be no different from courting death. Since Tang Zhen wanted to intercept the enemy, the strength of the summoner must not be too weak. Therefore, he must not hesitate even if he had to consume a lot of energy. The energy of heaven and earth transformed from the origin of the world spread and poured into the summoners' bodies. Their auras kept rising, and they soon surpassed the king level and reached the level of law cultivators. Tang Zhen was still not satisfied. He continued to pour in more heaven and earth energy until the auras of these summoned cultivators returned to their original state. Only when they possessed the battle prowess of a spirit emperor did he stop in satisfaction. At this moment, Tang Zhen had hundreds of spiritual emperors. Even if he could only summon them once, it was enough to make the enemy pay a heavy price. 1659 Summoning the Cultivator. 1. In the sky, the Spirit Sword Sect's flying spirit boat was rushing all the way. Although Tang Zhen had forced the Tai Hao sect into submission, everyone was clear that he was currently seriously injured. If an enemy were to take advantage of the situation, they would not be able to count on him. It could be said that Tang Zhen had forcibly raised the level of the Spirit Sword Sect by himself. He was extremely strong, but the Spirit Sword Sect was very weak. This time, Tang Zhen could be considered to have made a great enemy. It was reasonable for the Spirit Sword Sect cultivators to be worried. Although an ultimate cultivator like Tang Zhen would definitely have a life-saving trump card, who could guarantee that the enemy would not lose their mind and risk huge losses to kill Tang Zhen? Tai Hao sect had such thoughts, but they couldn't afford to take the risk. Under such circumstances, they were the ones who didn't dare to act recklessly. However, what if it was another enemy? Loki was very nervous at this time. He knew that there was a group of mysterious forces that wanted to deal with him, and Tang Zhen was the biggest obstacle to the other party. Now that Tang Zhen was injured, would the enemy take this opportunity to take revenge? He knew that the possibility of this was very high, but the problem was that his cultivation was limited, and he couldn't help much. When he thought of Tang Zhen's kindness to him, Loki felt even more reproachful. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen, he wouldn't be where he was today. However, when Tang Zhen needed help the most, he could only watch helplessly. At the thought of this, he clenched his fists tightly and his face was filled with unwillingness. Just as Loki's mind was filled with wild thoughts, a large dark cloud suddenly appeared in the sky in front of him. Like a ferocious living creature, it rushed towards the Spirit Sword Sect's flying spirit boat. Strengthen our defenses and get ready for battle. Mu Johnny and the others, whose hearts had been in their throats for a long time, pulled out their swords at the same time, their faces filled with determination. Cultivators fought against the heavens and earth, and their entire lives were in a state as if they were facing an abyss. Although they strived for longevity, they still regarded life and death as an ordinary matter. Since a battle was inevitable, they could only go all out. Not to mention that Tang Zhen's previous actions had completely aroused the heroic spirit of the Spirit Sword Sect's cultivators. Even if they were facing an enemy whose strength far exceeded their own, they still dared to draw their swords and fight. Loki had a longsword in his hand, and his face was filled with determination. He stared at the enemy in the dark clouds in front of him without blinking. In order to protect his master, even if he died on the battlefield, Luo Qi would die without any complaints. Just as the Spirit Sword Sect cultivators were united against the enemy and were ready to fight to the death, Tang Zhen's voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. With me here, when will it be your turn to fight? His voice had just fallen when Tang Zhen slowly walked out from behind. There was no sign of him being injured at all. Master, why are you so stubborn? Loki was about to say something but was stopped by Tang Zhen. You don't have to worry. Although I'm indeed injured, I'm not someone these nobodies can offend. Since they're here, they can't leave. As soon as Tang Zhen's voice fell, hundreds of cultivators rushed out of the dark clouds in front of them. Each of them was wearing a black robe, and the dark clouds rolled around them, covering their original faces. You're just a bunch of cowards. I'd like to see what kind of background you have today. Just as Loki and the others were feeling excited, they saw Tang Zhen casually wave his hand. Immediately after, an astonishing energy fluctuation was transmitted from his side. Before they could recover from their shock, many figures with terrifying auras suddenly appeared. It was a group of cultivators with different expressions. They exuded a powerful energy fluctuation that almost suffocated Loki and the others. Especially those new disciples, if they didn't force themselves to stand up, they might have already knelt on the ground. Fortunately, those cultivators didn't stay for long. As soon as they appeared, they went straight to the dark clouds in front of them. Both sides suddenly started fighting. The enemies who were intercepting them didn't expect this either. When they saw the summoned cultivators coming in droves, they all panicked and cursed in their hearts. Which bastard provided this information? Didn't they say that Tang Zhen only had noobs from the Spirit Sword sect? Then where the hell did these experts come from? Although they were cursing in their hearts, it was too late for them to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was filled with figures fighting. From the perspective of the onlookers, the strength of the enemies who came to intercept and attack varied, but they were far stronger than the cultivators of the Spirit Sword sect. On the other hand, the summoners sent by Tang Zhen were all Spirit Emperor realm cultivators. In the true, immortal realm, cultivators of this level were enough to establish a sect. Looking at those mysterious cultivators who were like wolves and tigers, killing without any change in expression, the cultivators of the Spirit Sword sect were full of shock and excitement. In their hearts, they were also secretly guessing, where did Tang Zhen get this helper? The more the enemy fought, the more panicked they became. As the number of fallen comrades continued to increase, some people began to retreat to the edge of the battlefield, trying to find an opportunity to escape. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the battlefield. "Feng Xiao, didn't you die?" a black-robed cultivator exclaimed. He stared at the summoning cultivator in front of him with shock and panic. The eyes of the summoner named Feng Xiao trembled as if he had regained some of his consciousness. However, in the blink of an eye, he became as cold as ice and went straight to kill the enemy. The enemy was already in a state of panic when he suddenly saw an acquaintance who had already died come back to life. When he was attacked, he was even more flustered. It didn't take long before he was beheaded by the summoned cultivator, and his corpse fell from the sky. In fact, this enemy was not the only one who noticed the abnormality. Many other enemies recognized the familiar faces among the summoners and were full of shock and panic. These dead cultivators had died decades or even centuries apart, but now they had suddenly appeared in front of him. Moreover, their strength had increased greatly, and they were like killing machines in battle. The enemy had felt guilty the moment they arrived, and now that they had encountered such a strange situation, their morale was even more scattered. After holding on for more than 10 breaths, they finally chose to retreat. "Go after them, don't let a single one of them go." Following Tang Zhen's order, the summoned cultivators immediately chased after them. In an instant, the figures on the battlefield disappeared. The Spirit Sword sect cultivators on the side knew that the battle was far from over. It was just that the venue had been temporarily changed. Looking at the scattered corpses on the ground, Tang Zhen turned around to look at Mujani and the others. He said with an indifferent voice, "Go and clean up the battlefield, and then find a way to confirm the enemy's identity. This matter isn't over yet, the sect behind them must also take responsibility." Tang Zhen was really ruthless. He was prepared to follow the vine to find the melon and uproot the strength that Luo Qi's opponent controlled. When he recovered from his injuries, he would personally investigate. Once he found out the identity of the Wheel of Fortune cultivator, he would make him pay the price even if Loki did not do anything. They could either die or be kicked out of the true immortal realm. There was no third option. 1660 Questioning all sides. 1. It didn't take long for the summoners to return from their pursuit. They carried the corpses back one by one, most of them covered in injuries, their eyes were filled with unwillingness. These corpses were thrown onto the flying spirit vessel and soon filled the deck, filling the air with the pungent smell of blood. Some of the disciples of the Spirit Sword sect were so scared that their faces turned pale when they saw this bloody scene, and they dodged to the side, not daring to look at it. Mujani took a deep breath and looked at those cowering disciples. A trace of anger flashed through his eyes. He pointed at them and cursed, "Can't you guys be a bit more promising? As disciples of my Spirit Sword sect, how could you be scared by the bodies of some enemies? Do you know who these enemies are? Any one of them can kill you 100 times. If it wasn't for Sir Tang Zhen here, you would have become corpses by now. I'll see what you're going to do if you still want to cultivate and seek immortality." After cursing a few times, Mujani directed the disciples to start collecting the items on the enemy's body, and then put them all in one place. He then asked Tang Zhen how to deal with it. Tang Zhen originally looked down on these things, but he would not casually reward unrelated people. Thus, he let Mujani and the other elders choose 2 items each and kept the rest into his storage ring. The strength of these enemies was not weak, and they were also quite rich. Together, they were quite a lot of wealth. I'll leave the rest to you. Figure out their specific identities, and then hold them accountable in the name of the Spirit Sword sect. If any sect doesn't care, tell me at that time. After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he waved his hand at the summoners and had them return to the altar. Before the energy in his body dissipated, these summoning cultivators could still be maintained for a period of time. Tang Zhen didn't know if there would be a time when he would need them, so he naturally wouldn't let them dissipate easily. Tang Zhen returned to his room and continued to heal his injuries. In front of the Spirit Sword sect, all the cultivators of the sect were mobilized. Last time, Tang Zhen recruited more than 30 outstanding disciples for the Spirit Sword sect and killed 7 strong enemies in one battle, which greatly shocked the Spirit Sword sect's reputation. In order to express his intention, the sect leader of the Spirit Sword sect put out a large-scale formation to welcome them. Only a year had passed, but Tang Zhen had done something even more shocking. Fighting 1 against 7, the entire Tai Hao sect fell silent. Even though 3 of their strongest cultivators were killed, they still didn't dare to pursue the matter and could only choose to swallow their anger. What kind of thing had they encountered to make them swallow their anger? Just how powerful was this Sir Tang Zhen that he had taken the initiative to seek refuge with? Everything about Tang Zhen seemed to be a mystery, and no clues could be found. No one knew the answer, but one thing was for sure. As long as Tang Zhen was here, no one would dare to provoke the Spirit Sword sect. After the sect leader of the Spirit Sword sect heard the news, he was silent for a moment. Then, he suddenly began to laugh out loud. His laughter was unrestrained. The cultivators around didn't know why the sect leader laughed, but they didn't dare to ask. They just frowned. Why are you so worried? Although this matter seems to be full of danger, it is also a rare opportunity for our Spirit Sword sect to soar. If we grasp it well, it may not be impossible to surpass the Tai Hao sect. Compared to those worried sect elders, the sect leader saw an opportunity in a crisis and knew that this opportunity was hard to come by. Sir Tang Zhen is a cultivator of our Spirit Sword sect. Whatever he does, our Spirit Sword sect will bear the full responsibility. Anyone who disrespects Tang Zhen is disrespecting our Spirit Sword sect. We will not compromise. The sect leader made a conclusion on this matter. Since Tang Zhen had already done it, they would not avoid it. If someone wanted to take revenge, they would definitely be the life and death enemy of the Spirit Sword sect. The most important point was that even if the Spirit Sword sect wanted to cut off their relationship with Tang Zhen, those enemies might not let them go. Since that was the case, he might as well be tied together with Tang Zhen and face the unknown wind and rain together to seek his wealth and glory. Since the sect leader had already made up his mind, the Spirit Sword sect elders had nothing to say. Even if they really had a problem with Tang Zhen, resenting him for killing the cultivators of the Tai Hao sect, they could only keep it in their hearts. Even if they lent them a few bears' hearts and leopards' guts, they would not dare to question Tang Zhen on this matter. That was no different from courting death. Even the supreme cultivators of the Tai Hao sect were killed without hesitation, so who were they? If he really angered this killing god, even if he was a cultivator of the Spirit Sword sect, Tang Zhen would not show any mercy. However, putting aside the negative impact of this matter, the elders of the Spirit Sword sect also felt excited. With such a powerful person in their sect, even if they went out, they would still feel that their status was higher than others. His Excellency Tang Zhen has returned. Someone shouted, and the entire Spirit Sword sect immediately burst out like a tide, shouting in unison, "Welcome back to the sect, Grand Elder." The sound was so uniform that even the air trembled with it. At the same time, the flower petals in the sky scattered, and the fragrance drifted in waves. One breath of it made one feel relaxed and happy. There were also immortal cranes and spiritual magpies leading the way. Thousands of female disciples stood side by side beside the stairs, each holding a sword decorated with colorful bird feathers. Their feather clothes fluttered in the wind, making them look like immortals. In the air, there were 100 cultivators of the Spirit Sword sect, all wearing golden armor. They opened a passage in the air and bowed to the slowly approaching flying spirit boat. The new disciples of the Spirit Sword sect on the flying spirit boat were all holding their swords, but they couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. Although they clearly knew that this welcome ceremony was not just for them, they also felt honored as members who had returned with Tang Zhen. Following the passage opened by the golden-armored cultivator, the flying spirit boat slowly landed. The sect leader of the Spirit Sword sect and the others came forward to welcome Tang Zhen off the boat. "Thank you all for your trouble. Tang Zhen thanks you all here." Tang Zhen floated down from the flying spirit vessel and cupped his fists towards the sect leader and the other elders. However, his expression was extremely calm. the Grand Elder's trip this time has greatly increased the prestige of our Spirit Sword sect. We should receive this kind of treatment." The sect leader of the Spirit Sword sect didn't say much. Their actions had already shown their attitude, and Tang Zhen could understand it with a glance. Both parties exchanged a few pleasantries before walking up the long flight of stairs into the sect. Mu Jianyi found an opportunity to tell the sect leader what had happened on the way back. The sect leader was shocked, but he soon sighed with emotion. They were still discussing how to deal with the enemy's attack earlier. Who would have thought that the enemy had already appeared? In the end, they were met by Tang Zhen on the way back and were dealt with in passing. After knowing the identity of the enemies, the sect leader of the Spirit Sword sect was bewildered. On the one hand, he sighed at the strength of the enemies, but on the other hand, he was curious about the identity of the summoner. As for Tang Zhen's request to hold the enemy accountable in the name of the Spirit Sword sect, the sect leader also expressed his support. In any case, they had the almighty Tang Zhen behind them, so they were not afraid if something happened. 1661 Danger in State 1. After Tang Zhen returned to the Spirit Sword sect, he returned to the mountain peak where he cultivated and forbade anyone from disturbing him. Everyone knew that his injuries had yet to recover, and he had closed the door to refuse guests in order to recover from his injuries. Therefore, they all consciously did not disturb him, and at the same time, they sent people to guard him. As for Tang Zhen's instructions, they were quickly carried out. After identifying the identity of the enemies one by one, the Spirit Sword sect sent cultivators to various places to deliver the letters of accusation. The Spirit Sword sect cultivator who delivered the letter didn't waste any time. After he delivered the letter, he immediately went to the next location. As for the letter sent by the Spirit Sword sect, some of them were shocked, some were disdainful, and some simply ignored it. These sects were not aware of the recent changes in the cultivation world, and still regarded the Spirit Sword sect as a small sect that was originally neither high nor low, and thought that they did not need to pay attention to it. There were even some sects who claimed that the Spirit Sword sect dared to kill their own sect's cultivators, and they must pay with their blood. However, most of the sects had heard of Tang Zhen's reputation as well as his heroic deeds in the Clear Sky sect. After receiving the letter, they didn't dare to be careless and quickly discussed how to deal with it. They would really be dumbfounded if Tang Zhen came to their door. First, he killed 7 powerful enemies, seriously injured 3 people and made a name for himself. Then, he wreaked havoc in the Taihao sect and killed 3 supreme cultivators in a row. On his return journey, he even killed 100 ambushers. Tang Zhen's current reputation was no different from that of a killing god. No one wanted to provoke such a strong enemy. A little carelessness could lead to the destruction of the sect. Because of the Spirit Sword sect's letter of reprimand, the entire cultivation world was in turmoil. The sects that received the letter even discussed with each other in private how to deal with this matter. After a period of silence, a sect finally responded. They sent cultivators to the Spirit Sword sect and sent a big gift as an apology. They also expressed that they knew nothing about the matter. He also claimed that after investigation, it was confirmed that the cultivator who was killed had joined a secret organization. The assassination of Tang Zhen on the way was probably done by that mysterious organization. However, since the cultivator belonged to their own sect, they could not shirk their responsibility. Therefore, they came to apologize this time, hoping that Tang Zhen and the Spirit Sword sect could be lenient. Tang Zhen closed his door and refused all the guests. These matters were left to the Spirit Sword sect to deal with. The sect leader personally received the cultivators who came to apologize and expressed that they would definitely convey their apologies to Tang Zhen. After sending off the first wave of cultivators, it didn't take long for the second and third wave of cultivators to come. Without exception, they all said the same thing, indicating that they didn't know about this matter. In the following period of time, there would be cultivators from other sects coming to visit from time to time, bringing with them heavy gifts to apologize. The treasure house of the Spirit Sword sect was now full, which made the sect leader and the others who saw this scene extremely envious. When had the Spirit Sword sect ever been so rich? However, these things belonged to Tang Zhen. Without his permission, no one dared to use them. At this moment, Luo Qi passed on a message for Tang Zhen, saying that the Spirit Sword sect could use 1/3 of the gifts to support the development of the Spirit Sword sect, and the remaining 2/3 would be temporarily sealed. Hearing Loki's words, the entire Spirit Sword sect was overjoyed. With these things, their cultivation resources would be more abundant, and their strength would improve faster. Although they had only used 1/3 of it, the Spirit Sword sect's cultivators were already satisfied. After all, this was Tang Zhen's personal wealth, and the other party's approach was generous enough. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this period, Tang Zhen had always been in seclusion, and the cultivation world was also in a state of turmoil. Not all the sects that had received the letter came to apologize. Some sects did not respond, and some claimed that this was an individual's action, so the sect did not need to care. If Tang Zhen dared to come, they could reason with him and they would not be afraid. These sects were so arrogant because of Taihao sect's attitude. Ever since Tang Zhen wreaked havoc in the 100-sect competition venue, Taihao sect had never made any move. The promised compensation to Tang Zhen had never been delivered. Seeing that the Taihao sect's attitude was so unyielding, the small sects chose to follow suit. At the same time, they secretly laughed at those who took the initiative to come to their door. They were really timid. This Tang Zhen had offended the Taihao sect, and the enmity between the two sides was already irreconcilable. Who knew when they would make a move against the Spirit Sword sect and directly kill Tang Zhen? If Tang Zhen were to die, then the compensation from those sects would be for naught. Wouldn't it be a loss in vain in the end? As for whether Tang Zhen would come to find him, it was better to see if he could survive the revenge of the Taihao sect. Taking a step back, even if he, Tang Zhen, really came to find him, he could push the responsibility to the dead cultivators. In addition to the undercurrents in the outside world, the people inside the Spirit Sword sect were also in a state of panic. During this period of time, many of the Spirit Sword sect's businesses had been destroyed, and at the same time, there were casualties. The clues left behind by the enemy all pointed to the Taihao sect. Regarding this situation, the cultivators of the Spirit Sword sect were all worried that the Taihao sect would really attack the Spirit Sword sect. Although the Spirit Sword sect's strength had rapidly increased during this period of time, it was still far from being able to compete with the Taihao sect. In this case, if the two sides started a war, the Spirit Sword sect would definitely lose. Some discordant voices appeared, as if they were accusing the sect leader of not helping Tang Zhen take responsibility. If he could have stayed out of it back then, there wouldn't have been such trouble. Some people also accused Tang Zhen of being greedy. The Spirit Sword sect had to bear the pressure for him, but only got 1/3 of the gift, which was really unfair. It was reasonable to take out all the gifts and let the cultivators of the Spirit Sword sect enjoy them. At this moment, these fellows had forgotten that if it was not for the resources provided by Tang Zhen, would their current days be so relaxed? In the face of those slanderous remarks about his master, Loki only sneered in his heart, and at the same time, he remembered all the Spirit Sword sect cultivators who were the most excited. When the time was right, he would definitely make this bunch of ingrates pay the price. While Tang Zhen was recuperating in seclusion, Loki had never slacked off on his cultivation. Now, his strength had become more and more powerful. He was indeed worthy of being the darling of fate. Although he was still far from Tang Zhen's cultivation, Loki could still hold his own. In time, he would definitely become an important figure in the true immortal plane. Just as the situation outside was getting more and more tense, and it seemed like a storm was coming, there was finally a trace of movement from Tang Zhen's closed-door cultivation place in the Spirit Sword sect. Tang Zhen slowly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The rock in front of him was touched by the foul air and turned into powder in an instant. It actually went more than 3 feet deep into the rock. After a year of closed-door cultivation, not only have my injuries healed, but my cultivation has also greatly improved. Perhaps it won't take long for me to reach a new realm. After Lu Cheng's cultivators became sector lords, they would have 3 advancements in their realms. During this process, they would continuously expand the space between their brows, allowing the quality of Lu Cheng's foundation stone to increase once more. At the same time, the summoner's strength would continue to increase. When it reached the 3rd stage, it would be on par with a realm lord. If the world's natural source was sufficient and converted into enough heaven and earth energy, the number of cultivators it could summon could be unlimited. A sector lord could suppress an entire plane. Another benefit was that as the space between his eyebrows continued to expand and improve, it would form a chaotic world and generate natural energy. When it evolved to the extreme, it would be able to meet the needs of the summoners even without the world's origin. As for the next step, it would be beyond the realm of sector lord, and the chaotic world between the eyebrows would evolve into a real world, which could give birth to all things and become the true creator. At that moment, cultivator Lu Cheng could create life with flesh and blood according to his will, instead of the original creation of laws. Any dead soul that was sent into this world could be reborn with a thought. As long as the creator wanted to, it was easy for them to exist for thousands of years. 1662 Exiting seclusion to collect debts. 1. At this moment, Tang Zhen was only a step away from the first realm. Becoming a creator was even more out of reach. Tang Zhen wasn't in a hurry. Which of the cultivators at the top of the tower weren't old monsters that had lived for countless years? He had only cultivated for a few decades. What was there to be anxious about? The path of cultivation was long, and one only needed to guard one's heart and move forward step by step. As soon as he got up and walked out of the cave, the guarding cultivator of the Spirit Sword sect immediately came forward and saluted him with an excited face. This old man was the true elder of the Spirit Sword sect. When Tang Zhen was in seclusion to heal his injuries, he was the one who took the initiative to guard the door for Tang Zhen. Thank you for protecting me for the past year. This is a small token of my appreciation, please don't reject it. While Tang Zhen was speaking, he casually took out a trace of the world's origin and threw it into the old man's hand. The old man felt the surging aura of the world's origin and couldn't hide his excitement. However, he still shook his head and said, "Sir, you've just recovered from your injuries, and you need these items. You should keep them for your own use." At this point, the old man shook his head and sighed, "My biggest wish in life is for the Spirit Sword sect to become the true immortal realm. If that's the case, I can die with a smile. Now, because of your existence, the Spirit Sword sect has soared to the sky. I'm happy to see it, and I only hope that you can lead the Spirit Sword sect to become the overlord of the true immortal world as soon as possible." Tang Zhen smiled when he heard the old man's words. In some aspects, the two of them had the same expectations. Wasn't he also working hard to make the name of the Sacred Dragon War Zone known to the world? Your body has already rotted due to internal injuries. If you don't find a way to cure it, you might die in less than 10 years. Since you want to see the scene of the Spirit Sword sect ascending to the true immortal realm, then refine and absorb this item, and then live a healthy life, waiting for that day to come. After Tang Zhen said this, he walked away and went straight to the core area of the Spirit Sword sect. The white-haired old man looked at the world's origin in his hand. His body trembled slightly. Soon after, he bowed to Tang Zhen, who was far away. "Thank you so much, Your Excellency. This old man has a chance to fulfill my lifelong wish. I'm very fortunate." In the main hall of the Spirit Sword sect, Tang Zhen's figure suddenly appeared. Congratulations to Grand Elder for coming out of seclusion. When the cultivators who were in the middle of a meeting saw this, they hurriedly got up from their seats and congratulated Tang Zhen in unison. The pressure in their hearts also disappeared. As long as Tang Zhen's injuries recovered and he came out of seclusion, those threats would no longer exist. With his previous brilliant battle results placed there, who would dare to provoke Tang Zhen, who was in full condition? Nodding to everyone, Tang Zhen looked at Loki, who was standing by the side, and said in an indifferent voice, "Bring me the name list of the sects that haven't come to apologize. I want to go out for 2 days and pay a visit to these sects." Tang Zhen's expression was calm. However, everyone could hear the killing intent in his tone. Seeing this, the cultivators of the Spirit Sword sect could not help but secretly sigh. It would not be long before another storm of blood would set off in the true immortal world. Speaking of which, those sects deserved it. Each and every one of them thought that they could get away with it, but now, they were about to face a great disaster. Tang Zhen's name as a killing god had long spread. What good thing would there be when a killing god came to his door? As for those sects that chose to pay a visit to apologize, they should be able to heave a sigh of relief now. Since Tang Zhen had accepted their apology, he would naturally not find trouble with them. Luo Qi handed over a list. He had prepared this long ago and knew that Tang Zhen would ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for it sooner or later. After handing over the name list, Loki hesitated for a moment before saying, "Master, when you go out this time, can you allow the cultivators of my Spirit Sword sect to follow you?" Tang Zhen glanced at Luo Qi and gently nodded in agreement. Loki must have had his reasons for making such a request. There was no need for him to ask. He would naturally have an explanation when the time came. When Luo Qi saw that Tang Zhen had agreed, he hurriedly bowed to thank him. A hint of excitement and ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. When the sect leader and the others saw this, they sighed in their hearts. They had obviously guessed Loki's thoughts. In the past days, in the face of those spirit sword sect cultivators who slandered Tang Zhen, Luo Qi pretended to turn a blind eye, but in fact, he had long remembered it in his heart. Now, he was afraid that he would take revenge. Although he was very opposed to this kind of thing, those spirit sword sect cultivators were indeed black sheep. Now that the spirit sword sect had already cut off all means of retreat and tied themselves to Tang Zhen, it was better to get rid of these guys as soon as possible. Thinking of this, the sect leader didn't hesitate and said to Loki, "Loki, you'll decide who will follow the Grand Elder to the battle. Just let me know when the time comes." How could Roche not know that the sect leader had seen through his thoughts? However, since he had said so, it was obvious that he had already acquiesced to his actions. "Many thanks, sect leader." Loki turned around and saluted the sect leader, thanking him for his support. "Go ahead and do it. Your talent is rare in the world, and you are decisive and decisive. In the future, when the spirit sword sect is handed over to you, it will definitely prosper." In front of Tang Zhen, the sect leader had already expressed his attitude. The future sect leader position of the spirit sword sect was already Luo Qi's. When the other elders heard this, although they were envious, they did not dare to raise any objections. After all, Loki's background, strength, and leadership qualities could completely take on the responsibility of being the sect leader. Even if he searched the entire spirit sword sect, he would not be able to find anyone who could compare with him. After the discussion, they began to arrange the specific matters. Soon, the news spread throughout the entire spirit sword sect that the Grand Elder, Tang Zhen, had recovered from his injury and was ready to go out and visit those sects that didn't take the spirit sword sect seriously. The entire sect was shaken by this, followed by cheers. Their hearts were filled with anticipation for Tang Zhen's trip. Every time Tang Zhen went out, the prestige of the spirit sword sect rose once. What kind of legend would he create this time? Some people were happy, and some were worried. Some of the cultivators in the spirit sword sect had gloomy faces and did not dare to take a step out of their rooms. When Tang Zhen was in closed-door cultivation, they were the most excited. They had secretly slandered and complained more than once, saying that if it wasn't for Tang Zhen, the spirit sword sect wouldn't have so many strong enemies. However, following Tang Zhen's exit, those words of theirs, which were either filled with unfathomable motives, greed, or merely for a moment of carefreeness, had suddenly turned into a talisman that urged them to their deaths. However, there were some things that could not be avoided. Even if they hid and did not see anyone, the sect's recruitment order was still sent to them. Looking at the bright red draft notice, the cultivators who thought they could avoid the disaster all fell to the ground with ashen faces and miserable smiles. They didn't need to think to know that they would definitely not return from this expedition. If he had known that this day would come, why did he do that? 1663 Cleaning up before departure. 1 In the square of the spirit sword sect, a group of cultivators stood proudly. More than half of the spirit sword sect's elites had already gathered here. They were all wearing the same battle armor, and each of them had a long sword that had been carefully forged by a master. At this time, the spirit sword sect cultivators were extremely excited, because they were about to follow the legendary figure in their hearts to battle. In the current spirit sword sect, 99% of the disciples were in awe of Tang Zhen, and regarded him as their lifelong goal. One person fighting a strong enemy and making the opponent tremble with fear, how heroic was this? If he could do the same, his life of cultivation would not have been in vain. Therefore, this time, the spirit sword sect's cultivators, momentum was like a rainbow, and that kind of elegant demeanor made the onlookers click their tongues in wonder. Of course, there were some disharmonious scenes in this group. Behind them, there were dozens of cultivators with gloomy faces, as if this passionate scene had nothing to do with them. Some of the cultivators' legs were still trembling, and they looked at Loki with endless hatred. All the cultivators now knew that Loki was in charge of selecting the candidates, and they would be selected by him alone. This was a blatant revenge. It was only because they had wantonly slandered Tang Zhen during his closed-door cultivation and said a lot of things that should not be said, which made the spirit sword sect's cultivators' hearts fluctuate, so Loki targeted them. In fact, this kind of thing could be big or small. It could be understood as dissatisfaction with someone and expressing the dissatisfaction in the heart, but it could also be understood as having evil intentions and intent to destroy the stability of the sect. If they wanted to pursue and punish him, it could also be light or heavy, depending on the mood of the person in power. When this power was given to Loki, he chose the most ruthless method, which was to take the lives of these cultivators. As long as they used some tricks during the expedition, these cultivators would die in various accidents, and no one would stand up for them. He knew that the path ahead was a dead end, but he had to walk down it step by step. This was the most painful thing. I'm not willing to accept this. A cultivator of the Spirit Sword sect roared loudly, his eyes red as blood, and he could no longer remain silent. After he jumped out of the crowd, he rushed directly to Locke and roared with all his might, "You're a despicable villain. Just because I said something bad about your master, you're trying to harm me. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You just want to kill me on the way. If you succeed, would there still be justice in this world?" Seeing this cultivator's crazy appearance, the elders beside him frowned. Just as they were about to capture him, Loki waved his hand to stop him. He walked in front of the cultivator and glanced at him indifferently, imitating Tang Zhen's appearance. "Why, do you feel wronged?" Upon hearing Luo Qi's words, the Spirit Sword sect cultivator sneered, "That's right, I just feel wronged. If the Spirit Sword sect is controlled by you, what future will it have?" Luo Qi shook his head and glanced at the surrounding people. He pointed at the Spirit Sword sect cultivator and said, "Actually, I've already given you a chance. It all depends on how you perform after the battle. But since you refuse to repent, I'll let you be convinced." The cultivator only sneered but didn't say anything. Let me ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Where did the 30% increase in the sect's resources come from? The cultivator sneered. "So what if it was given to me by your master? It also belongs to my Spirit Sword sect. Why can't I use it? Oh, then let me ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Did the sects that apologized say that these things were for the Spirit Sword sect? Your master is a member of the Spirit Sword sect. His things naturally belong to the sect." The cultivator was at a loss for words. "If that's the case, why don't you contribute your property to the sect?" Loki sneered. "Aren't you a member of the Spirit Sword sect?" The cultivator's eyes rolled and he argued, "I was prepared to do so, but I just didn't have the time." Roche nodded and said to the person beside him, "Remember what he said. Confiscate all his property, not a single one is allowed to be left out." When the cultivator heard this, he immediately shouted, "You can't do this. My family and I have been confiscated by you. How are they going to live?" Loki ignored him and continued to ask, "You were still dissatisfied after getting more cultivation resources and spread rumors everywhere, claiming that my master should give all the compensation. Your words were vicious and pierced the heart. Let me ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Has my master ever offended you or mistreated you to the point that you would do such an ungrateful thing?" The cultivator's eyes dodged and he said with his head down, "Even if that's the case, I don't deserve to die. Even if I said something I shouldn't have, I can't compare to your vicious heart. You actually wanted to harm your fellow sect members. Fellow disciples." Loki sneered and pointed at the cultivator, "Receiving the grace of a fellow sect member but not knowing how to be grateful. The sect is in danger yet you went out to hide, at the same time secretly slandering the sect's higher-ups, and scaring people in public. If it wasn't for Master's kindness and didn't care about you villains, if it wasn't for the sect leader's fear of causing turmoil and repeatedly tolerating your actions, how could you still be alive now based on the many sect rules you've broken? I'll tell you clearly today. If you don't go with me, I can kill you. If you go with me, I'll kill you too. However, the former is disobeying orders, while the latter can still obtain glory. Now tell me, what do you choose?" Hearing Loki's words, the cultivator's body went limp and he fell to the ground powerlessly, his face full of unwillingness. "I'm not convinced." After a dozen breaths, he struggled to stand up and shouted to the surrounding Spirit Sword sect cultivators, "I just can't accept it. That Tang Zhen has made many strong enemies for our Spirit Sword sect, how can he still have any credit? If the Spirit Sword sect was destroyed, he would be the biggest sinner. I'm just speaking the truth, what's wrong with that?" Before Loki could say anything, Mujani sneered and kicked the cultivator away. He cursed, "Don't try to stir up trouble here to gain sympathy. What you did before showed no consideration for the sect at all. Greedy, heartless, only thinking of getting more benefits for himself, willfully slandering the Grand Elder. Now, you still dare to twist the facts with your clever words. You deserve to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Mujani unsheathed his long sword, and the cultivator's head flew up into the sky and rolled down to the dust. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Loki just looked at this scene coldly. At the same time, he swept his gaze across the crowd without a word. Those with guilty conscience quickly turned their heads to the side. He knew that he had joined the Spirit Sword sect for too short a time, but he was too famous, which made many cultivators of the Spirit Sword sect dissatisfied. In the past, he had been too focused on improving his cultivation to care about those petty people. But now, his ambition was to take control of the Spirit Sword sect and use his master's power to increase his own influence. He wanted to make the sect stronger and stronger, and eventually become a sharp sword that he could control at will. Wasn't he just taking the opportunity to show off his existence and let those cultivators who were dissatisfied with him understand his means against the enemy? Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who resist me will perish. Luo Qi's talent as a ruthless and ambitious man was slowly showing. This was a true Wheel of Fortune cultivator, cold and emotionless, working hard to control the plane. Unknowingly, Loki was slowly being affected by his true form. 1664 If you're twice as reluctant, you'll have to pay 10 times as much. Tang Zhen merely quietly watched the earlier scene. However, he did not say anything to interfere. His task was to help Loki complete his task. As for increasing the strength of the Spirit Sword sect, it was just to speed up the process. He didn't want to waste too much time here. Besides, he only did what he was supposed to do and wouldn't interfere with other things. He let Loki do as he pleased. As for those cultivators who slandered him, Tang Zhen simply didn't put them in his eyes. Traversing across many plains, destruction and disaster were everywhere they went. The cultivators of Lu City were cursed at by thousands. However, curses were only the weapons of the weak and couldn't hurt the enemy. It was just a self-comfort for me. Not only would it not affect anything, but it would also make things worse. Luo Qi also understood this, so he let the other party jump around like a clown, but he didn't make a move. In the end, the other party died, and he also obtained what he wanted. Tang Zhen was also very happy to see Loki grow step by step. Although the two of them had only gotten together due to a mission, and all the kindness would vanish into thin air when their real bodies woke up, Tang Zhen still enjoyed this process very much. His life wasn't perfect. Whether it was before he started cultivating or after he became a cultivator of Lusheng, he had neglected many things. His family and brothers seemed to have faded out of his life. Other than battles and cultivation, his life seemed to be further and further away from friendship. It was not that Tang Zhen was deliberately distancing himself from him. Instead, the path that he was walking on was destined for him to travel alone for the vast majority of the time. Therefore, to be able to experience the feeling of a master-disciple relationship while carrying out a mission was undoubtedly the best spice on the road of cultivation. Seeing that the show was about to end, Tang Zhen did not hesitate and directly stepped into the flying spirit boat. Spirit Sword sect cultivators, board the ship and set off. With Rock's order, the cultivators who had followed him to the battle flew up at the same time and landed on the wide deck. The huge flying spirit vessel slowly floated up. Then, with a flash of light around it, it suddenly disappeared. In front of the Blood Corpse sect, a group of cultivators looked as if they were facing a great enemy. They stared at the flying spirit boat floating above their heads. The three words, Spirit Sword sect, pierced their eyes and made them feel pain. Their emotions fluctuated like a huge wave, and some cultivators' legs were even trembling. The Spirit Sword sect is here, that killing god Tang Zhen is here. He originally thought that within a year, the Spirit Sword sect would suffer the revenge of the Tai Hao sect, and Tang Zhen would not be able to escape death. Who would have thought that the other party would be safe and sound, and now even openly kill in front of their own door, ready to send an army to question them? The sect elders who had confidently patted their chests back then and said that they would definitely reason with Tang Zhen when he visited were now hiding like quails, not daring to stand out and show their faces. It was as if Tang Zhen's deeds were only yesterday. The name of the killing god was also becoming more and more famous. They were afraid that Tang Zhen would kill them. To Tang Zhen, who had killed 3 of the strongest cultivators, it was as easy as crushing an ant if he wanted to kill them. I'll give you 1 jaw stick's time to give me an answer that will satisfy my master. Otherwise, there will be no need for the Bloody Corpse sect to exist. He said. Loki, who was in the air, was wearing a purple armor and holding the long sword that Tang Zhen had given him. He gave the Bloody Corpse sect cultivators an ultimatum. When the Bloody Corpse sect cultivators heard this, their faces were filled with despair. Don't go too far. I've already said that what happened to that cultivator has nothing to do with the Bloody Corpse sect. What else do you want? The sect leader of the Bloody Corpse sect looked at the sky and shouted in an unwilling tone. As long as he's in your sect, he's always been related to your Bloody Corpse sect. You're trying to kill my master and you're using this as an excuse. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Luo Qi sneered and looked at the sect leader of the Bloody Corpse sect with disdain. That's the truth. Believe it or not, the Bloody Corpse sect has a clear conscience. When the sect leader of the Bloody Corpse sect said this, he sneered at Loki and said, there is still justice in this world. Your Spirit Sword sect is not the only powerful sect. Aren't you afraid of incurring the public anger of the cultivation world? Looking at the angry leader of the Bloody Corpse sect, Loki laughed and said, you're right, there is justice in this world, but it's not in your hands. Our Spirit Sword sect will not make an enemy of the entire cultivation world. We will be reasonable and distinguish right from wrong. When the letter of accusation was sent out, only you 16 families ignored it without any explanation. You've gone too far. Therefore, we will visit them one by one today to let you know that our Spirit Sword sect is not a place to be bullied. I'd like to see how you can be so arrogant that you don't even put our Spirit Sword sect in your eyes. When the sect leader of the Bloody Corpse sect heard this, he was about to continue explaining when he saw a huge hand suddenly appear in the sky. It was as large as a mountain and suddenly came crashing down. Bang! The sect leader of the Bloody Corpse sect, as well as the elders and cultivators beside him, did not manage to escape. Instead, they were all turned into meat paste under the mountain-like palm. As for the cultivators from the Bloody Corpse sect, they also bled from their 7 orifices and fell to the ground dead without a sound. They were scattered all over the valley in front of the Bloody Corpse sect. With one palm, the Bloody Corpse sect was completely annihilated. Clean up the battlefield and prepare to go to the next sect. Tang Zhen's voice was transmitted over, waking up Luo Qi, who had a stunned expression. He really didn't expect his master to be so straightforward, directly annihilating the Bloody Corpse sect. The words he had prepared didn't even come in handy. Feeling a little depressed, Loki ordered his men to clean up the battlefield. Just as he was about to see if he could pick up any treasures or cultivation techniques, Tang Zhen's voice sounded. Loki, Master, I'm here. You are too dawdling. Luo Qi, Chung. Tang Zhen knew that Luo Qi wanted to take this opportunity to establish prestige in front of the Spirit Sword sect cultivators he had chosen, so that those cultivators would sincerely pledge their allegiance and become his future team to conquer the world. However, Tang Zhen felt that there was no need. Whether it was Loki's current influence or the help he had given, they all gave Loki a vast future, and it was only a matter of time before he took over the Spirit Sword sect. Right now, he was just a teenager, eager to show himself. The matter of being in the limelight originally had nothing to do with it, but Tang Zhen was afraid that if he delayed it for too long, the other sects would receive the news and cause some changes. He wasn't afraid that they would fight to the death because the more he killed, the more soul essence Tang Zhen would absorb. It would also be of great benefit to his strength. He was afraid that the other party would know that they were no match for him and escape, even abandoning their lair. If such a thing really happened, Tang Zhen couldn't possibly search the entire world. Not only would it be troublesome, but he would also be ridiculed by others. Luo Qi also realized this and quickly urged the cultivators of Spirit Sword sect to quickly clean up the battlefield. Then, they took the flying spirit boat and went straight to the next sect. As soon as they arrived, they saw a large group of cultivators gathered in front of the sect. When they saw the Spirit Sword sect's flying spirit boat, they immediately knelt on the ground. We were at fault, please forgive us, Sir Tang Zhen. Loki, who was originally prepared to denounce them for their crimes, was dumbfounded and did not know what to do. He didn't need to think to know that the other party must have known what happened to the Bloody Corpse sect. He was afraid that his sect would be destroyed by Tang Zhen with a slap, so he took the initiative to wait in front of the mountain gate and kneel down to admit his mistake. If this was the case, it would really be unreasonable for Tang Zhen to destroy the mountain gate. 1665 It's the Clear Sky sect's turn. Looking at the cultivators from his sect kneeling on the ground, Loki was also a little troubled, not knowing how to deal with it. Master, what do you think we should do? This situation was already expected. The Bloody Corpse sect was just unlucky to be the first one to be found by Tang Zhen. They originally thought of being lucky and muddling through, but they did not expect that Tang Zhen would be so irascible and directly exterminate the entire family. The other sects might have had similar ideas, but after hearing what happened to the Bloody Corpse sect, they immediately abandoned their original plans and chose the most humiliating way. Although it would make their own sect unable to raise their head for a long time, but compared to the destruction of the sect, and the fact that no one in the sect was spared, what was a temporary humiliation? As long as they could survive this tribulation, they would be stronger than anything else. There was no door to fortune or disaster, only people called for it. They were in today's situation because they had asked for it. If he had been like the other sects back then, obediently coming to apologize, how could there be such a vexing matter today? Among the cultivators who were apologizing, there were those who had opposed the apology in the past. At this moment, they were under the greatest pressure. They were afraid that Tang Zhen would ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Them for the reason back then and their fellow disciples would not be able to withstand the pressure and confess. According to Tang Zhen's style of killing God, he would definitely not show mercy. Fortunately, Tang Zhen was too lazy to pay attention to these cultivators. He told Luo Qi to deal with it himself and began to close his eyes to rest, as if he did not care about it at all. With Tang Zhen's instructions, Loki also had a plan in his heart. He turned to look at the cultivators from the sects and said in a calm voice, "The cultivators from your sect ambushed my master. Although they were killed, it doesn't mean that the matter is over. Everyone has made mistakes, and my Shizan can let bygones be bygones for those sects that came to apologize. However, your attitude made my master very angry, especially the Bloody Corpse sect. They kept shirking responsibility and must be severely punished." At this point, Loki looked at the cultivators who were kneeling on the ground and said in a satisfied tone, "Although you were wrong, you've already repented, so you can be given a lighter punishment. Just multiply it by 10 times the amount that the other sects have offered as compensation." When they heard Loki's words, the cultivators from the sects twitched their mouths. They thought to themselves that this guy was so black-hearted that he asked for 10 times the compensation right away. It must be known that the sects that came to apologize had already given a lot of gifts. They were all reluctant to go, or for other reasons, so they didn't go to the Spirit Sword sect. But now he had to pay 10 times the compensation. It was simply asking for his life. If he knew this would happen, why did he do it? "Your Excellency, we are truly remorseful, but this 10 times compensation is JJ." The sect leader looked troubled, as if he wanted to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Loki to lower his requirements, even if it was 10% lower. Loki frowned and said coldly, "Master has spared the lives of all your cultivators. That's already a great favor. Are you still not satisfied? Since that's the case, you can also choose to pay 10%. As for the remaining 90%, the sect leader's face revealed a hint of anticipation as he looked at Loki without blinking. As for the remaining 90%, you can exchange it with the lives of your sect's cultivators. Just leave 10% behind." Hearing Loki's words, the sect leader's body trembled, and he revealed a bitter smile. "Sir, we, xianxia, are willing to pay 10 times the compensation. Please wait a moment." Risking his life to protect his wealth, or sacrificing his wealth to save his life, this was a very easy choice. The sect leader quickly made a decision. However, when he thought about how half of the sect's treasure house had been taken away, he felt an extreme pain in his heart. He also secretly hated the cultivators who had opposed the sect's apology. However, he had forgotten that without his consent, how could this decision be successfully executed? Loki felt rather bored. He returned to the chair on the flying spirit boat and slowly waited. About half an hour later, the cultivators from the sects brought their storage equipment and sent 10 times the compensation to Loki. "Since that's the case, I'll let this matter go. If there's a next time, I'll definitely exterminate your entire family," Loki said, then turned around and ordered the flying spirit boat to start. The cultivators from the other sects didn't dare to do so. They looked at the Spirit Sword sect's flying spirit boat slowly leaving with complicated expressions and sighed. In the following time, the Spirit Sword sect's flying spirit boat visited the remaining sects one by one according to the list. Most of the sects chose to compensate 10 times the amount. Even before Tang Zhen and the others arrived, they had already prepared the compensation and handed it over to Loki obediently. There were also sects who simply fled. These were true misers. They would rather hide temporarily and bear the danger of being hunted down than hand over the compensation. Loki naturally wouldn't be polite to such a guy, so he directly destroyed the other party's sect encampment. The value of a sect's estate might be more than 10 times the compensation. He wondered if those guys would profit or lose. By the time they had gone to all the sects, the compensation they had received was enough for the Spirit Sword sect to eat for decades. It was truly a great harvest. Of course, this was something that belonged to Tang Zhen. If he didn't want to give it to her, no one would be able to find fault with it. However, Tang Zhen still took out 1/3 of it for Luo Qi to hand over to the Spirit Sword sect. It could also be considered as an investment in his growth. Loki was filled with gratitude, but he knew that there was nothing he could say to express it, so he just bowed deeply. Master, we've visited all the sects on the list. Are we going back to the Spirit Sword sect or somewhere else? Upon hearing Loki's question, Tang Zhen slowly opened his eyes and said in a faint voice, "There's still one place I haven't been to." "Don't you know that?" Luo Qi nodded and said hesitantly, "The key is that the Tai Hao sect is not like those other sects. Even though Master has killed 3 of their strongest cultivators, there are still 4 left. If Shizhen were to go, it's hard to guarantee that you'll encounter danger, so this disciple thinks that it's a waste." Tang Zhen shook his head and said with a smile, "Since I dared to attack and kill 3 of the 7 supreme cultivators of the Vast Sky sect, why should I be afraid of the remaining 4? Only the Vast Sky sect is afraid of me, Tang Zhen. I'm not afraid of them. If they dare to play any tricks, I don't mind killing 3 more or completely wiping out the Vast Sky sect." After hearing Tang Zhen's words, Luo Qi no longer hesitated and firmly nodded. "Since that's the case, I'll accompany you to Tai Hao sect." After bowing to Tang Zhen again, Luo Qi walked out of the door and waved his hand at the cultivator who was controlling the flying spirit boat. "Let's go to the Tai Hao sect." The cultivators of the Spirit Sword sect were silent for a few moments, then they burst out with a deafening roar. Even if he knew that the Clear Sky sect was in danger, Tang Zhen still dared to visit. Just this point alone was enough to make the Spirit Sword sect cultivators who followed him prostrate in admiration. "Even if the enemy camp is a dragon or tiger's den, I still wield my sword and sing." Moreover, Tang Zhen would definitely come to his death. He would kill his way to his enemy's door and was prepared to reap the enemy's lives. Let's see how the Tai Hao sect will respond to the arrival of the god of slaughter. 1666 The clouds in all directions. 1 Tang Zhen led the cultivators of the Spirit Sword sect to 16 sects in less than a month. Everywhere they went, ghosts and gods retreated. The spectating cultivators once again experienced the fierceness of the god of killing. The Bloody Corpse sect, which was quite famous in the cultivation world, had been destroyed by him with one palm. It was said that not even a single dog in the entire sect was spared. Although such a massacre was enough to shock the cultivation world, not many cultivators were dissatisfied with it. The reason was that the Bloody Corpse sect was an evil sect and had done many things that angered the heavens and the people. However, due to the strange methods of the Bloody Corpse sect and their powerful strength, many cultivators did not dare to speak out, but their hatred was real. Now that the Bloody Corpse sect had been destroyed by Tang Zhen with one palm, many people from the righteous path clapped their hands in joy and praised Tang Zhen. Some people analyzed this matter and thought that Tang Zhen had chosen the Bloody Corpse sect as the first target. In fact, he had thought about it carefully and did not do it randomly. In a situation where most of the sects had come to apologize, just the fact that these 16 sects didn't say anything was undoubtedly a slap to Tang Zhen's face. If Tang Zhen came out of seclusion after recovering from his injuries, he would inevitably be looked down upon by the cultivators of the true immortal world if he didn't return the favor. A visit to his house to question him would involve the issue of the severity of the punishment. If it was too light, it would not show Tang Zhen's prestige. If it was too serious, he would inevitably be criticized by others. After thinking it over, it was best to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Using appropriate killing to intimidate the other sects, and then using both kindness and severity, not only could he achieve his expected goal, but at the same time, no one could find any fault with it. Under such circumstances, the notorious Bloody Corpse sect naturally became the chicken that was killed. If they didn't believe it, they would see which other sect was destroyed after the Bloody Corpse sect was destroyed. At most, they would pay 10 times the compensation, but the sect was still safe. As for those sects who refused to pay the compensation and chose to escape with their entire sect, it was natural for their encampment to be destroyed. Since they did not want to admit it, they could only suffer losses. In the end, it was still the same sentence. Tang Zhen's strength was enough to make him arrogant. Even if the other sects were dissatisfied, no one would dare to jump out and criticize him. In the true immortal world, strength was everything. Tang Zhen's actions had already proven this principle. After visiting all 16 sects, the cultivators of the true immortal world began to guess whether Tang Zhen was going to return to the Spirit Sword sect or visit the Tai Hao sect. Back then, when Tang Zhen had wreaked havoc in the Tai Hao sect, he had demanded compensation from the sect before leaving arrogantly. No matter if he really wanted to make an apology or to save his face, it meant that if the apology didn't arrive, this matter wouldn't be over. In the end, after such a long time had passed, the Tai Hao sect had still not expressed anything, not even a word. This was equivalent to Tai Hao sect expressing their dissatisfaction to Tang Zhen. At the same time, it was also telling him that it was absolutely impossible for him to come and apologize. If you, Tang Zhen, dare to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For it and have the guts, then come and get it yourself. Therefore, if Tang Zhen didn't go, it would be equivalent to losing his momentum. The face that the Tai Hao sect had lost would more or less be recovered. Exactly what choice would Tang Zhen make had also become the matter that the spectators were most concerned about. As they waited, they finally received news that the Spirit Sword sect's flying spirit boat didn't return to the sect, but instead headed straight for the Tai Hao sect. The world of true immortals was shaken. Everyone knew that it would not be long before a big show was about to start. For a time, countless cultivators rushed to the Tai Hao sect, afraid that they would miss such a grand event. In front of the mountain gate of the vast sky sect, several hundred powerful cultivators in battle armors were in a profound formation in the sky, silently looking at the distant sky. Behind them were nearly 10,000 cultivators from the vast sky sect, each of them in a square formation of several hundred people. If someone with a discerning eye saw this, they would realize that this was a special battle formation. Once activated, it could launch an endless stream of attacks. With the assistance of these 10,000 cultivators, the cultivators of the clear sky sect at the center of the formation eye would be like tigers with wings. Even if they faced enemies several times stronger than them, they would have a very high chance of killing them. In addition to the formation, the 4 supreme cultivators were also floating in the air. They were like 4 suns, exuding terrifying energy ripples. At this time, the Tai Hao sect was already waiting for him. Although they had yet to come into contact with Tang Zhen, their actions had already made their attitude clear. It was impossible for Tang Zhen to make amends. In order to defend their dignity, the Tai Hao sect would definitely not hesitate to fight. The cultivators who came from all directions saw this and became more and more excited. The Tai Hao sect had already made their stand clear. Tang Zhen would either accept the battle or leave with his tail between his legs. No matter the result, it was worth looking forward to. Unknowingly, more and more cultivators had gathered around the Tai Hao sect, but the Spirit Sword sect's flying spirit boat was nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Could it be that Tang Zhen is afraid of the battle and doesn't dare to come? After waiting for a long time without Tang Zhen's arrival, those cultivators who wanted to watch the fun couldn't sit still. They stuck their heads out and sized him up for a long time before asking in a puzzled tone. Perhaps he was delayed by something, but it's absolutely impossible for him not to come. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Tang Zhen. The cultivator beside him heard this and replied in a certain tone. You seem to be very confident in Tang Zhen. However, why are you so sure that he will come? The cultivator who raised the question first frowned and asked in a puzzled tone. Just by looking at Tang Zhen's past actions, I know that he's not a person who cowards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought against the 7 strongest cultivators of Tai Hao sect in order to maintain his honor. These people have their own principles. There are some things they don't care about, but there are some things they must do. After hearing his companion's explanation, the cultivator who raised the question nodded, but he still didn't seem to understand. His companion didn't explain. Some words could only be said to those who understood. Otherwise, even if your mouth was dry, the other party would not take it seriously and think that you were being unreasonable. Similar conversations were happening everywhere. Those cultivators were also discussing why Tang Zhen hadn't appeared yet. There were all sorts of speculations. However, the majority of the cultivators were certain that Tang Zhen would definitely come. It was just a matter of time. In order to witness the great battle that was about to happen, they were willing to continue waiting. Just as everyone was discussing this matter, a ray of light shot over from the distant sky like a sharp arrow. As it approached the Tai Hao sect, its speed gradually decreased. The light slowly dissipated, revealing a huge ship. It was the Spirit Sword sect's flying spirit ship that everyone had been waiting for. He's here, Tang Zhen is here. A god of death has arrived. I'm afraid that this Tai Hao sect will be covered in blood again. Not necessarily. Didn't you see how stern Tai Hao sect was? I'm afraid they've already made preparations. Otherwise, how could they so brazenly express their attitude? Hurry up and start the battle, I'm already starting to get fired up. Under the expectant gazes of the surrounding cultivators, the Spirit Sword sect spirit boat had already arrived in front of the mountain gate of the Tai Hao sect. A straight figure suddenly appeared, standing proudly in front of the tens of thousands of Tai Hao sect cultivators. 1667 So what if you have reinforcements? Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Tang Zhen faced the cultivators of the Clear Sky sect alone with an extremely indifferent expression. I'm a bit flattered that the Tai Hao sect is so enthusiastic. Tang Zhen's voice gradually turned cold as he looked at the 4 light clusters in the sky. He softly said, I've come to collect your compensation. Have you prepared it? Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, a voice was emitted from one of the light clusters. The Tai Hao sect has never owed you anything, so how can we apologize? If you really want to apologize, you can exchange it with your life. Tang Zhen sneered as he looked at the 4 supreme cultivators of the Tai Hao sect. This is your answer. Very good. Since you won't give it to me, I'll take it myself. Get it yourself. It depends on whether you have the ability to do so. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 supreme cultivators of the Tai Hao sect attacked at the same time. They surrounded Tang Zhen from different directions and 4 energy pillars of different colors smashed toward Tang Zhen. The several hundred cultivators of the vast ocean sect in the air also began to chant something as if they were preparing for an ultimate move. Terrifying energy fluctuations began to appear in the sky. As for the cultivators of the Tai Hao sect on the ground, they were responsible for transporting the vast amount of energy to the camp of hundreds of cultivators. Tang Zhen, let's see if you can escape from my Tai Hao sect's inescapable net. Following the roar of a supreme cultivator from the Tai Hao sect, their attacks merged together like a sticky spider web, trapping Tang Zhen in a very small area. The light disappeared, the sense of weightlessness, the sense of direction became chaotic, and all sound disappeared. Even his body seemed to be out of control. Tang Zhen was affected by all sorts of negative conditions, causing his movements to become sluggish for a moment. Attack! The several hundred cultivators of the Tai Hao sect seemed to have been waiting for this moment. As they roared, an indescribable terrifying attack appeared and headed straight for Tang Zhen. Die! When the 4 supreme cultivators of the Tai Hao sect saw this, they immediately split up in 4 different directions. The energy light pillars in their hands were like ropes that tightly bound Tang Zhen. As long as Tang Zhen was attacked, he would lose half of his life even if he did not die. You really think you can trap me with such a small trick? Tang Zhen laughed. His body was like flawless glass that instantly became incomparably transparent. At the same time, his body also underwent a strange change, rapidly expanding and growing, forcibly breaking free from the shackles of the energy cage. The expressions of the 4 supreme cultivators of the Tai Hao sect slightly changed when they saw this. They hurriedly increased the strength of their attacks in an attempt to delay Tang Zhen's movements. The terrifying attacks launched by hundreds of Tai Hao sect cultivators had also arrived at this moment and were about to land on Tang Zhen's body. Retreat! A fist suddenly appeared on Tang Zhen's chest after his hands were trapped. It instantly became incomparably huge and ruthlessly smashed against the dragon-shaped light pillar that was coming at him. Boom! With a loud bang, the shock wave spread in all directions, like a hurricane that surpassed the level and blew to the ground. Hundreds of cultivators from the Tai Hao sect were the first to be affected. Like wild grass in the wind, they were blown to the side and barely managed to hold on. Even so, the energy shield covering the outside shattered instantly, and his body was covered in terrifying wounds and burns. The cultivators of the Clear Sky sect on the ground were next. Their cultivation base was far inferior to the hundreds of cultivators in the sky. Under the terrifying shock wave, they were blown away like leaves in a gale. During this process, the bodies of the vast sky sect cultivators were torn to pieces. The sky had already turned blood red, and broken limbs were flying everywhere. As it flew, it was burned to ashes and scattered into the distance. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they were so scared that they started to run away, afraid that they would be covered by the terrifying shock wave. It was only at this moment that they realized that although the battle between the strongest cultivators was exciting, they had to risk their lives to watch it. If they were not careful, they could lose their lives. Ka-ba, a cracking sound rang out. The enormous fist that Tang Zhen used to block the attack shattered inch by inch. It rapidly spread towards his body. Break. Tang Zhen's face was filled with pain as he directly cut off his third arm. Soon after, his body expanded crazily once again. The energy ropes that were binding him also broke apart. Quickly retreat. Seeing that Tang Zhen had escaped, the 4 strongest cultivators of the Taihao sect quickly retreated. At this moment, Tang Zhen was like a wild beast that had escaped. He could easily take a person's life with a single move. You want to run? It's too late. Tang Zhen sneered. He had absorbed the soul essences of the dead Taihao sect cultivators. While his strength was increasing, he was also affected by the negative emotions. This was the drawback of the cultivation technique that the Lord Godfian cultivated. The more soul essence one absorbed, the greater the effect. If one didn't have a strong will, they might even go berserk. Fortunately, Tang Zhen's spiritual energy was as vast as the ocean. Those negative emotions could only affect him for a short while. However, they would be washed away by the spiritual waves before long. However, Tang Zhen in this state was very dangerous during the battle. This was because he would become even more bloodthirsty and obsessed with killing. As he roared, Tang Zhen had already waved his hand and punched a supreme cultivator of the Taihao sect. The cultivator turned around to block the attack, and the other 3 supreme cultivators also came forward to help to prevent their fellow disciples from being injured. Although it had been more than a year, Tang Zhen's fierceness still caused them to have lingering fear in their hearts. Once they really fell into his hands, it was likely that they would not be able to escape death. Seeing the 3 supreme cultivators of the Taihao sect coming to his rescue, Tang Zhen roared and took a step forward. His fist ignored the distance between them and directly landed on the body of the Taihao sect cultivator who was trying to block the attack. The most powerful cultivator let out a miserable cry. His body was like a broken porcelain, breaking into countless small pieces in an instant, as if he would disappear at any time. At the same time as he laughed out loud, 2 more arms actually appeared on Tang Zhen's body, making him look extremely strange. His 3 remaining arms met the other 3 ultimate cultivators and blocked their attacks. At the same time, he punched the injured ultimate cultivator. That cultivator's face was filled with despair as he stared at Tang Zhen with hatred. He was smashed into a bloody pulp by a single punch. Tang Zhen, I will not rest until you die. Seeing that another of their fellow disciples had been killed by Tang Zhen, the remaining 3 supreme cultivators roared in anger. Their voices were filled with pain and unwillingness. After all kinds of schemes, in the end, one of his fellow disciples was still killed by Tang Zhen. This was simply a great humiliation. Damn bastards, how long are you going to wait? The remaining supreme cultivator from the Taihao sect turned around and roared. His face was twisted like a demon. As expected, there's a backup plan. Let's do it together. Tang Zhen coldly laughed. The speed of his attack did not slow down in the slightest. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 figures of different colors flew out from the dead and injured cultivators of the vast sky sect and gathered around Tang Zhen. These 4 cultivators were all supreme experts. They wore green, red, yellow, and white robes respectively, and their auras were different as well. It was as if the 4 seasons were alternating and complementing each other. I was wondering who it was. So it's the 4 cultivators of spring, summer, autumn, and winter from the Liuhua sect. Are you all in a hurry to die too? Hearing Tang Zhen's ridicule, the 4 strongest cultivators of the flowing flower sect did not say anything. They attacked at the same time, vowing to kill Tang Zhen. 1668 Rock's enemy, 1. It's still 1 against 7. Looks like 3 of you are going to die this time. Tang Zhen's expression remained the same when faced with the enemy's reinforcements that had suddenly appeared. It was as if he had already expected this scene. In fact, he had even mocked them. Back then, Tang Zhen had fought against 7 cultivators and still managed to terrorize the cultivators of the Taihao sect. The cultivators of the Taihao sect were the most clear about how strong they were. However, even if this was the case, they had still arranged their battle formation to fight with Tang Zhen. They definitely had something to rely on in their hearts. Other than finding reinforcements, there was no other possibility. However, the reinforcements that the Taihao sect had found seemed unreliable. During the battle with Tang Zhen, they had actually stood by and watched, waiting for the cultivators of the Taihao sect to exhaust Tang Zhen's strength. If it wasn't for the fact that Tang Zhen had killed one of the strongest cultivators of the Taihao sect, they probably wouldn't have made a move. Instead, they would have waited for Tang Zhen and them to continue to wear each other out before they could reap the benefits. Encountering such an ally, the cultivators of the Tai Hao sect would probably be mad with anger, but they would be helpless. Anyone with eyes could see that if the Liu Hua sect cultivators had stopped them in time, the Tai Hao sect would not have lost a powerful cultivator. However, now was not the time to hold him accountable. The most important thing they had to do now was to kill Tang Zhen as soon as possible. Together with the 4 cultivators of the Flowing Flower sect, the 3 strongest cultivators of the Tai Hao sect attacked at the same time, completely blocking Tang Zhen's escape route. They were like a pack of hungry wolves, ready to kill the elephant in front of them. Come, let me see how many tricks you have up your sleeves. Don't let me down. Tang Zhen's eyes had already started to turn blood red. His body expanded rapidly once again. The energy avatar that he had used in the vast sky sect once again appeared before everyone's eyes. However, compared to the last time, his appearance this time was somewhat different, because his cultivation had greatly improved. 2 more heads emerged from his body. One of them was like a malevolent asura, red as blood, and its eyes seemed to be burning with green flames. The other head looked normal, but its face was changing rapidly, revealing an expression of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. It looked extremely strange. Other than the 2 extra heads, a pair of arms emerged from Tang Zhen's body and continuously danced in the air. The current Tang Zhen already had 3 heads and 6 arms. He was over 10,000 feet tall and his body was within the dark clouds and lightning. It was as if a demonic god had descended. Weapons of different styles appeared out of thin air in his 6 palms. Each of them was extraordinary. These were all divine weapons that Tang Zhen had collected for many years and carefully forged. Kill. 3 different voices rang out. However, they were all issued by Tang Zhen. He waved his weapon and attacked the 7 enemies. Due to the impact of the war, the entire sky seemed to have collapsed, but there were traces of cracks. The void cracks that should not have appeared in front of people were now spread all over the sky. If an ordinary cultivator came into contact with such a spatial tear, they would be cut into pieces in an instant. There was no chance of survival. The intense battle had also drawn in rolling dark clouds, which covered an area of several thousand li like a pod lid. They were so heavy that it seemed as if they would fall at any moment. Countless lightning snakes slithered around, as if the end of the world had arrived. The spectators couldn't see the exact situation of the battle at all. They could only see the 3-headed and 6-armed Tang Zhen standing between the heaven and earth, waving his weapons that were flashing with light and constantly attacking the strongest cultivators of the Tai Hao sect and the Flowing Glory sect. But even so, they were all excited, guessing who would be the final winner. The cultivators of the Spirit Sword sect in the distance were also worried. They couldn't participate in the battle at this level, so they could only watch from the side. If Tang Zhen won, they would return with honor. If Tang Zhen died, they would follow with their lives. Loki stared at the sky. Compared to the other Spirit Sword sect cultivators, he was undoubtedly more worried and prayed for his master's safety. Today's Tang Zhen was not only related to the rise and fall of the Spirit Sword sect, but also related to the hidden thoughts in his heart. Only with Tang Zhen's presence, he could slowly realize his ambition to unify the true immortal world. Under the influence of Loki's real body, his body was no longer satisfied with controlling the Spirit Sword sect, but had a higher goal. Although he still had a master-disciple relationship with Tang Zhen, he was more concerned about his own goal. From a certain point of view, Tang Zhen was more like a tool that he was using. This was the mentality of an ambitious person. In order to achieve his goal, he would do anything. This was how the cultivators of the Wheel of Fortune carried out their missions. It was a matter of life and death, so they couldn't be careless. However, Loki was different when he was not carrying out a mission. A mission was a mission, and a personal friendship was a personal friendship. The two must not be mixed together. Moreover, the purpose of Tang Zhen's arrival was to help him complete his mission. It was understandable for the real Tang Zhen to do this. Just as Luo Qi was feeling uneasy, a cultivator from the Spirit Sword sect slowly approached them on the flying spirit boat. Luo Qi frowned slightly, not knowing what this cultivator who had already sided with him wanted. He turned around and asked softly, "Why did you leave your post? What do you want?" When the Spirit Sword sect cultivator heard this, he lowered his head and replied, "There's a secret matter that concerns Sir Tang Zhen. I don't know if I should say it." Loki was stunned. He looked at the cultivator and asked curiously, "What's the matter? Don't hide it." The cultivator nodded and took a step closer to Loki, making a gesture as if he was going to report in a low voice. Loki also subconsciously pricked up his ears. However, at this moment, he felt his scalp go numb, and a strong sense of danger suddenly rose in his heart. Not good. Luo Qi realized that something was wrong and was about to retreat, but the spirit sword sect cultivator who was close to him had already punched him with a vicious smile. This punch contained an extremely strange power that seemed to be able to crush everything. Loki's body shattered in an instant, and he flew backward and fell to the ground. The sudden change stunned the spirit sword sect cultivators. When they were about to rescue him, they found that they couldn't move their bodies. Locke, let's see if you're still alive this time. The spirit sword sect's cultivator who sneaked an attack on Luo Qi laughed wildly and suddenly threw an item towards Luo Qi's body. Just as the item was about to touch Loki's body, a small person flew out from between his brows. It was the real body hidden in between his brows. The moment the little person appeared, its eyes suddenly opened, and there seemed to be endless anger in its eyes. Why you've schemed against me again and again. Our enmity is already irreconcilable. I, Luo Qi, swear that I will cut you into 1,000 pieces in this life. The spirit sword sect's cultivator named Hua Yu laughed out loud, and his face suddenly changed into that of a Wheel of Fortune cultivator with fangs and 2 pairs of eyes. Revenge, you'd better survive this tribulation first. Hua Yu laughed wildly as he pounced on Loki's true body. Taking advantage of the moment when his true body had just awakened and was unable to gather all his strength, he directly killed Loki. Loki was also slightly flustered. He was indeed in a very dangerous situation now, and the other party might succeed if he was not careful. Just as he was feeling anxious, a furious roar suddenly sounded in the sky. At the same time, a ray of light flew straight toward the Wheel of Destiny cultivator named Hua Yu. Hua Yu had just dodged the attack when a figure suddenly appeared and smashed his body with a hammer. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Hua Yu saw the appearance of the person who intercepted him and was about to escape in shock. You want to run? I've been looking for you for a long time. Tang Zhen loudly laughed. He casually tore open an independent space and flew in with Hua Yu. 1669 The heavy losses of Hua Yu. Hua Yu's eyes were filled with fear. She knew what would happen to her if she fell into Tang Zhen's hands. Although the strength of his true body was not much weaker than Tang Zhen's, his true body was currently residing in his body. He was simply unable to unleash his full strength. There was another important point. If Hua Yu really did that, she would be detected by the will of the true immortal plane and her identity would be completely exposed. Unless he could successfully escape before he was killed, he would not be able to escape death. Tang Zhen was different. If he, a guest from another world, was discovered, he would at most be rejected by this world, but he would not lose his life. Destiny's child was different. He carried the power of destiny. Once the worlds will found out that he had been deceived, Hua Yu's fate could be imagined. Therefore, unless it was the last resort, he would never use the power of his true body and expose himself. Just now, when Hua Yu sneaked an attack on Loki, she actually did not expect to really kill the other party. Instead, she wanted to force him to use the power of his true body, making all the previous efforts of this mission go to waste. Of course, if they could kill Luo Qi, Hua Yu would be even happier. However, because of Tang Zhen's sudden intervention, Hua Yu's plan was completely ruined and she was now in a dangerous situation. Sensing the killing intent from Tang Zhen's body, Hua Yu was extremely clear in her heart that the other party definitely wanted to kill her. If he was in Tang Zhen's position, he would definitely want to kill the main culprit after being schemed against time and time again. Moreover, he was the one who personally led the reinforcements of the Taihao sect. Tang Zhen's killing intent had already been confirmed without a doubt. Therefore, he must think of a way. Otherwise, he would definitely die. These thoughts flashed through Hua Yu's mind. Just as she was about to retaliate, she discovered that Tang Zhen had actually brought her into the independent space created by the Realm Lord. The independent space was a special environment. It was the real-life version of a Sector Lord cultivator's space between their eyebrows. It was a world of its own. In such an independent space, the creator was the master and could control the life and death of any outsider. The stronger the power, the stronger the control. Any Sector Lord was clear on this point. They wouldn't enter another Sector Lord's independent space. That was no different from seeking death. Hua Yu was naturally aware of this. Therefore, she was extremely anxious. Therefore, She did not hesitate to use the power of her true body before she was controlled by Tang Zhen. However, Tang Zhen had already taken precautions against this. How could he allow Hua Yu to succeed? The moment Hua Yu entered the independent space, he immediately slashed at the faintly discernible threads of fate. At the moment when Hua Yu's true body was about to appear, Tang Zhen had already cut off the fate thread. Damn you, Tang Zhen. Have you gone crazy? The moment the thread of fate was cut, Hua Yu went completely crazy. Because of this, all his previous efforts had been in vain. In order to destroy Loki's mission and find a way to replace him, Hua Yu had paid a great price. Now that the thread of fate had been cut off, everything had been in vain. Of course, all of this was not important. The only thing he needed to do now was to break free from Tang Zhen's control as soon as possible. This was because Tang Zhen's killing intent was becoming increasingly dense. You're the one who forced me to do this. Go to hell. Following Hua Yu's furious roar, his true body appeared. A terrifying power began to rapidly condense as he tried to counterattack. You dare to be so arrogant in my independent space? It seems that you are really eager to die. Tang Zhen coldly laughed and lightly waved his hand at Hua Yu. The terrifying energy that had gathered in the surroundings suddenly disappeared as if nothing had happened. Hua Yu's heart turned cold. Tang Zhen had already started to use the power of the independent space to deal with him. If he continued to hesitate, it would really be too late. Tang Zhen, do you really want to form an enmity with me? What good will it do you? At the same time as Hua Yu roared, he once again gathered the power of his true form and tried to blow up the independent space. It was a life and death struggle. Even if he died, Tang Zhen would not have an easy time. If the independent space was destroyed, it would also be a great loss to Tang Zhen. Even the space between his brows would shatter. Tang Zhen's expression changed when he realized Hua Yu's plan. In your dreams, go to hell. As Tang Zhen's voice faded, the power of the independent space began to act on Hua Yu's body, causing her to completely lose her ability to move. After which, her body began to shatter inch by inch. It was also at this moment that Tang Zhen suddenly made a move and grabbed towards Hua Yu's glabella. His goal was the seed of destiny, so he naturally had to take advantage of this opportunity to get it. Otherwise, once Hua Yu escaped, wouldn't it be a waste of such a great opportunity? As for trapping and killing Hua Yu, Tang Zhen didn't have much hope. The cultivators of Lusheng City, whose cultivation had exceeded the realm of a world overlord, which one of them didn't have a life-saving trump card? How could they be killed so easily? After Hua Yu sensed the abnormality in his body, he immediately became extremely frightened. However, when he realized Tang Zhen's intention, he was even more dumbstruck. You actually want to snatch my seed of fate? What do you want? Just as Hua Yu was screaming in fear, Tang Zhen had already grabbed the seed of fate and put it into his storage space. Ah, Yingluo, you bastard! Seeing that her seed of fate had been taken away, Hua Yu flew into a rage. There was no doubt about the importance of the seed of fate. Who knew how long it would take to reform it? Tang Zhen, I'll remember you. Let's wait and see. Seeing that death was near, Hua Yu became calm, but it was more like a sign of despair erupting. Tang Zhen secretly felt that something was wrong. He fiercely pulled Hua Yu's real body and threw her out of the independent space like a ball. Get lost. Just as Hua Yu's true body flew out, a terrifying aura burst out. The nearby space instantly collapsed and everything around it was swept in. This Hua Yu actually detonated her true body and took the opportunity to escape from the true immortal realm. Tang Zhen merely laughed coldly when he witnessed this scene. At the moment Hua Yu detonated her true body, the will of the true immortal plane sensed something. A pair of eyes seemed to sweep across the ground from the sky, and it only disappeared after a long time. The wind stopped, the dust fell, and everything returned to peace. The Tai Hao sect under Tang Zhen's feet had already turned into a piece of scorched earth. The figures of the Tai Hao sect cultivators could no longer be seen among the ruins. As for the three supreme cultivators of the Tai Hao sect, Tang Zhen had already killed one of them. The remaining two had fled in panic. Of the four helpers of the Flowing Flower sect, two of them were also killed by Tang Zhen. If it wasn't for Hua Yu's appearance, it would have been difficult for them to escape this calamity. Last year, Tang Zhen was able to fight against 7 enemies alone. Now that his strength had increased greatly, it was naturally not a problem for him to deal with the same number of enemies. The fierce battle could be said to have come to a satisfactory end. The once famous Tai Hao sect had now vanished into thin air. Perhaps the remaining cultivators of the vast sky sect would rebuild the sect, but at least for a long time, they would not be able to pose any threat to the spirit sword sect. The cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were silent. Although this battle was indeed exciting, with the fall of the Taihao sect, a new powerful sect was about to rise. Compared to the arrogance of the Taihao sect, the existence of Tang Zhen in the spirit sword sect was undoubtedly more terrifying. After today's earth-shaking battle, which sect would dare to provoke the spirit sword sect? It was only a matter of time before they became the overlord of a region. 1670 Master and Disciple Farewell. 1. The flying spirit boat of the spirit sword sect slowly approached. Mu Jianyi and the others were safe and sound, but their faces were full of guilt. Letting Loki be sneak attacked could only be considered as them neglecting their duties and feeling guilty towards Tang Zhen. Loki was lying on the deck, his body covered in wounds. His life force was unstable, as if it could be extinguished at any time. After suffering Hua Yu's special attack, Luo Qi's body had been completely crippled. Even with Tang Zhen's ability, he was unable to treat such injuries. He had only been able to persist until now because of the will in his heart. After being freed from the control of Loki's true body, Loki had regained his true nature. Although he didn't have long to live, he was still smiling. Tang Zhen secretly sighed in his heart and slowly walked in front of Luo Qi. Master. Loki's face revealed a pained expression, but he quickly concealed it and struggled to stand up. Don't move, just lie down. Tang Zhen couldn't bear it in his heart as he spoke to Luo Qi. Luo Qi shook his head. He endured the intense pain and stood up. After which, he slowly knelt in front of Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen did not stop him and allowed Luo Qi to kneel. In the name of Master, I know that my days are numbered. But before that, I have a few words to say. Luo Qi had a smile on his face as he looked at Tang Zhen without blinking. His eyes were filled with longing and reluctance. I've been crazy and foolish since I was a child, and I've experienced all the sufferings of the world. Fortunately, Master helped me escape from the sea of suffering. After that, the Master took care of him in every way possible, not caring about Loki's stupidity, and took him in as a disciple. He had been teaching him with great care, treating him as his own. If it wasn't for his Master's protection in the dark, blocking the enemy's open spears and hidden arrows for his disciple, Loki would have died long ago. Loki can't repay such a great favor in this life, but if there's a next life, I'll definitely repay Master's kindness. As soon as he finished speaking, Loki kowtowed 3 times to Tang Zhen and died with a smile. Seeing this, the cultivators at the side were all depressed and couldn't help but shed tears. Tang Zhen let out a long sigh. He looked at Mu Jianyi and the others beside him and said, Loki's matter is not your fault. Collect his body and bury him in the spirit sword sect. In addition, send someone to the Luo residence to bring his brother and sister here and teach them a good lesson. It can be considered as some compensation to his family. Mu Jianyi and the others nodded in agreement, but they were sighing in their hearts for the fall of a genius. Clean up the entire Taihao sect and don't leave anything out. From now on, kill any disciples of the Taihao sect you see. As for the Liuhua sect, I'll also pay them a visit. If they want to become the second Taihao sect, I'll fulfill their wish. After leaving these words, Tang Zhen's figure disappeared. Clearly, he still had things to deal with. Mu Jianyi and the others didn't dare to be slow. They quickly collected Loki's corpse, and then began to search the ruins of the Taihao sect. After flying for some distance, Tang Zhen stopped in a valley near the vast sky sect. The moment he stopped, Loki's real body appeared with a grateful expression. Thank you for your timely help. Otherwise, once I used the power of my true body, I'm afraid my mission this time would have been completely ruined. Loki's gratitude was sincere. The mission failure was secondary. The most important thing was that his life was threatened. Fortunately, Tang Zhen was there. Otherwise, he would be in danger today. Tang Zhen nodded. This was his mission for this trip and he did not have any thoughts of taking credit for it. Compared to the real Loki, he preferred the dead shell, even though they were technically the same person. Seeing that Tang Zhen did not speak, Loki continued, this time, because of your timely intervention, my true body was not exposed. Next, I will have to reincarnate, so I will have to trouble your excellency again. Tang Zhen nodded. You can leave now, he said softly. I will find you and re-enter the spirit sword sect. After getting Tang Zhen's promise, Loki thanked him again and then disappeared. Tang Zhen stood in place and was silent for a moment. He gently shook his head and turned back to the Spirit Sword sect's flying spirit boat. The cleaning work continued, but Tang Zhen did not interfere. He just sat quietly in the room of the flying spirit ship and digested the gains this time. After killing tens of thousands of Tai Hao sect cultivators and absorbing their soul essences, Tang Zhen's harvest was huge. However, before he absorbed the soul essence, he had to wash away all the negative emotions of the soul essence. Then, he could slowly absorb it. Tang Zhen wouldn't make the same mistake a second time. This method could also make up for the shortcomings of Lord Godfien's cultivation technique. Otherwise, even with his strength, he wouldn't be able to resist so many negative emotions. Although he wouldn't go berserk, it was enough to make him suffer. The selected negative emotions would not be wasted. His energy incarnation had 3 heads and 6 arms, and one of the heads was the manifestation of the negative emotions, which had terrifying mental attacks. And the negative emotions that were filtered out from these soul essences were the best materials for attacking. If anyone could see Tang Zhen's sea of spirit at this moment, they would be able to see countless figures struggling in the sea of blood. Their faces were ferocious and their hearts seemed to be filled with resentment. However, in the process of struggling, those filthy figures became cleaner and cleaner, and their ferocious faces became more and more peaceful. When the filth in their bodies was completely gone, these figures would turn into light and disappear, slowly merging into the cornerstone of the tower that was suspended above the sea of spirit. The lotion purified the soul essence, which was a very long process. Tang Zhen was not in a hurry. He had all the time before Loki grew up again. As for where Loki would be reincarnated, he did not need to consider it either. When the time was right, Loki would send him news. Tang Zhen now wanted to know if the shell used by Luo Qi could be reincarnated. If possible, Tang Zhen didn't mind guiding him to the Spirit Sword sect. Even if he was just an ordinary person without any cultivation aptitude, Tang Zhen could still ensure his glory for a lifetime. When the disciples of the Spirit Sword sect finished their search, they returned to the flying spirit boat one after another, bringing back a lot of harvest. However, compared to the resources carried by the supreme cultivator of the Tai Hao sect, these gains could only be considered small. It was likely that the Tai Hao sect cultivator had already made plans to escape. If he succeeded in killing Tang Zhen, he would take advantage of the victory to destroy the Spirit Sword sect. If the plan failed, he would directly escape and hide from the world. They couldn't fight, but they could hide. If a powerful cultivator wanted to hide, he wouldn't be easily found. Since this matter was over, there was no need to stay. After asking Tang Zhen, the Spirit Sword sect cultivators left. After the Spirit Sword sect's flying spirit boat left, the cultivators who were watching from a distance looked at each other and madly rushed into the ruins of the Tai Hao sect, hoping to find the missing treasures in the corners. However, they had never imagined that under Tang Zhen's command, none of the treasures could be hidden. Currently, the vast ocean sect was in complete ruins. 1671 Exchange and Sector Lord level armors. 1 Tang Zhen returned with a great victory, and the Spirit Sword sect, as usual, welcomed him. After this battle, the position of the Spirit Sword sect had been completely stabilized. From now on, it would also have a pivotal position in the cultivation world of the true immortal realm. Everything was because of Tang Zhen. Therefore, he deserved to enjoy this honor. However, this time, in addition to the cultivators from the Spirit Sword sect, there were also many cultivators from other sects in the welcoming team. When they heard about the result of the battle at the Vast Sky sect, they did not hesitate and immediately rushed to the Spirit Sword sect with generous gifts. On one hand, he wanted to witness the glory of the most powerful cultivator. On the other hand, he wanted to take advantage of the Spirit Sword sect's recent rise to build a good relationship with them so that he could ride on their coattails. Therefore, after Tang Zhen returned, he saw a magnificent scene of a sea of people. "We welcome the Grand Elder's return. Welcome back, Sir Tang Zhen." Loud shouts came from all directions. It could be seen that Tang Zhen's reputation at this time had reached the point where it affected the entire true immortal plane. It was a pity that he was not a cultivator of the Wheel of Destiny, and he was here to assist Loki. Otherwise, with his current reputation, he would have been able to take control of the plane of true immortality sooner or later. Although such a thought had also appeared in his mind, it was quickly rejected by Tang Zhen. The true immortal plane was now the prey in the eyes of the Wheel of Destiny. If Tang Zhen dared to occupy it, it would not take long for a large number of cultivators of the Wheel of Destiny to come over. No matter how strong Tang Zhen was, it was impossible for him to be the Wheel of Destiny's opponent. This kind of thing was just a thought. Amidst the cheers, Tang Zhen walked out of the flying spirit ship and thanked the surrounding cultivators with cupped fists. Since these cultivators gave Tang Zhen face, he couldn't be too arrogant. It would inevitably leave a bad impression. When the surrounding cultivators saw Tang Zhen's face full of smiles and didn't have the slightest bit of the arrogance of an ultimate cultivator, they secretly sighed in their hearts. It was said that this Sir Tang Zhen was decisive in killing, but that was only when it came to his enemies. Looking at his current words and actions, he seemed to be extremely kind. After thanking the surrounding cultivators, Tang Zhen returned to his place of seclusion. The matter of receiving the guests would naturally be handled by the sect leader and the others. He also wanted to cleanse his soul essence to increase his strength and see how much the seed of destiny he had snatched from Hua Yu was worth. As for the Spirit Sword sect leader's invitation to hold a grand banquet to announce the recruitment of disciples to the cultivation world, Tang Zhen also nodded and agreed. He would also help to select disciples during the recruitment. When he returned to the cave where he had been in seclusion, the white-haired old man seemed to have been reborn. Compared to his previous state of near death, his cultivation had improved by more than one level. The white-haired old man bowed after seeing Tang Zhen, after which, he quietly sat down and continued to guard the place. Tang Zhen returned the greeting with a smile and returned to the cave where he cultivated. He completely sealed the entrance and then summoned the destiny scale. He placed the seed of fate from Hua Yu on one end of the scale. Then, the destiny gold coins gushed out like a fountain and continuously fell to the other end of the scale. When Tang Zhen saw the number of destiny gold coins, he knew that he was going to make a big profit this time. Sure enough, after the two sides finally reached an agreement, Tang Zhen also knew the specific value of this seed of fate. 9,700 gold coins of destiny, just a little bit more and it would break 10,000. Although Tang Zhen had guessed that the cultivators of the Wheel of Destiny were rich, he didn't expect their seeds of destiny to be so valuable. This was simply a super fat sheep. If Hua Yu suffered such a loss, it would probably be mad with anger. One had to know that the value of the coin of destiny was not small. It was enough to buy countless good things on the cornerstone platform. A killing intent flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes when he thought of this. After suffering such a loss, Hua Yu would definitely not admit defeat easily. After his injuries had recovered, he would definitely find trouble with Tang Zhen. That was just right because Tang Zhen also wanted to kill him. If Luo Qi was willing to cooperate, Tang Zhen would be much more relaxed. If Luo Qi was not willing, Tang Zhen would choose to act alone. Now that Tang Zhen had more than 10,000 gold coins of destiny in his hands, it was time to buy some items for himself. After all, in the future, he was likely to suffer the revenge of Hua Yu. It was easy to dodge an open spear, but hard to defend against a hidden arrow. If it was just Hua Yu alone, Tang Zhen would not be afraid. However, he was afraid that Hua Yu would gather help to launch a sneak attack. That would be very disadvantageous to Tang Zhen. He had just reached the Sector Lord level not too long ago. Even though his strength had increased recently, against the older generation of Sector Lords, he might still be at a disadvantage. Using his own gains to arm himself had also become a matter of course. I want a battle blade that can harm Sector Lord cultivators. Once it touches their vital parts, they will die. Looking at the balance of fate, Tang Zhen made his request. One end of the balance of fate slowly descended. At the same time, a ball of light appeared on the scale plate, indicating that the item Tang Zhen had requested had appeared. This was the balance of fate. Calling it a divine weapon could only be considered an insult. The item he wanted had already appeared. Tang Zhen only needed to pay enough destiny gold coins to exchange for this Sector Lord weapon that was suitable for his current use. It was not easy to get the gold coins of destiny, but it was easy to spend them. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 gold coins had been thrown in. There was no response, so he continued to throw. After nearly 3,000 gold coins of destiny had been thrown in, the two ends of the scale finally reached the same height. The ball of light slowly flew into Tang Zhen's hand. It was a 2-meter-long heavy saber. Its entire body flickered with light and looked quite extraordinary. This battle blade didn't have a name, and Tang Zhen didn't think of it. He temporarily kept it in the space between his brows to slowly temper it. Although the cost was huge, this blade could kill Sector Lord cultivators. It was a rare treasure and was definitely worth it. However, Tang Zhen didn't take back the scales of fate because he still wanted to exchange for items. I want a full-body armor that can be immune to first-level attacks, and can also block the attacks of third-level sector lords. Compared to the saber, the requirements for this set of armor were obviously much higher, and it would definitely cost more. However, there was no doubt about the importance of this kind of battle armor. At the very least, it could prevent the enemy's sneak attack and allow Tang Zhen to take a break to counterattack. Looking at the ball of light that had already appeared, Tang Zhen closed his eyes and continued to pour the coin of destiny into it. Out of sight, out of mind. After investing more than 5,000 destiny gold coins, the two ends of the balance finally balanced out. Tang Zhen also let out a sigh of relief. The 9,000 gold coins of destiny that he had just obtained were about to be spent in the blink of an eye. The speed at which the scales of destiny devoured gold was truly terrifying. However, Tang Zhen believed that the items in the balance of fate were definitely worth it. Moreover, there was a price but no market. In this way, he had profited. After sizing up this battle armor, Tang Zhen discovered that its design was extremely beautiful. The entire body was covered with profound runes and the material was moderate in hardness. The vital parts were also embedded with crystal-like objects. What Tang Zhen wanted was a full set of battle armor, which naturally included parts like a helmet and arm guards. After wearing it, his entire person looked even more mighty and extraordinary. Tang Zhen wore the battle armor and moved around. He nodded his head in satisfaction and took out a cloak to cover his body. At this moment, he was already fully armed. If Yu dared to deal with him, Tang Zhen would definitely not let him leave. 1672 The rise of the Spirit Sword Sect. With powerful equipment, Tang Zhen would not fear any challenges. Although the cultivators of the Wheel of Fortune were strong, they were not invincible. They were about the same as the members of the 5th battle area. Their only advantage was that they had the Wheel of Fortune behind them and had some strange means that the cornerstone platform did not have. It was hard to defend against a sneak attack, but if one was prepared, the effect would be greatly reduced. From the fact that the 5th battle area and the Wheel of Fortune were opposing and supporting each other, it could be seen that the strength of the two was about the same. However, with the equipment he had bought from the Balance of Fate, Tang Zhen was like a tiger that had grown wings. When they really fought, the ones who should feel fear were actually the enemies. In the following days, Tang Zhen had been in closed-door cultivation in the cave dwelling and did not bother about the matters of the outside world. During this period of time, the true immortal world had undergone tremendous changes, all of which were related to Tang Zhen and the Spirit Sword Sect. The Spirit Sword Sect, which was originally not well known in the realm of true immortality, had now soared to the sky and gained more and more illustrious reputation. Relying on Tang Zhen's fame and his financial aid, the Spirit Sword Sect had become rich and generous. They were not stingy when it came to spending money. The scale of the sect was expanded again, and at the same time, it recruited disciples from the whole cultivation world, unlike in the past, which was limited to the fixed area controlled by the Spirit Sword Sect. If the Spirit Sword Sect didn't have the strength, it would only attract the dissatisfaction of other sects, and it might even cause unnecessary disputes. Without the addition of outstanding disciples, even the most powerful sect would be like a river without a source, and would eventually dry up. Therefore, these sects attached great importance to the disciple resources of their own regions and would not allow others to easily take possession of them. However, things were different now. The Spirit Sword Sect's momentum was at its peak. After issuing this order, not many sects dared to jump out to express their dissatisfaction. As the news of the recruitment of disciples spread, the world's Taoist cultivators who were interested in cultivating and pursuing immortality rushed to the Spirit Sword Sect, hoping that they could be like Tang Zhen and laugh at the world's heroes. The recruitment ceremony had not yet begun, but the foot of the mountain in front of the Spirit Sword Sect was already crowded with people from all over the world. It was an unprecedented lively scene. On the day of the ceremony, nearly 100 sects came to watch the ceremony. After seeing the spectacular scene in front of the Spirit Sword Mountain Gate, they all sighed. As time flowed by, the recruitment ceremony officially began. Tang Zhen, who everyone had been waiting for, also slowly appeared amidst the cheers. At this moment, Tang Zhen was dressed in luxurious clothes. He looked like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world, attracting countless gazes. Tang Zhen first thanked the seeker for their trust in the Spirit Sword Sect, and then expressed his gratitude to the sects who came to watch the ceremony. His words were casual, which made the audience secretly admire him. After that, Tang Zhen waved his hand at the crowd below. Hundreds of tokens, which were neither gold nor jade, flew in all directions and landed in the hands of the Tao seekers who were waiting for the selection. The people who received the sign were all baffled. Then, they seemed to realize something, and their faces were full of excitement. This token is definitely not simple. Could it be the proof of being exempted from the test? Some of them shouted loudly and stated their own deductions. The reason for his guess was very simple. Among the people who received the token, there was no lack of famous Heaven's Pride experts. There were also many people who seemed to be low-key, but upon careful observation, they still had extraordinary aspects. However, some of the people who held the tokens were obviously ordinary people. He didn't know how they got the tokens. Could it be that they had some unknown strength? It was impossible for Tang Zhen to do something meaningless. The greatest possibility was that these people had outstanding talent and there was no need to waste time. As expected, Tang Zhen's next sentence proved everyone's guess. Whoever obtains the token, you don't need to pass the test. You can directly join our Spirit Sword sect. After he finished speaking, Tang Zhen turned around and left. He returned to his closed-door cultivation cave to continue his cultivation. The seeker who received the token was extremely excited. It was obviously an incredible honor to be able to receive a token personally issued by His Excellency Tang Zhen. They squeezed out of the crowd with tokens in their hands and were led into the heart of the Spirit Sword sect under the envious eyes of the onlookers. When the Spirit Sword sect leader saw this scene, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He was the most clear about Tang Zhen's eyesight. The disciples that he chose were definitely outstanding people. If you don't believe me, just look at the 30 or so disciples he selected last time. Which one of them isn't cultivating rapidly now? Their strength far exceeds cultivators of the same level. Originally, there were already more than 30 heaven-sent talents, so the future of the Spirit Sword sect was no longer a problem. Now, there were hundreds more, which was obviously a sign of the Spirit Sword sect's prosperity. The sects that came to watch the ceremony more or less knew some inside information. At this moment, they looked at the sect leader of the Spirit Sword sect with eyes full of envy and jealousy. The other sects had been desperately looking for an outstanding disciple, but the Spirit Sword sect had recruited hundreds of them at once. Could it be that all the talented people in the world had come to the Spirit Sword sect? Little did they know that this was actually the diversion effect of the Son of Fate. Even though Loki had passed away, his future still belonged to Spirit Sword sect. The will of the world of the true immortal plane was controlling everything from the dark. It gathered all the talents in the world here to help the child of destiny rise. It was a pity that the world's will had been deceived and did not know that it was helping the invader, sending the true immortal plane into a trap step by step. In the following time, it was time for the official disciple selection ceremony. However, after the previous scene, people's expectations had dropped a lot. There might be talents among these disciples, but they were definitely slightly lacking in talent. Otherwise, they would not have been filtered out by Tang Zhen. However, the Spirit Sword sect leader passed on Tang Zhen's words, saying that innate talent cannot be forced, but it can be made up with acquired efforts. Whether it was a genius or an ordinary disciple, the Spirit Sword sect would treat them all equally. Upon hearing the words of the sect leader of the Spirit Sword sect, the originally somewhat disappointed seeker's heart was ignited with infinite fighting spirit. The Spirit Sword sect's disciple recruitment ceremony was still ongoing, and Tang Zhen had also begun to refine and absorb the soul essence. In the sealed cave, his aura was intermittent. Although his body was still in the same place, he gave people a feeling of being separated from the world. A terrifying aura surrounded his body as if he wanted to break free, but he was pulled back in the next moment. During this seesaw process, Tang Zhen's aura continued to rise and was getting closer to the peak of the first level. The tower's foundation stone in his mind was spinning rapidly, continuously absorbing the dissolved soul essence power. The quality of the foundation stone was also constantly improving. While the foundation stone of the tower was being tempered, the space between his eyebrows was also constantly expanding and becoming more and more stable. Faintly, there seemed to be a trace of special and pure world energy slowly appearing in the space between his brows. Although it was not a lot, it caused Tang Zhen to be slightly happy. This was a sign that the first realm was about to be completed. When the space was completely stabilized, energy as clear as a spring would slowly appear. Although the amount of world energy was small and wasn't of much use to Tang Zhen at this time, it was important to know the principle of gathering sand to form a tower. Even if it was just a trickle of energy, it was still very impressive when gathered. Moreover, As his cultivation level increased, these trickles of water would become a vast river until he no longer needed to absorb it from the outside world to supply Tang Zhen's daily needs. At that time, even if he was in a desperate situation, Tang Zhen would be able to come and go as he pleased. Unknowingly, the training process continued for 3 days. Only then did Tang Zhen slowly open his eyes. The soul essences were all absorbed, and his realm was completely stabilized. This was the advantage of Lu Cheng's cultivators. The cultivation system was the best of the best, and at the same time, it simplified the complex, so the cultivation process was fast and stable. They were not like the cultivators of other planes, who were afraid of any mishaps when they cultivated. However, even if his realm had already stabilized, Tang Zhen still had to continue cultivating and strive to break through to the second realm of the Sector Lord realm as soon as possible. Only under such circumstances would he be able to head to the Wheel of Fortune without any apprehensions and take the initiative to find Hua Yu to kill her. Tang Zhen's spiritual energy rippled out like the tide as he sensed the outside environment. After he discovered that everything was calm, he closed his eyes once. Again, 1673 taking back Loki, one cultivation knew no time, and in the blink of an eye, he had gone through several seasons. 5 years later, Tang Zhen suddenly received a letter from Luo Qi, saying that he had successfully reincarnated and hoped that Tang Zhen could bring him back to the Spirit Sword sect. Tang Zhen, who had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time, had finally come out. At this time, the Spirit Sword sect was no longer the same as before. Not only had its territory expanded, but the number of disciples had also increased several times, becoming one of the upper-class sects in the true immortal plane. When they heard that Tang Zhen had come out of seclusion, the sect leader and elders of the Spirit Sword sect came to welcome him at the same time with an extremely respectful attitude. After 5 years of closed-door cultivation, Tang Zhen's current temperament had become even more reserved. He faintly had a feeling that he was about to ascend. After seeing this scene, the cultivators of the Spirit Sword sect were extremely envious. As immortal cultivators, being able to ascend was their lifelong pursuit. Unfortunately, such a thing had not happened for a long time and had gradually become a legend. There were even cultivators who doubted the existence of ascension. However, when they saw Tang Zhen's condition, no one dared to doubt him. This was because the current Tang Zhen was at the legendary realm. It seemed that longevity was not an illusion, and one would eventually reap the rewards of one's hard work. Looking at the envious eyes of the Spirit Sword sect cultivators, Tang Zhen's heart did not feel any joy or pride, but a trace of helplessness. His current cultivation was already on the verge of breaking through to the second realm. However, as his strength increased, the rejection he felt from the true immortal plane also became stronger. It was as if he could leave this world and be thrown into the void with a single thought. This situation could only mean that his current strength had exceeded the limits of this plane. It was like a heavy iron ball placed on a glass, and the slightest carelessness would shatter the glass. In order to ensure his own safety, the glass was slowly tilting, ready to kick him out. Tang Zhen clearly knew in his heart that if this situation continued to develop, he would have no choice but to leave the true immortal plane in less than 10 years. 10 years didn't seem short, but Tang Zhen still had a lot of things to deal with. This little time was really not enough. The reincarnated Roche was no more than 5 years old. Even if he was a genius, it was impossible for him to cultivate to the strongest realm in 10 years. If Tang Zhen were to leave at this moment, it would undoubtedly cause all his previous efforts to go to waste. Tang Zhen was entrusted by someone and would naturally not give up halfway. Even though he had laid a solid foundation for Loki and there would not be any deviation, he still left after he was 90% sure. Prepare a spirit boat. I'm going to bring Roche back. Looking at the sect leader of the Spirit Sword sect, Tang Zhen ordered in a faint tone. Lock. The sect leader of Spirit Sword sect was stunned for a moment, and then a shocked look appeared in his eyes. The way he looked at Tang Zhen also became more respectful. Loki had been dead for several years, and his body might have rotted a long time ago. Even some new disciples didn't know that Spirit Sword sect once had such a talented heaven's favorite. However, Tang Zhen said that he wanted to bring him back. It was obvious that he had used some unknown means to connect to the netherworld, determine life and death, and determine Loki's location in this life. This kind of method had already exceeded his knowledge. It proved that the gap between him and Tang Zhen had already reached a level that was impossible to cross. Grand Elder, please wait for a moment. I'll order people to make preparations. Suppressing the shock in his heart, the sect leader of Spirit Sword Sect quickly ordered people to make arrangements. It didn't take long for a huge flying spirit boat to appear in front of everyone. Hundreds of elite cultivators of the Spirit Sword Sect had also been mobilized. They were all dressed in war equipment and stood side by side on the deck of the flying spirit boat. "Please go ahead, I'll be back soon." After saying that, Tang Zhen's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the flying spirit boat. "Greetings, Grand Elder." Hundreds of Spirit Sword Sect cultivators were fanatical in their hearts. "No need to be so polite." Tang Zhen glanced at the cultivators and smiled at Mu Jianyi beside him, telling him the location. After Tang Zhen entered the room, Mu Jianyi stood at the front of the spirit boat and waved his hand. Dozens of large flags were raised, and the flying spirit boat suddenly accelerated and disappeared from everyone's sight. In a country to the north of the true immortal realm, the Spirit Sword Sect's flying spirit boat suddenly appeared and headed straight for the capital of the country. When the nearby sects saw that cultivators had come uninvited, they were a little angry and wondered which force was so arrogant that they dared to barge into their territory. However, when they saw the flag on the flying spirit boat, the cultivators of the local sects were shocked and quickly sent people to welcome them. Compared to the Spirit Sword Sect, which was at the peak of its power, this local sect was not even at the middle level. Facing the Spirit Sword Sect, which was already at the top level, they naturally did not dare to show any neglect. Mu Jianyi rejected the invitation of the local sect and ordered them to lead the way, and they arrived at the imperial capital together. The members of the royal family in the mortal world had long been informed and were waiting quietly in the square of the palace, but they were guessing the reason for the immortals' arrival. Not long after, the Spirit Sword Sect's flying spirit ship appeared. All the citizens of the imperial capital knelt on the ground to welcome the immortal master. Looking at the giant beast-like flying spirit boat slowly landing and witnessing the power of the Spirit Sword Sect cultivators, even the immortal masters and sinecures in the palace trembled, not to mention the ordinary members of the royal family. They were afraid that they would do something wrong and anger the immortal master. If that happened, the entire imperial family would be in trouble. Just as everyone was feeling uneasy, the 4 or 5-year-old little prince suddenly spoke, giving everyone a shock. "Father, Mother, this is to pick up your son. From now on, he cannot be by your side. I hope that you two elders will take care of yourself." Upon hearing the little prince's childish words, the emperor and empress looked at each other in dismay, fear in their eyes. They even subconsciously covered the child's mouth, afraid that he would speak nonsense and offend the immortals. However, the little prince dodged nimbly and rushed out of the crowd with his short legs, heading straight for the flying spirit vessel. "Stop him. Don't collide with the immortal master." The monarch was so anxious that he stomped his feet and shouted for the guards to stop him, but it was too late. The emperor sighed in his heart as he watched the little prince rush to the flying spirit ship. He began to think about how to plead with the immortal master not to be calculative with a child. Unexpectedly, the little prince had already stopped in his tracks and looked up at the young man who was alighting from the flying spirit vessel. After looking at it for a while, a smile appeared on the little prince's face. He clumsily knelt on the ground and called out in his baby voice, "Disciple greets master. Get up, I'll take you home." Tang Zhen squatted down and patted the little prince's head. Then, he pulled him up from the ground and turned around to walk towards the flying spirit boat. The little prince turned to look at his parents, then slowly turned away, never looking back again. Just as the monarch, empress, and the others were confused, Mu Jianyi went up and told them the specific reason. When they heard that the little prince was the reincarnation of the immortal master's disciple, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the usually clever little prince to have such an identity. The monarch also recovered from his shock and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. It was said that the royal family was heartless, and the truth was indeed so. When he heard the identity of the little prince, the first thing that came to the emperor's mind was that he had a real backer in the future. His son being personally picked up by an immortal master from a large sect meant that his future achievements would be limitless. The benefits to the imperial family did not need to be described in detail. He had only lost a son. Although he was reluctant, it was nothing compared to the benefits he had gained. He had more than a dozen children, so he didn't need one more. Besides, there was a better future if he followed the immortal master. The empress was the only one who was filled with joy and sorrow. She stared at the flying spirit ship, trying to find her son. Not long after, the flying spirit vessel slowly rose into the air and flew into the distance under the watchful eyes of the people of the imperial capital. It didn't take long for the news to spread in the imperial capital that the little prince had been accepted as a disciple by the most powerful cultivator of the spirit sword sect. It was a national celebration. The people cheered and jumped for joy, feeling deeply honored. However, no one knew that after this little prince left, he never returned to his homeland. 2 chapters today. Thank you for your support. 1674 Successful Ascension. After picking up Luo Qi, Tang Zhen took the flying spirit boat back to the spirit sword sect. Although Luo Qi's real body was still asleep, there were some memories of his previous life in his mind. This made him not only remember Tang Zhen, but also Mu Jianyi and the others. At this moment, he was sitting quietly on the flying spirit vessel, not crying or making a fuss, just like a little adult, which made people click their tongues in wonder. The spirit sword sect cultivators who came with him already knew that the prince was the reborn Roche. While they were shocked, they could not help but feel a little curious. Before Luo Qi had fallen, he had been extremely talented in cultivation. It could be said that he was the best in the entire sect, and no one could compete with him. She wondered if he would still have the same monstrous cultivation speed after being reborn as a child. Everyone was curious, and cultivators were no exception. On the way back to the spirit sword sect, whenever the cultivators of the spirit sword sect looked at him curiously, the little prince would smile at them. Sometimes, he would even greet them with familiarity and call out their names. After this scene, the cultivators of the spirit sword sect confirmed without a doubt that the little prince was the reincarnated Luo Qi, and their eyes became more and more eager. Before Loki's death, he had a high reputation in the spirit sword sect, and many people sighed after his death. Now that he had returned, his reputation would rise again. Luo Qi's return did not cause much shock, because whether it was Tang Zhen or the spirit sword sect, they deliberately did not publicize this matter to avoid bringing unnecessary trouble to Luo Qi. However, someone soon discovered that there was a little doll in the sect. Every day, under Mu Jianyi's care, she was learning from the sect disciples. Many people were secretly guessing the little guy's identity. To be able to trouble Mu Jianyi, a sect elder, to personally take care of him, he obviously had an extraordinary background. There were many geniuses in the sect, but no one enjoyed such treatment. However, it didn't take long for the disciples of the spirit sword sect to discover another thing that shocked them. That was, this little guy's talent in cultivation was really terrifying. Even among a bunch of geniuses, his cultivation speed was also 1,000 miles a day, and it didn't take long for him to catch up with the newly joined disciples. In the days that followed, his strength increased even more rapidly. In just a year's time, he had already barely caught up with the footsteps of the sect's geniuses. After that, there was a grand scene of hundreds of talents competing for the top. Because of the existence of Little Tien, the talented disciples of the spirit sword sect subconsciously began to compete, gradually showing their talents in the cultivation world. Because of their existence, the spirit sword sect became more and more famous. Many cultivators of the true immortal world were sighing. This was really an era of geniuses, and most of them were in the spirit sword sect. For the younger generation of cultivators, to be able to stand at the top of the spirit sword sect, there was no place in the world that they could not go. In this era, Loki, a young man with extraordinary talent and hard work, began to stand out and gradually became known to the world. As the child of fate, this world was destined to be Rock's stage. However, in these turbulent years, Tang Zhen acted as a qualified spectator, silently watching Loki's growth. After another 3 years of closed-door cultivation, Tang Zhen went to the Flowing Flower sect to hold them accountable for the siege that year. Although he had killed 2 of the most powerful cultivators of the Flowing Flower sect, the matter did not end there. After the 2 remaining cultivators escaped, they did not say anything. Now that Tang Zhen had come to visit, he only needed their attitude. They would either admit their mistakes and compensate, or they would completely disappear from the history of the true immortal world, just like the Tai Hao sect. This time, Tang Zhen didn't have any cultivators with him. He came to the Flowing Flower sect alone and went straight into their sect hall. As for what happened after that, not many people knew, and the Liuhua sect also kept their mouths shut. He only knew that the Liuhua sect was not destroyed, but the 2 strongest cultivators had been in seclusion since then. They had not left the sect for decades and had been extremely low-key. Some people in the outside world guessed that Tang Zhen had received an astronomical compensation and at the same time, taught the two cultivators of the Flowing Flower sect a very profound lesson. After settling the matter of the Flowing Flower sect, Tang Zhen didn't return to the Spirit Sword sect. Instead, he went around the entire True Immortal Plane. Tang Zhen had a habit. That was, he would always tour around and experience the local conditions and customs every time he arrived at a brand new world. Although the level of the resources on this plane was not too high, there were still many precious natural treasures. There were even ruins similar to small worlds. Since Tang Zhen had come here this time, he was destined not to return empty-handed. In the following time, whether it was the forbidden mountain peaks of the True Immortal Plane or the wild and deathlands that no one dared to set foot in, Tang Zhen's figure was left behind. After traveling in the True Immortal Realm for nearly 3 years, Tang Zhen returned to the Spirit Sword sect. At the same time, he brought back a simple-looking youth. No one knew where this young man came from. They only knew that his cultivation talent was average. In the Spirit Sword sect, which was full of geniuses, he could only be regarded as the existence at the bottom. However, Tang Zhen seemed to take great care of this young man. He allowed him to follow by his side and take care of his daily needs. Some people curiously investigated the young man's background, only to discover that he was just a young man from a remote mountain village. Before he met Tang Zhen, his life could be said to be extremely simple. The sect leader of Spirit Sword sect had once curiously asked Tang Zhen why he had brought back this teenager. Was it possible that this teenager had something special? Tang Zhen smiled. He merely used an indifferent tone to say, "In my previous life, he was just a pitiful shell, but when he met me in this life, he took the initiative to give me a bowl of water. Since we've met by fate, what's wrong with giving him a lifetime of wealth?" The sect leader of Spirit Sword sect nodded as if he understood, but he also knew that this boy might really have an extraordinary origin. In his heart, he secretly made up his mind to take care of him in the future. After Loki saw the young man, he had a complicated expression on his face. Other people might not be able to recognize this young man's origins, but how could he not recognize that this was clearly the shell of his previous life? This was just a tool that he used to accommodate himself. Now that he had reincarnated, he was actually found by Tang Zhen. "That's very thoughtful of Master." Tang Zhen only responded with a faint smile when he saw Luo Qibo. The young man looked confused, as if he couldn't understand what kind of strange topic this master and disciple were talking about. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The number of times Tang Zhen went out had become less and less. In fact, even a slight movement would cause the surrounding space to shatter and collapse. The True Immortal Plane's rejection force towards him had already reached its limit. Tang Zhen was resisting this force at all times. Although it was not a good feeling, it was still helpful for him to improve his strength to a certain extent. The Spirit Sword sect developed rapidly and became one of the top sects in the True Immortal Realm. Those talented disciples had all grown up and become the true backbone of the Spirit Sword sect. Locke was also a well-deserved leader among these genius disciples. 10 years of management had completely stabilized his position. Although he was still young, he had already become a powerful cultivator, and his combat power was unparalleled in the Spirit Sword sect. Everything was on the right track. When Luo Qi was 18 years old, the sect leader of the Spirit Sword sect took the initiative to give up his position and handed over the Spirit Sword sect to Luo Qi. On the day he took over as the sect leader, all the major sects in the True Immortal Realm gathered at the Spirit Sword sect to participate in this rare grand occasion. It was also on this day that Tang Zhen appeared again and chuckled as he watched Loki succeed the sect leader. The cultivators, who came to congratulate him, bowed at the same time. This was because Tang Zhen had already become a legend. His past experiences had also been passed down by countless cultivators. The moment the ceremony ended, Tang Zhen stood up with a big laugh. Then, under the gaze of nearly 100,000 cultivators, he stepped through the void and ascended to the immortal world. Upon witnessing this scene, the cultivators nearby all bowed to send him off. They also knew that from now on, the name Tang Zhen would become an eternal legend in the True Immortal Realm. 1675 The Strange Void Fairy. 1. In the void, Tang Zhen stood with his hands behind his back in an indifferent expression. Not far from him was the True Immortal Realm. Although he couldn't see it with his naked eye, he would enter that world once he confirmed the coordinates of the realm. The mustard seed contained the Sumeru. In the vast void, the seemingly insignificant dust may hide a huge world. It was not easy to find a plane in the vast void. Without the coordinates of a plane, Aimlessly searching for a plane in the vast void was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. In order to successfully teleport, it would require extremely accurate plane coordinates. Otherwise, even if it passed by, it would not be able to detect its existence. In fact, if one had a choice, it would be better not to leave the plane they were in. When one thought that they had escaped from the shackles, they would actually become a wanderer. If the cultivators of the true immortal realm knew that the so-called ascension was to be thrown out of the realm and into the vast void, what would they think? Tang Zhen didn't want to leave either. However, due to certain reasons, the true immortal plane couldn't contain him anymore. There was no point in persisting. Fortunately, he had already done what he needed to do. With such a solid foundation, Tang Zhen would have nothing to say if Loki was still unable to complete the mission. In fact, he did not need to worry. Every cultivator of the Wheel of Fortune was not easy to deal with. Loki's previous poor performance was only because he had been plotted against by the enemy. After that, with Tang Zhen's help to lay the foundation, Loki only needed to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Naturally, he did not have the opportunity to show off his skills. However, after Tang Zhen left, the true immortal dimension would completely become his stage. Perhaps, he would create a new legend. After being silent for a moment, Tang Zhen began to fly forward in the void, searching for the path back to the Tower World. Although he was carrying out a war zone mission, he could not accept the teleportation because he did not bring Loki away. He could only find a way to return on his own. Of course, if Tang Zhen was willing to wait, he could also wait until Luo Qi took control of the true immortal dimension. At that time, the Wheel of Destiny would also build a transmission channel and bring Tang Zhen back. However, if that was the case, Tang Zhen would have to wait in the void slowly. It was possible that he would have to wait for decades or even centuries. Instead of that, he didn't even know that he was returning. Although the void seemed chaotic and unclear, there was a direction in reality. Of course, this direction was not the one that ordinary people understood, but something more mysterious. This was because the void itself was an extremely special existence. It was filled with all kinds of strange phenomena such as wormholes, folded spaces, and multiple mirror spaces. It was very easy for one to get lost in it. The plane coordinates were like a special kind of telepathic connection. Once you knew its password, it was equivalent to establishing a connection with it. When you activate a plane's coordinates, the corresponding plane will also react and guide you to the exact location. Tang Zhen knew the plane coordinates of the Holy Dragon Warzone. He had made contact with them earlier and had successfully received a reply. It was just that the distance between the two was really too far. If Tang Zhen wanted to successfully return, it was likely that he would have to consume quite a long time. At this moment, although Tang Zhen was continuously advancing in the air, he gave off the feeling that he had stopped in a still black scene. No matter how far he advanced, he did not seem to have moved. There was no light, no sound, as if nothing existed. His mental energy became his only sense, allowing Tang Zhen to avoid unnecessary danger in time and advance along a safe route. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Zhen suddenly saw a trace of light. This strange situation immediately alerted him, and he slowly stopped in his tracks to carefully observe the strange light. It was also at this moment that the light seemed to have sensed Tang Zhen's existence. It actually slowly approached his position. As the light grew closer and closer, Tang Zhen finally saw the source of the light and revealed a surprised expression. It turned out to be a huge void creature that looked like a mottled meteorite. Its rotten tentacles swayed slowly as it moved, as if it was wandering in the ocean. Above the void creatures, there were countless piles of remains. There were cultivators and unknown creatures. Under the faint light, they looked very strange. Other than these remains, there were also sculpture-like objects standing on top of the void creatures, exuding an aura of vicissitudes and decay. The light that Tang Zhen saw was an oil lamp on the back of the void creature. It was mottled and ancient. Its light was very weak, but its light could illuminate the void and reach far away. He didn't need to guess to know that this oil lamp was not an ordinary item. Just as Tang Zhen was observing the oil lamp, a shriveled palm suddenly appeared. It seemed to belong to a man with a hunched back. He held an item that looked like a hairpin and gently flicked the wick. The light of the oil lamp immediately became intense. The light fell on the man's body, and one could see that his body was covered in terrifying wounds. Even his head had a large hole. His body was emitting a rotten smell, and the lower half of his body seemed to have disappeared. There was nothing under his empty robe, and he was just floating in the air. Rolling his dry eyes, the man looked at Tang Zhen in the distance and said with a hoarse voice, "Lonely traveler, are you willing to board the Void Ferry? It will take you to any place you want to go." Tang Zhen was silent for over 10 breaths before a strange expression flashed across his eyes. After which, his body flashed and landed beside the man who was guarding the oil lamp. "That's good too, but how much will you charge?" Tang Zhen asked with an expressionless face as he swept his eyes over the strange man who was guarding the oil lamp. There was even a trace of examination and curiosity in his eyes. "Not much, not much. I only need a portion of fuel to light the oil lamp," the strange man replied in a hoarse voice. At the same time, he pointed at the oil lamp, indicating that Tang Zhen could pay now. Tang Zhen glanced at the oil lamp. He took out a trace of the world's origin and threw it into the oil lamp. During his observation just now, he had discovered that the fuel of this oil lamp was actually origin energy. No wonder it had such a magical effect. "Thank you for your generosity. Now, please follow me. I guarantee that this trip will not be in vain." The strange man looked at the oil lamp that was filled with oil, and a terrifying smile appeared on his face. He then turned around and made an inviting gesture. As he walked, his body made the sound of bones rubbing against each other, as if he would fall apart at any time. "Can you first tell me what these things are?" Tang Zhen pointed at the corpse on the back of the void creature and asked the strange man, "You should know that the void is not empty. They are all things I have collected in the past. They are meaningless." Tang Zhen nodded and did not continue to ask. However, he coldly laughed in his heart. He had guessed something, but he couldn't be sure. Tang Zhen followed the strange man and slowly advanced. He discovered that there were some void creatures along the way. They were like potted plants planted on both sides of the road. They were still chained up, and they were making clattering sounds. Because of the light, they could also make sounds. At this time, they were wriggling their bodies with all their might, reaching toward the direction of the oil lamp, as if they were greedily absorbing the light of the oil lamp. The more light they absorbed from the oil lamp, the less rotten aura these void creatures had. It was obvious that the vitality of the world's origin was at work. The two of them walked for about 30 meters and came to the door of a metal hall. The strange man smiled and slowly pushed the heavy, decaying door. A bright light appeared, revealing the blurry scenery in the hall. The strange man's body quickly changed as he was illuminated by the light in the hall. His wounds healed, and his dry face regained its moisture. The void creatures behind him seemed to have gone mad. They kept tugging at the chains on their bodies, as though they wanted to rush into the hall. "Quickly go in. Life force is hard to come by, so you can't waste it easily." That strange man had already turned into a young man who was as gentle as jade. He smiled at Tang Zhen and once again made an inviting gesture. Tang Zhen nodded and walked in. 1676 A strange life form. 1 Tang Zhen stepped into the hall. A creaking sound was heard behind him as the decayed metal door slowly closed. The strange man who led the way followed them in, but the rotten smell on him seemed to have disappeared, and he looked no different from a normal person. However, Tang Zhen felt a trace of uncomfortable aura. It was as though the other party's body was covered with a layer of human skin. The essence of the other party was still that rotten wreckage. Or rather, both the fairy and the strange man in front of them made them feel very uncomfortable. It was as if he was facing another creature, filled with a sense of strangeness and estrangement, and there was no way for them to communicate. Tang Zhen seemed to casually size up the items in the hall. He discovered that the decorations here were very complete and it looked like a real inn. In the center of the hall, there was even a fake mountain, from which spring water that emitted dense mist slowly flowed out. Tang Zhen's gaze landed on the fake mountain and he took a few more glances. There were two female puppets standing in the hall. Their faces were as white as paper, and their eyes flickered with green flames. They flickered constantly when they looked at Tang Zhen. "Number 1 and number 2, bring this guest to his lounge." The strange man waved his hand as he instructed the two female puppets. His tone was very casual. "Wait a moment, Junjun." Tang Zhen stopped the other party's actions. Then, he sized up the two female puppets. He smiled at the strange man and said, "There's no need for us to pretend to be confused. I just want to know how you can be sure that I will board a void ferry of unknown origin." That man looked at Tang Zhen and laughed. "Perhaps it's because you're highly skilled and bold. You don't fear any danger, right?" Tang Zhen nodded and seemed to acknowledge the strange man's words. At the same time, He turned around, walked to a chair and sat down. Under normal circumstances, no one would take your ship, including me. But after I discovered something, I realized that if I don't board your ship, I'm afraid I'll always be in one place, right? The strange man smiled in the face of Tang Zhen's question. He similarly nodded, that's right. You have been trapped by me. However, the question is, when did you discover it? Tang Zhen sighed. His expression seemed a little vexed. However, he still explained, do you really think that I've stayed in the true immortal plane for more than 10 years for nothing? Don't tell me that I don't know how to take advantage of a loophole and secretly obtain some world's origin. The strange man nodded. To a sector lord, it was easy to get to this point. However, Tang Zhen's method was to poach the Wheel of Fortune's members. One could only say that he was very bold, and not just ordinarily bold. Tang Zhen didn't seem to care that his secret was known by the other party and continued to explain, although I've been forced to leave, I can still sense the origin aura of the true immortal plane while being in the void. At first, I thought that I had gone far, so I didn't pay attention to these details. In the end, the moment you appeared, I sensed the aura of the true immortal realm. Don't you think it's strange? The strange man laughed and replied, it's not strange at all. You're not too far from the true immortal plane. You've been walking in circles all along. Tang Zhen revealed an, as expected, expression as he looked at the strange man. I can't leave that area and you can't do anything to me either. So, you simply jumped out and let me board your ship, right? The strange man nodded in acknowledgement, that's right. This is a direct method. I've never thought of using the illusory void to trap the sector lord to death. Even if we have to wait until the sea dries up and the rocks crumble. After the strange man finished speaking, he looked at Tang Zhen and sighed, there's just one thing that I didn't expect. You actually dared to board the ship. I think you also saw the trick and knew that if you want to get out of trouble, you must board the ship, right? Tang Zhen did not reply. Instead, he mused for a moment before asking another question. Can you tell me who Yu is to you? The strange man looked disdainful and shook his head. There's no special relationship. It's just that he gave me enough rewards. I just happened to be free, so I took on this mission. I originally thought that I would have to wait for more than 10 years, but I didn't expect you to come out early. You must have already stabilized the first realm, right? Tang Zhen no longer had any doubts after hearing the strange man's words. Instead, he sized up the interior of the hall. Although this hall is the only exit, it is also the most dangerous place. The cultivators of the Wheel of Fortune are indeed better at fiddling with these dirty things. When Tang Zhen said this, he casually picked up a teacup on the table and gently squeezed it. The strange man's expression changed slightly. A trace of killing intent also flashed across his eyes as he looked at Tang Zhen. At the same time, an ear-piercing scream was emitted from the teacup. Soon after, a sharp mouth appeared on the teacup and bit Tang Zhen's finger ruthlessly. Crack. Perhaps Tang Zhen's fingers were too hard, as cracks appeared on the mouth of the teacup. Soon after, the entire teacup shattered and fell to the ground. The broken pieces of the teacup wailed as they fell to the ground, shaking continuously, but they quickly gathered together. Then, two hands appeared on the broken teacup. One hand held the eye-shaped teacup fragment while the other hand carefully reassembled the fragment. Then, the cracked teacup slowly moved and jumped into the spring water in the center of the hall, letting out a moan of enjoyment. The cracks on the teacup began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the teacup was as clean as new. Then, the teacup flew out of the pool and landed in the hands of the strange man, making a grinding sound. He was like a child who had been bullied and was complaining to his parents. He seemed to be extremely aggrieved. The strange man also nodded quickly, appearing to be very cooperative. Tang Zhen merely watched this scene in silence. A trace of ridicule was contained in his eyes as he said indifferently, I'm guessing you don't trust living beings with flesh and blood, so you used your origin energy to create all these messy things. Even your own body was modified into a state without flesh and blood. The strange man's eyes were a little cold. Hearing this, he sighed and said in a sorrowful tone, flesh and blood are the most unreliable things. Greed, selfishness, treachery, disloyalty, and countless flaws. The life forms in the main hall are different. They are pure, obedient, and will always be by my side. They will never leave. So you killed your friends and family, went to the Wheel of Fortune, and then took their bodies to the void. Let me guess, you're probably trying to use the special environment of the void to make those corpses undergo a qualitative change, and then use the power of the origin to turn them into life forms like this teacup, right? Tang Zhen's tone became increasingly unkind. The gaze he used to look at the strange man was as though he was looking at a complete lunatic. 1677 The unkillable Tang Zhen, one hehehehehehehe. The man suddenly laughed in a strange manner when he heard Tang Zhen's guess. His originally warm eyes became increasingly dark. Perhaps this was his true face. Tell me, what else did you find? When the strange man said this, there was a trace of pride on his face, like a child showing off his toy. The wreckage outside is constantly being illuminated by light, and then it's undergoing subtle changes. As for the items in your hall, they have all been transformed. Even this hall is a special life form, right? Upon hearing Tang Zhen's reply, the strange man once again laughed. The items around him also started to move. At the same time, they laughed strangely as though they were echoing him. To be able to make you so miserable, you are indeed extraordinary. You actually discovered so many secrets in such a short time. You guys didn't hide well. You all have to be punished. Following the strange man's words, a wave of wails and complaints came from the surroundings. Most of them were complaining about the teacup. All right, all of you shut up. The strange man reprimanded. He looked at Tang Zhen and said, "Is that all you've discovered?" Of course, when Tang Zhen said this, he turned around and pointed at the artificial mountain with spring water gushing out. He sneered and said, "This fake mountain should be the head of a sector lord, right?" Hehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehehy He pointed at Tang Zhen and said, "You're so smart. You're so smart. You've even found out the biggest secret. Ha 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 ha." A voice also came from behind Tang Zhen. The fake mountain rock moved a little, revealing the face hidden under the spring water. A broken sword was stuck in the huge eye, and it was smiling at Tang Zhen non-stop. Tang Zhen sneered as he listened to the laughter that filled the hall. He looked at the strange man as if he was looking at a dead man. "I'm really liking you more and more. Since that's the case, I'll make you my follower. What do you think?" The strange man sized up Tang Zhen. He was like a butcher pondering how to cut as he laughed non-stop. "You're dreaming. Do you really think that this hall can trap me?" Just as Tang Zhen's voice fell, a battle blade suddenly appeared in his hand. However, he didn't attack the strange man. Instead, he slashed towards the fake mountain-like sector lord head. This sudden change shocked the strange man. He did not expect that Tang Zhen would discover the secret of the hall and actually go straight for the vital parts. Only he knew in his heart that the entire palace's operation was maintained by the sector lord's head that he had killed and transformed. The seemingly ordinary spring water was actually the purest form of world energy, spontaneously condensed by the space between the sector lord's eyebrows. The problem was that he had already concealed it and it was impossible to see any abnormality. How did this Tang Zhen discover it within a short period of time? The strange man, who originally had the mentality of a cat toying with a mouse, had truly become anxious at this moment. He let out a sharp cry and teleported toward Tang Zhen. Although the head of that realm lord was extremely hard, who could guarantee that Tang Zhen would not be able to break it? No realm lord was easy to deal with, especially Tang Zhen who was in front of him. When the strange man launched his attack, the items around him also cooperated with him. For a time, the items in the hall flew around. Tang Zhen was like a small boat floating in the wind and rain, facing a monstrous wave that could capsize at any moment. Tang Zhen's expression did not change when he faced the enemy's attack. His battle blade broke through the light curtain at the edge of the pool and directly hacked at the head of the fake mountain. "Ow!" An angry roar that didn't sound like a human's was transmitted out. The rockery head was cut in half by Tang Zhen's blade, revealing the brain that was squirming like jelly. "It hurts so much, it hurts so much." The sector lord head didn't expect Tang Zhen's blade to be so sharp. It roared in pain as it flew up from the pool, its mouth filled with fangs biting at the blade. "You still dare to be violent, you're looking for death." Tang Zhen waved his blade once more, as though he was cutting a watermelon, splitting the sector lord's head into four. Pa-da! The sector lord's head fell to the ground, his mouth was wriggling and he let out a low roar. "Ah, I'm dead. Avenge me." The broken sector lord's head was like a rotten watermelon, its mouth twitched a few more times, but there was no more movement. All of this happened in a split second. By the time the strange man attacked, Tang Zhen had already pulled out his blade and turned around. "Bastard, go to hell." The strange man's face was completely twisted. His skin was rotting rapidly, like a zombie that had crawled out of the soil. The sector lord's head was of great significance, but it was destroyed by Tang Zhen. The strange man was so angry that he was about to go crazy. "You're the one who should die, you animal." Tang Zhen's words did not lose to others. The battle blade in his hand slashed towards the strange man. At the same time, the strange lifeforms that had rushed to his side were shattered into dust. The strange man's eyes were about to pop out. The gaze he used to look at Tang Zhen became increasingly dark and solemn, as though he was an enemy that could not live under the same sky. Boom! A terrifying shockwave spread out, causing the entire hall to shake. The surrounding, strange life forms couldn't dodge in time and were all wrapped up. The battle between the two sector lords, even if it wasn't enough to destroy the heavens and earth, if it wasn't for the fact that this metal palace was special, it would have exploded already. The strange man's expression was filled with shock and anger. Only after making contact with Tang Zhen earlier did he realize that he was too light. This Tang Zhen's strength was only a step away from the second stage. The battle blade in his hand was exceptionally sharp. Even he himself was nearly beheaded by a single blade from him. "Damn Yu, you actually dared to deceive me. This matter is not over." While he was cursing Yu in his heart, the strange man took a step back and activated his real killing move. At this moment, Tang Zhen's weapon was sharp, and his cultivation was similar to his. No wonder he was so fearless. Forcing a fight would only put himself in danger. The strange man was unwilling to risk his life, so he naturally had to use the most secure method to deal with Tang Zhen. The strange man's figure suddenly disappeared after he feigned an attack. Only Tang Zhen remained in the entire hall. It was also at this moment that countless metal spikes on the inner walls of the hall stabbed at him. The space was also completely sealed, making it impossible for him to dodge. "Ha ha ha, Tang Zhen, let's see if you still don't die this time." The size of the metal hall shrank rapidly. It was originally close to 1,000 square meters in size, but it became the size of a fist in an instant. As the metal hall shrank, the illusory formation that enveloped the plane of true immortality disappeared as well, revealing the true, vast void. It turned out that the two complemented each other. When the metal hall opened, the illusory formation appeared, and when it closed, it disappeared. The strange man reached out and grabbed the metal hall that had become the size of a model. He couldn't help but look proud. "Tang Zhen, you destroyed the energy source of my hall. I'll use you to replace it." Ha ha ha. His laughter was extremely presumptuous, as if he was already certain that Tang Zhen would die. This weapon was obtained from the Wheel of Destiny, and it had ambushed countless enemies. Although Tang Zhen was powerful, he could not escape death. He had obtained Tang Zhen's inheritance, received Yu's reward, and at the same time, there was a realm lord's remains that he could modify. This time, he had really made a big profit. Just as the strange man was secretly pleased with himself, a chill suddenly rose in his heart. He subconsciously dodged, but he was still one step too late. A blade cut across his neck, and his head flew up. Then, it was caught by a big hand. "It's not that easy to kill me." 1678 A competition of luck 1. The strange man's expression was distorted. His eyes were filled with fear and doubt as Tang Zhen pulled on his hair. "Damn it, how did you escape? This is impossible." At the same time as he roared, his head continued to shake as if he wanted to break free from Tang Zhen's restraints. Because he had already transformed himself into a special life form, even if his head was cut off, the strange man would not die. But being controlled by someone else still didn't feel good. If you want to know, wait for your next life. Tang Zhen's expression was as gloomy as water. There was even a trace of pain in his heart as he crushed the strange man's head without the slightest hesitation. "Bastard, don't even think about killing me." As the head was crushed, the headless body not far away let out an angry roar. It suddenly turned around and teleported into the void. "You want to run? Dream on." Tang Zhen crushed the strange man's head, but he did not discover the seed of fate. It was obvious that the strange man had hidden it in his body. After burning the shattered head into ashes, Tang Zhen was about to get up and give chase when he suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on the oil lamp. He pondered for a moment and was about to put it into his storage space. However, the oil lamp was indeed extraordinary and could not be entered into the storage space. Since he was unable to keep it, Tang Zhen used his mental energy to control it to float beside him. After which, he chased after it in the air. Since this strange man dared to ambush him, Tang Zhen would naturally not let him off so easily to avoid any future trouble. Moreover, he still had the seed of fate in his body. Judging by his strength, his value was probably higher than Yu's seed of fate. Tang Zhen wouldn't easily give up on the seed of fate. In order to escape from the metal hall, Tang Zhen had no choice but to exchange an item with the balance of fate. Only then did he manage to escape. At the end of the day, he had still underestimated the equipment that the Wheel of Fortune produced. He had thought that it was a sure thing, but he had not expected such a change. The metal hall had completely sealed off all escape routes. The hair-thin metal thorns were of unknown origin, but they were enough to take the life of a sector lord. Since he couldn't escape in a hurry, he could only spend a few hundred destiny gold coins, which he had to blame on the strange man. He followed the direction that the strange man had escaped in and continued to pursue him. He would stop from time to analyze the situation, so as to avoid falling for the other party's tricks and choosing the wrong route. Time slowly flowed by during this boring chase. Even Tang Zhen did not know how much time had passed. However, that strange man was still fleeing. At a certain moment, the strange man's aura suddenly disappeared. Tang Zhen stopped his footsteps and began to search for the other party's traces. At the same time, he was also quietly guessing in his heart. Where exactly did the strange man go? There was almost no place to hide in the void, and it was impossible for the strange man to disappear into thin air. The only possibility was that the strange man had entered a certain dimension. However, the problem was that if one wanted to enter the dimension, they needed the dimension coordinates. It was impossible to do so in a short time if they were lucky. Could it be that the strange man knew the coordinates of a nearby plane, so he chose this direction to hide? If that was the case, Tang Zhen would have to be more careful. This was because most of these planes were worlds controlled by the Wheel of Destiny. As a cultivator of the Wheel of Destiny, the strange man should be able to easily call for reinforcements. However, there was another possibility. The strange man had really found a dimension in the void where he could hide by luck. The cultivators of the Wheel of Fortune had strange means, and at the same time, they were favored by fate. It was not impossible for them to use special means to make their luck burst for a period of time. Tang Zhen believed the second guess more. He firmly believed that in the vast void, it was impossible for the planes controlled by the Wheel of Destiny to be so close to each other. No matter what the truth was, Tang Zhen must find the other party's traces. Even if that plane was really controlled by the Wheel of Destiny, Tang Zhen would still kill them 3 times. How to find the plane that the strange cultivator had infiltrated had also become a problem that Tang Zhen needed to think about. If he can improve his luck in a short time, I can do the same. Why don't I give it a try? As Tang Zhen thought of this, he immediately took out a stack of luck cards from his storage equipment and tore them apart without the slightest hesitation. For a normal person, a lucky card was enough to change their fate, but for a sector lord, this was far from enough. Fortunately, there were still some in stock, enough for Tang Zhen to use. If it really didn't work, there was still the balance of fate. As the card turned into a stream of light and disappeared, a special feeling began to appear in Tang Zhen's heart. It was as if something was hidden near him. This was the effect of luck. It would give a hint in the dark to avoid missing the opportunity. Tang Zhen's heart was filled with joy. Although this feeling was very vague, it was enough to prove that the lucky card was effective. That blurry thing was very likely the target that Tang Zhen was looking for in a certain plane. He took out another stack of cards and continued to tear them. That feeling was becoming more and more obvious. It was already enough for Tang Zhen to lock onto a region and slowly choose. Just as he tore another stack of cards, his eyes finally fell on a point in the air, and his face revealed a look of joy. This point wasn't even as big as the surface area of the needle. If it wasn't for the luck bonus caused by the luck card, Tang Zhen might not have been able to discover its existence. However, after confirming this point, Tang Zhen also discovered the abnormality. There seemed to be an extremely small vortex lingering here. This thing was faintly discernible at times. When it appeared, Tang Zhen could sense a trace of an unfamiliar plane's aura. After confirming that this was the plane he was looking for, Tang Zhen rushed in fiercely and broke through the plane's barrier in an instant. Boom! The sound of a wave of air current vibrating was transmitted over, causing Tang Zhen, who had just broken through the plane barrier, to be stunned for a moment. Less than 1,000 meters away from him, a plane was flying past at high speed, proving that this was a technology plane. When Tang Zhen discovered the plane, a A few passengers on the plane also noticed his existence and exclaimed loudly. "Quickly look, there's a person in the sky. I saw it too. Is this true? Oh my god, I must be dreaming. It can't be a god, right? Hurry up and take a picture. Hurry." The plane was in a mess. The passengers were all excited, feeling that their outlook on life had been completely overturned. The time when the two met was extremely short, and Tang Zhen's figure soon disappeared. The passengers were surprised and confused. They started to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Around if anyone had taken photos and videos, ready to share them. After asking, he found out that someone had indeed captured this scene by chance. However, the time was very short and it was very blurry. It didn't take long for a huge wave of news about the mysterious figure in the sky to spread on this world's internet platform. Some people expressed their doubts, thinking that this was just an illusion and that it was not very convincing. There were also people who firmly believed that this was a cultivator, a superhuman, or even an alien. Because similar things had happened more than once, the attention was not very high. In less than 2 days, it was gradually forgotten. However, no one would have thought that after this incident, strange things would happen one after another, causing the whole world to be in a state of panic. The unexpected intrusion of 2 cultivators from Lucheng had turned this peaceful world into complete chaos. 1679 The beginning of the turmoil. 1. It was late at night, and there were fewer and fewer people on the streets. In a small city, Xiao Lu, who had just gotten off work, rode his bicycle and slowly moved forward under the light of the street lamp. Everything was as usual. Although he was riding at night, he had been on this road for many years. It could be said that he could walk home with his eyes closed. However, on his way back tonight, he felt that something was wrong. The light from the street lamp seemed very dim, and it would flash a few times from time to time for some reason. In the beginning, Lu didn't pay much attention to it, but when he found out that it was the same along the way, he couldn't help but start to doubt it. What's going on? This has never happened before. Lu was a little flustered. He had a feeling that something was going to happen. Even so, he had to continue on his way. He couldn't stop halfway. After riding for some distance, Lu became even more panicked. He realized that the streetlights were flashing even more intensely. Every time they flickered, the road ahead seemed to disappear from the world, leaving only darkness. It was a complete darkness, as if the area had been cut off and then filled with pure darkness. They repeated this over and over again, as if they were competing with each other. When the streetlights lit up again, Lu suddenly saw a figure standing in the middle of the road. Lu's heart was in his mouth, and he felt his scalp go numb. He stopped the car subconsciously. Who was this person? When did he appear, and why did he look so strange? After looking at it for a while, Lu suddenly shivered and finally realized what was wrong. This figure had no head. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Lu turned the bicycle around and subconsciously wanted to turn around and escape. Lu didn't care who the other party was or if they were pulling a prank. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. There seemed to be a voice in his heart that kept reminding him that if he walked too slowly, he might regret it for the rest of his life. However, just as he turned around, he realized that the bicycle's wheels seemed to be locked, and he couldn't move them at all. Xiao Lu was anxious, not understanding what had happened. He quickly looked down to check. Under the dim light, the bicycle's wheels looked normal, and Xiao Lu couldn't see anything wrong with them. Just as he was sweating from anxiety, he saw the street lights flash more frequently, so bright that it hurt his eyes. Under the flickering light, the strange figure seemed to be teleporting and approaching him. Every time the light came on, the figure would get closer, and the headless body would shake. There were no legs under the figure, only a tattered long robe that fluttered in the night wind. Ghost. When Lu saw this, he screamed in shock. He didn't care about the car anymore and let go of his hand and ran forward. Pa! There seemed to be a sound, and the road ahead was completely dark, which made Xiao Lu stop in his tracks. He looked back in panic, and the expression on his face became more and more panicked because the road where the bicycle was parked was also in darkness. On the long street, it seemed that only his position had light, and the surroundings were deathly silent. It was like a cage, trapping him inside. At the same time, there seemed to be pairs of greedy eyes peeking at him from the darkness, ready to drag him into the bottomless abyss. The feeling of despair came like a tide. His body began to tremble, and his eyes were full of fear. He didn't dare to rush into the darkness, for fear that he would never return. Creak 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 creak, a choppy voice was heard. Lu saw the front wheel of a bicycle appear from the darkness, as if it was being pushed by something. It was his own car, but in Lu's eyes, it was like a terrifying beast. Don't come over, don't come over. Xiao Lu's voice had a trace of crying. He kept roaring and waving his arms. The strength in his legs seemed to be constantly losing. He was so weak that his body could not support it. In the end, he collapsed to the ground and moved back with his hands and feet, uttering an unclear sound. As if hearing Lu's plea, the bicycle suddenly stopped, but most of it was still in the dark. Lu was pleasantly surprised. Just as he was about to struggle to get up, the bicycle suddenly rushed over and knocked him down again. The overturned car was right beside him, and the front wheels kept turning as if there was an invisible hand moving it, making a ga-ga sound. Perhaps it was because of extreme fear, Xiao Lu's expression became ferocious, and a flash of determination appeared in his eyes. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he jumped up from the ground and went straight to the bicycle. Even if there was something in the dark, he couldn't care about it. He just wanted to get on his car and rush over. As long as he could get out of this darkness, he would be out of danger. He couldn't hesitate any longer. He grabbed the car and pulled it up. Xiao Lu pushed it hard and was about to jump on it, but the wheels stopped moving again. Ah, Yingluo! Lu screamed in despair. Just as he was about to throw the car away, the car actually moved forward. Ha ha ha! Seeing this scene, Lu laughed with tears of joy, jumped on the bike, and stomped forward. The bicycle moved forward, and the darkness retreated as if it was avoiding Xiao Lu and the bicycle. The fear and despair in his heart was suddenly replaced by hope, and he started to kick with all his might. However, after a dozen seconds, Lu's face started to turn pale, and his expression of fear appeared again. He suddenly realized that the bicycle wasn't moving on its own. It was as if someone was pushing it. As if realizing something, Xiao Lu slowly turned his head and looked behind him. With just one look, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his expression completely froze. A headless and legless figure was following behind him, pushing the bicycle forward. Hee. Lu let out a desperate cry and wanted to jump out of the car to escape. However, his body seemed to be stuck to the bicycle, and he couldn't move at all. I beg you, please let me go. After struggling for a long time to no avail, Lu was in complete despair. He could only plead with the headless figure. The headless figure hesitated for a moment, as if he was thinking. Xiao Lu was overjoyed to see this. He quickly begged again, trying to move the headless figure. After a series of attempts, it really worked. The headless figure really let go. Lu almost cried tears of joy. He pedaled the bicycle with all his might, but at the same time, he found himself out of the darkness and saw the light. The truck with its headlights on crashed into Xiao Lu, who was riding his bike. After a muffled sound, Xiao Lu flew high and then fell heavily to the ground. What was strange was that Lu's head was missing, and no one knew where it went. At the scene of the car accident, the accident handling personnel were looking for the head with doubts in their hearts. There was also a young man by the side of the road who was silently watching this scene. 1680 The terrifying nightmare. Looking at the miserable scene of the car accident, Tang Zhen could confirm that the strange man from the Wheel of Fortune had indeed come to this world. There was still a trace of the other party's aura remaining. Although it was extremely weak, it was still successfully captured by Tang Zhen. It was also through this trace of aura that Tang Zhen was able to lock onto his position and successfully track him. Even so, he was still one step too late. The strange man had already disappeared without a trace. However, there was one thing that Tang Zhen could not understand. Why did the other party use an illusion to kill an ordinary person and take his head away at the same time? Could it be that this head had some special use, or that the other party was deliberately making a cloud of doubt to confuse him? Many conjectures flashed in his mind. However, they were all rejected by Tang Zhen in the end. He felt that the strange man's actions might have other motives. If a sector lord went into hiding, it wouldn't be easy to find him. All he could do now was wait. When he thought of this, Tang Zhen turned around and left. He was prepared to gather information about that young man on the internet and see if he could find any clues. At the same time, he also controlled the network cameras in this area. Once there was a suspicious situation, he could find it and rush over immediately. Not long after the car accident, the sleeping people had a dream at the same time. In their dreams, a young man with a blurry face appeared. He crazily chased after them and then killed them with cruel means. The moment he was killed, everyone in the dream woke up at the same time, their bodies covered in cold sweat. When they realized that the people around them were also in a state of shock, they would subconsciously talk about their dreams, only to find out that others had the same dream. It was impossible for the same dream to happen, especially when everyone was talking about it the next day. Panic began to spread uncontrollably. The topic of this dream was overwhelming on the internet. Even those who didn't believe in the existence of God couldn't help but start to waver. At the same time, some people began to look for the man in their dreams, trying to draw him with a brush. However, because his face was blurry, no one could draw him. Everyone was trying to guess what this strange dream meant. Was it some kind of hint, or a sign of the end of the world? After a day of anxiety, when night came, those who were sleeping would have the same dream again. It was still the same young man who had killed them in a more brutal way. The only difference was that his clothes and appearance seemed to be much clearer. When people woke up from the nightmare, their eyes were filled with uncontrollable fear. There was only one thought in their hearts: find out who the mysterious person who was chasing them in the dream was. The entire world was shrouded in a strange atmosphere, and people were in a state of panic. The rate of accidents that day was hundreds of times higher than usual. Many people were not in the mood to work at all. The social order had begun to show signs of collapse, and more people believed that the end of the world was coming. They waited uneasily for night to fall. Many people did not dare to sleep, afraid that they would fall into the terrifying dream again. However, when midnight came, an indescribable sense of sleepiness overwhelmed them. Even those who didn't want to sleep fell into a deep sleep. A series of disasters happened again, but no one cared about this. They all fell into the terrifying dream and were unable to extricate themselves. They were once again chased by the demon in the dream. But this time, everyone saw his face clearly and remembered it in their hearts. When people woke up from their dreams crying, the appearance of the demon in their dreams was quickly drawn and spread on the internet and TV. At this time, someone finally discovered in surprise that the appearance of this demon in the dream was exactly the same as the flying man in the online video a few days ago. The doubtful people made a comparison and found that it was indeed very similar. An even greater panic appeared. People began to believe that the content of the video was the scene of the demon descending into this world. Doomsday talk had begun to spread to every corner of the world, and people had completely lost the mood to work. They were only thinking about how to avoid the disaster or how to spend the rest of their time. Watching the sun slowly set before their eyes had become the most terrifying thing in their hearts. However, the night still fell unstoppably. At midnight, the entire world fell asleep once again. But this time, in the dream, the demon did not appear. Instead, a person who was emitting light appeared, full of affinity. He claimed to be an omnipotent god. The reason he was here was because the demon had appeared in the human world, and he was here to destroy the demon. The demon mentioned by the god was the mysterious dream man who almost caused the world to collapse. As long as the demon appeared, the end of the world would be inevitable. There was only one way to solve this problem, and that was to choose an emissary from the gods. Only he could kill the demon in the dream. The god pointed out a location and told the billions of people in this world that as long as they went there, they could choose the messenger of God. It didn't take long for people to wake up from their dreams. This time, their expressions were no longer of fear, but of doubt. Who knew if the god was the demon of the dream, and was preparing to use such a vicious plan to lead everyone to the entrance of hell? The military forces immediately sealed off the area and closely monitored it. Once they found any suspicious characters, they would shoot them directly. Even if some people believed this and followed the instructions, they were still forbidden from approaching the area, causing wave after wave of protests. When night fell again, a new change occurred. This time, before midnight, people fell asleep one after another. Then, they left their homes as if they were sleepwalking and walked in the direction pointed out by the god in their dreams. In the dark night, there were many figures who were like walking corpses. They opened their eyes and kept moving in that direction. It wasn't until dawn that the sleepwalking people suddenly woke up. They looked around in horror, not understanding why they were in a strange place. There were people everywhere. They were also dumbfounded, but then their expressions turned into fear and despair. "Tell me, what should I do?" Countless people roared in despair, but there was no way to deal with it. In the face of such an irresistible supernatural means, it seemed that any effort was in vain. That night, countless people lost their lives in their sleepwalking or drowning. After knowing this situation, people became more and more afraid that they would also encounter danger in the broken dream and become a pile of corpses under the cliff or in the waterhole that no one cared about. In order to prevent this from happening, people began to think of ways to either lock themselves up or lock themselves up in closed houses to prevent danger while sleepwalking. However, most of them chose to act immediately, heading straight to the location indicated in the dream without any hesitation. Night fell again, and the whole world fell into a dream. Those who locked themselves up unlocked their chains, and those who locked themselves up opened their doors. The sleepwalkers used all means to find a way to go to the place that the god in their dreams had pointed out. When the new day arrived, the people were in complete despair. They kneeled in the wilderness, wailing and cursing everything, as if they had lost all hope. After crying, people took weak steps, either returning home in a daze or trying to find a way to move to the place that made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts.